stop, do you truly wish to become an enemy of the imperial family? But Yoan suddenly clasped his blood-stained hands. Namjin watched his actions, puzzled and confused. He stood solemnly before Namjin and respectfully exclaimed, "Your subordinate's armor suits you well." A mysterious figure suddenly appeared among the soldiers. Yoan bowed his head towards him, greeting, "I pay my respects to your Royal Highness Prince Seong." Prince Seong was greatly surprised, thinking to himself, "Impossible, that fellow recognized this prince. When did he ever know my identity? Could he have known from the start and been acting all this time?" Jeon Namjian spoke in anger. You said that the court and the martial world have a non-aggression treaty, yet you dare to harm an imperial official and threaten his royal highness?" Prince Seong Sekiom smiled contentedly and said, "Namjin warrior, it was they who started this, not us." He was speechless. That is, Namjin thought to himself, his words are true, but if we submit to force it will violate the non-aggression treaty and the imperial family's authority will be trampled. As Namjin warrior of the embroidered uniform guard, I must prevent that. He spoke firmly. In any case, that cannot be an excuse for you to arbitrarily harm an official of the great Ming Empire. Originally it was just the unilateral actions of an official named Liu Geong that caused this chaos, and it has nothing to do with the great Ming Empire. Yoan opened his mouth and smiled. He said, "I ask Prince Seong, in our cult, if someone impersonates our cult lord, they can be immediately executed. I wonder what punishment awaits someone who impersonates the emperor in the imperial family." Prince Seong was startled, momentarily dumbfounded. He continued, "Let me just say this, if the non-aggression treaty ceases to exist, then his life would end here." Lu Sekium thought to himself, "Anyone in the great Ming imperial family who impersonates a royal family member receives the grave punishment of having their limbs crippled. That guy isn't just someone with high martial arts." Namjin spoke, "Regardless, your actions are disrespectful to the imperial family." He pointed his sword directly at Yoan and said, "So get away from His Royal Highness Prince Seong immediately." Yoan remained silent. Suddenly, someone dashed with lightning speed and struck Namjin's arm with a powerful blow. He was completely ambushed and utterly enraged. "To strike my hand so easily? What kind of powerful internal energy is this? Who is this masked man?" He immediately lunged at the attacker. He stabbed his sword directly at the opponent, but the opponent dodged the attack with a light tilt of his body. Then, raising two fingers and circulating his energy, several acupoints on Namjin's body immediately burst, spewing blood. The mysterious masked man immediately turned his head, continuously dodging Namjin's surprise kicks. No one saw what he had just done. Namjin immediately collapsed to the ground. He had not expected to be pushed back so quickly. The difference in skill was too clear. Namjin lay on the ground completely unable to resist, and at the same time his opponent snatched his sword. The mysterious man took the sword and pointed its blade at his neck. Namjin gnashed his teeth in pain. The man looked at him with sharp eyes and said, "Do not dare to point your sword at the cult lord." Everyone who saw this scene was dumbfounded. Unbelievable, Lu Sekiom thought to himself. To defeat the Namjin warrior, if this continues, even I will be in danger. I can't defeat them with force anyway, but I can't submit before them either. He shouted loudly, "How dare you to strike my bodyguard, the Namjin warrior, and threaten the embroidered uniform guards? Are you truly not afraid of the great Ming Empire's hundreds of thousands of troops?" Yoan exclaimed in admiration. "You are quite courageous." Lu Sekiom thought to himself. No matter how great a martial artist, he won't be able to block hundreds of thousands of arrows. "I need to be even more assertive," he said, staking his life. "You still don't seem to understand, but if I am harmed even slightly, this demonic cult will cease to exist." The two glared at each other, their eyes as sharp as blades. The masked man also remained silent. Yoan looked at him with extremely cold eyes. Lu Sekiom felt something was amiss. He thought worriedly, what is this? Why are those guys so quiet?" As if knowing the doubts in Lu Sekiom's mind, he said, "Excessive courage can lead to recklessness. I paid quite a bit of attention since you are an official I am meeting for the first time, but I am truly disappointed." Lu Sekiom exclaimed in surprise. "What did you say?" Yoan raised his hand and began to circulate his energy, saying, "Hundreds of thousands of troops, you say?" At this moment the soldiers realized they could not control the weapons in their hands. They shouted in a panic, what is this? Why are our weapons doing this?" As all the swords were drawn into the air, the soldiers scattered and shouted, "No, no, my sword." All the swords flew in one direction towards the imperial court. Everyone stared intently at the sight. Namjin was horrified and thought to himself, "This is sword energy control. He's not just controlling one or two swords at will. Is the demonic cult lord truly not human?" Seeing his air-stepping skill, he admired Yoan inwardly. "I vaguely suspected it, but the cult lord has truly reached the Yunjiang realm. To reach such a realm in just 1 month." Someone was heard shouting, "Heavenly demon, the heavenly demon has truly descended." As a person appeared, Lu Sekiom was also surprised. He muttered, what is going on?" He himself couldn't control his body. He tried to move his fingers, but it was useless. Lu Sekiom cried out in fear, "My body." Yoan looked at him coldly and said, "Did you think the reason for the non-aggression treaty was because the heavenly demonic cult feared the imperial family's hundreds of thousands of troops? If so, you are greatly mistaken. The reason we signed the non-aggression treaty is because..." He looked directly into Lu Sekiom's eyes, and his gaze became even more menacing. The Emperor feared us. Lu Sekiom tried to suppress his fear and shouted, How insolent, how could Emperor Taizu of the great Ming Empire fear mere martial artists? Hearing those words, Yuan immediately flicked his finger lightly, sending him flying high into the sky, then asked casually, the army moves at the Emperor's command, but what do you think would happen if the Emperor were to disappear? Upon hearing that, Lu Sekiom immediately shouted in a panic, Yo, you scoundrel, what are you saying? What blasphemous act is this? Yuan smiled and once again asked casually, if masters like me infiltrated the imperial palace in the middle of the night, who do you think would even notice? At this question, Lu Sekiom broke out in a cold sweat and said nothing. He continued to hint, if there were no imperial family members like His Imperial Majesty, His Royal Highness the Crown Prince, or His Royal Highness Prince Seong, whose command would the great Ming Empire's hundreds of thousands of troops follow? Lu Sekiom trembled and thought to himself, that guy is serious. His words mean he can commit that act anytime he wants. Contrary to his previous attitude, this time Yuan wore a gentle smile. He asked again, now do you understand why the non-aggression treaty came into being? Lu Sekiom was so terrified that he just kept nodding his head. Then Yuan used his hand to slowly lower Lu Sekiom. As soon as his feet touched the ground, Lu Sekiom gasped for breath. He looked at Lu Sekiom and thought to himself, actually it's not just for that reason. If it were only for that reason, the imperial family would have fallen long ago. The imperial family has hidden powers. That power protects the emperor. In fact, if you're going to attempt an assassination, you shouldn't even think about it unless you're a top master. He thought carefully. Prince Seong and the embroidered uniform guards probably don't know this fact, so there's no need to bring up this issue. Lu Sekiom asked in confusion, these weapons, has the sword energy control been lifted? Yuan said, now I should read the imperial decree that His Royal Highness personally brought. As he applied a little force, the imperial decree in the messenger's hand immediately flew into his hand. Yuan quickly unfolded it and looked. Suddenly, someone's voice seemed to be heard. He thought to himself, this voice. He quickly went outside to check. A severely wounded person had just arrived. He was surprised. It was Yukyang. He seemed to have been poisoned severely. Yukyang said he had just had his left arm cut off by unfamiliar people. He cried out in fear. Don't come, you damn bastards. I am an imperial official. But they still sneered indifferently. An imperial official? How ridiculous. Yukyang gnashed his teeth and thought, damn it, at this rate I'll really lose my life. Suddenly a person appeared and spoke. Leaders, halt your hands for a moment. Everyone turned around. It was Makai, the sect leader of the Wanjiam sect. He immediately tore a piece of cloth from his sleeve and instructed Yukyang, don't move. Then he bandaged his wound, but he said to the others, although I also want to tear that guy to shreds right now, let's keep him alive for now. Yukyang endured the pain and thought to himself, first, I need to survive. A cesspit is better than hell. Damn it, but he suddenly felt something strange and thought, but why is it so cold? What's going on? What happened to me? It felt as if his internal organs were being torn apart. Then he spat out a large mouthful of blood and smoke rose. Everyone shouted blankly, what is it? What's that smoke? Makai immediately ordered. Everyone retreat. The poison gas is spreading. Yukyang asked himself, when did I get poisoned? Could it be that guy? Then red blood chi burst from his body and scattered in all directions. The guys retreated in fear. They thought the poison gas is coming out of his body like steam right now. Apparently, everyone was convinced he would die and abandoned him, which is why he was able to return here. Yuan ran to examine Yukyang's condition, his face full of worry. The people around shouted, dangerous, cult lord. Poison gas is coming out of his body. He examined him and inwardly assessed. His heart is beating, but it's getting slower. He'll die soon. He gnashed his teeth and said, there's no other way. Yuan quickly used his internal energy to purify the poison. Oh my goodness, to purify poison. The cult lord has truly seen through it. The poison has spread throughout his body, so it's impossible to remove it from his body. This is like pouring water into a bottomless pit, he said in surprise. What happened to that guy? After stopping the bleeding, I performed acupoint sealing and prevented him from circulating internal energy. He realized in astonishment, acupoint sealing. He inferred, that means the poison spread when his internal energy couldn't circulate. They tried to prevent information from leaking. Who on earth are they? He suggested. Anyway, we can't save that guy. I'll have to inject internal energy into his Mingmen acupoint to observe the movement of his energy. He looked at him in surprise and exclaimed, this is the Fei Chao Gong Fat Tide skill. Fei Chao Gong, you say? He explained, it's a martial art cultivated by outer disciples of Shaolin Temple, a righteous sect. It simply looks like gaining weight, but it's a type of qigong that can rapidly accumulate internal energy. He declared, then this person is a spy from a righteous sect. He wondered, why are those guys trying to make our cult clash with the imperial family? He exclaimed in admiration. How peculiar. He commanded Nano, prepare MRI scan. The system replied, magnetic resonance imaging scan ready. Simply scan the designated target's body. Yuan requested the system first scan his head. scanning target and outputting image in augmented reality form. During the scan, he exclaimed in astonishment, "This is it. A centipede-like creature is wriggling in that guy's brain. As it moves, his body is moving even more violently." Yuk Yang's eyes widened in pain and blood vessels were clearly visible at the bottom of his eyes. His head gradually swelled into a grotesque, enormous sphere, then his head exploded, spattering his brain matter all over Yuk Yang's body. He immediately collapsed and no longer screamed. A sticky, repulsive yellow liquid began to ooze from Yuk Yang's body. Yo-un suspiciously tilted his head slightly, his gaze fixed on his limp body, and he muttered to himself, "This method." His eyes stared intently at his grotesquely deformed face and he thought, "It's similar to the Jiu poison that was in the head of the Dajiam sect leader Yibyuk." Yo-un gradually became convinced of his thoughts. Then it's indeed the extreme six-armed gate. Yo-un thought to himself, their reach has extended even to the imperial family. Could the imperial decree also be related to them? He immediately unfolded the imperial decree and looked. A shout echoed, "The imperial decree, everyone kneel." Everyone prostrated themselves, but only he stood. Namjin was furious and thought, to not kneel even after seeing the great Ming Empire's imperial decree, how incredibly rude. Yo-un quickly scanned it. "We invite your sect's heroes and distinguished guests to attend the non-aggression treaty signing ceremony with the soon-to-be invested crown prince." He was surprised and thought to himself, unlike Prince Seong's attitude, the content of the imperial decree is very polite. The invitation date is the Dano festival. He felt something very strange and muttered to himself, "I need to ask what's going on." Yo-un immediately approached Lu Sekiom. Seeing him, Lu Sekiom looked extremely flustered. He exclaimed, what is it?" Yo-un held the imperial decree in his hand and asked directly, "Does His Royal Highness know the content of this imperial decree?" Lu Sekiom hesitated and said, "I don't know the details, but I know roughly," he continued. "And do you know if there are others who received this invitation?" Lu Sekiom immediately replied, "It was sent to the leaders of each force." Hearing this information, he exclaimed in great surprise, "The three great forces?" Yo-un thought to himself, the three great forces gathering in one place has only happened about 5 times in the history of the martial world, except for 2 times the forces only gathered when a great war broke out. Could the extreme six-armed gate be intentionally trying to make the three great forces fight again? Lu Sekiom continued, "If the three great forces you are referring to are your cult, the Righteous Martial Alliance and the Unorthodox Martial Alliance, then there is one more place. That is a new force called the Extreme Six-Armed Gate at the same time in the stone chamber of Wangshen, Hangzhou, Zhejiang." Screams continuously echoed. The demonic cult's third concubine. That cry echoed in all directions. Indeed, the demonic cult's army again. It's a shame to lose one spy that I've painstakingly waited for so long, but fortunately that guy Yuk Yang acted early, he thought regretfully. The second grand plan was ruined for nothing recently. If that plan had continued, a demonic cult would have fallen into our hands. She smiled confidently and thought to herself, "This time I also made sure not to leave any traces of Ji Yucheng, so no matter what you do, you won't find out anything about our cult." Scene change. Shaolin Temple, Luoyang, Henan. A banquet with dancing and singing was in full swing. Yi Makha, the martial alliance leader of the righteous faction, was the host of this banquet today. Yi Makha spoke, "Your Royal Highness, please accept a cup of divine wine." Lutie Yun, Prince Young, the eldest son of the great Ming Emperor, laughed heartily and said, "I am very pleased that the alliance leader is welcoming me so warmly." At this moment 2 people were standing outside talking. The military strategist of the Righteous Alliance, Bong Young-un, he said worriedly, "We still haven't completely deceived the spy and it's already the 4th day of the banquet. I wonder if it will be all right." Zhou So-hee, the second military strategist of the Righteous Martial Alliance, replied, "Bong Lung-ju's words have merit, but His Royal Highness Prince Young will be the next emperor, so gaining his trust will not harm our destiny." Of course that is in the current situation, she thought to herself. It's been several months since I returned from the demonic cult, although many fleeing spies were caught. We still don't know how many spies are scattered throughout the 9 great sects. How long have they been infiltrating the martial world to plant so many spies? Perhaps the extreme six-armed gate has existed for a very long time, he continued. Military strategist Zhou, "What is it?" he replied. "No matter how I think about it, the extreme six-armed gate seems to be involved in this non-aggression treaty signing ceremony. Would the demonic cult and the unorthodox alliance secretly collude in such an obvious trap?" she replied confidently. "They will fall into the trap. I don't know about the unorthodox faction, but the demonic cult of today is different." Hearing her words, he asked in surprise, "What do you mean?" Military strategist Zhou said, "Do you remember the young cult lord I met before? The current cult lord, that is. He is an extraordinary individual." He stroked his beard and smiled, replying, "Ah, he is indeed extraordinary." Shortly after that incident, he seized power in the demonic cult. "He is both great and terrifying," she continued. "If it were me, I would use this trap we've laid. There's no way Cult Lord Yo-un wouldn't have thought of what I'm thinking." He was curious. "Do you think Cult Lord Yo-un will come in person?" Military strategist Zhou. She replied with a confident attitude, "Yes, if it's the person I met, he won't easily miss this opportunity." Suddenly, a voice caught their attention. "I'm glad to hear that." Military strategist Zhou. Jeon Baek-ho, Zhou So-hee's fiancé and the eldest son of Martial Alliance leader Jeon Baek-sa, thought in surprise. "He approached so close, yet I barely sensed his presence. His martial arts have grown even further." The 7 heroes of the Martial Alliance had put all their efforts into nurturing Jeon Buo as the successor of the Orthodox faction. Considering his growth, who could ever rival Jeon Buo in the future? But anyway, heaven is fair. Perhaps heaven has brought forth the current demonic cult lord as his destined opponent. Brother, what are you talking about? Didn't those dispatched as envoys praise him so much? Now we have a chance to meet him for the first time. I wondered deep down. Brother acted as if he wasn't interested in this matter. Do you want to meet him? He said anyway. He is someone who will stand shoulder to shoulder with me in the future. 7 days passed. It was the 7th day since the imperial envoys visited the heavenly demonic cult. Prince Seong Lu Sekiom, though intimidated by the demonic cult, had retreated after listening to their words. At Yoan's suggestion, he had to stay in the demonic cult. Contrary to expectations of a terrifying time, the heavenly demonic cult treated Prince Seong grandly. Initially, he found it hard to get used to this sudden attitude, but after 10 days of grand hospitality, Prince Seong was able to relax and enjoy his time. In the guest room where Prince Seong Lu Sekiom was staying, the atmosphere was not bad. The two forces, excluding the Orthodox Martial Alliance, always behaved politely at the treaty signing ceremony to save face. If the demonic cult lord attended this time, the emperor's authority would be revived. His Imperial Majesty said that diplomacy is also a form of ability. If the situation changed because of this, he might be able to expand his position, which was narrower compared to his older brother, Prince Young. Before entering, he spoke. Your Royal Highness Prince Seong, this is Nam Jin Warrior Jeon Nam Jian. He replied, come in. It seemed to be an important matter. He said, I apologize for visiting late at night. Your Royal Highness, please forgive me. It's all right, please sit down. He continued to ask the Nam Jin Warrior, if things go smoothly, will the cult lord attend the treaty signing ceremony? He looked around and circulated his internal energy. I apologize. I've sealed off the room with internal energy so you can speak freely now, he exclaimed in admiration. Indeed, Nam Jin Warrior knows my mind well. Their grand hospitality means they have a favorable impression of us, doesn't it? I still don't know the cult lord's true intentions. Yes, it would be good if he gave us a clear answer. Scene change. Heavenly demonic cult inner hall apothecary. Physician Byuk Dongwoo. Divine physician Gam Su both were here. Byuk Dongwoo watched Gam Du-su treating intently. Former cult lord Jeon Yu lay on the sickbed and the atmosphere was quite tense. Byuk Dongwoo thought inwardly, she has been inserting needles for almost 2 hours without rest as expected of the best physician in the Central Plains. Her medical skills are far more advanced than current medical practices. He admired the divine physician. Moreover, those muscles are still the same even after an hour. I should also practice external martial arts. Gam So-do suddenly turned and asked, are you physician Ma? He replied, yes, divine physician. No, Granny Gam. Gam So-do instructed, you need to insert the needles again after one Shichin. Can I ask you to do it? This old woman is tired and needs to go to sleep. He immediately received the acupuncture tools from her hand and said, understood, please leave the rest to me. Then she opened the door and left. Yoan asked worriedly, how is he? Gam Du-su let out a sigh of relief and replied, his Hunwan meridian has been damaged for a long time and reached a dangerous stage. We need to observe his progress, but he should wake up within this month. Everyone was delighted to hear that. He exclaimed in admiration, as expected of the divine physician. He joyfully thought inwardly, MRI and Nano's medical information are very powerful, but they are not omnipotent. After all, internal injuries caused by martial arts cannot be understood even with future medicine. After that, Yoan met physician Ma and expressed his gratitude. You've worked hard, please go and rest, he replied. I apologize, then I'll take my leave. Suddenly, someone rushed in hastily. It was 7th Elder Wan. He bowed respectfully and said, 7th Elder Wan Ui reporting to the cult lord, he replied. No need for formalities, get straight to the point. He immediately smiled and said, Cult lord, I found it. Hearing that, Yoan gave a satisfied smile. The next day at the heavenly demonic cult's north gate, Lu Sekiom smiled and said to Yoan, thanks to Cult Lord Qian, I've had a good rest after a long journey and been well treated. Yoan also immediately smiled and replied, I will report to His Imperial Majesty that you were treated with utmost respect. I'm glad you rested well. Hearing this much, he glanced at Yoan, then looked at the Imperial decree, thinking inwardly, this is a reply with the Cult Lord's seal, and the atmosphere was very good until yesterday, so I had high hopes. Then he glanced at him and spoke. Cult Lord Qian, have you thought carefully? Yoan immediately replied, I'm sorry, but I will send someone else to the treaty signing ceremony. Hearing this, Lu Sekiam's face suddenly turned pale. What did you say? The carriage procession was moving forward rapidly, and Yoan merely stood and watched without saying anything. Seeing that, the general thought, in the end he has to leave without getting what he needs. He's not even looking back. His Royal Highness Prince Seong must be very disappointed. Indeed, Lu Sekiam sat inside extremely gloomy. He darkened his face, then suddenly gritted his teeth and angrily threw down the scroll. As he threw it, he cursed, damn it, to give me hope and then disappoint me. He trembled with rage. If His Imperial Majesty invited me, I should immediately bow my head and come, shouldn't I? He had been thinking that. Suddenly, Yoan appeared before His Royal Highness Prince Seong Lu Sekiom. Seeing him, he was extremely flustered. Cult Lord Qian, how are you here? But he suddenly stopped speaking and his eyes became very thoughtful. He cast a silent spell on me with his internal energy. I just saw him seeing me off from there, so why is he in the carriage now? Yoan was looking at him with very angry eyes at this moment. It seems your Royal Highness has disliked me very much all this time. Seeing that, Lu Sekium hastily shook his head, but Yoan still asked persistently, since you practice martial arts you must know telepathy too. As he spoke, Yoan raised his hand and with a flick of his finger, Lu Sekium returned to his original state. Lu Sekium was even more enraged at this moment. Damn it, it's no use if I keep quiet, is it? He's a monster who can wipe out the entire Imperial Envoy group by himself if he so desires. Why am I suffering like this in the demonic cult? He looked at Yoan and asked inwardly, when did you enter the carriage? Yoan also replied telepathically, not long ago. Coming this far, Lu Sekium suddenly realized. Did he sneak in when I opened the door? This guy's martial arts are truly heaven-defying. How could he enter the carriage without anyone noticing, even with so many people watching outside at this moment? Is the cult lord alright? Wanui was wearing a mask, disguised as Yoan. Lu Sekium thought inwardly, but why did Cult Lord Qian enter my carriage? Of course, to go to the Imperial Palace with your Royal Highness. The Imperial Palace, called Cult Lord Qian? If it's because of what I just muttered to myself, please forgive the Cult Lord. I only said that because I was disappointed that the Cult Lord couldn't attend the treaty signing ceremony. Coming this far, Yoan also replied telepathically. That's good, I was also a bit upset, thinking your Royal Highness disliked me. Lu Sekium suddenly felt a pang of conscience. Yoan smiled and replied again, I apologize for sneaking into the carriage and startling your Royal Highness, however I will fully compensate you for this. Ah, I understand. Then he turned to leave. To be direct, your Royal Highness Prince Seong must help me. Hearing this, Lu Sekium couldn't suppress his anger. He tightly gripped the chair. How shameless. This isn't a request, it's a command. It's practically a threat even without a knife. This guy is truly terrifying, but a royal's word is gold, so I can't promise rashly. Then he asked Yoan, what exactly do you want me to do? Seeing Lu Sekium's attitude, Yoan also thought inwardly, he has more backbone than I expected in important matters. But a royal is still a royal, so I need to placate him and explain. I will explain. You mentioned that the Extreme Six-Armed Gate is participating in this treaty signing ceremony, didn't you? Yes. The official named Yukyang who stood up for your Royal Highness before is a spy from the Extreme Six-Armed Gate. Yoan briefly explained to the confused Prince Seong Lu Sekium about the background of the Extreme Six-Armed Gate's involvement in the martial world, the incidents that occurred in the heavenly demonic cult, and the existence of GU poison that the Extreme Six-Armed Gate cultivated in others' bodies to prevent information leaks. Hearing this much, Lu Sekium seemed unable to believe it. Impossible. They cultivate that GU poison in others' bodies to prevent information leaks. To be honest, besides Yukyang, there are other spies in your Royal Highness's envoy group, to be precise. Yukyang's eyes and ears are spread everywhere. After that, Lu Sekium once again asked Yoan telepathically, if Cult Lord Qian's words are true, shouldn't we immediately arrest them? He shook his head and replied, it's better to leave them be for now. Their influence may have already taken root in the Imperial Palace. Lu Sekium's expression suddenly changed at this moment. Is this why he hid in my carriage? To find and eradicate them. First, I need to eliminate the immediate threat. After all, the truly dangerous enemy might be this guy. Is it truly right for me to bring him to the Imperial Palace? Yoan smiled and said, don't you want to solidify your position and become the Crown Prince? Once again, Yoan's words made him feel as if he was sitting on fire. I only said that to Jian Namjian last night, so how did he know? I clearly blocked it with internal energy so no one could hear. Don't worry too much. Yoan reassured Lu Sekium in a gentle voice. If I catch those who are secretly active in the Imperial Palace, I will hand them over to your Royal Highness. Really, yes. He smiled joyfully. After all, my goal is to eliminate them, and your Royal Highness's goal is to gain merit for his Imperial Majesty, isn't it? Hearing that, Lu Sekium reconsidered. As he says, if I can find the spies hidden in the Imperial Palace and the forces behind them, I can achieve great merit and gain the Emperor's recognition. Then I can surpass my brother Prince Young and get closer to the position of Crown Prince. There's 1 month until the Dano Festival. I really need achievements during this period. What should I do? Then he asked Yoan telepathically. What if I refuse this offer? Yoan replied with a triumphant smile. Your Royal Highness can imagine it yourself. As soon as the words fell, Lu Sekium hastily imagined. Good, even if I don't follow his words, he'll do as he pleases anyway. It's better to use him to achieve my dreams. There's no disadvantage for me. Alright, then I'll entrust myself to you during our journey to the Imperial Palace. Yes, but 2 people alone in a carriage. Below, scene change. Imperial capital Kaifeng, Great Ming Empire. Located in the northeast of Henan, with a population of 500,000, it is the most bustling city in the Central Plains. Upon entering the outer city, one realizes it is 10 times larger than the heavenly demonic cult's fortress. It took 2 Shichin just to enter the heart of the imperial capital by carriage. The heart of the capital is the Yangzhong Palace at the south gate. The Namjin warrior pulled the reins tightly, and the horse immediately stopped. Lu Sekium hastily dismounted from the carriage. He rubbed his head, thinking inwardly, finally, we've arrived at the Imperial Palace. being with him for 7 days before arriving in Hubei was truly torture. Then he recalled the scene of Yoan watching him sleep and he felt afraid. How did I manage to spend 7 days with him without saying a word? His silence is too terrifying. After entering Hubei province, I could only breathe freely when Cult Lord Qian went out wearing the mask of embroidered uniform guard Li Han. At this moment, Yoan was wearing a mask. The real Li Han is at the demonic cult's base in northern Hunan. How could he have prepared that item in just 7 days? It's so perfect that even their leader Jian Namjian couldn't recognize it. Truly miraculous, the Namjin warrior began to command. 10 people to assist His Royal Highness. The rest return to your departments and wait. Understood. Lu Sekiom glanced back as he walked. He doesn't pay much attention to me and follows on his own, so there's no need to call his name. Suddenly, Yoan glanced at one place. It was the Jionan Palace where the Emperor resided, as expected of the Imperial Palace. In terms of luxury, even our cult's inner fortress can't compare at this moment. Everyone was exhausted. After everything was done, Yoan looked at the group in front of him and thought inwardly, eunuchs, they're like Elder Wan. Do all eunuchs practice martial arts? As he was thinking that, he suddenly met someone's gaze. An eunuch turned his head and looked at Yoan, a slight smile on his lips. Moreover, the martial prowess of the one who seems to be the leader is, there are 4 forces in the great Ming Empire skilled in martial arts, the Eastern Depot, Western Depot, Imperial Household Department, and the Emperor's Personal Guard, the Embroidered Uniform Guard. The Eastern and Western depots follow the orders of officials, while the Imperial Household Department is an organization that moves only on the Emperor's orders along with the eunuchs. That is, the Imperial Guards. They have evolved with the history of the Empire, and they have permission to arrest anyone regardless of status and even carry out immediate executions. As the organization grew and its duties multiplied, the Emperor's Embroidered Uniform Guard came under the command of the Eastern Depot. This led to conflicts, such as the head of the Embroidered Uniform Guard being harassed by the Grand Director of the Eastern Depot, who was originally an equal. Li Han thought inwardly, he's right next to me yet he makes no effort to hide his hostility. At this moment Se Chung approached and respectfully greeted. Greetings to His Royal Highness Prince Seong. It was Se Chung, Assistant Grand Director of the Eastern Depot and third in command, Prince Seong said at length. It's been a long time. Se Chung observed Prince Seong's expression. Li Han inwardly guessed. It seems Prince Seong doesn't particularly like that eunuch either. Moreover, the strange yin energy emanating from that man is completely different from the martial arts of the extreme 6-armed gate. I thought there were few martial artists in the palace apart from the Embroidered Uniform Guard, but there must be hundreds of them in this Jionan Palace alone. In that case it will take more time to find those guys, Se Chung spoke. I heard you just returned from the 100,000 mountains. You must have had a tough journey, Your Highness. It was His Majesty's command, so how could it be tough? Se Chung replied with a triumphant smile. To be so brave even after encountering those low-ranking demonic cultists. You are truly remarkable. Prince Seong immediately tensed at the sarcastic tone. Li Han on this side also bristled at his words. Demonic cultists low-ranking, the Namjin warrior spoke. We, the Embroidered Uniform Guard, will assist His Royal Highness Prince Seong, Se Chung once again said in a cold voice. Within Jionan Palace, those of 4th rank and below are not permitted without His Majesty's command. If you must accompany His Royal Highness, only the Namjin warrior may enter alone. Hearing those words, he gnashed his teeth in anger. This eunuch, he knows we are Prince Seong's close aides, yet he's putting on airs. Then he ordered the soldiers, you all return to your departments. Understood. Prince Seong laughed heartily. Namjin warrior, you should also just return. His arrogant behavior made him even more furious at this moment. Prince Seong spoke up for the Namjin warrior. You are too rude. Do you not know that it was His Majesty who commanded the Namjin warrior to assist me? Only then did he lower his head and say, I beg your pardon, Your Highness. Seeing Se Chung's sneering demeanor, even Prince Seong couldn't help but curse inwardly. This terrible eunuch, as Prince Young's influence solidifies, he becomes more and more arrogant. It's because of these eunuchs who hold a little power that the imperial family is in such a mess. Then he suddenly glanced to the side and saw Li Han leaving. Cult Lord Qian. Li Han quietly replied, Don't worry about me. I will see you at Sungying Palace between 7 and 9 p.m. That monster will take care of himself. As soon as Li Han left, he cursed under his breath. Terrible eunuchs, that Se Chung always gets on my nerves, so rude. Then he frowned, looking at them and thinking, it seems everyone dislikes the Eastern Depot. Thanks to those guys, all my plans have gone awry, so I dislike them too. And to dare call our cult low-ranking. Now I'll just have to investigate this Embroidered Uniform Guard named Yun Baek-ho, who is suspected of being a spy. Elder Wan said there are a total of 5 people suspected of being spies in the Imperial Envoy group, 2 of whom are from the Embroidered Uniform Guard. From the martial prowess I sensed, that guy is just a first-rate master. His martial arts aren't very high, but he's definitely hiding something. Li Han opened his mouth and ordered, You have all worked hard escorting His Royal Highness Prince Seong. The Namjin warrior has granted you 4 days of leave, so all of you rest well. Hearing that, everyone shouted in unison. Understood. Having settled everything, Li Han turned around with satisfaction. Good, 4 days is practically a vacation. I was looking for a way to avoid my work schedule. This is good. I have time to observe Yun Baek-ho and find out who he's in contact with. but suddenly a voice startled him. Hey, a man called Li Han, didn't we have an agreed place? Hearing that, the man disguised as Li Han asked inwardly, do they know each other? What should I do? Then the man frowned, looking at Li Han, and spoke. Follow me. Yes. The two entered a room. As soon as the soldiers on either side saw them, they bowed their heads in greeting. Excuse me, excuse me. Li Han glanced around and secretly realized that he was continuously going in circles. It seems he's deliberately drawing the attention of the sentries. He definitely has some ulterior motive. After circling for a long time, they finally stopped at one place. The man handed a black cloth to Li Han and said, Take this. We will secretly go to warehouse number 4, so first put on this cloak. Yes. As soon as he finished speaking, the two immediately left. Standing before a room, the two descended skillfully. As Li Han followed, he thought inwardly, it seems like a rice granary. The rice piled here is enough to feed everyone in the palace for a year. I can feel the internal energy of martial artists here. The people secretly active in the palace might be from the extreme 6-armed gate. The two approached a nearby stone statue, and the man reached out and touched the wall. The wall immediately opened, revealing hundreds of people wearing black cloaks like them. All of them were silently bowing their heads. Li Han observed them and thought, it seems that guy is the leader. Suddenly, someone rushed over and Yun Baek-ho shouted, You scoundrel, what did you do to the real Li Han? Surround him. The others also turned their heads to look. Li Han was suddenly in danger at this moment. It was difficult to escape from such a ferocious group. The man shouted again, Sir, that guy is a spy. The man's eyes widened and he asked Yun Baek-ho, what on earth happened? Shut up. It turned out he had lured Li Han here to capture him. Li Han is my friend. We don't use honorifics when we're alone. Besides, I deliberately took a circuitous route to the warehouse, but he didn't suspect anything at all. You, who are you? At this moment, Li Han remained silent. The man continued to ask, Are you really a spy? That's right. But he replied with a triumphant smile, How foolish, you've walked right into a tiger's den. A tiger's den, the group shouted in unison. Bring that guy here and make him kneel. Understood. The inner collaborators rushed forward in unison, thinking triumphantly, I can't feel any of that guy's aura. His internal energy must not be that great. To be an inner collaborator with such internal energy, how foolish. But it didn't take long for Li Han to make his move. He lightly flicked his finger, and the group's faces immediately darkened, and they all became dazed. Then they were pushed back by inertia. They were utterly helpless against him. The remaining men panicked, seeing their comrades fall. What is this? How can this be? He just flicked his finger. Who is that guy? Everyone was curious. Who on earth is he? He's definitely not an ordinary inner collaborator. I'll handle him. Yun Baek-ho glanced and thought, the Grand Director's bodyguard has the highest status among us, so he should be reliable. At this moment, Li Han was still fighting ceaselessly. He quickly rushed forward and swept away the triumphant men. Seeing his moves, Yun Baek-ho thought inwardly, is it an afterimage? Suddenly, Li Han leaped up and stood before one of the men. He looked at him with sharp eyes. Not bad, you have an interesting sword, he said, then slashed his body once. The man gritted his teeth in pain and shouted, What are you doing? Everyone attack. Everyone surrounded him again. They rushed forward, unaware of their own limitations, but how could such a foolish group be a match for Li Han? He raised his hand and subdued them. How foolish. He launched a single strike, sending them flying far away. Taking advantage of the opening, Li Han flew up and slashed them one by one. At this moment, everything seemed about to explode. No one was a match for his power. Those caught by Li Han's hand all screamed at this sight. Yun Baek-ho also turned pale. What on earth is happening? This guy is no ordinary master. As Li Han turned his back, he tried to ambush him from behind. Die. But before he could even reach him, Li Han broke his arm with one hand. They lay in a pool of blood, gasping for breath. Yun Baek-ho's face turned ashen with fear. To dispatch a bodyguard so easily, he shows no mercy. At this moment, he reached out his hand towards Yun Baek-ho and the eunuch. Li Han said in a cold voice, Come here. The eunuch was immediately pulled towards him. He was choked by Li Han and couldn't breathe. He growled, A tiger's den, you say? What did you say? The eunuch still pretended to be innocent, so Li Han tightened his grip on his neck. Suddenly he paused, realizing that the person in front of him was a eunuch. His martial prowess is at the transcendent realm, and his internal energy is close to yin. His internal energy cultivation method is completely different from the extreme 6-armed gate. He lifted him high and interrogated him. You scoundrel, you're not an inner collaborator of the extreme 6-armed gate, are you? Extreme 6-armed gate, what are you talking about? Hearing his words, he thought inwardly. It seems it's not a lie. Was I mistaken? Then, with his remaining hand, he used magic to release his internal energy. Yun Baek-ho was immediately surprised. My internal energy has been released. But everyone had fainted. Even the Eastern Depot's masters are nothing to this guy. While he was lost in thought, he used magic to pull him again. He was immediately pulled rapidly into Li Han's hand, and then he raised his voice to interrogate him. Why is an embroidered uniform guard associating with an Eastern Depot eunuch? Hearing that, Yun Baek-ho's body immediately stiffened. He continued, How ridiculous. Are you trying to uphold principles while being an inner collaborator? Then, without further ado, he broke his arm, and he cried out in pain. Li Han continued to interrogate him. If you don't answer, your other arm will end up like this. If you understand, nod your head. Yun Baek-ho, unable to speak from pain at this moment, trembled and replied, I am an inner collaborator of the Eastern Depot. The Eastern Depot? Then you were a eunuch too? No, I am not a eunuch. I was trained in the Eastern Depot. Hearing this, Li Han's face hardened, disappointing. He's useless to me. But he still raised his voice and asked, why were you involved in the Imperial Envoy group? Were you monitoring Prince Seong? The eunuch was surprised to hear his words at this moment. I am impossible to dare call His Highness's name so casually. Is this guy Prince Seong's man? I was ordered to find out if His Royal Highness Prince Seong had made any secret deals with the demonic cult lord. Hearing this, Li Han's eyes sharpened. He calculated inwardly. To find out if he made a secret deal with me, the Eastern Depot is interfering with the Imperial Palace's Crown Prince investiture. They're trying to prevent Prince Seong, the second prince, from achieving merit. Yun Baekho was still trembling with fear, kneeling and begging, please spare my life. If you spare my life, I will ensure His Royal Highness Prince Seong does not fall into trouble. Hearing his words, the eunuch frowned and thought, this guy is too terrifying and overwhelming, but inner collaborators are trained to sacrifice themselves if discovered, yet that guy is begging for his life. At his words, Li Han spoke, strange, did I say I would spare you? Yun Baekho trembled with fear, then was even more astonished at his expression. What? His words meant that before he could finish speaking he had broken his neck. What? The black-cloaked man immediately fell forward. Li Han stood to one side holding Osei Chung tightly, and thought inwardly it would be better to eliminate them all, but if they all disappear at once, the imperial family will become more vigilant, making it harder to find the extreme six-armed gate's inner collaborators. What should I do? He suddenly called out in a small, uncomfortable voice. Just a moment, sir, please listen to me. But Yoan's grip tightened even more. Shut up, Osei Chung stammered. If you spare me, he coughed violently as he spoke. I want to recruit you as an assassin for our Eastern Depot. Grand Director Gong is very fond of talented people. Li Han stared intently at him, inwardly contemptuous. A mere eunuch dares to try and recruit me as an assassin for the Eastern Depot. Something is suspicious. I need to investigate. He sneered at Osei Chung and spoke. How ridiculous. The Eastern Depot wants me as an assassin? Do you think I'd believe that? But he rejoiced inwardly, seeing Li Han's hand gradually loosen. He's loosened his grip. As the Grand Director expected, this guy also seems to have failed his mission, so I thought he might hesitate if I made an offer. Indeed, Osei Chung quickly shouted to prove his usefulness. I am the Grand Director of the Eastern Depot. I have full authority to recommend talented individuals to Grand Director Gong. Li Han remained silent, murmuring inwardly, Grand Director indeed, he's practically the fourth in command of the Eastern Depot. He again asked in a small, hesitant voice, Excuse me, may I ask a question? Are you perhaps from the Western Depot? He repeated Osei Chung's words in puzzlement. The Western Depot? In the silence, Li Han's eyes sharpened. The Eastern Depot is clashing not only with the embroidered uniform guard but also with the Western Depot. Among the inner collaborators, Elder Wan found there's a high possibility that there are Western Depot collaborators, not just extreme six-armed gate people. He murmured to himself, exhausted. The deeper I dig, the more complicated it gets. I have no intention of getting involved in their muddy waters, but I need to put on a show to confirm a few things. Li Han immediately shouted mysteriously, I cannot reveal that. Hearing that, Osei Chung became triumphant with his guess. As expected, it's the Western Depot guys. To find such a formidable master before the selection ceremony. It seems they didn't spare any expense. But if I, as the Grand Director, can persuade this guy, the Eastern Depot will become even stronger. At this moment he became even more daring and spoke, Sir, then can I make you a promise? I don't know what you received from them, but I will give you double what the Western Depot offered. But he suddenly became angry and shouted at him, Do you dare to think of me as someone greedy for money? Osei Chung, his neck being choked again, coughed violently and said, And no, that's not what I meant. Li Han inwardly enjoyed it and thought, This guy is truly cautious. But Osei Chung suddenly stammered and continued, If it's a talent like you, Grand Director Gong might even recommend you to Prince Young. At those words, Yoan immediately froze and the grip on his neck loosened. Prince Young Lu Tae Yun was the eldest prince and currently the closest to the crown prince position. Numerous officials assisted him, and the Eastern Depot, one of the three major forces in the imperial palace, moved like his arms and legs. Li Han asked suspiciously, Are you really saying you can recommend me to Prince Young? Sei Chung immediately shouted as if grasping at a straw. Of course, he continued to smile and flatter. A person like you, great hero, would be welcomed with open arms by His Royal Highness Prince Young. I was just about to report to Grand Director Gong, so I will immediately, before Sei Chung could finish his sentence. Li Han let him go and Sei Chung's body hit the ground hard in pain. He observed the discomfort on Sei Chung's face and thought inwardly, the worst-case scenario is that Prince Young is involved with the extreme six-armed gate. If so, their goal isn't just the martial world, but to influence the imperial family as well. His steps moved towards Sei Chung, and he resolved inwardly, This might become more troublesome than I thought, but for now I'll play along with this Grand Director. Li Han clasped his hands and greeted happily. Then, Grand Director, I look forward to your cooperation. Somewhere in the dark night, a mysterious figure walked through a faint windy landscape. It was where the court ladies of Baekwa Hall and Jeonan Palace resided. He entered the bamboo forest quietly and slowly without looking back. As he walked, he didn't notice a sharp gaze from high up in the bamboo intently watching him. The masked man hidden in the tree observed him and thought inwardly, He moves without hesitation even in this pitch-black darkness. Is he very familiar with this place? As his footsteps continued, the man wondered. Since his martial prowess is lower than mine, he surely won't notice someone following him. But where on earth is he going? Heavenly demonic cult, shadow sect leader. The mysterious figure below suddenly approached a place where a woman was waiting. The masked man above immediately widened his eyes in astonishment. He stared intently at Yun with suspicious eyes. A court lady, she looks old and her attire is luxurious. She must be a high-ranking court lady. The masked man leaned forward out of curiosity to eavesdrop on their conversation but couldn't. What are those two talking about? Suddenly, she disappeared before his eyes. Ah, he exclaimed in astonishment, murmuring inwardly. The court lady disappeared. But somehow Yun was already behind him, asking in a growling voice, "You, what are you eavesdropping on?" The masked man gasped in surprise and quickly turned his head. But she was one step faster, striking his shoulder directly. Yang Ganhua lightly landed, but the masked man's body fell to the ground, hitting it all over. She sighed uncomfortably and muttered, "Despite the Imperial Palace's tight security, many rats have snuck in." As soon as she gave the order, numerous sharp gazes suddenly emerged from behind Yun. "Time to hunt." In the Imperial Palace, an excited voice from the crowd echoed, "To think such a formidable master has joined the Eastern Depot," Sei Chung continuously chattered excitedly in Li Han's ear. "Grand Director Gong will surely be very pleased. He's noisy," he muttered irritably to himself. "I've never met anyone so talkative besides Hao Bong." He suddenly stopped, pointed at the mansion ahead and said to Li Han, "We've arrived, it's right there," he surmised, looking at this place. The Eastern Hall, the main residence of the Eastern Depot eunuchs. Li Han tilted his head, surveyed his surroundings and marveled. "It's huge, enough to house at least 3,000 people. The saying that the great Ming Empire's imperial palace is full of eunuchs wasn't an exaggeration." Sei Chung suddenly approached the guard at the gate and pressed, "Has Grand Director Gong returned to the palace?" The guard truthfully reported, "Not yet." He continued to ask, "Then has Assistant Director O also not returned yet?" The guard respectfully nodded. "Yes." Sei Chung raised his hand and stroked his chin, thinking inwardly, "It seems the matter has dragged on. Is it because His Royal Highness Prince Seong has returned? What to do? I can't enter the Eastern Hall if Grand Director Gong isn't here, and I need at least Assistant Director O's permission." Li Han watched his thoughtful back silently, curiously. "Is there a problem? This is troublesome." Just then, Sei Chung suddenly turned his head, smiled awkwardly and announced, "Sir, Grand Director Gong has not yet returned to the palace. If it's all right with you, would you like to meet Assistant Director Jom in the guest hall first?" He happily agreed. "Very well, let's go." He immediately respectfully guided him from the front. "Then please come this way, the guest hall isn't far from here." Li Han's steps suddenly faltered. Sei Chung looked at him in confusion. "Sir, what's wrong?" A streak of demonic energy suddenly spread from somewhere and he stared blankly at it. "What is it? Why is this internal energy so chaotic?" Just then, elsewhere at the Eastern Hall's northern manor, the Eastern Hall guest hall. Soldiers stood guard very solemnly, and one of them suddenly looked around. Hao Bong, disguised as a soldier, broke out in a cold sweat, nervously murmuring inwardly, "What to do? Why did I do such a foolish thing?" The reason things had come to this was that Hao Bong, as usual, had listened to Zhou So-hee's words and blended into the procession. Like the other shadow sect leaders, he had blended in here. Hao Bong was tasked with monitoring one of the collaborators in the Imperial Palace for 7 days. He courageously contacted the target he was supposed to monitor directly. Someone suddenly leaned close to his ear and whispered, "His martial arts seem formidable too. Do we need to worry about his background?" Hao Bong thought everything was resolved and happily went to the Eastern Depot, but a eunuch passing by Hao Bong pointed at him and happily said, "He has great martial arts and seems trustworthy. I like him very much. Come to the Eastern Hall in the evening." Before he could gather information and escape, he was discovered by them. Hao Bong's face turned ashen as he quickly searched for a way to escape. "I need to get out of here quickly and inform the cult lord. How do I escape now?" He was intimidated by the lineup before his eyes. "The martial arts of those chosen with me are not ordinary, but I can't gauge the martial prowess of Assistant Director Jom, who is sitting on the high platform not looking like a eunuch." Jom Yi, sitting high up, rested his chin on his hand, scanning the group with sharp eyes. He was Jom Yi, the left assistant director of the Eastern Depot. A woman's words suddenly replayed in Jom Yi's mind. "The Crown Prince investiture ceremony has been decided for the Dano Festival." "Speed up the plan," he stammered nervously. But the location of Suho Jian has not yet been confirmed. The previous person also underestimated them and lost his life." But before he could finish his sentence, a sharp streak of sword light grazed his cheek. This was because of the incident at Broken Sword Valley. Hao Bong said coldly, "Blade Sword Gate Master Jom Yi, you are now my subordinate." He turned his body and shouted irritably, "I don't like to repeat myself, so follow the orders given by the sect." Jom Yi's face turned ashen as he thought inwardly, "Among the 6 gate masters, that guy is said to be the craziest, and it's true. Leaving aside his skill to dare lay a hand on my face while I'm active in the palace." Currently, a eunuch suddenly approached and respectfully reported, interrupting his train of thought, "Thus we have selected the most outstanding infiltrators. This concludes my report, Assistant Director Jom." Hao Bong looked uncomfortably at Jom Yi's pale and tired face. "Why is he frowning so blankly? If there's a problem, he should speak quickly so I can get out of here." He suddenly coughed loudly, and the atmosphere immediately turned cold. Hao Bong looked bewildered. "What is it? Why are everyone's expressions like that?" Jom Yi above suddenly questioned everyone loudly. "Who was it? Who coughed just now?" He immediately bowed his head in a hurry. Damn it, what mistake did I make? It seems things are getting more complicated, so I'll have to play dumb. He above him growled again, shouting even louder. Who was it who dared to cough? Heo Bong in the soldier's body thought irritably. Oh my goodness, does he have to be so extreme for just one cough? Is he insane? Just then, everyone's gaze turned to him. Heo Bong thought inwardly. Ah, these cowards, the eunuch gasped, seeing their strange behavior. It's that fellow. He quickly bowed down to Jom Yi and reported, Assistant Director, this fellow is a bit mentally unstable. He was just called in as an assassin today and knows nothing yet. Please forgive him. Hearing that, he asked in a low voice. A new recruit? A sharp glint flashed in Jom Yi's eyes. Perfect timing. I'm feeling agitated and he dares to cough, this foolish fellow. Heo Bong bowed 90 degrees. He apologized to him. I'm sorry, Assistant Director. Assistant Director, please forgive me. Just then, a streak of palm energy flew towards him from afar. Heo Bong widened his eyes, seeing the palm energy approaching him. He hastily leaned back, dodging Jom Yi's attack. Heo Bong knelt and retreated a few steps, stabilizing his body. He gritted his teeth, continuously panting heavily. That was truly surprising. If I hadn't been careful from the start, my head would have exploded. Veins bulged in Jom Yi's hand, he said in an angry voice. To dare cough in front of me, and now you dare to dodge? After that, he uttered a few threatening words to Heo Bong. I'll show you how harsh this Eastern Depot is. As soon as he finished speaking, he swung his palm towards Heo Bong, seeing the approaching attack. He thought worriedly, what to do? If I dodge this time too, it'll be a big problem. As he charged, red blood splattered everywhere according to Jom Yi's palm technique. Due to his survival instinct, Heo Bong leapt to dodge. Jom Yi's attack accurately struck the soldier standing behind him. He gritted his teeth and thought inwardly, but how can I survive if I don't dodge? The eunuch saw that the situation was not good and hastily shouted, Everyone get out of the way, you'll all die if you get caught up. Jom Yi had already lost his reason at this point, madly slaughtering numerous soldiers. Heo Bong watched this scene in astonishment. Jom Yi quickly rushed forward and struck him with a blow, but Heo Bong quickly raised both hands to block it. Heo Bong was pushed back far away. He narrowed his eyes, secretly calculating. If I hadn't blocked with internal energy just now, I would surely have died. It's too late to escape. In that case, Heo Bong rushed forward, instantly inflicting a wound on Jom Yi's face. He continuously struck him with palm techniques, putting Jom Yi on the defensive. Heo Bong thought inwardly, I have no choice but to fight him. Everyone present was greatly astonished, seeing him clash with Jom Yi. Even the eunuch gasped at this sight. Jom Yi, his pride wounded, hastily struck with a palm to subdue Heo Bong. You arrogant scoundrel. But Heo Bong immediately turned his body to counterattack, directly kicking Jom Yi. He retreated, pivoted on his foot and clenched his fist, gathering power. The attack was aimed directly at Jom Yi. He was slightly astonished, seeing Heo Bong's terrifying strength. He poured all his strength into this blow, and Jom Yi had to block it with all his might with both hands. As he blocked, he observed Heo Bong. Suddenly he widened his eyes in fear. Rebound internal energy. Instantly, Jom Yi reversed the situation and charged towards Heo Bong. A blow flew out. Heo Bong blocked it with all his might. He was astonished by his extraordinary resilience. Who on earth is this fellow? How could Heo Bong surrender? He quickly turned his body to counterattack. He attacked continuously. Jom Yi was put on the defensive. Damn it, I can't counterattack. I can only block and parry. Why does that fellow know such formidable sword techniques? A sword-sharp hand rushed forward and Jom Yi had no choice but to extend his hand to block. As he channeled his energy to unleash rebound internal energy, Heo Bong quickly grabbed his arm. But Jom Yi was not an easy opponent. He laughed triumphantly. You foolish fellow, you can't win, so you're trying to grab me, but what about my other hand? Red blood splattered. Jom Yi was greatly astonished and hot blood splattered even on the stranger's face. That man's gaze was as sharp as a sword. At some point one of Jom Yi's arms had been severed. He screamed in pain after that. Jom Yi hastily retreated far away from the stranger. Clutched his severed arm, his heart filled with dissatisfaction. To think a mere embroidered uniform guard could have such high martial arts? Li Han smiled meaningfully. Are you hurt? Heo Bong's eyes immediately filled with tears upon seeing him again. Heo Bong, that mask and gentle tone. He immediately recognized who had saved him. Cult Lord. Li Han looked at Heo Bong with a praising gaze. Heo Bong, well done. He felt slightly ashamed. Yes, this subordinate did nothing. Li Han waved his hand, discarding Jom Yi's arm. You found the extreme six-armed gate infiltrator, didn't you? He clutched his severed arm, gritting his teeth at this shocking news. That eunuch was from the extreme six-armed gate? Jom Yi, defeated by Li Han, couldn't believe it. Such a formidable master can't be an embroidered uniform guard. If not a prominent figure in the imperial palace, then who? Li Han suddenly realized something and quickly turned his head to look behind him. What is it? Something with conflicting internal energy is approaching. He signaled to Heo Bong. Heo Bong, if I give the signal, immediately run or hide. Though he didn't understand what was happening, he quickly replied. Yes, I understand. After that, the two figures vanished like an arrow. Jom Yi watched this scene in astonishment. Ha, he quickly ordered his subordinates. Quickly get out your weapons and be on high alert. The soldiers who heard Jom Yi's command still looked blankly, not understanding. Yes, what? He shouted irritably. Don't ask me back, just do it quickly. In the dark space, faint torchlights began to appear one by one. The flames of the torches swayed as if affected by some invisible force. At this moment, the soldiers also noticed something strange and quickly gripped their weapons, preparing to react. At this moment, Jom Yi's group was like fish on a cutting board, as assassins poured in hordes. It was as if they had been ambushed long ago, waiting for this very moment. Zhang Yi gritted his teeth, seeing this scene, not just one or two. Li Han, on the other hand, seemed even calmer. In the darkness, those fellows gnashed their teeth, emitting a beast-like aura. Zhang Yi was flustered seeing that. Suddenly, one of them opened his eyes, revealing golden pupils that astonished everyone. Under the moonlight, all the assassins simultaneously revealed strange golden pupils. Zhang Yi collapsed to the ground in fear. The assassins. A strange golden aura emanated from their bodies. Were they all palace maids? Their eyes glowed with a hollow, lifeless light. Zhang Yi observed them closely. He realized that they were no ordinary palace maids, and a very strange internal energy flowed from their bodies as well. Clearly not ordinary palace maids, but they couldn't be called martial artists either. But why are they here? At that moment, a voice startled Zhang Yi. I thought some rats had sneaked into the Imperial Palace, so I came chasing them. Her voice was sarcastic. I didn't expect to find you here, Assistant Director Zhang. This person was none other than Yang Ganhua, the Deputy Director of the Palace Maids Bureau, second in rank among the Palace Maids. Zhang Yi did not understand her words. Lady Yang, rats, what are you talking about? At that moment he noticed something strange. How Li Han and Heo Bong were nowhere to be seen in the main hall. They disappeared. That embroidered uniform guard and the one who coughed earlier, both of them, these scoundrels, did they escape when the torches went out? Yang Ganhua spoke meaningfully. I've been watching you for a long time. Turns out the Eastern Depot's guest hall was a den of devils. A den of devils refers to a house or cave where devils hide. Zhang Yi was dumbfounded upon hearing those words. He gritted his teeth in anger, then shouted, A den of devils? What on earth are you talking about? Furthermore, don't you know this is the Eastern Depot's territory? He spoke threateningly towards her. Even as Deputy Director of the Palace Maids Bureau, this is not a place you can enter freely. Yang Ganhua listened to Zhang Yi's words and simply replied calmly, I did not come here as someone who manages palace maids. He found her words somewhat incomprehensible. What do you mean? Yang Ganhua then finally revealed a shocking truth about her identity. I am one of the 3 Grand Elders of the Imperial Palace's Guardian Hall that you have been searching for. Zhang Yi was utterly shocked upon hearing those words. He was well aware of the Imperial Palace's hidden power. The Imperial Palace's Guardian Hall was known to house formidable masters with martial prowess so immense that even martial artists dared not provoke them. After infiltrating the Imperial Palace, Zhang Yi had focused all his efforts on finding the Guardian Hall while keeping an eye on martial arts forces like the Embroidered Uniform Guard and the Western Depot. As the truth came out, Zhang Yi's arm, which was holding his severed hand, trembled. Damn it, how much does that woman know? Now that I've lost my right hand and my strength has diminished, I must avoid clashing with that woman as much as possible. He had no other choice but to shamelessly deny everything. Lady Yang, it's too much to call us the Eastern Depot a den of devils, don't you think? Saying so, Zhang Yi showed her his severed hand. Look, don't you understand? Even after seeing my severed arm, we are merely victims. But Yang Ganhua paid him no mind. What does your injury have to do with anything? Her gaze was as sharp and ruthless as a blade. In my eyes, you're just a rat that got bitten by another rat. Yang Ganhua ordered loudly. According to the laws of the Guardian Hall, capture all of them. Those who resist can be killed, the group of palace maids replied loudly. Zhang Yi's soldiers showed no fear at all. Let's fight, even if it's the Imperial Palace's Guardian Hall. They're just women. Thereafter, both sides charged at each other. But how could Zhang Yi's soldiers be a match for the Guardian Hall? With a single strike from a Guardian Hall palace maid, Zhang Yi's soldier died instantly. Zhang Yi's soldier watched the palace maid's strange palm technique in horror, his mouth agape. Can the Guardian Hall use palm techniques without circulating internal energy? Their golden pupils gleamed mercilessly. A relentless barrage of attacks poured down on Zhang Yi's soldiers. The soldier felt fear and confusion as the attack drew closer. What's going on? They're clearly barehanded, but they're delivering strikes as powerful as iron. As the soldier retreated, he realized that weapons were useless against them. The palace maid retreated, took a stance, then charged straight at him again. He tightly gripped the sword in his hand and circulated his energy, and in an instant, energy swirled around the sword. At this moment, the Guardian Hall palace maid seemed to sense danger as well. The single swing of the sword, the Guardian Hall palace maid's arm was severed. Seeing his sword strike through, the soldier could not hide his joy. A powerful counterattack works. Although their bodies are tough, they're not indestructible. The Guardian Hall palace maid's hand fell to the ground, but they immediately rushed at him to attack, and he was utterly astonished. As a strike pierced his neck, red blood splattered everywhere, and he coughed up a mouthful of blood having taken the blow. Do those things not feel pain? The Guardian Hall palace maid, having dealt with him, smiled strangely. The eunuch was very worried upon seeing the monstrous strength of the palace maid group. Facing the overwhelmingly powerful group of palace maids, he shouted, Never lose your composure, imbue your sabers with internal energy and aim for their necks. Turning his body, his eyes fixed on the target in front of him. With a single swing of his sword, one of the Guardian Hall palace maids was decapitated. Just then, a figure charged at him from the opposite direction. He recognized her instantly as the palace maid whose arm had just been severed by the soldier. To not even groan after losing an arm. He swung his sword relentlessly, but she deftly dodged every attack. A palm technique with a golden insignia imprinted on her palm came straight for him. The palace maid smiled strangely and struck his back with a palm. He gritted his teeth. Damn it, what is it now? Turning his body with a single strike, he lightly sliced the palace maid's head, But no sooner had he dealt with this one than another charged at him, and a powerful palm technique again struck his flank. He gritted his teeth in pain, and a strange black smoke escaped from between his teeth. It felt as if his internal organs were burning. As energy gathered in his hand, a wind-like force enveloped his sword. He swung his sword and charged straight at the palace maid, but she dodged very quickly. The palm technique with the golden insignia again came to attack him. The strike seemed to pierce through his body. His entire body trembled, and a mouthful of blood gushed from his mouth. The palace maid smiled triumphantly and withdrew her hand. He stood motionless. Jom Yi silently watched the deep hole the palace maid had made in his body. He thought to himself, the internal fire they possess isn't just young energy. This is pure fire, internal energy. Could they be the ones I've been searching for so long? At that moment, the palace maid with the severed arm approached him step by step. Then she charged straight at Jom Yi. She put all her strength into her remaining arm and attacked him. But Jom Yi easily gripped her arm with just one hand. He gritted his teeth in anger. Do you dare to underestimate me just because I've lost one hand? At that moment, the palace maid seemed to see something behind her and quickly turned her head. Taking advantage of the opening, Jom Yi broke the palace maid's remaining arm and kicked her hard. The palace maid flew straight backward. The other palace maids watched this and became very angry. Suddenly, Jom Yi seemed to realize something. He smiled ecstatically and said triumphantly, "Oh ho, I finally found them." As an arm covered in golden fur fell to the ground, he whistled, signaling his soldiers. Jom Yi shouted an order. "I grant permission to unseal the blood reversal great power." Hearing those words, a group of soldiers shouted loudly in excitement. Yang Ganhua was slightly puzzled upon hearing Jom Yi's words, blood reversal great power. At that moment a massive body appeared before her and Yang Ganhua was utterly astonished. She frowned in disbelief. Solid muscles swelled as if preparing for a terrible attack that was about to come. The group of palace maids were slightly astonished to see it. Jom Yi's soldiers were no less flustered. What on earth is going on? Why are those monsters mixed among the assassins? As the monster gritted its teeth, a wisp of smoke rose from its mouth, and it then let out an angry roar. Yang Ganhua, seeing the palace maids hesitate slightly, shouted loudly. "What are you doing?" she ordered coldly. "Don't just stand there and let those who dare bare their fangs at the imperial palace live." As her metallic voice issued the command, her eyes became cold and merciless. The group of palace maids immediately obeyed the order and charged straight forward. Two palace maids rushed towards the monster, but it showed no fear and instead laughed contemptuously. Raising both hands, it immediately gripped the two palace maids by the neck. Thereafter, it slammed the two palace maids against each other with immense force, killing them instantly. At that moment, a palace maid appeared behind it. A familiar golden palm technique struck its waist, but it had no effect on the monster. It swung its hand and instantly crushed her neck. The palace maid resented being dealt with so easily by the monster. Thereafter, the monster began to slaughter all the Guardian Hall palace maids, and no one could escape its grasp. A palace maid risked her life and charged, striking the monster with a golden palm technique, but with just a slap she was sent flying far away, spitting blood. Struck by the monster's slap, she rolled like a ball and fell at the feet of a soldier, taking her last breath. The soldier tried to shout upon seeing this horrific sight, but the person next to him quickly covered his mouth. He urgently signaled, "Shish, be quiet. What if we get caught? If you make a sound now, we'll all die." Jom Yi's soldiers huddled in a corner, some trembling with fear. "It seems only 4 of us survived. None of us can fight, so we need to find a way to escape quietly." He was slightly silent. "I said that, but something still feels strange. There's been such a commotion for a while now. There's been enough time for the outside soldiers to arrive. Why is no one here?" While lost in thought, a drop of blood-red liquid fell onto his body. He raised his hand and touched his neck. "What is it? What's on the back of my neck?" After seeing the dark red bloodstain, he was slightly flustered. "This is..." At that moment, the palace maid was looking down at the soldiers from above like a wolf watching a flock of sheep. He stammered in panic, "Run!" Then he shouted, "Run!" As soon as the words were spoken, the group of soldiers fled, and the palace maid quickly gave chase. The group ran desperately, with the palace maid close behind. He was flustered, thinking as he ran, "I'm going to get caught like this." Seeing himself in danger, he grabbed the collar of the person running in front. Then he mercilessly threw the person towards the pursuing palace maid. "No choice. I need to save my own life first." The decoy was instantly struck by a palm and decapitated. He ran towards the door, thinking, "Almost there, just need to get out of here." Suddenly, the palace maid appeared before them, blocking their escape route. What is this?" She charged at the soldiers like a madwoman. He cowardly pushed both his comrades away, using them as decoys for himself. One of the decoys shouted in fear, What are you doing?" He shamelessly denied his wicked deed. "There's no other way. Only then can at least one person survive and report this outside." The decoy was still dumbfounded at this moment. "One person?" Seeing the palace maid laughing wildly and preparing to attack, he replied, "You'll find out soon enough without me telling you." Then he pushed the decoy away, using him as a shield for himself. The other person, in fear, tightly closed his eyes and shouted, "Ah no, what are you doing?" Just then, the monster's hand shot out and crushed the palace maid's head. Thereafter, it threw her far away. The palace maid died instantly under the monster's attack. He tightly closed his eyes in fear. "I am alive," he approached the monster and said. "Did you save me in that case?" Just as he thought he had a chance to survive, a lightning-fast strike came. In fact, these guys were on my side. His head instantly exploded. Seeing his comrade fall, the sole surviving soldier became even more flustered. His face turned ashen. "I was wrong from the very beginning." He could only stand motionless and wait for the monster's punch to come. There was no way to escape this place. As the monster launched its technique, his neck was instantly severed. Young Ganhua said in a low voice, This place truly is a den of devils, Zhang Yi said impatiently. Stop with the useless talk and surrender quickly. Then I'll spare your life and the lives of your palace maids. Zhang Yi laughed triumphantly. After all, our goal was to find the location of the Guardian Hall, known as the Imperial Palace's hidden power, and to find the source of their strange power. Yang Ganhua seemed to have seen through his intentions. Tisk tisk, your eyes are still filled with desire. Zhang Yi was startled and flustered. What did you say? Yang Ganhua brazenly exposed his true identity. How dare a demon in human skin like you covet the Guardian Hall? You greatly underestimate us. As soon as the words were spoken, she gestured, and two figures immediately appeared beside Yang Ganhua. Seeing them, Zhang Yi was utterly astonished. They wore masks, so their faces were unseen. Zhang Yi asked himself, Who are they? The two inspection palace maids spoke, replying to Yang Ganhua. Did you call for us? At this moment, Zhang Yi also seemed to recognize their identities. Inspection palace maids. Yang Ganhua ordered coldly. Help the palace maids kill all those beasts. The inspection palace maids respectfully nodded. As you command, Grand Elder. Thereafter, their figures disappeared behind Yang Ganhua. Just then, the monster's punch shattered the body of a palace maid. But the palace maids did not fear death and continued to charge at it. Two palace maids rushed forward, and it seemed they would be able to land a strike on the monster. Suddenly, a palace maid was grabbed by the neck by the monster, and thereafter, the monster slammed the palace maid hard to the ground, killing her instantly. Numerous palace maid corpses lay scattered at the monster's feet. It laughed loudly with delight. These foolish things, you cannot lay a hand on my body. But just then, the head of another monster brushed past its face, and it was astonished. The monster stared blankly at the head lying coldly on the ground, its eyes blood-red, gleaming with disbelief. What? This woman? The inspection palace maid had cleanly dispatched one monster with a single strike. The remaining monster watched this and punched her in anger. Do you know who we are? But the inspection palace maid not only deftly dodged its attack, but also sliced its arm into several pieces. The monster realized something strange at this moment. This azure flame sword is as hot as if it's just been forged. Nevertheless, he continued to counterattack, swinging his arm towards the inspecting court lady. But she swiftly blocked it with a palm strike. As the golden hand gripped the monster's arm tightly, his arm instantly burst into smoke. The inspecting court lady landed safely, and the monster screamed in pain. Her cold, sharp golden pupils glanced at him indifferently. The inspecting court lady continued to unleash her moves, this time attacking the monster's two calves. He immediately dropped to one knee from her attack, his eyes filled with disbelief. That woman is on a different level from the other court ladies. She's proficient in martial arts. While he was seething with rage, the inspecting court lady's sword swung, and instantly, one man's head was severed from his neck. How dare you try to subdue me with a combined attack? The remaining monsters saw this and hastily surrounded and attacked the two inspecting court ladies. At this moment, a group of court ladies also rushed in, butchering one monster. Golden palm strikes simultaneously flew straight towards his back. He turned his body desperately, trying to avoid the court ladies' attacks, shouting, "These damn things so fast!" in the hands of the two inspecting court ladies. The group of monsters fell helplessly. Zhang Yi, seeing the monsters being defeated, realized they were in a disadvantageous situation. We are outnumbered and we're continuously subjected to fire-infused attacks, so no matter how tough our bodies are, we're bound to be affected. He channeled his energy into his palm, resolving to stake everything on this round. Now there's only one way. Yang Ganhua calmly watched the two inspecting court ladies slaughter the group of monsters. Just then, Zhang Yi appeared behind her, attempting to ambush Yang Ganhua, but she, as if having eyes in the back of her head, blocked all his surprise attacks. Yang Ganhua choked Zhang Yi's neck. She stared at him with terrifying eyes. Zhang Yi, your habit of sneak attacks is truly disgusting. Zhang Yi's hand, which was channeling energy, trembled. After that, he struck Yang Ganhua's arm hard with all his might, but he instantly realized something with astonishment. This hand is like striking jade. Yang Ganhua's anger flared at this moment. You're truly foolish. There's no need to keep vermin like you from the den of devils alive. Go meet King Yama. After speaking, she gripped Zhang Yi's neck tightly as if to snap his windpipe at any moment. Zhang Yi continued to cough. Zhang Yi was in despair. My neck will break. This is the end. Suddenly, Zhang Yi transformed into a monster before Yang Ganhua's astonished gaze. She said sarcastically, "You're truly foolish." A hint of fear flickered in Yang Ganhua's eyes. After that, she immediately leapt away from Zhang Yi. Just then, a pair of hands was placed on his head. As Li Han struck Zhang Yi's head with force, he screamed in pain. His sharp screams continuously reverberated. Li Han landed on the ground after ambushing Zhang Yi. At this moment, his entire body was scorched black from Yuan's palm strike. Zhang Yi turned his head to look at Li Han with disbelief. You rascal." Seeing him, he wore an expression of disbelief. Weren't you supposed to have escaped, you damn bastard?" After speaking, Zhang Yi slumped to the ground. Yang Ganhua was extremely astonished by Li Han's strength. The ferocious demonic energy emanating from that rascal is far from ordinary. Moreover, he used that strange power of lightning to defeat that beast with a single strike. That rascal is truly dangerous. He noticed her vigilance and wanted to reconcile. She seems very wary. Should I negotiate? Li Han opened his mouth. I don't wish to fight you. Yang Ganhua listened and was incredulous. What? Li Han explained. I came to the Imperial Palace only because of this fellow. I have no desire to become an enemy of the Imperial Palace. Yang Ganhua repeated his words. You came here because of this fellow? Suddenly, a huge flame erupted from her entire body. After that, the flames flew towards Li Han. The massive flames burned as if they would incinerate the entire imperial palace. Yang Ganhua roared in anger. How dare you trifle with this grand elder of the imperial palace's guardian hall? As soon as she finished speaking, the flames around her grew even larger, swirling like a firestorm. Do you think I'd believe the words of someone who comes and goes from the imperial palace as if it were his own home? As the flames flew straight towards Li Han, he paused for a moment. I felt an unusual energy flow and avoided it for a moment. So that energy flow was the latent power of the imperial family. He looked at Yang Ganhua, whose power was surging, and calculated inwardly. There was a dying wish from the former cult lords in the cult lords' hall. They said that the latent power of the imperial family is unfathomable. So the non-aggression treaty must not be broken. Clearly their power is completely different from ordinary martial arts. In the blink of an eye, Yang Ganhua rushed towards him and unleashed a move. Let's see how strong you are. Li Han hastily raised his hand to block but was instantly engulfed by fierce flames. She predicted I would block the first attack and gathered fire energy in her left hand. If that's the case, Li Han's power transformed into a sharp sword blade and flew towards Yang Ganhua. Li Han frowned in disbelief at the sight before his eyes. I can pierce her forehead and take her life, yet she's not avoiding it. The tip of the sword almost touched Yang Ganhua's forehead, but she simply stood there frowning. Suddenly Yang Ganhua's hand, engulfed in flames, swung and repelled Li Han's attack, but Li Han's attack struck her and Yang Ganhua fell backward. Red blood splattered and her eyes rolled back. Suddenly she seemed to regain her senses. Li Han immediately sensed something was amiss. Yang Ganhua circled around him, her flaming hand seemingly waiting for an opportunity to strike Li Han. As she swung her hand, Li Han quickly turned his body to block, but her flaming hand gripped Li Han's elbow. He swung his arm, sending Yang Ganhua flying backward. Thick dust covered everything. Yang Ganhua burst out of the dust, flying straight towards Li Han like a killing machine. She clashed with him head-on. Li Han tried to raise his hand to block. Both poured all their strength into their palm strikes, and a pressure that seemed to crush everything around them emanated. Li Han felt something strange seeing her still fighting with such vigor. I clearly pierced her forehead, yet she didn't even flinch. Does she not feel pain? Yang Ganhua attacked Li Han, then retreated and landed safely. As she placed her hand on the ground, hot flames engulfed Yang Ganhua's entire body, and Li Han was astonished. Suddenly he seemed to have discovered something. Unbeknownst to him, flames had surrounded Li Han from all directions. As the flames coiled like dragons, he lost his balance and fell backward. Li Han glanced behind him. In an instant he appeared before Yang Ganhua, his hand ready to strike. She blocked with her hand, surprised by his speed. Since when? Yang Ganhua blocked Li Han's attack without the slightest injury. The pressure emanating from their palm strikes seemed to crush the surrounding dirt and stones. Yang Ganhua was pushed back by Li Han's attack. Nevertheless she stood firm like a mountain. Yang Ganhua clutched her forehead in pain and blood flew down her face. Yang Ganhua looked at Li Han with resentful eyes, and soon the wound on her forehead slowly healed. At this moment Li Han also realized Yang Ganhua's ability. Self-healing, it's like Nano's ability. He raised his hand and looked at the flames spreading onto his sleeve. But the remaining fire energy from her is trying to spread to my hand. How can such a yin-heavy woman generate such fire energy? It's like the yin energy of 9 yin blocked meridian syndrome being absorbed by demonic qi. As Li Han exhaled, the flames disappeared from his sleeve. At this moment, Yang Ganhua also realized Li Han's skill. That rascal has such strong yin energy. Although I didn't use my full power, he overcame this Grand Elder's fire energy, and even extinguished it so easily. How presumptuous! Are you relying on your martial prowess to infiltrate the imperial palace? Li Han looked at Zhang Yi's corpse and said to Yang Ganhua, I'll say it again, I have no intention of becoming an enemy of the imperial palace. If you let me take this fellow, I will quietly disappear. He openly revealed Zhang Yi's identity. This fellow is a spy from the Extreme Six-Armed Gate. They are plotting against the martial world, and for the imperial palace they are a den of devils. I came to stop them. Yang Ganhua listened and retorted. The Extreme Six-Armed Gate, you came to stop them? He calmly replied. That's right. After that, Li Han further explained. The Extreme Six-Armed Gate tried to use the imperial palace to carry out their plot, and they also disregarded the non-aggression treaty with the martial world. So I came to find their mastermind and stop them. Yang Ganhua listened and became enraged. If that's the case, then I absolutely cannot let you go. The Emperor Taizu and subsequent emperors granted favor to the martial world. Yet now you try to sow discord within the imperial palace? Li Han listened to her shouting and felt helpless. I've given her a lot of information to clear up the misunderstanding, but she doesn't understand at all. Her way of thinking is completely different from mine. Yang Ganhua waved her hand and said resolutely, Indeed, the martial world should be under the emperor's control. Li Han became helpless, seeing her so stubborn. All right, I've already warned you. Yang Ganhua became even more enraged the more she listened. What a warning? She flicked her finger. Let's see how long you can wag your tongue. Immediately the inspecting court ladies and a group of court ladies appeared behind her. Forget all the fame you accumulated in the martial world. This is the imperial palace. Yang Ganhua laughed triumphantly. You arrogant martial world rascal, let's see how long you can last alone. Li Han sighed helplessly. Alone after that, he said in a terrifying voice. Why do you think I'm alone? As soon as Li Han finished speaking, 3 martial artists appeared on the city wall. Yang Ganhua was astonished. What? She hastily turned to look at them. Yang Ganhua gritted her teeth in resentment. He wasn't alone after all. Heo Bong, the great protector Ma Guillaume and a burly man appeared. Ma Guillaume immediately vanished and then appeared at Li Han's feet, kneeling respectfully. You called. Yang Ganhua was astonished to see him appear like a ghost. Did this grand elder miss his movements? Ma Guillaume turned his head to look at her, and his oppressive aura paralyzed the entire group of court ladies. They trembled in fear, all shaking like leaves before the pressure emanating from Ma Guillaume. I can't move. Why do I feel such a threatening sensation? It's like death is right before my eyes. Yang Ganhua saw this and shouted loudly. Damn it, was this your hidden card? Just then, Wai Myung's voice echoed. Who dares to speak to him in such a manner? As he drew his sword, the sword's gleam flashed coldly under the moonlight. Yang Ganhua immediately recognized Wai Myung's power. That rascal's energy flow is also unusual. Stop! An inspecting court lady saw him draw his sword and hastily stepped forward to block. How dare you trespass here? She threatened. Stop at once or else, but Wai Myung pretended not to hear her warning, still approaching the inspecting court lady step by step. She saw this, gritted her teeth in resentment, then drew her sword and attacked Wai Myung. I won't warn you again. Wai Myung was not afraid of her power at all. You shouldn't be complacent just because you can use fire energy. The inspecting court lady continuously attacked him, but suddenly a crack appeared in her sword blade. As Wai Myung channeled his energy, red flames enveloped his sword. He swung his sword at the inspecting court lady. Or merely fire energy. The sharp sword blade swung towards her. I am the red flame sword. Red flames enveloped Wai Myung, he shouted loudly. I can even cut through your fire energy. As the attack flew, the scene exploded and thick smoke billowed. Black smoke spewed out. From within the smoke a figure burst forth. The inspecting court lady had a deep wound on her left arm from Wai Myung. Wai Myung's red light emanated in all directions. The inspecting court lady was extremely enraged to see him still unharmed. I clearly stabbed that rascal's heart, but how did he avoid it? Those rascals are much stronger than martial artists who practice blood reversal demonic art. They must be close to the Wajong realm. At this moment, Yang Ganhua was also astonished by his power. No, it's unbelievable. The inspecting court lady's sword was cut by stronger fire energy. The remaining inspecting court lady rushed forward to clash head-on with Wai Myung. She frowned, extremely puzzled. What is this? She looked at his red hair fluttering in the wind, his hair as red as fire, his powerful sword and the red flame sword. At this moment they realized Wai Myung's true identity. Are you Yama, Yi Wai Myung? Yang Ganhua listened and was extremely surprised. That man is Yama? Why is a demonic cult member in the imperial palace? Suddenly she turned to look at Li Han. Wait. Seeing the great protector Ma Guillaume, she realized something. If that's the case, Yang Ganhua was extremely curious about the identity of Li Han's group at this moment. Who on earth are those rascals? The Imperial Palace's Guardian Hall has been guarding the Imperial Palace since Emperor Taizu established the non-aggression treaty between the court and the martial world. The place the Imperial Palace's Guardian Hall considers most dangerous in the treacherous martial world is none other than the heavenly demonic cult, known as the most prosperous single force. Yang Ganhua gritted her teeth, thinking. Although they claim to be a religion or martial arts organization in reality, they are no different from a separate monarchy. I've heard that their followers number in the hundreds of thousands and they are ready to jump into fire if commanded by their cult lord. Could they have come to start a rebellion? She shouted. I'll ask again, are you truly the cult lord? Li Han listened and sighed. If that's the case, then I cannot simply overlook this. The left protector standing next to him felt guilty inwardly. Ahem, my apologies, cult lord. He blamed himself. I dyed my hair black before we left, but it has turned red again due to my unique internal energy method. It reverts to its original color every time I use internal energy, so I should have worn a hood or something. As Li Han remained silent, Yang Ganhua became inwardly convinced. Since he's not denying it, that rascal is indeed the demonic cult lord. According to principle, anyone who trespasses into the imperial palace without permission must be arrested. If they resist, kill them immediately. After that, she surveyed her surroundings. But this matter cannot be decided so easily. She immediately clasped her hands respectfully. Great heavenly demonic cult leader, please forgive my rudeness for not knowing your identity, Yang Ganhua began to explain. I apologize, but the cult leader came to the imperial palace without notice and disregarded the non-aggression treaty. If I fail to fulfill my duty and turn a blind eye, I will be in a very difficult situation. However, how can I treat a distinguished guest with disrespect? She continued. I will report to the Grand Elder of the Guardian Hall and handle everything smoothly. Though it may be inconvenient, I will escort you for a short while, she thought to herself. I've been very polite, so he surely won't be as stubborn as those thugs. Thinking this far, she smiled confidently. Furthermore, now that his identity has been exposed, he surely won't dare cause more trouble in the palace. He's smiling like that, so is he accepting? Then I should first take him to the Guardian Hall and report to the Grand Elder or His Imperial Majesty. Yang Ganhua began to speculate. Perhaps His Majesty will be enraged and break the non-aggression treaty, leading the army to sweep through the martial world. She bowed her head and said, Thank you for your generosity. Now please follow me. Before she could finish speaking, Li Han swung his sword, beheading the palace maids nearby. Yang Ganhua stared at the sight blankly. How? She cried. What on earth are you doing? Li Han frowned and opened his mouth. How amusing, though it sounds plausible ultimately. Your words mean you intend to escort me somewhere, don't they? Yang Ganhua hastily explained. When did I say I would escort you? I merely said I would escort you for a short while reporting to my superiors. Li Han cast a spell at her and said, your cunning fox-like appearance is truly amusing. This was entirely in your favor, yet you threw it away yourself. Yang Ganhua threatened. Are you truly not afraid of the consequences? If His Imperial Majesty learns of this, he might break the non-aggression treaty. Li Han calmly retorted, what consequences should I be afraid of? His face was filled with killing intent. Anyway, all of you will lose your lives here fighting the Eastern Depot's assassins. Yang Ganhua was utterly shocked at this point. Why you? Li Han commanded. Great Protector and Left Protector, kill every last one of them, both replied in unison. As ordered. Yang Ganhua also hastily commanded the group of palace maids. Stop them at once. The group of palace maids rushed forward but were easily cut down by the Left Protector. His sword was enveloped in a red aura. The palace maids fell one by one under his blade, blood splattering everywhere. Your fire energy will not affect me. All the rushing palace maids fell in an instant. Yang Ganhua worriedly thought to herself, the fallen palace maids can't get up. Their innate true energy cannot overcome the Yama's power. Suddenly, a streak of golden energy appeared, beheading the palace maids. The two inspecting court ladies were astonished. I didn't see their movements. Was that energy from Maga Guillaume just now? Is that the power of the demonic cult? Yang Ganhua gnashed her teeth in anger, thinking, how dare they run wild like this before my very eyes? The demonic cult is underestimating the Imperial Palace's power. Then her clothes began to burn, and her hands blazed red. Since things have come to this, there's no other way. Yang Ganhua angrily declared, from now on you are enemies who have invaded the Imperial Palace. She demonstrated her power with her two burning hands, saying, I will exterminate the demonic cult. Li Han remained unfazed, calmly observing everyone. That woman's aura has changed. Though the protectors are here, Hao Bong must be careful not to lose. Especially their hands are as hard as iron. I've already told Hao Bong that. Yang Ganhua reminded. Inspecting court ladies, listen, they immediately replied. She commanded, there's little time left. While the protectors deal with the palace maids, you two attack him with me. The inspecting court ladies were surprised to hear this. The demonic cult leader? Yang Ganhua explained. Earlier he was almost evenly matched with me. If you two lend your strength, you can pressure him. We must combine our attacks to create an opening. The inspecting court lady stammered. But now? Yang Ganhua angrily commanded at once. The two inspecting court ladies were reluctant but could not disobey. Why yes, they rushed at Li Han. One used a red-hot palm, the other a red-hot sword. But before they could reach Li Han, Maga Guillaume and Hua Myung rushed in to block them. Hua Myung opened his mouth, whatever the reason. Then he angrily punched the inspecting court lady. Don't you dare point your sword at the cult leader. But the inspecting court lady remained completely unaffected. Hua Myung gnashed his teeth and thought to himself, I knew she was tough, but not this tough. It's useless even if I attack with all my strength. The inspecting court lady frowned and opened her mouth. Is this the martial prowess of the transcendent realm? Not all demonic cult members are strong after all. Then she confidently rushed forward. He likes to play tricks, but with this level of skill, he's no match for me. Move aside. Hua Myung blocked the way with an arm he had just picked up from the group of palace maids. Come here. The inspecting court lady's sword swirled around Hua Myung. He was startled. How did the sword get behind me so quickly? If the transcendent realm martial prowess is too much for you, then face me. The left protector rushed in to support Hua Myung. He continuously slashed at the inspecting court lady, forcing her back. The left protector mimicked the words the inspecting court lady had said to Hua Myung and thrust his sword straight at her. But with your martial prowess you cannot face me, so would you mind stepping aside? The inspecting court lady fell before Yang Ganhua. She hastily looked around. Corpses lay everywhere. She was flustered. So many palace maids have fallen and only 2 people did this. She began to calculate. But anyway, I've fully utilized my innate true energy and fire energy. Now I just need to stall for time until the Imperial Palace guards arrive, alerted by the commotion. Li Han's voice rang out. This time he stepped before Yang Ganhua and said with murderous eyes, Now you're the only one left. He coldly asked, How does it feel to be left alone? At this moment the left protector was checking on the palace maids. All those who were still breathing had been dealt with. This should be enough, Hua Myung said, wiping his sweat. I'm done here too. With wounds like these they must be high-level experts. But it's difficult to guess whose martial arts these are. The left protector sheathed his sword and replied, You've worked hard, so what now? Suddenly a powerful force erupted, sending dirt and stones flying everywhere, and Li Han was also pushed back. He blocked with his 2 hands imbued with magic, but once again a shining magical force flew towards him. Yang Ganhua attacked Li Han with all her strength. He was also surprised by Yang Ganhua's power. At this moment she quickly appeared behind Li Han ready to ambush him. But he noticed in time and cast a spell to block. Yang Ganhua was astonished by his agility. She gnashed her teeth and said, Let's see how much you can block. Powerful heat emanated from her hands, and she continuously attacked Li Han. She furiously swung her hands at him, preparing to punch with all her might. Li Han blocked with crossed arms but was pushed back. Yang Ganhua saw this and began to gloat. With such skill, you dare underestimate the Imperial Palace? Her hands blazed even more fiercely, and the heat surged. Powerful auras erupted from both of them. The left protector and Hua Myung stood to the side, worriedly exclaiming, Cult leader. The left protector thought to himself, The heat reaches even here. Was that woman continuously gathering fire energy earlier? Then he drew his sword. There's no other choice. I wonder if I can even cut through that woman's fire energy. Suddenly, a voice rang out. Stop! Maga Guillaume, who had been absent until now, appeared. At this rate, you'll only hinder the cult leader, he reminded. That woman's fire energy is different from other palace maids. It won't be easy to cut through, the left protector replied. I know that too, but Maga Guillaume cut him off. Above all, the cult leader right now. At this moment, Li Han smiled confidently. As he cast a spell, the flames in his hand gradually disappeared. This much taste of the Imperial Palace's fire energy is enough. Yang Ganhua gnashed her teeth in anger seeing him like that. She roared and swung her burning arm at Li Han. You villain, are you even mocking this Grand Elder now? But what she touched was only Li Han's afterimage. She was astonished. Is this shadowless step? Yang Ganhua struggled to follow Li Han's movements. Where was that villain just now? She furiously swung her hands but couldn't reach him. Behind you. She began to panic. Where on earth is he? Li Han moved in a zigzag pattern around Yang Ganhua with lightning speed. She trembled in astonishment. Impossible. First shadowless step, now air-stepping skill. Li Han quickly landed on the ground. This villain really is. Then, without giving her a chance to react, he pierced her with extreme speed. She coughed up blood. It was at this moment that she finally realized, from then until now, that villain has not shown even a fraction of his true power. Then Yang Ganhua slammed her burning foot hard on the ground. She lost control and turned to attack Li Han. Even if I lose my life here, I'll drag you down with me. But he easily blocked with his sword. Li Han opened his mouth before her astonished expression. He spoke each word with emphasis and anger. I warned you, didn't I? Then a powerful force exploded, sending Yang Ganhua flying. She fell, her body battered and bruised. Li Han lifted her chin with the tip of his sword. He looked at the gaping wound on her face and thought to himself, has that wound that just appeared already healed? Yang Ganhua remained defiant, still threatening. Why, you two, do you think you can get out of the Imperial Palace unscathed after causing such a ruckus? Li Han coldly replied. Why do you think we can't get out? She sneered. Then her face was filled with madness. You intended to keep this from anyone in the Imperial Palace, didn't you? You will soon become enemies of the Imperial Palace. Yang Ganhua screamed frantically. Massacre to silence witnesses, dream on. The Imperial Palace guards must have heard the commotion by now, and other Grand Elders of the Guardian Hall, stronger than me, will arrive soon. Li Han listened to those words and sneered in response. What commotion are you talking about? Do you think I wouldn't have thought that far? Yang Ganhua began to panic. What do you mean? Then she quickly looked around. She suspected, could some power be enveloping the Imperial Palace? Li Han smiled cunningly. Now do you understand? No one will come near this place. Yang Ganhua still tried to shout, why you don't talk nonsense? What could you do in such a vast place? Li Han frowned and retorted. Are you still unable to believe it even after seeing it with your own eyes? She began to waver. That villain. Is he not bluffing? It was at this moment that she finally realized she couldn't hear any sound. Does this villain's internal energy have no limit? Seeing Yang Ganhua's severed arm gradually regenerating, Li Han calmly said, your arm has already healed. Indeed, cutting off your limbs won't be enough. I wonder what would happen if I severed your neck? Then he raised his sword, enveloped in a powerful aura. Yang Ganhua hastily shouted, if this Grand Administrator dies, your subordinates will also die. Li Han paid no mind to her words. Nonsense, she still screamed frantically to save her life. We have 3 spies in human skin masks captured and imprisoned in the Guardian Hall's underground dungeon. Li Han's sword, almost touching Yang Ganhua's neck, finally paused. Seeing this, she became even more confident. Surely you don't pretend not to know them. Li Han was lost in deep thought. 3 people in human skin masks, they must be the Grand Masters of the Dark Shadow sect. Have they been captured? Yang Ganhua saw this and immediately smiled. It worked. Indeed, those villains are his subordinates. Li Han retorted. Are they imprisoned in the Guardian Hall's underground dungeon? Yang Ganhua hastily replied. That's right. Li Han, who had been unconcerned until just now, was now deep in thought. Yang Ganhua began to calculate. Demonic cult members are cruel to their enemies but very kind to their own. Indeed, this villain is cold-hearted but not yet a complete monster. I just need to promise to take him there and secretly release them. Yes, once we get there, the Grand Administrator will deal with all of them. She cautiously opened her mouth. If you spare this Grand Administrator's life, but before she could finish speaking, Li Han's sword swung and blood splattered everywhere. Yang Ganhua's vision gradually blurred. Her head fell off. What happened? Her head, still with eyes wide in astonishment, rolled away. Li Han stood coldly watching. He approached Yang Ganhua's head and cursed. What a foxy old witch, always full of schemes. Then he raised his foot, preparing to crush her head. At this moment she, still with a faint flicker of consciousness, thought in astonishment, how could he do that? As her head was crushed, blood splattered. Li Han's face was terrifyingly cold at this moment. The left protector, great protector, and Hua Mayung appeared and reported the situation. Cult leader, we followed your orders, but it's difficult to guess the origin of their martial arts from the wounds on their bodies alone. Maga Guillaume asked about the corpse in the cult leader's hand. Should we retreat with this fellow? Li Han opened his mouth. I was thinking that, but it seems the Grand Masters of the Dark Shadow sect have been captured, Maga Guillaume cautiously said. This subordinate is reluctant to say this, but going to retrieve the Grand Masters is, the left protector also continued. Cult leader, it's very dangerous to go rescue them now. The Grand Masters are also trained to prepare for capture by the enemy. If they cannot escape, they will take their own lives. He turned to Hua Mayung and continued. Unfortunately, we might have to give up on them. It pains me to think that the Guardian Hall is a place where even the extreme 6-armed gate couldn't discover anything. Do we really have to abandon them and leave? Li Han opened his mouth. They are the ones I personally chose and brought here. He turned to the three and said, if I abandon them so easily, I no longer deserve to be the cult leader. Why Myung was moved by those words and thought to himself. As expected of the cult leader, Yoan said seriously. Moreover, they won't let them die easily. The left guardian asked. Then what should we do? The situation here might be considered handled, but if we go to find the Grand Masters, we'll have to break through their security net. Ma Guillaume's eyes sharpened. There was almost no way, he said. However, just in case, I spared the life of one palace matron. Couldn't we interrogate her? The left guardian reminded him. Do you think she will tell us everything willingly? Ma Guillaume calmly replied, of course, not to the enemy. He suggested a method. Cult leader, how about this? The inspecting palace matron slowly opened her eyes. She sprang up. Ah, did I lose consciousness? This is the first time I've lost consciousness after drinking that. What on earth happened? The inspecting palace matron was horrified to see the bodies of palace maids scattered around. She trembled, thinking, what on earth happened while I was unconscious? Or am I having a nightmare? She flustered. Where is the chief eunuch? Only then did she see the familiar red clothes. Oh no, chief eunuch. The inspecting palace matron tried to support herself and stand up. Was she murdered while I was unconscious, those monsters? How long has it been? I need to quickly go to the Guardian Hall and report, but then she suddenly collapsed. She looked down with fearful eyes. Oh no, when she realized her legs were gone, her expression turned to despair. My legs, suddenly, an embroidered uniform guard shouted. There's still a palace matron alive over there. Two people ran towards the inspecting palace matron. Wait, isn't that the inspecting palace matron? An embroidered uniform guard asked worriedly. Matron, are you all right? The inspecting palace matron replied with a trembling voice. I'm fine. When did you two arrive here? The embroidered uniform guard replied. We heard a commotion and came to see what was happening. When we arrived, everyone was already. Someone else has already reported to the embroidered uniform guard's superior, so people will arrive soon. The inspecting palace matron thought to herself. Then it hasn't been long. I need to hurry to the Guardian Hall and report. I must not let that demonic cult leader get away. She carefully said, I'm very sorry, but could you help me? The embroidered uniform guard immediately replied, of course, we will escort you to the physician. She immediately said, no, I have something more important to do. Very dangerous rebels have infiltrated the imperial palace. I need to report this immediately. The embroidered uniform guard asked in surprise, really? Then it's a serious matter, but the embroidered uniform guard will arrive soon, so you don't need to worry, matron. The inspecting palace matron tried to endure. No, they alone are not enough, she suggested. Please carry me. I will guide the way. The embroidered uniform guard said worriedly. The most important thing for you right now is treatment. Why are you? The inspecting palace matron cut him off. I beg you, there isn't much time. Hurry up. An embroidered uniform guard suddenly smiled sinisterly. Since you ask so, matron, we have no choice, he urged. Please quickly get on my back. The inspecting palace matron immediately climbed onto his back. She guided the way. Go that way. The two embroidered uniform guards quickly followed the instructions. The following embroidered uniform guard gave a meaningful smile. The three ran quickly. The inspecting palace matron suggested from behind, Sir embroidered uniform guard, can you go a little faster? The embroidered uniform guard asked worriedly. You're injured, matron, are you all right? She immediately replied. You don't need to worry about me. The embroidered uniform guard replied. Understood, and hold on tight. Then he began to pick up speed. The inspecting palace matron was astonished by his speed. Fast. I knew the embroidered uniform guards practiced martial arts, but I didn't expect his martial prowess to be this high. She looked back at the following embroidered uniform guard. Moreover, the one following behind isn't falling behind at all. Their lightness skill might be superior to that of a first-rate master. The inspecting palace matron shouted loudly. We've arrived, you can put me down here. An embroidered uniform guard thought to himself. This place is the Imperial Mausoleum, an invisible circle surrounding the palace in the stillness of the night. The three stopped before the stone steps. Stop here. She whispered into Haobong's ear, making him blush in surprise. Why is she suddenly breathing into my ear? Suddenly, the inspecting palace matron revealed her long fingernails and firmly gripped Haobong's neck. He flustered and asked her, what are you doing? The inspecting palace matron sternly reminded him. This matron is a third-rank official of the Guardian Hall, and received a direct imperial decree from His Majesty. She furrowed her brow and her eyes glowed simultaneously. You must now forget everything you have seen. If you disobey, you will be beheaded by imperial command. After urging him, the inspecting palace matron entered and said to the embroidered uniform guard, Now let's go inside, into the shrine. Hurry, there isn't much time. Following her command, the two carried the inspecting palace matron inside. Hold on tight, don't fall. She felt a slight sense of guilt inwardly, but there was no other way. I'm sorry to those who helped me, since they entered here without permission. After entering the Guardian Hall, those two must die. The three stopped before a huge stone monument where characters were engraved. Indeed, this is Emperor Taizu's imperial mausoleum. But why here? They followed the path further inside. Haobong gaped at something he saw. Before them was a portrait of Emperor Taizu. The inspecting palace matron revealed her fingernails and said, How dare you stand stiff as statues even after seeing the imperial visage of Emperor Taizu of the great Ming Empire? This is, Yoan was not easily fooled like Haobong. He glanced at her with dangerous eyes. Inspecting palace matron. Of course I will pay my respects to Emperor Taizu, but no incense has been lit yet. Are you in such a hurry because an assassin has infiltrated? That's right, a cloth with a golden dragon motif was hanging right there. She pointed the way to him. If you go to the right of the altar, there will be a cloth with a golden dragon motif. Go in front of that. Yes, understood. Yoan followed the instructions, approached, and pulled aside the cloth. He turned his head. As I expected, there's a secret chamber behind the shrine. They were clever to make no one suspect. Yoan thought no further, held up the lamp and followed the two ahead. Come closer to this wall. The flickering light illuminated a strange wall. The three stopped there. Before them was a jade wall carved with a dragon. Yoan's eyes widened in astonishment at the sight before him. Is this blue wall made of blue jade? Is this carved with a qilin? The qilin can breathe fire and is a fire spirit, hence called the fire qilin. The qilin is an auspicious beast from ancient legends, a sacred being mentioned in the Book of Songs and the Spring and Autumn Annals. Like the phoenix, the appearance of a qilin was considered a sign that a sage king was about to descend. Yoan pondered curiously, many thoughts crossing his mind. Did Emperor Taizu have such a painting drawn behind his altar? What's especially strange and most striking is that the lines carved into the wall are fine and even, he deduced from the way the painting was carved into the blue jade. This person must have possessed profound internal energy to have been able to carve it with his fingers like this. The inspecting palace matron, seeing them dawdling, raised her voice. No time for sightseeing. Come closer to the wall with the painting. Heobong approached as she instructed. Like this, upon reaching a certain distance, she reached out and touched the dragon's head. The very next moment, the wall suddenly opened, astonishing the embroidered uniform guard slightly. Yoan's pupils contracted. He furrowed his brow as if sensing something. A powerful dark energy flowed out along the passage opened by the inspecting palace matron. He continuously pondered behind them. I can feel a stranger and more powerful internal energy emanating from this secret chamber than from the inspecting palace matron and the Grand Elder. The Guardian Hall was located within the Imperial Mausoleum. The inspecting palace matron said to Heobong, "We must hurry." Yes, the three ran inside tirelessly. Yoan approached them and spoke, asking a few questions to glean information. I never knew such a place existed in the palace. If it's this spacious, there must be a place to imprison people, right? Do you know where it is? The inspecting palace matron seemed to have noticed something. She didn't answer his question. This is not something an embroidered uniform guard official should be curious about. Follow me quietly. Heobong, seeing the inspecting palace matron being somewhat arrogant, snorted in anger. He gritted his teeth and cursed inwardly. How dare she treat our cult leader like that? This is my limit. I must end that woman with my own hands right now. A strange smell assailed Heobong's nose, and he no longer thought about it, raising his head to investigate. Is that the smell of blood? The cave in the middle of the Imperial Palace's Guardian Hall. Before them were soldiers and guards who had already ascended to heaven. What on earth is this? They slowly walked and surveyed the situation. The inspecting palace matron was horrified, unable to believe the scene before her. The soldiers guarding this place, why are they like this? A strange voice caught her attention. This is completely beyond my expectations. So someone was here before us, this voice. Yoan put down the lamp. The role-playing is over. He spoke in a stern voice, and a dangerous killing intent emanated from his entire body. I'll ask again, where is the Guardian Hall's prison? The inspecting palace matron's hands trembled in fear. The fear she had dreaded had finally come. That's right, this pressure is definitely the demonic cult leader. The inspecting palace matron slightly turned her head. Numerous questions swirled in her mind. But his voice is different from before. Did he use some mysterious technique to change his voice? Didn't he slaughter everyone and escape? Why did he have to deceive me? Could it be? The inspecting palace matron quickly reached out to attack Heobong. To infiltrate the Imperial Palace's Guardian Hall. Then this guy is also with him. He immediately drew his sword and counterattacked. Before she could do anything, she was attacked by a strange force and took her own life. She fell from Heobong's back. He stood still, holding his sword blankly. It turned out Yoan was covering him from behind. Heobong, are you alright? Yes, I'm fine. I also drew my sword very quickly. How much faster is the cult leader than me? The two were still puzzled by the sight before them. But what on earth happened here? Yoan rolled his eyes, searching for remaining information. He recognized the sword mark on the chest immediately. This sword mark is the third move of our cult's ink shadow blade technique. The soldiers were brutally murdered, and the wounds on their bodies were from the second move of the 10 fingers severing sword. All the martial arts left on the corpses were from their cult's martial arts. They weren't particularly formidable martial arts, but leaving such traces would make anyone assume they were attacked by demonic cult members. Yoan told Heobong his thoughts. Heobong, it seems that even after rescuing the Grand Masters, the task won't be over. Yes, in the 6th underground chamber in the center of the Imperial Palace's Guardian Hall, many high-ranking officials were still present. The Grand Elder gripped a sharp sword, focusing intently ahead. Grand Elder of the Imperial Palace's Guardian Hall. The 3 Grand Elders. A low-ranking official ran in, flustered, and reported, Grand Elder, something terrible has happened. They've breached the 5th underground chamber. They'll be here soon. He sweated profusely and worriedly said, What? Since its founding, the Guardian Hall has never been breached like this. What on earth happened? The Grand Elder furrowed his brow and gritted his teeth, thinking. To attack when the Grand Elder and the Guardian Hall have lost 1/3 of their strength, is this not according to plan? Since they dared to set foot here, they must be after the treasure Emperor Taizu commanded us to protect. We must stop them. He ordered the other guardians, no matter the cost, do not let the enemy enter the 7th underground chamber. As soon as he finished speaking, a strange dark energy poured in from outside. His face turned pale and he held his breath, staring intently at the spot. Authoritative footsteps grew closer and closer. The Grand Elder dared not make a sound in fear. A suffocating killing intent. Who on earth is it? The white-haired man sneered. His sword still had red syrup on it. How many people did he kill? Behind him followed a man with brown skin, a thick beard, and a brown robe. The one leading them was none other than the Bloody Blade sect leader. She looked at the group of guardians before her and said with annoyance, "These worm-like bastards in this tomb are endless, no matter how many I kill." The white-haired man behind her, with his sword on his shoulder, gently said to her, "Bloody Blade sect leader, we've left enough traces, let's leave this place to them and go get that." "All right." The Bloody Blade sect leader entered boldly, completely fearless. The guardians were already flustered and ready for battle. They ignorantly rushed at her to fight. "You rebels, how dare you pass through here, kill them." The Bloody Blade sect leader sighed heavily as if tired. She drew her sword and executed a move, and the very next moment the group of guardians fell effortlessly. The Bloody Blade sect leader passed through them calmly, her expression unchanged. Worthless bastards. The Guardian Hall, hidden deep within the Imperial Mausoleum, consisted of 7 underground caves interconnected. The 7th underground chamber was the deepest, a place even the high command like the 2nd and 3rd Grand Elders could not easily enter. The path to the 7th underground chamber. The Gluttony sect leader thought to himself, "It's hot, strange. Why is it getting hotter and hotter? Even though I'm protecting my body with internal energy, I'm sweating." Then he turned and said to the sect leader, "Bloody Blade sect leader, are you all right?" She immediately raised her voice, "What's a little heat?" Hearing that, he once again thought to himself, "That person isn't sweating at all. As expected of one of the top 6 sect leaders of our sect, that person's internal energy is far superior to mine." After a long journey, they finally reached their destination. "It seems we've arrived." The Gluttony sect leader narrowed his eyes and looked ahead. Before them was a dusty wall. What kind of wall is this? On the wall was another door, and something was engraved near the entrance. Several lines of text were carved into the wall. "Those who covet treasure without permission shall be imprisoned here and rot away. Those who try to escape from here shall be crushed to death." After reading it, she felt disgusted. What an ominous thing to say. At first she thought it was just an ordinary wall, but upon closer inspection it was made of stacked stone bricks. At this point the Bloody Blade sect leader's eyes widened in shock. Could it be that the two of them had gone inside? The Bloody Blade sect leader curled her lips into a sneer. She looked around, thinking inwardly, "From this point inward the bricks are strangely interlocked. Was this entire basement designed to collapse if someone deliberately tried to destroy it?" The Gluttony sect leader also spoke. "There's probably something else inside. Let's not waste any more time, it's all useless. Let's go." Yes, and so the two continued to delve deeper inside. Meanwhile the inside was drenched in blood. Imperial Palace Guardian Hall, 4th chamber. The Gluttony sect leader, holding his sword, yawned repeatedly and grumbled. He muttered, "Why must someone who is soon to be a sect leader like me carve the demonic cult sword techniques into corpses?" But then he turned his head and thought, "But it's almost done by now. That monstrous Bloody Blade sect leader must have reached the treasure, so I need to hurry." Just then, footsteps were heard, and the Gluttony sect leader immediately tensed. "Who's there? Could reinforcements have arrived already? Why so fast? There are more people here." The smell of blood from that clothing, it's even stronger than upstairs. Heo Bong, dressed as an embroidered uniform guard, pointed a finger and said, "Terrifying, I found you. An embroidered uniform guard? You, I finally caught up to you after coming all the way down to the 4th basement." Seeing Heo Bong, he immediately gripped the sword in his hand tightly. "A mere brat dares to point a finger at me. This fellow seems to be at most at the peak realm, truly arrogant." He opened his mouth and asked, "Are you alone? What's your scheme?" Hearing Heo Bong's reply, the Gluttony sect leader merely curled his lips into a cold smile, then made a terrifying expression to threaten him. "This fellow seems to have no fear. Come, I was just bored. Today I'll teach you some manners." But the embroidered uniform guard frowned and provoked him. "Good, come at me." The Gluttony sect leader laughed heartily and said, "I don't know what makes you so arrogant, but try to withstand this." As soon as he finished speaking, he immediately rushed forward and attacked him. At this moment, Heo Bong also curled his lips into a triumphant smile. As he quickly countered, he let out a painful scream. Heo Bong struck a fatal blow towards the Gluttony sect leader, piercing his abdomen with a fist. The Gluttony sect leader spat blood and screamed in pain. With all his might, his hand still tightly gripped the sword and slashed once towards Heo Bong's eyes. Afterwards, due to their head-on collision, both were pushed back by each other's energy. But at this moment, the Gluttony sect leader's situation was very critical. "I didn't sense any aura from that fellow, yet he defeated me with just one move." Seeing Heo Bong, he inwardly admired. To think there would be such a person among the embroidered uniform guards. Damn it, though I didn't suffer a fatal injury. My internal injuries are too severe. I must somehow hold on until reinforcements arrive. Despite thinking this, the Gluttony sect leader still persevered, raising his sword to strike again. But before it could touch his body, he blocked it with one hand and pushed his sword back towards him. The Gluttony sect leader's red blood splattered everywhere. He fell to the ground and Heo Bong spoke, "But you went too far. Did you think no one would know if you played such a trick with our cult's martial arts?" Hearing these words, the Gluttony sect leader fell into thought, then realized, Our cult, then that fellow is from the demonic cult? No, why are demonic cult members here, not letting him live any longer? He immediately stabbed the gluttony sect leader and he screamed in pain. But Haobong still spoke with a cold face. Every time you ignore my question, I will cut off one of your limbs in turn. Hearing those words, he gnashed his teeth in anger. This lunatic. On this side, Imperial Palace Guardian Hall, 6th Chamber, Sang Qiansang thought grimly. All of them possess martial prowess similar to mine, yet why is such a thing happening in the Imperial Palace Guardian Hall? More importantly, that monstrous woman, the Bloody Blade sect leader, disarmed me in just one move, rendering me helpless. At this rate, am I just going to watch the Guardian Hall soldiers die helplessly? Damn these vicious bastards. The more he thought, the more grim he became. Just then, the people behind him shouted, "Don't give up, stop them from passing." Then they charged and slashed at each other. Suddenly a terrifying voice echoed, "Now how many more are left?" Those people couldn't help but tremble. The long-haired man with tied hair smiled sinisterly. "Let's see, leave those to me." As the stone wall shook, the long-haired man was puzzled. What's shaking so violently? Then he suddenly realized that rocks were falling from above, heading straight towards the spear sect leader. The long-haired man shouted a warning. "Spear sect leader, dodge!" Rocks of all sizes fell to the ground with a thud. A thick dust covered the space. The spear sect leader narrowly dodged and let out a sigh of relief. "Fortunately, I almost got hurt unfairly." Then he was puzzled. "What is this? Why is there a human figure in the dust?" He was flustered. "I don't feel any energy from that person. He looks like an ordinary person. Who is he?" As that person waved his hand a few times, the surrounding dust gradually settled. The spear sect leader couldn't help but be astonished by what he saw. He just waved his hand once and all the dust settled. He looked at the confident Li Han. "Who is that guy?" Then he focused on the head Li Han was carrying. "It's the gluttony sect leader. A few minutes ago, Li Han was interrogating him. There are 4 more besides you," the gluttony sect leader stammered in reply. That's right." Seeing him groan, he thought inwardly, "As expected, there's GU poison in this guy's head. Is he deliberately leaking information to die?" Then he resolutely severed his head. Obvious, he thought in silence. But did those guys infiltrate this place because of the divine beast Qilin's blood? If the one who went ahead gets it, who knows what will happen? I need to hurry. Li Han began to calculate. But the path in this chamber is longer than I thought. It will take quite a while to get through. What to do? Then he punched through the stone ceiling. He threw the gluttony sect leader's head downward. Indeed, this way is much faster. The long-haired man who witnessed that scene couldn't help but be astonished. And no, impossible. Sang Qiansang suspected it might be reinforcements. 2 soldiers were delighted, thinking Li Han was from the Imperial Palace, and shouted loudly, "Why, your majesty has sent reinforcements." The spear sect leader tightly gripped his weapon. Did the gluttony sect leader fall to mere embroidered uniform guards? Impossible. Then in anger, he imbued his internal energy into his saber and stabbed towards Li Han. "How dare a mere embroidered uniform guard crawl all the way here?" The long-haired man saw it and gnashed his teeth. No, he acted too hastily. He hasn't even confirmed the opponent's martial prowess. The spear sect leader shouted, "Die!" The 2 soldiers saw it and worriedly warned him. "Run, sir officer, quickly run." Li Han slowly assumed a stance. Sang Qiansang was also astonished. To face him head-on, even if my body were in perfect condition, I couldn't block that move. What is he thinking? The spear sect leader looked at Li Han still standing and thought with contempt, "Foolish fellow, you've chosen death. This is the ultimate spear technique based on extreme divine martial arts. This move cannot be blocked." Li Han merely took a breath and prepared to draw his sword. All of the spear sect leader's attacks were easily blocked by Li Han. Not only that, he countered him. And no, he hastily dodged. Did he parry my ultimate technique? He was flustered by Li Han's power. That move is the Extreme Swift Saber, the 5th move of extreme divine martial arts. Why does an embroidered uniform guard know a move that only the top 6 sect leaders know? The spear sect leader looked at his injured hand and gnashed his teeth, thinking this hand is useless now. I put 10 full parts of internal energy into it, yet he still blocked it. He angrily pointed his blade at Li Han. "You, who are you? Why does someone from the Imperial Palace know our techniques?" The blade suddenly cracked before his astonished gaze. Li Han suddenly appeared before him at this moment, complaining, "You talk too much." He was pushed back. He thought in astonishment, "Why, I didn't even see where he was, let alone sense his presence." Li Han was emitting a very powerful aura at this moment. The spear sect leader found it unbelievable. Such a person, an embroidered uniform guard? Li Han suddenly vanished and he was flustered. He disappeared. A warning voice echoed, "Spear sect leader. Behind you." He turned his head. Numerous afterimages of Li Han appeared, performing various moves. He sweated as he blocked. Each illusion performs a different move. Is such a thing possible? As the 2 clashed, Li Han's moves began to merge into one. Sang Qiansang, witnessing the scene, was astonished. He's merging his moves into one. Li Han calmly stabbed the spear sect leader directly. He was pushed back. Blood gushed from his mouth. He opened his mouth. "I've never felt such powerlessness before." Li Han said coldly, "I'm sorry, I'm busy. I don't have time to squabble with you." The 2 soldiers were delighted to see the spear sect leader fall and shouted, "Sir officer has defeated the enemy." The long-haired man's eyes widened in astonishment. Strange to think there's such a formidable person among the embroidered uniform guards. Impossible. Even the strongest embroidered uniform guard, the Northern Warrior, doesn't have such powerful martial arts. He gnashed his teeth. But he defeated the Spear Sect leader with just 2 moves, according to the Spear Sect leader. You infiltrated as a subordinate of the Eastern Depot, so there's no one among the embroidered uniform guards who can contend with us. Then who on earth is that guy? Li Han spoke. Are you the only one left here? The long-haired man felt a sharp gaze directed at him. He quickly dodged Li Han's strike. Li Han was smiling from behind the thick dust at this moment. The long-haired man hastily fled. I need to escape. If I clash with that guy, I'll become the second Spear Sect leader. First, I need to get out of here and lure that guy to the Bloody Blade Sect leader. Suddenly, he stopped. The exit was blocked and thousands of swords were flying from behind him. What is this? Li Han stood on a rock, smiling confidently. Where are you trying to escape? The white-haired blindfolded man covered in blood asked himself. Where did these ice swords come from? Can that guy control so many swords at once? He flew forward with all his might, attacking, thinking inwardly, damn it. The white-haired man desperately dodged the attack, thinking, rather than fighting him directly, it's better to be pierced by those ice swords. Sharp ice swords continuously flew towards him. The white-haired man analyzed, while he's performing sword energy control. Won't be able to move, he countered magnificently. The white-haired man was delighted, realizing, then I was right. After all, it's just ice. It won't be able to block my ultimate technique. That person stood behind him, whispering chillingly, your back is exposed. The white-haired man immediately turned his body, stammering, how? He took a fatal blow. I can't move. Another middle-aged man nearby shouted, no, impossible. He asked himself, I'm truly surprised. Could there be such a master in the world? He thought inwardly. Now his prestige no longer mattered. Fortunately, that terrifying guy was on their side. If it was that guy, he might even be able to contend with that monstrous woman. The middle-aged man shouted loudly, Sir Officer, quickly go down and deal with the enemies. We must stop them before they steal the treasure. The person who had just defeated the white-haired man stood tall before him. The middle-aged man inwardly asked, why is he so strange? He hasn't even sheathed his sword and he's emitting killing intent. He opened his mouth and called out, Sir Officer, he said coldly. Too bad I'm not on your side either. Before he could finish his words, his head was separated from his body. What are you saying? The others were stunned by the scene that had just unfolded. One of them asked, Sir Officer, why are you doing this? He replied with another question, Officer, you say, do you still think I'm on your side? That fellow raised his blood-stained sword and introduced himself. I am the master of the 100,000 mountains. The two trembled. The 100,000 mountains, another person asked. Are you from the demonic cult? He said resolutely. And now I will kill all of you. Elsewhere, in the Imperial Palace Guardian Hall's prison, the brown-eyed youth muttered curses in a small voice. The Imperial Palace, what on earth is this? He looked at the people lying on the fire, thinking inwardly. With all their fingernails and toenails pulled out and their bodies branded with hot iron, how can they survive such torture? The brown-eyed youth clenched his fist and spoke. I can't take them back to the cult, so I have to erase all traces here. The man next to him, covered in wounds, said, I also luckily survived when the enemy attacked during my torture, but anyway, I have lived my entire life as a spy. This body is willing to sacrifice itself for the cult, he said. So don't be distressed by the brothers who sacrifice themselves while performing their duties. The brown-eyed youth replied awkwardly. Who's distressed? I'm just, he continued. The Grand Masters of the Shadow Sect are all shadows with no family or relatives, devoted only to the sect. Anyway, they performed their final duty for the heavenly demon, and their bodies have been found, so there's no lingering attachment, the brown-eyed youth thought inwardly. I know that too, why wouldn't we know? He recalled someone. Because of that, the cult leader was even more enraged. It's been a long time since I've seen him so angry, he asked himself. That's right. Will the cult leader be all right going alone? Finally, the brown-eyed youth hurried. I need to finish this quickly and go to the cult leader. Suddenly, the entire room shook violently. He shouted, what is this, an earthquake? The brown eyes were filled with surprise and fear. He looked around and asked himself, what is it? An abnormal energy is spreading throughout this entire basement. The brown-eyed youth said to the injured boy, the cult leader will come for you in a moment. Guard this place well. He replied, yes, please go quickly, simultaneously elsewhere. Sharp blades flew forward at a furious pace. They rushed with frightening and dangerous speed. A brown-haired man with a scar over his left eye blocked the blades flying towards him. He said these traps were too trivial. I see the exit. The scarred man hesitated slightly and said, a huge fire is burning fiercely in the middle of the room. He asked himself, why is there fire in the middle of a lake? It's strange. Looking closely, he noticed that a rock in the middle of the lake was burning. Ah, so this is why the air here is more humid than elsewhere. A strange voice echoed, who dares to set dirty feet in this place? He looked around in surprise and asked himself, what is this? What is this monstrous sound? Where is it coming from? I can't properly sense the energy due to the strange internal energy emanating from that fire. At this moment, the woman with him spoke. Girl, are you the last guardian? Girl, he was surprised again. Is that a woman's voice? The strange voice echoed again. What an arrogant girl to dare covet the Imperial Palace's treasure, how audacious. Woman asked again, how long do you plan to hide and utter nonsense? Are you scared, or am I provoking you? Are you hiding because you're too ugly? He stood silently and watched. Is this a fight between women? Does this method really work? As a human figure became visible in the faint flames, the scarred young man asked himself, does it really work? He couldn't help but sweat and wonder, but how can she stand in that fire? The footsteps of orange flames slowly approached them. The scarred young man exclaimed, what is it? He muttered to himself, impossible. The fire is coming from that woman's body. He was astonished. Her entire body is made of flames. Is that truly human internal energy? He spoke. I thought you were just a guardian of this place, but you are the flame itself. Her entire body was filled with flames. What a passionate woman. Her hair was dyed a burning orange, and her long pointed fingernails made her stand out even more. A white silk sash surrounded by flames appeared. Her red armor revealed her voluptuous figure as if she were only wrapped in a towel. She was very beautiful and captivating. The scarred young man blushed. He commented, looking at her face, she doesn't seem older than 20, but she's exceptionally sexy. Gan Euyong smiled brightly and said, I thought you were something great, but you're nothing special. He realized she was bothered by being called ugly. She replied with a laugh. For a mere tomb guardian, you're quite arrogant, Gan Euyong retorted. A mere tomb guardian, she said in a stern voice. I am the one who has guarded the Imperial Mausoleum's treasure for a long time in accordance with the agreement with Emperor Taizu of the Great Ming Empire. A disgusting grave robber like you should not speak so presumptuously. The gluttony sect leader could not hide his surprise. Taizu, Emperor Taizu, that's over 200 years ago. Heobong yearned for eternal beauty. Has that woman lived for over 200 years with that face? Does Qilin blood truly grant eternal youth and immortality? Gan Euyong disdained them. Your eyes are filled with greed, you naive fools. Flames erupted from her arm and the form of a dragon appeared within the flames. The intricate details of the dragon's face were clearly carved. Gan Euyong carried out her assigned duty. First Grand Elder, Gan Euyong will behead anyone who covets the treasure, in accordance with the agreement with Emperor Taizu of the Great Ming Empire. She was very aggressive. Once you've entered here, don't even think about escaping. Gan Euyong's power was truly formidable. I will send you off cleanly. He was confident in his abilities. I will block that woman. The gluttony sect leader's move quickly cleaved through the fierce flames, and only then did he fluster. What happened? My sword is on fire. The gluttony sect leader hastily threw his sword away. Damn it. As the flames enveloped his wrist, the gluttony sect leader broke out in a cold sweat and fear. Fire, it's fire. He screamed in pain, having been burned. Gan Euyong was triumphant, unaware of the enemy behind her. Do you think you can easily escape? My flames will chase you to the ends of hell. Heobong lightly attempted to slash her neck, but for some reason she retreated. Heobong frowned in annoyance. I thought I could just cut her neck. Did she avoid my footwork at this distance? Gan Euyong was terrified. Quite fast. I wanted to burn that woman to death immediately, but I had to avoid her move. Heobong, on the contrary, complimented her. Your skill isn't bad either. Gan Euyong was also slightly surprised. It's been 20 years since anyone blocked my move. She turned to her subordinate and instructed him. I'll take care of that woman, so circulate your internal energy and prepare your move. The gluttony sect leader immediately agreed. Yes, he was still not free from fear. I almost got trapped in those flames. Goodness, to think there's another woman as terrifying as the Bloody Blade sect leader. Truly surprising. The gluttony sect leader simply could not understand. Why are rocks falling like this? Large and small rocks were falling above his head. The gluttony sect leader saw them but could do nothing. I'm circulating internal energy to prepare a move so I can't dodge, she shouted as the rocks fell on the gluttony sect leader's body. Spear sect leader. Heobong worried about his condition. Spear sect leader, are you still alive? She thought to herself. How foolish. She sensed something strange. Gan Euyong froze in place as a human figure appeared in the smoke and a cloak brushed past her eyes. Such attire. Gan Euyong boldly speculated. Is it the embroidered uniform guard? The embroidered uniform guard was unusually calm. Fortunately, I arrived in time. She heightened her guard. Although he's hiding his internal energy, I can feel a fierce and dangerous energy different from mine. He's dressed as an embroidered uniform guard, but I know he's stronger than the Emperor's personal guards. Heobong became even more worried. I thought it would be over if I just dealt with that woman, but things won't be easy. Moreover, the fact that he could come down from above means he defeated all the other sect leaders, right? Indeed, Gan Euyong and she thought the same thing. If that guy is that woman's companion, it would be dangerous if they teamed up to attack me. So she quickly rushed forward with Heobong. She prepared to aim her bow and arrow at the embroidered uniform guard. I should deal with him first. Gan Euyong didn't understand why Heobong was charging forward. He unleashed a sword strike filled with killing intent, and she couldn't help but be surprised. What is that white blade? A red aura surrounded the embroidered uniform guard's sword. She couldn't help but be astonished. Where did that black sword come from? Heobong and Gan Euyong attacked him simultaneously. She struggled while fighting. That guy is extinguishing my fire with his cold energy. Not only that, he's blocking my moves and looking for openings. She barely held her ground against the embroidered uniform guard. Using two swords simultaneously with both hands, Heobong repeated to himself, this guy is dangerous. I can't hold back any strength. Gan Euyong's skin suddenly turned red, and her body gradually began to transform. Gan Euyong's arm was engulfed in flames. She attacked his sword. The embroidered uniform guard couldn't help but worry. That woman is heating up the Baekorong sword and nullifying its cold energy. This heat is completely different from before. Gan Aoyong tested his skill. You user of cold energy, let's see if you can block this again. In the midst of the sea of fire, the embroidered uniform guard fought fiercely with the two women, and her face was flustered. The power of the fire pushed him back. She tightly gripped her sword. Now's the time. Haobong unleashed a move in an instant. Die! The dirt and stones in the cave scattered in all directions from the energy of the two. The embroidered uniform guard, after being deflected, barely managed to stop. Haobong also did not expect this. What terrifying power! She wanted to know Gan Aoyong's intentions. At this point he should have been reduced to ashes, so there's no need to check if he's alive. But why did that woman attack the embroidered uniform guard? Gan Aoyong showed no joy at all. I didn't intend to, but I ended up joining forces with that woman. Haobong wanted to confirm again. Was that guy not someone you brought just now? She quickly denied it. What nonsense are you talking about? He wasn't someone you brought. The two again had the same thought. He wasn't that woman's reinforcement. In the end, Gan Aoyong and Haobong wondered who that embroidered uniform guard was. The embroidered uniform guard's eyes shone like car headlights, and Gan Aoyong's doubts remained unresolved. Who was that embroidered uniform guard just now? Should I have asked before he died? Now there's not even a corpse left. The tip of the sword was aimed at her. Haobong was very confident. Now only you remain. Gan Aoyong ignored her power without batting an eye. Don't be ridiculous. You could only barely fight me by teaming up with that guy who just burned to death. Haobong openly disdained her. Do you think you can defeat me with such moves? Gan Aoyong was no less confident. Oh yeah, then let's see if you can defeat me with your own hands. As his face appeared from within the smoke and dust, she and Haobong broke out in a cold sweat. Both their gazes focused on the embroidered uniform guard. There was a thick layer of ice on the rock. Gan Aoyong could not believe her eyes. Black ice? The cave is filled with heat, so why is the ground frozen? He stood proudly on the block of ice. Yoan appeared from behind the black smoke. Haobong was astonished by this situation. That guy isn't dead yet, she cautiously analyzed. But he's not completely unharmed. His armor is broken and it's covered in sword marks. As the wound on his face gradually healed, Gan Aoyong doubted her life. That guy's wound is healing. Why is he recovering so quickly? He's several times faster than me, who drank Qilin blood and completely absorbed it. Yoan was utterly calm. I didn't expect the Imperial Palace Guardian Hall and the Extreme Six-Armed Gate to attack simultaneously, but it doesn't matter. He smiled brightly. From now on I will begin my combined attack. Haobong didn't understand Yoan's meaning. Combined attack, she still thought simply. I don't feel any other person's presence nearby. How does that guy plan to launch a combined attack? Is he bluffing because he's not confident of winning? After all, how can he fight me and that woman alone? Energy enveloped his arm, and Haobong's eyes widened more than ever. That's, she guessed as soon as she saw it. Is it sword energy control? Gan Aoyong was confused. That guy is at the peak of the Yunjiang realm? I've lived for over 200 years, but this is the first time I've seen such a master at this level. She still stubbornly refused to believe. But no matter how great that guy is, he won't be able to defeat all of us with just that. Haobong could not maintain her composure. There's no need to panic, I need to think calmly. Even the best Qigong master like the spear sect leader couldn't control more than 7 swords. Gan Aoyong changed her initial prejudice. No matter how great that guy is, his internal energy must have limits. Although he's an enemy, I hope that woman can hold out for a long time. Yoan commanded the system. Nano, full power. It always obeyed him. Understood. The system displayed the message. Augmented reality activated from user's perspective. He used it to target. The system transmitted the message. 12 swords, sword energy remote control activated. Yoan lightly reminded her. Don't disappoint me. Gan Aoyong used all her might to block his attack. 12 calamitous fires. Yoan's move pierced through the fireball and she could not believe her eyes. The fireball was torn apart? Does that guy truly intend to win everything with that? A huge explosion occurred inside the cave. Gan Aoyong struggled to maintain the powerful flames. She was astonished by what was happening before her eyes. Impossible. The pillar of fire I created with my innate true energy is so sturdy that even powerful energy cannot break it. He smiled slightly, as if nothing had happened. 3 ice swords flew fiercely, then suddenly stopped in midair. Gan Aoyong was more flustered than before. Why did the attack suddenly stop? A message appeared from the system. 6 swords, sword energy, demonic sword technique, 3rd move deployed. Simultaneously 24 demonic swords, 3rd move activated. Sword energy, demonic sword technique. Sword energy, 24 demonic swords. She was directly attacked and Gan Aoyong could not accept the harsh reality. Adding moves to sword energy control and no impossible. Flames of rage burned within her. Do you think I'll be defeated so easily? Gan Aoyong's 2 hands wielded flames. Small flames flew chaotically in the space as they scattered, their power diminished. The ice swords pierced through the small flames. She was deflected by a terrifying aura. Gan Aoyong had to use a special arm to reduce her speed. Another move appeared before her eyes. Gan Aoyong's combat power was depleted. Impossible. How could he circulate internal energy and unleash a move at that moment? Haobong was surprised. This sword move is? She retreated to ensure her safety. Haobong could not stop it. Impossible. That guy unleashed a sword move with sword energy control? She was flustered and at a loss. It's like 6 masters attacking simultaneously. I can't contend with it. Haobong thought while fighting. The The perfection of each sword move is higher than the ultimate moves of extreme divine martial arts. But what is it? Why does this sword technique feel familiar? She suddenly remembered everything. Yes, that old man. The image of the swordsman appeared in Haobong's memory. He was one of the old men who prevented the extreme six-armed gate from expanding its influence into the martial world for several years. His sword technique was the same as the one who claimed to be the heavenly demonic cult's supreme elder, but it was different from that old man's unstable sword moves. This guy's sword moves have no flaws, she concluded important information. Then that guy is from the demonic cult. Yes, the demonic cult. Haobong always updated her information. But I heard there's only one person in the martial world today who can use this sword technique. Yoan skillfully used his power. She paid attention to the small details. Long hair and a pale white face. Haobong had been collecting information for a long time, no doubt. It matches the information the remnants of the Dark Sword Division as demonic cult collaborators told me. Her face turned pale when she learned Yoan's identity. He is the one who thwarted the extreme six-armed gates plans multiple times and the current cult lord of the demonic cult. Haobong remembered his name, Yoan. She asked herself, why did that guy enter the Imperial Palace? According to the plan, he should be in the demonic cult, suspicious due to the Imperial Palace's collaborator. Or he should be preparing for the Dano festival as normal. He's trying to evade attacks, she thought to herself. Damn it. I need to inform him that the plan has gone awry, but I can't, even if I want to. His steps flew like the wind. The woman turned and exclaimed, "Ha!" She was hit by a fatal blow and flown far away, wondering, when did that guy get here? It's hard to avoid. I can't concentrate all my energy here to block the heat. The woman looked back at Gan Euyang. That woman is struggling too. At this rate, that guy will exhaust his internal energy and she and I will fall first. What's the use of treasure if I'm ambushed? I remember. Yes, there must be Qilin blood in this lake. I don't know if it will have an immediate effect, but the blood of a divine beast can enhance internal energy. The woman decided to draw her sword. She had to stake everything on this one fight. She unleashed a powerful move. The woman noticed a gap when the flow of the sword energy control changed. She smiled inwardly. The time had come. Another figure darted forward. Yoan slashed her sword-wielding arm and it was instantly severed. The arm fell to the ground. Completely detached from her body, the woman screamed, My arm." Yoan coldly opened his mouth. "Did you think I would let you play tricks?" She looked at him and thought, "This guy is more dangerous than our sect knows. Has he truly surpassed human limits?" The woman vowed inwardly. "But that guy is a target that must be eliminated no matter what. For the sake of the sect's great cause, even if he is a monster, there must be a flaw. If I attack while he's distracted after severing my arm." As Yoan severed her remaining arm, her hand fell into the sea of flames. The woman's screams echoed throughout the room. Yoan spoke again. "I warned you not to play tricks." She trembled and opened her mouth. "Ridiculous fool," the woman said crazily. "A person who has reached the peak of the Yunjiang realm fears a woman with a severed arm." Yoan replied, "It turns out you're not a martial artist, but a woman who only uses the excuse of being a woman when necessary. For you to be the sect leader of the extreme six-armed gate, I'm disappointed," she stammered. What are you saying?" The woman leapt up and said, "How dare you insult me?" she cried out with resentment. "Die." The woman's blood splattered on Yoan's face, but he stood unmoving. The woman stumbled and barely managed to speak. Now you have no strength left." She collapsed, uttering her final curse. Damn it." The woman immediately fell into the sea of flames, lying motionless in the water, impaled by ice swords all over her body. Yoan thought to himself, "She's severely wounded and fell into boiling water, so she won't survive, but it's strange. This lake keeps boiling but doesn't dry up." A notification appeared from the system. Remaining energy 38. He looked around. Even at the peak of the Yunjiang realm, performing tangible sword energy control still consumes a lot of internal energy. Now only that woman who is engulfed in flames is left, and she's enduring longer than the extreme six-armed gate sect leader. Gan Euyang was continuously attacked and blood splattered everywhere. Nevertheless, she was still fighting vigorously. Yoan was surprised and inwardly assessed. "Quite deep wounds," he analyzed. "Though not as fast as Nano, her wounds are also healing quite quickly. Is she enduring like that?" "She's like that guy," Li Tie sang. Yoan summoned his power. "But it's time to end this." Yoan suddenly heard a familiar shout and turned around. A comrade was being threatened. Haobong. He was exhausted trying to take Haobong hostage. "Damn it," he thought to himself. "The moment I tried to circulate energy to use a move, the ceiling collapsed and I lost the use of my left hand." The man pointed a knife at Haobong's neck and thought, "A hole opened in the floor and I escaped here, but of all people I ran into him." Haobong called out, "Hey, hey," he immediately shouted and stabbed him. "Shut up," the man threatened. "If you play any tricks, your neck will be gone." "What's your relationship with him?" Haobong stammered. You just told me to shut up." Hearing that, he was infuriated. "How dare you talk back to me?" A hand swiftly flew towards the man. Yoan was rushing towards the two. The man tightly choked Haobong's neck. He sweated and said inwardly, "Fa fast, I almost got hit." Yoan's eyes were as cold as ice. He commanded, "Release him." He immediately threatened, "Dream on. If you move even a little, I'll kill him instantly." Yoan stood still, exuding a terrifying aura. He wondered, the killing intent is getting stronger and stronger. Is he not backing down? The scarred man demanded. "If you want to save him, bring me the Qilin blood in the lake. And if you promise to let me go, I'll release him and not touch him." Heo Bong inwardly asked. How dare he negotiate with the cult lord, Yoan continued. Then I'll make a suggestion too. He stared at him and said, if you release Heo Bong now, I'll kill you as painlessly as possible, but if you don't release him, I'll kill you so painfully that you'll regret being born. Scarred Man was terrified after hearing that. CR crazy. I'm going to die anyway. What the hell is this guy? He still bluffed and retorted. So you don't care whether your subordinate lives or dies? Suddenly something happened in an instant, and blood splattered everywhere, turning everything red. He had indeed cut Heo Bong's neck, and he fell right in front of Yoan, the hat on his head bowled on the blood-soaked ground. Yoan could not suppress his anger and roared, Heo Bong! The man with the knife was startled, realizing what he had just done. I reflexively cut his neck. Yoan quickly approached him and severed the man's arm. He cried out in pain, sweating profusely. Yoan stared intently and said, shut up, this is just the beginning. Don't even think about dying easily. He looked back at him in horror. Yoan attacked repeatedly, and the sword in his hand flew through the air at lightning speed, splattering blood everywhere. He pleaded with difficulty, stop. The man had no time to react. He just stood there being slashed and begged please. Yoan showed no mercy and continued to attack him even as he suffered. Please stop. Blood splattered everywhere. He cursed, this damn bastard. The scarred man recognized this damn devil. He was deliberately slashing at non-fatal spots. Yoan roughly grabbed his head. He opened his mouth. I told you I'd make you regret it. He groaned helplessly, unable even to cry. At this moment a shocking notification suddenly appeared from the system. Remaining energy is only 15. Sword energy control can no longer be maintained. Gan Euyong looked around and realized. The swords are disappearing. She immediately moved forward. The time had come. Gan Euyong was flying straight towards Yoan. He looked back and thought to himself, damn it, I wanted to inflict more pain on this guy, but there's no time. With a decisive and swift strike, Yoan's hand landed on the scarred youth's shoulder. He thought painfully. No, a red light appeared before his eyes. He thought to himself. No, Yoan twisted his neck with his hand, severing his head, and blood poured out like a waterfall. He mercilessly threw the head to the ground. Yoan's hand once again gripped a battle sword. He turned to confront Gan Euyong, but to his surprise, she immediately knelt on the ground. Yoan was also surprised and paused for a moment. Gan Euyong knelt submissively, showing no intention of resisting. Even with a sword pointed at her neck, she was joyful and exclaimed, Ah, you've finally arrived. Gan Euyong bowed her head and sincerely said, Your humble servant greets the holy cult lord of the great heavenly demonic cult. Yoan asked with wary eyes, How dare a master of the Imperial Palace's guardian hall claim to be a member of our cult? What trick is this? Gan Euyong opened her mouth. I know you find it hard to believe and are suspicious in this situation. She continued, I also want to explain the whole story, but don't you have a more urgent matter at hand right now? Yoan thought to himself, yes, I need to check on Heo Bong's condition first. I can still faintly feel his internal energy. It's not too late. He went towards Heo Bong, not forgetting to warn her. Don't play any tricks. He called his name. Heo Bong. Yoan called again. Wake up, Heo Bong. Heo Bong spoke with difficulty. Ma master. He called his master with tears in his eyes. Heo Bong closed his eyes and tears streamed down his face. Yoan placed his hand on his neck and replied, No, Heo Bong, did you think I would let you die like this? He circulated his fire energy. Hang in there just a little longer. Heo Bong endured the burning heat emanating from his fingers. Yoan thought. Nano, scan his condition. He reminded Gan Euyong, don't come any closer. She suggested, I know you're very wary, but the life of the cult member who came with you is in danger. Won't you leave it to me? Yoan asked warily. What are you trying to do? She immediately replied. I need the cult lord's help. He was slightly surprised and asked, You need my help? Gan Euyong said seriously. It's very urgent right now. I'll explain when I'm ready. She scooped up a little water with both hands and moved towards Heo Bong and Yoan. He asked, What is this? She immediately replied, Diluted Qilin blood. Yoan examined it and wondered, This clear water is Qilin blood? Yes, Gan Euyong explained. Qilin blood is originally very strong in fire energy and cannot be touched, but Emperor Taizu of the Great Ming Empire brought the perennial ice from the North Sea here to cool it. That's how it became like this. Yoan asked further, Then what are you trying to do with this? She replied. Even though it's diluted Qilin blood, it's very useful for healing injuries. Gan Euyong requested help. But the fire energy is too strong, even diluted, for a man to endure. I saw the cult lord create cold energy close to extreme yin. Can you infuse cold energy into the Qilin blood? He asked. Then won't Heo Bong be in danger? Gan Euyong replied firmly. Using a large amount is dangerous, but infusing a small amount of cold energy is no problem at all. Yoan thought for a moment. She doesn't seem to have done it before either, but there's no other way right now, so I have no choice but to try. But can I trust her? He extended his hand and infused cold energy into the water. Gan Euyong inwardly breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately it's cooled. Having finished the task, she sat next to Heo Bong and said, Then I'll have him drink this. Gan Euyong took the water into her mouth, bent down and transferred it to Heo Bong through a kiss. Their lips met, and as the water passed, Heo Bong swallowed it. Yoan watched her actions with wide eyes. He observed and assessed. The sword wounds and the burns from my fire energy are gradually healing. Even diluted blood has such a strong effect. Gan Euyong opened her mouth. Cult Lord, please step back for a moment. From now on, the fire energy in his body will become very strong. I will control it to prevent it from exploding. Yoan watched from a distance, still astonished. Qilin blood has the effect of healing bodily injuries. Truly amazing. He glanced back cautiously and looked down at the red water, wondering, Am I worrying too much? At the bottom of the lake, the woman whose arms had been severed opened her eyes. In the stillness, the snow-blood witch lay on the cold ground. One arm was severed, her entire body was covered in blood, and a long wound ran down her back. The snow-blood witch's back suddenly burst open, and red smoke billowed and red energy continuously spewed from the thorny bruises on her body. She lay motionless with her eyes closed and suddenly opened them wide. Elsewhere, Gan Euyong sat with both hands on his back and flames enveloped his body. Closing one eye, she thought to herself, his wounds have completely healed and his skin and breathing are all back to normal. Suddenly, Gan Euyong frowned and wondered, but why isn't he mutating? Is it because of the cold energy? She thought of the people who had clutched their heads in pain, engulfed in flames. She thought to herself, those who drink Qilin blood are likely to mutate due to the strong fire energy. Even women experience side effects, some feeling no pain or even losing their lives. Remembering the scale-covered person, Gan Euyong recalled that everyone else had lost their lives over the past 200 years. Except for one. But why isn't this guy mutating? Looking at him sitting in front, she wondered. Moreover, when Qilin blood is drunk, the body should reorganize to generate fire energy. But his body doesn't even show red scales indicating mutation. Gan Euyong frowned again and sweated, wondering what on earth is going on. Looking at her two circulating hands, she continued to judge. Although not that strong, I feel a strange energy from his dantian similar to his master. Could it be that he drank the blood of another divine beast before? Gan Euyong opened her eyes and inwardly exclaimed, then this energy must be what's preventing the Qilin blood from exploding. Thank goodness. Her hands were still on his back. Gan Euyong suddenly felt something strange and inwardly cried out, ha! Her face hardened and she was flustered. Oh, my innate true energy is connected to his dantian and doesn't break, as if he's absorbing it. Yoan watched from afar and thought to himself, what's happening? She seems to be in trouble. Suddenly, a pillar of light shot up into the sky from behind him. He was startled and opened his eyes wide. Yoan turned his head and was horrified by what he saw as something crashed to the ground. Dirt and stones splattered everywhere. He quickly leapt far away to dodge. Yoan's face was covered in dirt. Frowning, he thought to himself, I had a feeling that would happen. Seeing the snow-blood witch laughing crazily in front of him, he thought to himself, she's indeed revived, and her left arm is reattached. She laughed loudly and shouted, indeed a blessing in disguise. You will pay the price for insulting me. Yoan raised his hand and hundreds of swords appeared. He replied with a stern face, you talk too much for someone who's died and come back to life. This time I will surely cut off your life. As hundreds of swords flew towards her, the snow-blood witch frowned and hastily dodged. One sword pierced her back and then other swords embedded themselves in her body. He looked at the sight in surprise and wondered inwardly, did it pierce a vital point? But she feels no pain. In an instant she rushed at him, who was standing in a daze. Yoan raised two fingers with a regretful expression. If you had just fallen quietly, you would have saved your life. He waved his hand and exclaimed, how naive. The snow-blood witch bent over, blood continuously gushing from her chest. She opened her mouth. Her eyes rolled back and blood dripped onto the ground beneath her feet. The snow-blood witch trembled, unable to speak. Do you think this much? Yoan shouted loudly. Could kill me, yet the arm she raised was easily blocked by him. She gritted her teeth and cursed, if I'm going to die like this, I'll surely drag you down with me as a water ghost. He frowned in contempt. How persistent. As Yoan's hand descended with lightning speed, the snow-blood witch's eyes widened in surprise and her left arm was severed once again. Her face was filled with extreme astonishment. She gritted her teeth in anger and thought inwardly, what kind of mysterious internal energy is this? My internal energy has greatly increased thanks to the Qilin's blood, but I still can't counterattack. Suddenly she seemed to realize something. When she looked up at Yoan, his body suddenly grew larger, emitting an intense killing intent, making her break out in a cold sweat as she murmured, the Qilin's blood infused in my body is warning me. This person is an absolute monster that must not be confronted. A cry echoed in her head. Run! The snow-blood witch clenched her fist, trembling, and cursed inwardly. Damn it, do you think I don't know that? Thinking so, she slammed the ground hard. Yoan stood there, his face calmly hardening. She reached out and fled, muttering, first I need to get back to that lake. Once I recover, I'll somehow take him down. Suddenly she paused, sweat pouring down like rain. He stood there, raising one hand, frowning and warned, don't even dream of a second chance. As Yoan waved his hand, a current of force pulled her backward. He raised his sword, his face completely hardened, and announced fiercely, you are finished. The snow-blood witch turned her head in anger and shouted loudly, arg! With a single strike he cut off her neck and she barely managed to scream, this damn bastard. Blood continuously gushed from her neck. The snow-blood witch's head slowly fell off, her eyes bloodshot. The snow-blood witch gritted her teeth, thinking resentfully, no. Simultaneously, in a cave in Wangshen, Hangzhou, Zhejiang, a person was looking at a platform in front of a statue. Suddenly a faint chuckle was heard. As the person covered in bandages gritted his teeth, the item in the box he held shattered. He hastily closed the box. Long cursed inwardly. Damn it, he stood before Gong Yun, who was sitting there, and speculated. It seems the item on Bloody Blade sect leader's neck has exploded. The man, whose entire body was covered, remained calm and made no reply even after hearing his conclusion. She failed. He nervously looked at the box. Suddenly his eyes widened in surprise. The box flew open. He was thrown far back, directly hitting the opposite wall. He coughed up blood in pain. He lay trembling in a pool of blood. Gong Yun, sitting there, glanced at him and commanded, "Pathetic fools, change the plan." Suddenly he raised his voice and called out, "Zhou Wuyong, go quickly and summon the 2 sect leaders." Hearing that, he was surprised. Gong Yun turned his head and commanded with sharp eyes, "Send them to Tonghyun to support Blade Master sect leader. If the grand plan fails this time, I will never forgive you." The flames continued to burn without stopping. Yoan glanced at it and thought inwardly, "What is this reverberation?" He focused on the flames surrounding the small mountain and began to calculate. "Is it coming from those flames?" She said. The blood Qilin was diluted with perennial ice. A chilling sensation spread throughout his body. But why is the heavenly demonic chi so restless? Yoan's purple pupils carefully observed the strange flames. Since that incident, this is the first time I haven't been able to control it. In his fleeting memory there was the image of the demonic beast he had absorbed in the past. I absorbed the extreme yin-cold energy of 9 yin-blocked meridian syndrome. Then a slightly expectant, triumphant smile spread across his lips. Could it be craving the internal energy within it? Heavenly demonic chi, you are truly greedy. The flames suddenly flared up as if responding to the heavenly demonic chi in Yoan's body. He opened his eyes slightly wider at the unexpected change. What is that? A Qilin appeared from within the flames, standing majestically before him. A Qilin? A powerful pressure pressed down on his body, but Yoan showed no fear. This was the hidden power of the Imperial Palace. The heavenly demonic chi surged even more violently, as if reacting to the Qilin that had taken shape. He waved his hand, instantly gathering demonic energy and assuming an attacking posture. "Since it has come to this, there's no other choice. If I can't separate it, I'll just have to cut it." As the Qilin opened its mouth, he also swung his sword and attacked. As soon as the two clashed, a powerful current of force erupted. Yoan gritted his teeth and couldn't help but inwardly assess. More solid than I expected. He quickly left a long sword wound on its body and lightly landed on the boiling lava lake. He immediately focused on the lake and cautiously analyzed the Qilin. There wasn't a ripple on the lake. Then that Qilin must also be a sacred creature, like the ice dragon. From beneath the lake it suddenly opened its mouth and attacked Yoan. But he quickly dodged before it could bite him. However, the Qilin quickly bent its body and sent him flying. It's not easy to deal with fire energy with only the heavenly demonic sword. In that case, Yoan suddenly pulled out a small dagger from his waist and threw it straight at it. A stream of blue energy flew through the fire and disappeared into ash. This caused some of the flames surrounding the mountain to subside. Good, the flames have subsided. But this will only be for a moment, so I need to find the source of the power. As Yoan lightly kicked off the ground, a shadow shot up like an arrow. The fire energy he had just extinguished quickly enveloped the mountain again. He immediately gripped the hilt of his sword and unleashed a sharp strike, trying to block the stronger heat emanating from it. It's useless. Yoan's feet were now fully on the mountainside, but a dazzling light blocked his attack. What is this? What is this sunlight like light and heat? Nano, I can't think too much. He immediately activated the skill. Wide field mode activated. Under the new vision mode, Yoan could clearly see the origin point of the energy. Found it. This fire energy was coming from a sphere about the size of a fist. The fire energy was simultaneously sucked into the sphere before his eyes. The reverberation grew stronger and stronger, and the heavenly demonic chi seemed to be afraid. Can I absorb this energy? Yoan reached out his hand and without much thought he clenched it tightly. No, there's only one choice. If this is what the extreme six-armed gate is after, it's better that it falls into my hands. The scene shifted to a desolate place where only two people were helping each other circulate internal energy. Ong's hand touched the other person's back, focusing and transmitting energy. Oh, an expression of unconcealed surprise flashed in her eyes. My heavenly immortal true energy is connected to his dantian and doesn't break, as if he's absorbing it. Her brow furrowed slightly, and a premonition of ill omen suddenly struck her. I have a bad feeling. I should circulate internal energy and break the connection. Thinking so, Gan Euyong immediately exerted more force to break the connection. A faint yellowish energy gathered beneath Haobong's lower abdomen. They mixed with the demonic energy and fire energy in her body, reorganizing into a new energy. Oh, how can this be? This ferocious internal energy is sucking my fire energy like a demonic ghost. She gritted her teeth, and dragon scales appeared on her arms. My fire energy is draining too quickly. I need to do something to make that energy feel threatened. But suddenly, Gan Euyong's pupils contracted violently. The situation changed too quickly for her to react. Even my flames, a dazzling light erupted from his dantian, and numerous cracks began to appear on Haobong's face. Finally it became a majestic current of power, which she immediately had to avoid. This new power caused Gan Euyong's voice to be filled with unconcealed astonishment. Bone marrow cleansing. His entire body was lightly lifted, allowing the power to circulate more easily, and Haobong slowly opened his eyes and woke up, a gentle breeze like new vitality sweeping over his clothes, and finally his 2 feet stood firmly on the desolate ground. Suddenly an expression of utmost natural joy appeared on Haobong's face. I can use bone marrow cleansing? Is this a dream or reality? Gan Euyong finally approached from behind and spoke. Congratulations. With that one word he was surprised. Fire Fiend. Her unconscious reaction slightly displeased her. Fire fiend indeed, your first words to your benefactor are quite rude. He immediately kicked off the ground and moved backward, creating distance. Heobong frowned and cautiously asked, "You saved me, how can I believe that?" Despite being doubted, she was no longer angry. "All right, believe it or not, it's up to you, but can your body generate fire?" At this question, his tone was filled with doubt. "Fire?" Gan Euyong pointed to Heobong's arm. "Yes, you should be able to generate fire." Recall the sensation when your whole body was engulfed in flames. However, Heobong's expression surprised her. He can generate fire without even revealing scales. A slight doubt began to form in her mind. Did this fellow completely absorb the Qilin's blood? I've never seen anyone completely absorb it. However, Heobong had a joyful expression, even juggling flames. "I can do this too." A childlike, innocent, and excited look appeared on his youthful face. At this expression and reaction, Gan Euyong lightly covered her mouth and chuckled. "That fellow is playing with fire like that? How cute." Then she turned to him with a comfortable smile. "You're probably finding it amazing since you're making fire for the first time, but you have many other abilities." However, the flames quickly extinguished at Heobong's feet. Seeing that, Gan Euyong asked with a hint of curiosity, "Did you already lose interest?" But now a faint sheen of sweat covered his face. "That's not it, that is." A powerful flame suddenly broke through the solid wall. With that explosion, several fire sparks fell to the ground. The black cloak was already miserably burnt. Yoan gritted his teeth, struggling to endure the terrible heat. Heat exceeding 3,000 degrees Celsius is penetrating your energy shield. Burns are rapidly self-healing. The sphere was still continuously burning his hand. "I see why no one can possess this item. If I didn't have self-healing abilities and extreme yin cold energy, I wouldn't have been able to enter here." The Qilin and Ice Dragon inside his body continued to fight. "Damn it, the balanced fire energy has broken and they're fighting to take over." Finally, Yoan could not endure the immense power and fell to his knees. His eyes were bloodshot and blue veins bulged around them. Due to the explosion of power, wounds began to appear on his body. "Damn it, it seems I've slightly exceeded the limit my Dantian can endure. If this continues, I will." Just then, Gan Euyong rushed over from somewhere, shouting anxiously, "Cult Lord!" Yoan coughed up blood in front of that terrifying power, yet he was still absorbing it. And the hot energy and power from the sphere continuously erupted. Faced with this difficult situation, Yoan, with the last shred of thought left in his mind, wondered, was I wrong? Was I not strong enough to control it? Blood and flesh poured from his mouth and seeped into the lava lake. His entire face was now wrinkled with burns. Nano's recovery speed can't keep up. "I'm losing consciousness." Yoan's hand still struggled to clench the sphere, but as he lost consciousness, his hand also released it. "Is this the end?" Blood and flesh dissolved into the surface of the water as if his body was submerged within it. Yoan's eyes were closed as if he had fallen asleep. Suddenly, one bloodshot eye opened and stared intently at him. The heavenly demonic chi, like the ice dragon, rushed fiercely as if trying to stretch its body. It sprang out of the water, letting out a painful roar. The heavenly demonic chi can no longer endure. Is it moving to avoid the Qilin's blood? His pupils moved slightly, as if he had grasped the core. Yo unclenched the sphere, realizing that the heavenly demonic chi was gathering in front of his chest. Middle Dantian, it began to crack and the sound grew louder. Finally, the sphere shattered into pieces, scattering into the air. Gan Euyong rushed forward to help but was blocked by an invisible wall. "Cult Lord," and she was repelled, unable to approach. Fear and astonishment flashed in her eyes. "Is the Qilin's true energy rejecting me? This has never happened before. I must find a way to get inside, no matter what." Suddenly, Gan Euyong's entire body froze, as if something had happened. He was now completely enveloped by the Bloodfire Qilin. "See, Cult Lord." Heobong rushed over from afar, looking very anxious. What happened to the Cult Lord?" His skin had now turned a transparent red. Yoan's eyes were closed and lava-like blood vessels surrounded his eyes, and then he opened his eyes, and his pupils had turned golden. "I feel it. The sword energy inside my body is constantly connecting the two sources of power. The internal energy, which has formed into hard energy, is combining with each other. It connects with the intangible energy source, true energy, to unleash Eegiyeogiam's sword energy control. Now the heavenly demonic chi and Bloodfire Qilin are in two different places. I thought I had reached the pinnacle of martial arts, the Hyongyong realm where energy takes tangible form, but it turns out that was just the limit of internal energy that the lower Dantian could endure. And the answer lay in the middle Dantian. It was the ice dragon, representing the heavenly demonic chi, that brought him enlightenment. In a dangerous moment, the heavenly demonic chi escaped the lower Dantian and opened the middle Dantian. In that moment of enlightenment, I instinctively understood it. Two swords were also simultaneously summoned by Yoan. In that serene moment, I felt the surging power. Shall I test it a bit? As soon as the thought ended, the two swords firmly embedded themselves in the cliff. Gan Euyong's eyes widened, unable to believe what was happening before her. And no, the black mist emanating from the swords instantly enveloped the lava lake. Steam was rising from the Qilin's blood in the black mist. The lava lake's reaction to the other sword seemed strange. The Qilin's blood on the black flame side was boiling even more fiercely. Faced with the rare sight before her, she found it difficult to judge. Even the energy remaining in the weapon is being affected. Is this the power when one absorbs the Qilin's true source? Yoan coldly looked down and commanded, "You two, step aside to the left and right." Gan Euyong quickly obeyed, scattering in two directions. Understood. Yoan lightly raised his hand in the air and she fixed her gaze on every one of his gestures. What is he trying to do without a weapon, barehanded? Yoan firmly brought his hand down towards the spot where the two had just been standing and an invisible sharp streak of energy sliced through the ground. Heobong was surprised before he could even realize what had happened. As soon as the ground cracked, a terrifying pressure enveloped them. What is it? Seeing the black flames burning fiercely, he thought inwardly with admiration. If I hadn't been able to absorb the fire energy, this heat would have been a terrible and unbearable thing. Struggling to block the emanating heat, he gradually grew curious about what on earth had happened. Suddenly, as if realizing something, Heobong's eyes widened, and faint memories and old stories slowly resurfaced in his mind. There is a legend passed down in the martial world from ancient times, the undefeated swordsman Doko Sinjum. In his later years he no longer carried a sword. As curiosity grew, people tried to seek answers directly from him. When asked by another, he replied. The swordsman lightly stroked his beard and answered, "The sword no longer holds meaning for me." Some of his disciples were not satisfied with this answer and continued to ask, "How can you say that? One must weave energy with a sword to create a sword aura. No, how can a swordsman, barehanded, contend with those who use force?" He simply raised his hand calmly and leisurely replied, "I have a sword," he said, then firmly brought his hand down. "I have achieved intangible true energy beyond tangible energy." What the swordsman spoke of was precisely the reality Gan Euyong witnessed, what is called the intangible sword. She sprang up from the ground in surprise. With a single gesture, the cave was scorched black. Is this the legendary intangible sword? Heobong also gaped in astonishment. The intangible sword, truly amazing. Does that mean the cult lord has reached the life-death realm? Suddenly a strong tremor occurred, pushing his body forward. Oh dear, even she herself couldn't believe the continuously changing situation. Is it an earthquake? Were there such traps beneath the cave? But Gan Euyong quickly noticed the pillars in the cave. Oh no, the cave pillars are melting, the ceiling is collapsing. Heobong gradually looked up at the cracking stone ceiling. A premonition of ill omen surged. This is serious. Even a master of the life-death realm would be in trouble if buried here. She immediately racked her brain, recalling the path she had taken earlier. The path the cult lord had dug to come here. She hastily commanded him before everything was too late. "The cave is collapsing. Quickly escort the cult lord and escape through that hole in the ceiling," he stammered at a loss for words. But the ceiling cracked even more as if it could collapse at any moment. "It seems it's too late." Immediately after, countless rocks rained down like a torrent. They poured down to the ground like a waterfall. Gan Euyong, undeterred, resolved to somehow salvage the situation. "No, I must save the cult lord no matter what." But the rocks were already raining down on their heads. It was at this moment that Yoan reached out his hand and lightly waved it. The falling giant rocks suddenly stopped. They remained suspended in the air within the cave. At this sight, Heobong and Gan Euyong could only look up, frozen. She was completely stiff, simply staring at the rocks in disbelief. Is this something a human can do? Could it be that he has balanced all three energies? Suddenly he shouted in the serene atmosphere, "Cult Lord!" The lava crust was peeling off his skin. They peeled away like scales, revealing his smooth skin. Even his face, which had been shriveled by burns just moments ago, had improved. A slight awe and admiration now resided in Gan Euyong's heart. "I've met countless martial artists, but," behind Yoan, a sphere symbolizing his power appeared. "I have never seen anyone with all three true energies in one body." A cold, resolute light flashed in his two eyes. Extreme yin, extreme yang, and a master of the life-death realm who wields demonic energy. The two swords from just now also gradually transformed into energy currents and disappeared. They vanished lightly as faint smoke. Tears now glistened in her eyes. Gan Euyong was deeply moved by Yoan's majestic and strong appearance. To be part of a legendary moment that will be recorded in martial arts history. Countless streams of power continued to appear in the space. Yoan stared intently at his hands. "So this is the feeling. I've expended too much true energy, so I can only create a maximum of 2 intangible weapons, but in this state I can still use sword energy control." He gripped his sword tightly and resolved, "It's a relief that Heobong is safe." He fell into thought. "I need to leave this imperial mausoleum before dawn, so I'll postpone the intangible sword experiment for later." Yoan lightly walked across the water, approaching the shore where the two were standing. Gan Euyong clasped her hands and offered her congratulations. "Cult Lord, congratulations on reaching the life-death realm beyond the highest level. Congratulations on achieving your great endeavor." Yoan smiled and looked at them. Gan Euyong looked at him with confusion. "The life-death realm, the cult lord I served was also the greatest master of his time, but he was not comparable to the current cult lord. Just who is this person?" Approximately 210 years ago, after the last emperor of the Yan dynasty died, the Central Plains fractured into 10 small nations. Thereafter, the provincial governors and officials who had occupied key strategic points in the Central Plains successively declared themselves kings, and relations between the nations rapidly deteriorated. The endless ambitions of the rulers prevented them from ever being satisfied with their own territories. The Yan dynasty then naturally embarked on a path to destruction. Gan Aoyong reported to Yoan. For 10 years during the 10 Kingdoms period, the blood of the Central Plains never ceased flowing. The entire country was devastated and peasants were conscripted, leading to famine. At that time, the Central Plains plunged into a dark age. Her face grew serious. Officials in the martial world paid no heed to each other. As the Central Plains fell into such a state, the martial world was also affected. Then a hero emerged, she fell into thought. Among the 10 kingdoms, the strongest was the Shun dynasty, which had Prince Zhu Jianming, the son of King Jianan. Unlike Jian's son, who was passed down as the magistrate of Tonghyun for generations, Zhu Jianming was an undefeated general who had fought the northern barbarians. At that time, to forge a friendship with Jianan Ji, the then heavenly demonic cult lord, he was invited to the 100,000 Mountains and recognized by everyone. Yuan was puzzled. Zhu Jianming is the name of Emperor Taizu of the Great Ming, is it not? Gan Aoyong replied. That is correct. During his time as a great general, he protected the nation from the northern barbarians. He was regarded as a hero, and even martial artists held him in great esteem, she recalled. He was a man of utmost loyalty. After the fall of the Yan dynasty, he abandoned all his official positions, lost interest in everything, and wandered throughout the Central Plains, interacting with heroes and prominent figures, Gan Aoyong continued. For the 10 years he was absent, it was the common people who suffered from the wars between the 10 kingdoms. The Central Plains grew weaker day by day and blood flowed everywhere due to the invasions of the northern barbarians and western region forces, she recalled. Finally, Zhu Jianming, after succeeding his ailing father and inheriting the throne of the Shun dynasty, decided to raise an army for a righteous cause. However, no matter how seasoned a general he was, the Shun dynasty's power alone was insufficient to unify the 10 kingdoms and repel foreign invasions. Gan Aoyong's voice continued to resonate. And he knew well how much time it took to build national power. So he sought help from the heroes and martial artists throughout the Central Plains with whom he had interacted for 10 years. Zhu Jianming clasped his hands and loudly declared, "By the will of heaven, a humble man like myself and all you heroes have been entrusted with wiping away the blood and tears of the suffering populace." He sincerely bowed his head to save them from greedy rulers and bandits. "Heroes, please join forces with me," Gan Aoyong continued. With the heroes, the righteous cause, and Zhu Jianming's fortune, everything combined to swiftly eliminate neighboring nations and repel foreign invasions, she continued. And 10 years later, the unified Shun dynasty was named the Great Ming Empire after the name of its great Taizu. She remembered that the nation had become stable. The heroes were recognized as founding contributors and were granted official positions and land, Gan Aoyong recalled. The heavenly demonic cult and the righteous factions of the martial world also assisted Taizu in establishing his nation at his request. However, once the nation stabilized again, they became a burden to Taizu and the court officials, she fell into thought. The fact that a single formidable master could contend with dozens of people made their existence threatening. But since they had helped him unify the Central Plains, he could not avoid paying a price, she continued. Taizu had no choice but to use the terms of the non-aggression treaty between officials in the martial world to offer the martial world and the heavenly demonic cult what they desired. She continued, at that time Li Xuan, the sect leader of the Wudang Sword Immortal, who was the martial alliance leader, requested that Taoism be established as the state religion of the Great Ming Empire to maintain relations with the imperial family despite the non-aggression pact. Gan Aoyong's face gradually darkened. That's when a problem arose. Our sect also requested that the heavenly demonic cult be made the state religion, but they had already made that request in the imperial palace's grand hall, and Taizu had already agreed. Heo Bong, standing next to her, also agreed. That incident is so famous that even I know about it. Some even say that our sect and the martial alliance had similar contributions to the founding of the nation. But they did it on purpose. Gan Aoyong was very angry. They suspected it was due to the influence of the officials at the time. So the cult lord, who was very dissatisfied, made a daring request. She once again fell into a reverie. There is an old legend in the Central Plains that a divine beast appears before an empire is born. Strangely, before Taizu unified the Central Plains, the divine beast Fire Qilin appeared in Kaifeng and burned down Nanchuan. Gan Aoyong fell into thought. At that time, Jianan Ji, the heavenly demonic cult lord, led hundreds of masters, including protectors and elders, and united their strength for 3 days and 3 nights, successfully defeating the Fire Qilin. She recalled, even after the Fire Qilin died, an unquenchable flame arose from its corpse. Taizu regarded this as an auspicious sign for a new nation, built a large mausoleum where the Qilin died, and declared Kaifeng the capital. She repeated Zhu Jianming's words, "Give me the Qilin's blood and true essence." Yuan fell into thought. Of course they would have opposed it, Gan Aoyong immediately replied. As the cult lord said, the officials also regarded it as an auspicious sign for a new nation and said so. However, the martial alliance also fiercely opposed it, fearing our growing power, she continued. Despite the fierce opposition, cult lord Ngi persisted to the end. Zhu Jianming shouted, "My sect and I risked our lives to defeat it. We are not asking for the corpse, only its true essence and blood. Who are you to oppose this?" Gan Aoyong recalled. Because his demand was just, the officials in the Martial Alliance allowed Taizu to make the final decision. Finally, after much thought, Taizu agreed to Jian and Gi's request to appease him. She spoke with a condition: if you can personally retrieve the Qilin's true energy and blood. Heo Bong couldn't believe it. Truly a dirty trick. Gan Aoyonji's voice continued to resonate. There was no way to retrieve the boiling blood, so the cult lord made another suggestion. She pleaded. Let 12 demonic cult masters guard this underground cave until the Qilin's blood cools and can be retrieved, Heo Bong suddenly realized. Then from then until now, Gan Aoyong smiled slightly. She confidently spoke. While staying in the Qilin's mausoleum, our sect's masters vowed to protect the imperial palace and be loyal to the imperial family. She presented a tray of name tags. These are their jade tokens. Heo Bong looked at the name tags suspiciously. Moon Ranyang, Outer Hall Master of the Demonic Dragon Sect. The name tag read Moon Ranyang, Outer Hall Master of the Demonic Dragon Sect. Gan Aoyong replied, that is my name. He looked at Gan Aoyong in surprise. Demonic Dragon Sect, then Moon Gyu's great-grandmother? No, then you are Moon Gyu's ancestor? She was surprised and asked Heo Bong in return. Moon Gyu, Yohan stared intently at them. Moon Gyu and Elder Moon would be very surprised if they knew, he suspiciously spoke. You only have their jade tokens, which means they all, she immediately replied. Turned to Ash. Gan Aoyong recalled at that time this humble servant received the cult lord's command. It was a command to research a way to retrieve the Qilin's true essence and blood. The imperial family also coveted the Qilin's blood and regularly mobilized eternal ice, but it only managed to extinguish the flames burning on the blood, having no significant effect, she recalled. The imperial family also had no other choice and made several internal masters drink the Qilin's blood. But they were all men with strong yang energy and could not withstand the fire energy, many losing their lives. Her face saddened. We, unable to retrieve the blood from the imperial family, eventually decided to drink the blood one by one. My comrades, worried about me being a woman, put me last. When it was my turn, I realized I couldn't drink the blood. Yoan guessed inwardly, because you were the only one left to guard this place. Gan Aoyong immediately agreed. That's right, my comrades must have wanted me to survive, she spoke frankly. It was a terrible and lonely time. My internal energy grew deeper day by day, reaching the Wajong realm, but I couldn't stop myself from aging and felt death approaching, she recalled. So I took a final gamble. If men couldn't withstand the fire energy due to their yang energy, I, being a woman, would try it myself, Gan Aoyong continued. And I absorbed the fire energy. I underwent a transformation and returned to my youthful appearance. Yoan concluded. Then the imperial family would also want to test it using female masters. Gan Aoyong spoke and replied, they wanted to do so, but I lied first. She looked at Yoan seriously. Even for a woman with internal energy must bear the fire energy that permeates her body, so more people could lose their lives. They had already sacrificed too many masters, so the imperial family agreed, she analyzed. Just then there were thousands of palace maids in the palace without internal energy, and the imperial family trained them to become soldiers of the imperial palace guardian hall. You didn't need to tell me. Before I passed away, I wanted to return to the 100,000 mountains and inform everyone of everything. Tears began to stream from Gan Aoyong's eyes. But only I could protect the true essence and the Qilin's blood. While I was gone, the lie about the Qilin's blood could not be exposed, and the imperial palace's power could not grow. So I had to be vigilant about that too, she looked at Yoan with joy. Nevertheless, I have met the cult lord, the savior of our sect. Now I have no regrets even if I turn to ash, he thought inwardly. With this much skill, she could have left the imperial palace and lived the rest of her life freely. But to stay here solely for our cult? Suddenly, as he stretched out his hand, a flow of power appeared, startling Gan Aoyong. Yoan looked at the sword in his hand. Is it the heavenly demonic sword? Gan Aoyong's eyes widened, and she was astonished to hear him shout, Yoan, the 24th cult lord and second heavenly demon of the great heavenly demonic cult. Yoan's voice continued to resonate in the space. I express my gratitude to the hero of our cult. You have loyally followed my command throughout the years, he smiled, resolving to repay her meritorious service. This cult lord bestows the position of Grand Elder upon Moon Ranyang, Outer Hall Master of the Demonic Dragon Sect. He looked at Gan Aoyong, who was covering her mouth and weeping. She hadn't wanted anyone to acknowledge her contributions. She had simply wished to return to the 100,000 mountains and meet the cult lord before she died. She quickly bowed her head. I thank the cult lord for your boundless grace. Long live, long live, long live. Heo Bong smiled, looking at Yoan. It's a celebratory occasion that the cult lord has reached the life-death realm. Following the 5 great masters of the peerless sword, a true master of the imperial palace has also joined. The cult lord ended the civil war of the 6 major sects and rapidly expanded the power of our sect. He looked at him with eyes full of respect. Cult lord. The cult lord, like the sun, draws numerous masters to us. Yoan looked at the flow of power around his wrist and frankly informed Gan Aoyong. I too wish to immediately take the elder back to our cult, but we still have unfinished business. Once that matter is resolved, I will take the elder. So could you guard this place a little longer until then? She replied with resolute will. What, how can you say such a thing? Just give the order, your humble servant will surely obey any command. Yoan smiled contentedly. Good, then there is something the elder must do by remaining here. Gan Liang looked at him blankly. The Eastern Depot guest hall, a group of people stood solemnly gathered. Liam stared intently at the corpses strewn across the ground. Horrible, a bloody battle occurred, yet no one nearby knew. Embroidered uniform guard Commander Liam suspected. Did someone use internal energy to block the sound? No, even if the northern warrior came, that would be impossible. He immediately gave orders. Is anyone there? Quickly clean up the bodies. People quickly dispersed to clean up the scene. Liam was nervous. The Eastern Depot, why are those guys here? Suddenly, someone approached and spoke in a sarcastic voice. The smell of blood is strong even before entering the guest hall. A man glanced at Liam and sneered. It seems more terrible than I thought. Too many people died, he thought inwardly. Is he saying that on purpose for me to hear? Liam immediately questioned the man. What brings the Eastern Depot here? Hearing that, the man smiled sinisterly and replied, What brings me here? You know that better than I do, don't you? His gaze sharpened. As of this moment, our Eastern Depot will investigate the incident that occurred here, Liam hastily retorted. What nonsense is that? A massacre in the Imperial Palace is the jurisdiction of our embroidered uniform guard. The man asked him in return, Where do you think this is? Liam's expression became serious. The Eastern Hall's administration is the responsibility of the Eastern Depot, but the right to investigate incidents belongs to our embroidered uniform guard. This is an incident where dozens of palace maids and martial artists were murdered. So let's not dispute territorial issues. Hall Master, the man laughed gleefully. It seems our embroidered uniform guard commander is mistaken. The embroidered uniform guard is also a complicit criminal in this incident. Liam shouted in astonishment. What did you say? The man personally commanded. Arrest all embroidered uniform guards who brought the rebel faction into the Imperial Palace. His subordinate immediately replied loudly. Liam's subordinates were quickly bound by the man's subordinates. They looked resentfully at those who tightly tied them up. Liam shouted in anger. What rebellion are you talking about? What is this? Who framed our embroidered uniform guard? The man curled his lips into a smile. Does a mere embroidered uniform guard commander dare to judge the orders of Prince Young and Grand Director Gong Im? Liam's eyes widened. Prince Young, at the same time, Prince Seong Utae Kyung Sunying Palace, Prince Young Lutae Yun confidently asked his subordinate. Are the preparations complete? Eastern Depot Director Im Gong Gong replied obsequiously. Yes, Your Highness Prince Young. By now, O Chiapyong and the martial world's righteous faction envoys must have entered the Imperial Mausoleum to search for answers. Ta Yun glanced at Ju Chung behind him. I hope all preparations are complete, he replied respectfully. Of course, Your Highness, he reported again. I received news that all preparations were complete at the beginning of Mao Shi. Ta Yun looked at him with praising eyes. Good, if this matter helps solidify my position as Crown Prince, this prince will actively support the extreme six-armed gate. Ju Chung smiled contentedly. Your Highness's grace is boundless, he laughed cruelly. Ta Yun personally ordered. Begin. Im Gong Gong immediately complied. Yes, he clasped his hands behind his back and shouted loudly. Prince Seong, come out of your palace at once and accept the house arrest order. He continued to shout. Prince Seong, come out of your palace at once and accept the house arrest order. Suddenly, hurried footsteps were heard. Im Gong Gong's voice was still reverberating loudly. Prince Seong Tae Kyung stormed in with his army. Tae Kyung clasped his hands and spoke gloomily. You Tae Kyung greets Imperial brother. What brings you here, Imperial brother? Im Gong Gong gritted his teeth. How arrogant, Tae Yun smiled. It's been a long time, Tae Kyung questioned him. This situation doesn't seem appropriate for exchanging greetings. Why are Director Im Gong Gong and other eunuchs surrounding my palace? Im Gong Gong reported. Your Highness Prince Seong, a great calamity has occurred in your palace. Tae Kyung urged him to speak clearly. Tell me. Im Gong Gong immediately reported. Last night, a group of rebels invaded the Eastern Depot's guest hall and murdered dozens of palace maids and Eastern Depot assassins, Tae Kyung exclaimed in astonishment. What did you say? Im Gong Gong smiled cruelly. That's not all, Your Highness. We also received reports that this group of rebels invaded the Imperial Mausoleum to steal Emperor Taizu's treasure. Hearing that, Tae Kyung immediately asked him hastily. Reports? Are you saying I'm involved in this incident? Im Gong Gong? He smiled triumphantly. Ho, don't be too angry, Your Highness, he explained clearly. It seems a group of demonic cult rebels infiltrated with your procession back to the palace. A hall master who survived last night's battle is a witness, Tae Kyung stammered. Are you saying that? I brought those rascals here. Im Gong Gong covered his mouth and chuckled. I do not know that. His Majesty the Emperor has ordered us to uncover the truth of this incident and arrest the culprits. Tae Kyung couldn't believe his ears. What arrest? Do you dare to arrest me? Go ahead and try, Tae Yun shouted at him in anger. You arrogant fool, you caused a disturbance in the imperial family and still haven't come to your senses. If you are involved with rebels, you had better surrender quietly. Tae Kyung's face grew even darker. Those I met were not so reckless. If it really was the demonic cult's doing, they would never have left survivors. Arresting me without any evidence is a false accusation, Tae Yun immediately retorted. Do you think I would do this without any evidence? Not only Eastern Depot officials but also Imperial Palace inspection officials and Martial World Righteous faction envoys are currently examining the bodies. Ta Kyung did not yield. I cannot believe it unless I see it myself, Ta Yun replied contemptuously. You really? I Am Gong Gong smiled and whispered into Ta Yun's ear. It seems His Highness Prince Seong finds this difficult to accept. How about we show him the evidence ourselves? He showed an uncomfortable expression. Why show evidence when we can just forcibly escort him? Ta Kyung reluctantly compromised. Very well, if Imperial Brother can provide concrete evidence that I am involved, I will accept this house arrest order. Ta Yun inwardly resolved. Good, I thought a stubborn fellow like you would react more violently. He smiled sinisterly. A mere concubine's son dares to consider himself my equal. I will thoroughly crush him this time so he can never raise his head again. Inside the Imperial Palace's Suhojaeon, a hand pulled back a curtain. Ta Yun thought inwardly. The outcome is decided anyway. The Imperial Palace's treasure and the fact that it's connected to the disappearance of rebels is enough for people to oppose your appointment as Crown Prince. He smiled triumphantly. All the bodies bear traces of demonic cult martial arts. Our ill-fated relationship finally ends. Inside the Suhojaeon's common grave, corpses covered with cloth lay in rows. A man bowed respectfully. Greetings to His Highness Prince Seong and His Highness Prince Young. Greetings to His Highness Prince Seong and His Highness Prince Young. Ta Yun immediately asked about their progress. Enough. How far have you examined the bodies? The man immediately reported. We have just finished. I will report on this matter. Suddenly he glanced at Ta Kyung. Enough. You go and see for yourself. Follow me. You insisted on seeing it yourself, didn't you? He immediately agreed. Of course. Ju Chung, who was behind, was inwardly excited. I heard the common grave has several levels, and there are over 50 bodies here alone. He calculated inwardly. It must have taken quite some time for just 5 people to leave demonic cult sword marks on the bodies. The extreme 6-armed gate masters certainly suffered a lot. He looked at the scene before him. Now all that's left is for the Taoist priests of the orthodox faction of the martial world to testify that this is the work of the demonic cult. Ju Chung smiled gleefully. Those demonic cult rascals will be caught unaware. Thanks to this, I'll receive patronage from the future emperor, obtain the divine beast's blood, and even suppress the demonic cult. Truly killing 3 birds with 1 stone, the plan meticulously crafted over several years is finally bearing fruit. Suddenly, Ta Yun shouted. Impossible. He immediately struck one of his nearby subordinates. There's a demonic cult spy in the inspection department. Find that spy at once and make him kneel before this prince. Ta Yun couldn't believe his eyes. The traces on the bodies are those of the extreme 6-armed gate. This can't be. Ju Chung froze like a stone. What did he say? The entire room was drenched in blood and everyone was busy clearing the bodies. Chia Pyong ordered everyone. Divide the bodies according to the location of their wounds and lay them down. They bowed their heads and replied. Yes. An old man stood observing, thinking inwardly. Truly disgusting. He was the true Master Chung Heo, one of the 12 strongmen of the 17 strongmen and the sect leader of the Gongdong faction. Chung Heo had come here to examine the wounds on the bodies at the request of someone claiming to be a martial artist of the extreme 6-armed gate. But is this terrible incident really the work of the demonic cult? Although they are a belligerent faction, they wouldn't stoop to thievery like unorthodox factions. He was sweating. He shook his head sadly. I'll know whether it's real or fake once I examine them. My job is to report the truth honestly. Chia Pyong recognized a body being carried. Ah, this person is a cook. I heard rumors, but I didn't expect the Suhojaeon to have cooks from the imperial kitchen, not just palace maids. He observed and analyzed the cuts on the body. Are these wounds from a soft sword? What on earth happened? Chia Pyong stammered, realizing. His eyes widened as he thought. Greetings to His Highness Prince Seong and His Highness Prince Young. He sweated even more. He hastily turned his head and repeated inwardly. Greetings to His Highness Prince Seong and His Highness Prince Young. Ah, this is a big problem. If they meet true Master Chung Heo now, someone shouted. Impossible. Ta Yun struck a person hard and shouted loudly. There is definitely a demonic cult infiltrator in the inspection department. Find that infiltrator at once and make him kneel before this prince. He still hadn't calmed down and asked in return. The martial arts left on the bodies are those of the extreme 6-armed gate. Why is this happening? Ju Chung, who was standing nearby, heard that and asked himself blankly. What did he say? I Am Gong Gong, standing next to him, also asked in a fluster. Hey Taoist Master Gong, what's going on? If it's the extreme 6-armed gates martial arts, isn't that your sect? Ju Chung stammered in reply. Why yes, but this can't be. Chia Pyong hastily ran over and shouted loudly. Director I Am Gong Gong. He respectfully greeted him and reported. I humbly report a great calamity has occurred. I Am Gong Gong was surprised by his appearance and asked. Oh, Chia Pyong, did you arrive first? He leaned closer to Chia Pyong and spoke. I heard too. Those next to me are from the extreme 6-armed gate and the plan went awry, but if we capture them first, we won't be suspected. Chia Pyong still remained nervous and stammered. Director, that's not the problem. The bodies. Chung Heo revealed the truth. There are also wounds from the 3 forms of soft sword technique. Primordial Celestial Venerable. Primordial Celestial Venerable. I Am Gong Gong asked blankly after hearing that. The three forms of soft sword technique explained it clearly. The three forms of soft sword technique is a sword technique created by director Lu Gonggong, the former Eastern Depot director and a great master of the Ghost Flame Fortress for the eunuchs. The three forms of soft sword technique elevated the Eastern Depot's reputation, and it became their symbolic sword technique. It's a sword technique that uses a soft sword as its main weapon. In the quiet room a very fast movement suddenly flashed by, and Gonggong asked worriedly, What else is happening? He knelt before Taeyun and asserted, Your Highness, that cannot be. Gonggong hastily suggested, True Master Chung Heo, please check again. For what reason would the Eastern Depot do such a thing? Chung Heo honestly said, This old man has examined 20 bodies. It is indeed the three forms of soft sword technique, director. See for yourself. This old man carefully examined it to ensure there was no mistake. These wounds are from the sword technique that the Eastern Depot Hall Masters demonstrated at the martial arts exhibition. Recalling in past event, the Imperial Palace had recently held a Taoist ceremony to celebrate the new year. After the ceremony, the 9 major sects of the Martial Alliance and Taoist figures gathered. Martial artists from the Eastern Depot, Western Depot and Embroidered Uniform Guard demonstrated their sword techniques at the martial arts exhibition. Gonggong sweated even more profusely, terrified by his words. He repeated inwardly, Martial arts exhibition, damn it, True Master Chung Heo is a righteous faction master, so he won't easily forget the sword techniques he saw. Another voice echoed from behind Taeyun. That is correct, Your Highness. He was startled and turned around, asking, What? Taeyun's eyes wavered slightly, revealing worry. The person who had just spoken smiled slightly. Taeyun smiled sinisterly. Taeyun was stunned. He asked himself, You're smiling? I'm the one who set the trap, but where did I go wrong? Taeyun turned towards Chung Heo and thought, I'm in a difficult situation because I entrusted the testimony to True Master Chung Heo, who is known for his integrity, not Prince Seong. Did that rascal plan this in advance too? Taeyun calmly spoke. His Imperial Majesty will be greatly disappointed, Your Highness. Taeyun stammered at his words. Your Majesty. He grew more anxious and thought to himself, No, it's the Dano festival soon when the Crown Prince will be appointed. If His Majesty learns of this, all the trust I've built will be for naught. Taeyun pointed a finger at Taeyun and shouted, You engineered all of this. How dare a mere concubine's son covet the position of Crown Prince, he asserted. The one who tampered with the corpses must also be you. At that moment another voice suddenly rang out. I shall explain that matter. Gonggong heard this and was puzzled. Whose woman's voice is that? In the blink of an eye a very fast movement flashed by. Ganhaoyong knelt before the astonished and flustered Taeyun. True Master Chung Heo was also startled and wondered, Since when has that woman been here? Gonggong also tensed. He assessed a master. Her martial prowess is unfathomable. Everyone observed Ganhaoyong and couldn't help but wonder, Who is this person? Taeyun lost his composure and loudly asked, Who are you? Who are you to dare appear before this prince? Ganhaoyong respectfully introduced herself, presenting her golden tablet. Your Highness, this humble servant is the person in charge of guarding the Imperial Mausoleum of the Imperial Palace's Guardian Hall, and my name is First Grand Elder Ganhaoyong. Gonggong, standing nearby, heard this and continuously wondered, First Grand Elder? The First Grand Elder of the Guardian Hall is a person from 200 years ago. Can such a person still be alive? Taeyun snatched the tablet in anger and shouted, No, impossible. He couldn't help but panic as he held the golden tablet and read the characters on it. No, that can't be. Taeyun's face darkened and his mind was in turmoil. The Emperor's Imperial Seal is stamped on the tablet. If that's the case, is this woman really the First Grand Elder of the Imperial Palace's Guardian Hall? How could this happen? Gonggong, connecting thoughts with him, transmitted, Your Highness, this is actually better. He revealed a terrifying expression and calculated, If she truly is the only surviving master of the Imperial Palace's Guardian Hall, we can pin all this crime on the extreme 6-armed gate. Taeyun calmly assessed the situation and thought to himself, Indeed, in the Eastern Depot and I can escape this crisis. As expected, there's always a way out, even if the sky falls. He regained his composure and began to question her. What would the Grand Elder like to explain? Can the First Grand Elder of the Guardian Hall tell me? Ganhaoyong bowed her head to the ground and honestly admitted her fault. Your Highness, this humble servant guarded the Imperial Palace's treasure under Emperor Taizu's command, but failed to protect it from the Eastern Depot eunuchs and a group of rebels. Please punish this humble servant. Taeyun and Gonggong were flustered upon hearing this. But Taeyun was overjoyed. He exclaimed happily, The Eastern Depot eunuchs coveted the Imperial Palace's treasure? Even the people carrying the corpses froze in place after hearing this. And Gonggong thought worriedly, If this continues, the Eastern Depot will really be accused of treason. A voice echoed in his head. Gonggong, it's terrible. You must kill everyone here to silence them. Gonggong recognized this voice. Dao Gong sect leader Ju Chung continued to transmit his thoughts to him. If you only kill these people, we can easily fabricate evidence. Gonggong heard this and thought it was reasonable. He replied, Good. No one else can enter this place anyway, so apart from the Gongdong faction leader and southern warrior, Gonggong looked towards Ganhaoyong and calculated, and excluding that woman who calls herself the First Grand Elder, everyone else can be easily dealt with. Although the Bloody Blade sect leader is a Yunjiang master, The Eastern Depot has hundreds of eunuchs, so we have a clear numerical advantage. He gritted his teeth and thought to himself. Anyway, we have no other choice. I am Gong Gong suddenly ordered loudly. His Highness Prince Young has fallen into a trap. Quickly eliminate these rebels and protect His Highness, he shouted. Kill them. The others immediately drew their swords and obeyed the command. Yes, seeing this situation, Ta Kyung thought to himself. Damn it, these bastards are trying to silence witnesses. He suddenly called out to True Master Chung Heo. He ordered, Gongdong disciples, protect His Highness Prince Seong from the rebels. The others replied in unison, yes. At this moment Namgying appeared. He called out, Your Highness Prince Seong. Namgying turned around and ordered, Embroidered uniform guards, quickly protect His Highness Prince Seong. The group replied, yes. Chiapyong drew his saber and said confidently, What can 3 mere embroidered uniform guards do? Namgying confronted him and thought to himself, this eunuch bastard has finally shown his true colors. Ju Chung continued to converse through thoughts. Bloody Blade sect leader, it will be difficult to handle this quietly, he was planning. If the sect leader can confront that first Grand Elder and help me, I can. Before he could react, Ju Chung's right arm was severed and fell to the ground, and the shining blade was stained with blood. Ju Chung shouted, my arm? He looked back in pain and asked, Blue Bloody Blade sect leader, what are you doing? A voice echoed. The face of the purple-haired man wearing a bamboo hat could not be seen. He lost his arm and still threatens the Bloody Blade sect leader. Too much talk. He panicked and thought, whose man's voice is that? Purple eyes gleamed from behind the bamboo hat, and a cold voice retorted, Do you still think I am the Bloody Blade sect leader? Turning back time. 1 hour ago, at the beginning of Mao Shi, in Prince Young Lu Ta Yun's palace, the guest hall of Prince Jiang Palace, Ju Chung was looking into the distance as if waiting for someone. He thought worriedly, it's too late. According to the original plan, it should have been finished by mid-in Shi. Could it have failed? Dao Gong sect leader Ju Chung of the Extreme Six-Armed Gate, he sweated continuously and worried. Since officially appearing in the martial world, this is only the 3rd time we've mobilized so many masters. We even mobilized the Bloody Blade sect leader, the best of the top 6 sect leaders, for this task. Is the Imperial Palace's Guardian Hall Master really that formidable? A person covered from head to toe appeared behind Ju Chung and asked, Are you waiting? He hastily moved away from that person and asked, Who are you? Ju Chung's sweat continued to stream down his cheeks. He was flustered. I didn't sense any presence. Since when was that guy there? Li Han held out the object in his hand. Ju Chung immediately recognized it. That's the Bloody Blade sect leader's treasured saber. He opened his mouth and asked, If you're really the Bloody Blade sect leader, why are you covering your face? Li Han, still covering his face, replied, Do I need to prove it further? Ju Chung convinced himself that arrogant voice and tone are definitely the Bloody Blade sect leaders. Yes, if it were an enemy, they would have already stabbed me in the back. He thought for a moment and then spoke. Good, we need to hurry, so let's go. His Highness Prince Young is waiting. Ju Chung turned his back and walked, saying, Come this way. Currently, Ju Chung was gasping and thinking in panic. Just a moment ago it was the Bloody Blade sect leader's voice, so why did it suddenly change to a man's voice? He clutched his injured arm and painfully opened his mouth to ask, Who are you? What happened to the Bloody Blade sect leader? Li Han, still covering his face, decisively sliced once and shouted loudly, Too much talk. Ju Chung used all his remaining strength to block, and sweat poured down like rain. The saber was destroying Ju Chung's weapon. He suddenly panicked. Impossible, it's an iron staff. He worriedly realized, this guy is much stronger than me. He's overwhelming my power with just a light swing, not even a skill. Ju Chung's remaining hand launched a move. He calculated that he should use his opponent's strength against him. Ju Chung prepared to deliver a powerful and precise strike. He gritted his teeth and thought, The time has come. The saber swung towards Li Han. He analyzed. The direction of the attack is hidden within a technique of borrowed strength. I can't use a counter skill now. Li Han's light purple eyes showed no fear at all when he launched a skill. Ju Chung was sent flying backward, and the force was truly tremendous. When he hit the wall, Ju Chung coughed up blood. The wall shattered and his entire body fell heavily to the ground with blood continuously flowing from his mouth. Ju Chung stammered and wondered. And no, impossible. I used all my energy with a technique of borrowed strength, but that guy blocked it so easily. He trembled, clutching the broken weapon in his hand. Even an iron staff shattered. That guy is a true monster. It's not surprising if he defeated the Bloody Blade sect leader. He looked at his hand and thought, if I don't kill that monster, everything will be for naught. Ju Chung had not yet fallen. He calculated whether it was worth using his perfected blood reversal great power, but confronting that monster there was no other way. Oh, power is overflowing, my energy is rapidly amplifying. With this strength I can defeat everyone here. Li Han's bandaged hand touched his head. Ju Chung felt a piercing pain and screamed maniacally. When Li Han removed his hand, Ju Chung's head was now bald. He stammered, what happened? Li Han opened his mouth. You only used one skill. Ju Chung collapsed completely, and he continued, Don't feel too wronged, you just had a bad opponent. At the same time the other two were also fighting fiercely. It was Chiapyong and Namgying. Blades swung relentlessly and blood splattered everywhere. Namgying was in great danger, having been struck in the neck. Chiapyong sneered, Is Namgying's skill only this much? Disappointing. Namgying struggled to stand on 2 feet. He reminisced and reminded himself, Damn it, the injury I sustained then makes my arm weak. My mission is to protect His Highness Prince Seong no matter what. Namgying's eyes quickly scanned his surroundings. He saw everyone fighting with great difficulty and felt regret. Then and now I can do nothing. If this continues I won't be able to face His Highness Prince Seong. Another attack flew towards Namgying like lightning. Chiapyong still attacked fiercely. It seems you still have time to be distracted, he said with a confident smile. I'll make you regret not fighting properly. Ta Kyung nearby felt something strange. He immediately turned towards Namgying. Namgying was being dealt a fatal blow by Chiapyong. Ta Kyung shouted. Namgying's hand trembled, clutching the blade. Ta Kyung loudly called out his name, Namgying. Chiapyong's red eyes looked straight at him and said, it seems you twisted your body so you avoided a vital point. It would have been easier to die in one blow. Namgying struggled to swing his sword and attack, but Chiapyong quickly blocked it. He smiled cunningly. You're struggling to the very end. It seems you feel very wronged. Let's see, nothing will change. Namgying opened his mouth. Damn it, you're noisy. He stabbed the sword under Chiapyong's jaw and blood splattered everywhere. Namgying shouted, take this. I am Gong Gong saw Chiapyong's dire situation and thought to himself, foolish fellow to be distracted on the battlefield, you deserve to die. He turned to the other side and opened his mouth to ask, Dao Gong sect leader. Ju Chun's situation was also hopeless. I am Gong Gong wondered, was the Dao Gong sect leader defeated? He took out several long, thin needles and thought, since it's come to this, there's no other way. I am Gong Gong flew straight forward, aiming at his target. In the confusion, I must eliminate Prince Seong first. Heo Bong stepped forward and launched a flame technique to protect Ta Kyung. He smiled and opened his mouth to ask, is that all for such a light attack? I am Gong Gong shot straight forward like a rocket. He suddenly wondered, caught you. I am Gong Gong fell face first to the ground, a painful impact. His old hand trembled. I am Gong Gong sweated and panicked, wondering, why suddenly? My true energy has already reached the peak of the Wajong realm, but I'm being suppressed so much I can't even lift my foot. A person was walking towards him. Li Han revealed his eyes at this moment, and he looked at them with dignity and commanded, kneel. Almost everyone in the room was in the same situation. They struggled to speak. Can't move. What on earth is happening? They called out to their leader in despair. We can't lose like this. Your Excellency, a young man who was still standing normally opened his mouth to True Master Chung Heo and asked, Sect leader, what is happening? He replied. Do nothing, just watch. That person is one of the 5 great masters. The person heard this and asked again, unable to believe his ears. The 5 great masters? Is that guy one of the 5 great masters, like the Martial Alliance leader? True Master Chung Heo felt a terrifying presence from Li Han, he wondered. Just because that guy isn't suppressing us, it doesn't mean we don't feel his powerful aura. Can anyone really control their aura like this? True Master Chung Heo still couldn't believe the truth. How can a man in his 20s emit such an overwhelming aura? I am Gong Gong, still pinned to the ground, spoke weakly. Save me, Ta Yun, also unable to escape this situation, groaned. Gong Gong, I am Gong Gong. I am Gong Gong looked around and noticed the difference. What is this? Are only the Eastern Depot eunuchs being suppressed by that guy's aura? He wondered. Excluding the Gangdong faction, why are the embroidered uniform guard soldiers still fine? Could that guy be in league with the embroidered uniform guard? I am Gong Gong continued to look around and thought, looking back, I was too focused on capturing the prince, so I didn't pay attention to that bald guy. He's clearly using fire energy. Could he have drunk the blood of a divine beast? I don't know how a mere human survived, but one thing is certain. The prince is in league with these guys. Ta Kyung worriedly asked his colleague Namgying, are you alright? I am Gong Gong struggled to support himself and get up, thinking to himself, even if they are embroidered uniform guard members, it doesn't matter. I must survive and report to the Imperial Palace. That's the only way to turn the tide. He struggled to stand up, thinking, although that guy's true energy is very strong, he can't completely suppress me. If I use all my internal energy and strength, I can leap high enough to be out of reach of that guy's aura. I am Gong Gong leapt once and thought to himself, this should be enough. He was floating in the air, preparing to attack. This is the Ghost Fire Treasure Sword art, the piercing spear technique. Although it consumes a lot of internal energy, its power is truly immense. And no matter how terrifying a monster that guy is, he won't be able to block this. I am Gong Gong delivered a powerful and decisive strike. Ghost Fire Treasure Sword art, piercing spear technique, Myriad Spears Realm. A brief explanation of the Myriad Spears Realm technique. This martial art was created by I am Gong Gong, the head of the Eastern Depot. It was inspired by Tianwu Hua of the Tang dynasty, which was extremely famous for its hidden weapons and poisons. To analyze it in more detail, it is one of the wave spears of the Ghost Fire Compendium. Wave spears are used to spread the user's aura like waves. The attack flew straight towards Ta Kyung and Namgying, who were sitting below. As he struggled to protect Ta Kyung, he hugged him tightly and shouted, Your Highness. In that critical situation, a strong wind blew, enveloping the two from the recent attack. Namgying slowly opened one eye. Where did this wind come from? A young man with long white hair appeared. Namgying, recognizing him, exclaimed in extreme surprise, You? Heo Bong was also using his fire energy to block the attack. He commented that their power was completely different from last time. At this rate, it seems I can defeat them. Heo Bong exerted all his strength. No, I can't hold on any longer. Suddenly, his flame power grew even stronger. Heo Bong was surprised when Gan Aoyong came to support him. He shouted, Elder. She turned back to Heo Bong and reminded him, You are truly difficult. You still can't properly control your energy. Don't lower your guard. He stammered in reply. Why yes, power exploded and red flashes appeared in succession. Yama sternly admonished, No, why would you put a valuable witness in such danger? Chung Heo thought it was too strong. The aura emanating from that rascal has reached at least the Wajong realm. No, he felt the transcendent realm, and it wasn't just from that rascal. Chung Heo also felt this immense power from Gan Aoyong and the white-haired man. The others have also reached the peak realm. They are all grandmasters, so why are so many masters gathered in one place? Chung Heo suddenly realized. So that's why. He looked at Li Han and was convinced. If those masters are helping him, there's no longer any doubt. That's him. Li Han was fighting with extreme lightness. Seeing the demonic cult lord still struggling against I Am Gong Gong, he asked in confusion, "Impossible, that rascal hasn't even fought with his full strength, so how can he be blocked?" Li Han fought I Am Gong Gong with very little power. He lightly commented that the needles were blocked by his protective aura. Such ordinary attacks, I Am Gong Gong shouted. This damned rascal, the old man calculated. Aside from that rascal's astonishing internal energy, does that rascal possess superior mental strength than others? Why can that rascal control everything in his sight? Li Han commanded. Nano, return the needles to him. A message appeared on the system. Needle control system activated according to user's command. System is selecting target. Target acquired. Li Han counterattacked and said, "It's all yours. I'll return it to you." I Am Gong Gong was extremely nervous. The old man inwardly cursed, "Damn it, too fast. They're all coming back to me." I Am Gong Gong gathered power in both hands. At this point I have no choice but to block. The old man unleashed the 8 formless spear techniques. I Am Gong Gong gritted his teeth and thought, "Do you think only you can do that?" I Am Gong Gong, not to be outdone, returned the needles towards Li Han, the old man said inwardly. Even if that rascal is a monster, his internal energy must have limits. I Am Gong Gong carefully calculated. My job is to attack him with my venomous internal energy, make him flustered, and then while he's confused, escape from here and report to His Majesty. Li Han calmly sighed and opened his mouth. You don't know when to give up. As the current of power slashed across I Am Gong Gong, the old man's face hardened. I Am Gong Gong said in a small voice. My hand. The old man slumped, hitting the ground with his face and knees. I Am Gong Gong shouted and asked, how can this be? How can you still have so much internal energy left to unleash moves? Li Han calmly and coldly replied, You seem flustered. Give up, you can't do anything more. I Am Gong Gong still didn't give in. The old man was annoyed. Damn it, if I had just a little more time I could have achieved my goal. Li Han struck the old man's remaining hand once and asked, Did I tell you to get up? He looked at I Am Gong Gong, who was groaning in pain, and reminded him once more, I told you to give up. I Am Gong Gong screamed miserably. Damn it, damn it. The people still lay prostrate on the floor, staring blankly at the scene before them. Impossible. Why did I Am Gong Gong fall so easily? Although he is one of the 3 great masters of the Imperial Palace, his martial arts are second to none. I Am Gong Gong screamed madly. This damned rascal, who are you? Who are you to dare come here and block my path? Li Han slowly replied, Don't you still know I am the master of the very place you tried to frame? I Am Gong Gong vaguely guessed. Frame? Could it be that you are the demonic cult lord? Li Han stared directly into the old man's eyes. That's right, you need to know what's going to happen, don't you? I Am Gong Gong opened his mouth. I am an official of the great Ming Empire. Even if you are from the demonic cult. The old man closed his mouth before he could say 2 more words. Cult lord. Blood splattered everywhere, and I Am Gong Gong's head disappeared. Those who served the old man stood blankly at the sight that had just occurred. They said in small voices, No, I Am Gong Gong. Li Han held the old man's head in one hand. As he held it up high, he too was drenched in blood. He opened his mouth and asked, What if you're an official? Tae Kyung watched from a standing position, equally astonished. He asked himself, I knew he would punish them by any means necessary. But to dare kill an Imperial Palace official so openly? Has he forgotten the non-aggression treaty between the court and the martial world? He inwardly prayed. Oh, primordial celestial venerable, why is this happening? Chung Heo was terrified. I Am Gong Gong was also a Wajong realm master, but he fell so easily. This person's martial prowess is so great that there's no longer any doubt he is definitely the demonic cult lord. He looked at Li Han and recalled that when Zhuge So He went as an envoy to the demonic cult, she called him the young cult lord. In the meantime, he has already ascended to the position of demonic cult lord, but the martial alliance still thinks of him as a mere youth. As Li Han stood tall, Chung Heo commented that he hadn't grown into a dragon but had already successfully become one. He said to the person next to him through thought, Young Anna, carefully observe that rascal's appearance and demeanor, and when you return to the sect, draw his portrait. Yes, that person was curious. Who is that person that my master commands me to do such a thing? Chung Heo replied. That is Li Han, the demonic cult lord. The young man was also surprised. The demonic cult lord. The man was momentarily flustered. Can the demonic cult lord be in a place like this? If rumors spread that they have invaded our territory, the martial world will be thrown into chaos. Chung Heo reminded him. First, don't show any emotions, he said worriedly. Now is not the time to anger the demonic cult lord. Primordial celestial venerable, the man complied. Yes, the young man asked himself, is my master perhaps wary of the demonic cult lord? My master is one of the 17 strongmen of the orthodox faction of the martial world, and the spiritual sword true master Chung Heo of the Gongdong faction. Blood dripped onto the floor, staining the room red. They were still suppressed. Helplessly thought, I can't let that rascal get close to his highness. But why can't my body move? Chung Heo commented. Truly terrifying power. Even though the demonic cult lord has withdrawn his internal energy, those eunuchs can't get up. Ta Yun was also on his knees bowing. He groaned. No, damn it. He opened his mouth in a small voice. How dare he treat this prince? Ta Yun's eyes were filled with astonishment and fear. He looked at the head thrown at him and shouted, I am Gong Gong's name. Ta Yun hastily covered his mouth. He couldn't help but vomit. Ta Yun opened his mouth. What are you doing? He asked frantically. Who are you to stand in my way? If I had just followed the plan, I could have gained everything. Li Han and Ta Kyung listened to his words in silence. The position of crown prince and the ability to depose that irritating Prince Seong. Ta Yun, still on his knees, shouted at the top of his lungs. It's all your fault. How dare mere foolish martial artists treat this prince like this? Li Han began to exert force with his hand and commented, You have a very long tongue. He lifted Ta Yun and asked again, Are you admitting to framing our cult? Your Highness Prince Young. Ta Yun realized the truth too late and regretted it. Our cult? Then you are from the demonic cult. Li Han lightly replied, Fortunately you know. Now it's time to pay the price. Ta Yun still shouted at the top of his voice. I am an imperial prince of the great Ming Empire. How dare a mere subject like you do this to a member of the imperial family? This damned rascal. Do you know what you're doing? Li Han slowly tortured him. I haven't even started yet. Ta Yun still struggled to get closer to Li Han and said, How dare this lowly rascal cut off an imperial family member's hand? Don't regret it if the demonic cult disappears from the Central Plains because of you. Ta Yun's arm was bent backward and his fingers were also controlled. Li Han listened to the screams with indifference. Ta Yun commanded in despair, Damn it, how dare a mere martial artist harm His Highness's sacred body? Release His Highness at once. Others were also brought up and suffered the same fate as Ta Yun. Li Han lightly controlled everything and opened his mouth. You are losing your lives in vain. People died one by one. Their necks snapped. Ta Yun watched each person being tortured and asked himself, died. Is there no difference between an imperial official and an imperial prince? Who are you, you madman? Struggled and screamed in despair. As Li Han announced it was time to end it, he stammered, wait. Ta Yun tried to reconcile. I spoke wrongly. How can an imperial prince break Emperor Taizu's treaty? Please forgive me. Li Han approached. Too bad. If you keep babbling like that, I'll cut off one of your arms. Hearing those words, he became even more flustered. Arm? Li Han suddenly paused. He felt something. Li Han looked down the corridor. A strange aura was emanating. He asked himself, I felt a presence. It's not just one or two people. Who is it? Li Han placed Ta Yun on the ground and said, I've vented my anger, so I'll end it now. He opened his mouth as promised. I will let your Highness Prince Young go unpunished. Ta Yun didn't understand and asked again. Promise? Li Han stepped aside and said, Do as you wish. Li Han called out, Your Highness Prince Seong. Ta Yun groaned and cursed you. Ta Kyung, this damned rascal. Ta Kyung slowly approached and asked, Are your hands all right? It's truly regrettable to see the plan your imperial brother painstakingly executed collapse like this. Does my imperial brother admit defeat? Ta Yun trembled and replied, I am Gong Gong, the Eastern Depot Director is dead, and I am in this state. He looked back, tears in his eyes suppressing his pain, and threatened, Even if there are witnesses, do you think His Majesty will easily believe a concubine's son like you? At worst, power could shift to the third prince. Ta Yun loudly called out to True Master Chung Heo. He replied, Yes, your Highness Prince Young. Ta Yun reminded him, You know I have a close relationship with the Martial Alliance leader, don't you? Please don't interfere in this matter. Chung Heo only sighed, thinking inwardly. The situation has come to this, yet he still chases power. Primordial Celestial Venerable, Primordial Celestial Venerable, Ta Yun said confidently. If the imperial physicians of the inspection department turn a blind eye to this matter, you can forget about becoming crown prince. He looked back and asked clearly, Who dares to treat this prince? His eyes were moist, but his ambition showed no signs of diminishing. He was slightly flustered. 3 people entered the room. The survivors hastily bowed. They all greeted the newcomer in unison. Ta Kyung also bowed respectfully. Second Prince Ta Kyung greets His Majesty the Emperor of the Great Ming Empire. Everyone greeted His Majesty the Emperor in unison. He was none other than Yu Zhan, the current emperor of the Great Ming Empire. Li Han clenched his fist and asked himself, The emperor? His gaze was terrifying. He inwardly thought, This is going to be a problem. The moment that person appeared, all the servants immediately knelt. One by one, everyone bowed before this powerful figure. Ta Kyung was no exception. His limbs were firmly on the ground and he bowed respectfully, shouting loudly, Second Prince Ta Kyung greets His Majesty the Emperor of the Great Ming Empire. Your humble subject greets His Majesty. The man who had made everyone kneel had a solemn face. Wearing a heavy dragon robe befitting the weight of his office, he was none other than Yu Zhan, the current emperor of the Great Ming Dynasty. Ta Yun trembled as he saw him and the attendants following him. How could His Majesty come to the imperial mausoleum? Impossible. Have those guys come too? The man in red robes, looking ready to kill at any moment, is the Western Depot Director, Yak Yang, isn't he? The stout man in blue is the Grand Eunuch Han Suan. The man with the horizontal scar across his eye is Subyuk Jae, the commander of the embroidered uniform guard. And finally, the last one in the procession is Yang Du, the northern warrior, the #1 martial artist of the embroidered uniform guard. Li Han clenched his fist. Veins popped out on his hands. The emperor, his eyes gleamed like an owl's in the dark night, and his hair fluttered. This is not good. Ta Yun sprang up and rushed straight towards His Majesty. His face was soaked with tears. Your Majesty, he knelt before His Majesty. His face was stained with dust mixed with tears and snot. Ta Yun pleaded desperately. Your Majesty, please spare my life. Prince Seong plotted and caused I am Gong Gong, the Eastern Depot Director, to lose his life, and your humble subject is also in this state. Seeing him report to His Majesty, Ta Kyung simply stood motionless and thought, indeed everything is proceeding as I expected. After listening to all of Ta Yun's words, His Majesty did not respond but merely stared intently at him. A chilling aura emanated from his entire body. Ta Yun's arms were completely bent backward. He said in pain, Your Majesty, how can you look at your humble subject with such cold eyes? Look at my hand, it's so severely injured. He shouted with all his might like a child complaining to his parents, Your Majesty, why are you silent? Your Majesty, please investigate clearly. It's all Prince Seong's fault. His Majesty could not listen any longer and shouted loudly. His majestic voice echoed throughout the entire space. Are you still making excuses? Did you think we wouldn't know that you colluded with the Eastern Depot Director and caused a disturbance? Unlike Ta Yun, Ta Kyung was much more clever. He simply remained motionless and observed the situation. How foolish, although he gained the support of many officials thanks to the Eastern Depot Director, did he forget that the supreme power in this imperial palace is all in His Majesty's hands? Did those two truly think there was a place in this world beyond His Majesty's reach? Suddenly, His Majesty commanded his subordinate, Western Depot Director, convey our order. The Western Depot Director immediately replied, Yes, Your Majesty. The very next moment, the old man spoke in a very loud voice. He ordered fiercely, The Emperor commands the surveillance mission to cease. Hearing these 4 words, Ta Yun's eyes suddenly widened, filled with fear. Surveillance mission. At his words, the 3 eunuchs behind Ta Kyung immediately stood up. Ta Yun turned to look behind him, his expression one of disbelief. Why are there eunuchs and hallmasters from the Imperial Palace's Internal Affairs Bureau here? All of them knelt simultaneously, and the leader reported, Your humble servant Hallmaster Sim Hee Young of the Imperial Palace's Internal Affairs Bureau along with 4 brothers greets Your Majesty. Your humble servant greets Your Majesty. Ta Kyung stood before Sim Hee Young and commanded, Report. He replied without hesitation. Your humble servant obeys. Sim Hee Young slowly reported in extreme detail. 6 months ago, your humble servant received Your Majesty's secret order to monitor the Eastern Depot. After 3 months, your humble servant discovered that the first prince frequently entered and exited the Eastern Hall, the Eastern Depot's main office. Every word that came out of his mouth was a fatal stab to Ta Yun. Although your humble servant's status is low and I do not fully understand the internal affairs, his conspiracy to falsify corpses in the Imperial Mausoleum and collude with the extreme 6-armed gate is an undeniable truth. Hearing this, Ta Kyung couldn't help but be enraged. Just for the position of Crown Prince, you dared to massacre the soldiers of the Guardian Hall? Ta Yun was about to open his mouth to defend himself with but the other party had no need to listen to him. The Emperor cut him off. And you still dare to make excuses? Ta Yun closed his eyes, his face filled with utter despair. How disappointing. It's all our fault. We indulged you too much. If only we had been as strict with you as with our other sons. He ordered his trusted subordinate, commander of the embroidered uniform guard, immediately imprison those rebellious traitors. Subyuk Jae, with the demeanor of a military official, immediately replied, Your humble servant obeys. He then ordered the northern warrior to carry out the command. The latter did not hesitate, as ordered. Then Yang-du blew a long whistle. Following the sound of the whistle, a series of urgent footsteps echoed. Every soldier carried weapons, swords, and spears, all ready. Seeing them rush in, the eunuchs couldn't help but panic. Embroidered uniform guard. The armored man on Ta Yun's side sneered, but inwardly he couldn't hide a hint of fear. Looking at the mighty army before him, he could only comment, Quite a lot, aren't they? Yang-du pointed at them and commanded, Arrest all those rebellious eunuchs of the Eastern Depot for me. His subordinates shouted in unison, as ordered, and rushed towards them. You eunuchs, today I will thoroughly avenge this grudge. The first prince's eunuchs scattered and fled, but the embroidered uniform guard spared no one. Don't even think of escaping. As for Ta Yun, His Majesty pointed directly at him. Drag this one to the cold palace for me. He immediately called out to His Majesty, Father. The embroidered uniform guard obeyed the order and moved to arrest Ta Yun. Forgive your humble servant, Your Highness. Ta Yun was unwilling, continuously threatening. How dare you act so presumptuously, you dare. It hurts, don't touch me. Ta Kyung coldly watched Ta Yun, ignoring his continuous complaints. Father, you can't do this to me. If he himself was not shown mercy, Ta Yun immediately threw this bomb at Ta Kyung. It was you, Ta Kyung, who colluded with those martial arts figures, harmed the Eastern Depot Director, and brought me to this state. He's the one who crippled my hand. Why doesn't Father investigate thoroughly? Hearing him shift the blame, Ta Kyung could only curse inwardly. He's truly persistent, still denying it even at this point. The embroidered uniform guard dragged Ta Yun away, while he continued to cry for help. Father, Father. Chung Heo witnessed everything, somewhat stunned by the Emperor's actions. His Majesty is truly wise, resolving the chaos so quickly. Rumor has it that His Majesty doted on the first prince, but I didn't expect him to handle it so decisively. Having dealt with Tae Yun, His Majesty continued, "The family matter is settled, now let's move on to other affairs." His Majesty slowly walked towards Tae Kyung, who had remained kneeling the entire time without moving. Suddenly Tae Kyung paused, his mind filled with questions. Besides the embroidered uniform guard, 2 other forces also entered, splitting into 2 directions. Tae Kyung carefully observed the situation, trying to understand his confusion. Why bring eunuchs from the Western Depot and the Imperial Palace's Internal Affairs Bureau here? Is there something else that needs to be handled? Suddenly Subyuk-jae shouted loudly, "You presumptuous lot, His Majesty of Great Ming is present." It turned out he was scolding Li Han for not bowing to His Majesty. "How dare you stand upright before His Majesty?" Subyuk-jae aggressively commanded. "Kneel down at once." Before he could finish speaking, His Majesty raised his hand to stop him. His Majesty slowly approached Tae Kyung and asked, "Tae Kyung, are these the martial arts figures you brought in?" Subyuk-jae quickly tried to stop him. "Your Majesty, lying wouldn't work." Tae Kyung shrewdly chose to tell the truth. "It wasn't your humble subject who brought them in. These are the people who helped your humble subject." Tae Kyung recalled Tae Yun's miserable state, and a thought arose in his mind. He crippled Prince Yong's hand without hesitation. It seems he's not from the Martial Alliance, so it must be them. Immediately, His Majesty's eyes lit up and his face hardened. "Although we did not witness the entire incident and did not intervene out of impartiality, they dared to harm our prince. We cannot forgive this." His Majesty stepped forward and asked Li Han, "Are you from the demonic cult?" Li Han clasped his hands and bowed in the martial arts style to His Majesty. "Your humble servants intended to leave in silence after resolving everything, but it seems fate is indeed unpredictable. It is a pleasure to meet your Majesty. Your humble servant is Li Han, cult leader of the great heavenly demonic cult." As soon as he finished speaking, Chung Heo stomped his foot heavily on the ground. He scolded Li Han, "You presumptuous lot, how dare you be so rude to His Majesty? Do you wish to be drawn and quartered?" Before he could finish his sentence, Ma Ga-geum cut him off. "Old eunuch, you are the rude one, daring to speak to our cult leader like that." Chung Heo was startled and sharply turned his head. In a second, Ma Ga-geum's sword was at his throat. "The court and the martial world have signed a non-aggression treaty, but that doesn't mean we are your subordinates." Seeing Chung Heo restrained, Yang-du immediately placed his hand on the hilt of his sword, ready to attack at any moment. Hidden behind that mask along with that lightning-fast demeanor, you are Ma Ga-geum. I heard you are someone who commands the wind and clouds on the battlefield, a person revered as the king of hell who can cover the sky with one hand. He unsheathed his sword with a swish and shouted loudly. However, Yang-du pointed his sword at him. "Not only do you dare to boldly draw your sword before His Majesty, but you also dare to threaten a court official. Do you think you can escape from here unharmed?" As if to prove the reliability of his words, the embroidered uniform guards successively placed their shields in front of them, the shields planted firmly into the ground. Ma Ga-geum coldly glanced at them, his eyes reflecting disdain. "So talkative. Is this how the great Ming army threatens?" Suddenly a fierce flame erupted from the ground, startling the embroidered uniform guards. A powerful voice rang out, "I warn you one last time." Wai Myung drew his sword in a threatening manner, the fierce flames engulfing the blade. "Whoever dares to attack, I will kill them without mercy." Yang-du sharply turned back. "King of Hell, demonic cult leader, King of Hell, and even the God of Fire, how can so many renowned figures of the martial world intrude into the Imperial Palace like this?" Gan Euyong also began to summon flames in her hands. Subyuk-jae turned to Yuk-yong and said, "Director, that old woman seems to be the first Grand Elder." Yuk-yong replied, "Oh, the first Grand Elder." Yuk-yong let out a crude laugh, thinking, "Fortunately, this is the Imperial Mausoleum. She's a monster who has lived for over 200 years. No matter how renowned a martial artist is, they're just a rat before the first Grand Elder." Encouraged by his thoughts, Subyuk-jae opened his mouth to provoke them. "You demonic cult people, do you only know how to brandish those fire-spitting swords? Let me show you the true power of the Imperial Palace." Gan Euyong waved her hand in annoyance. This time it was no longer a fleeting flame like before. This time she created a circle of fire that enveloped everyone inside. Gan Euyong unhappily threatened the great Ming officials. "Whoever dares to harm the cult leader, I, Moon Ran-young, Grand Elder of the great heavenly demonic cult, will burn them alive." Deep in His Majesty's heart there was a hint of curiosity. "Gan Euyong, this is the first time we've seen her again since ascending the throne, but she looks no different from back then." Sensing danger, Subyuk-jae immediately stepped forward to shield His Majesty. "First Grand Elder, what are you doing?" Gan Euyong crossed her arms and sneered. "Commander of the embroidered uniform guard, I watched you grow up from a young age and now you're bold enough to yell at me like that, huh?" Then she stomped her foot forcefully to gain momentum. "Have you forgotten how your newly tailored uniform turned to ashes because you mocked me?" In a flash, Gan Euyong was in front of His Majesty. "Isn't that right, kid?" His Majesty's face showed clear alarm. When did you get here?" As soon as the words left his mouth, Gan Euyong concentrated her strength in her hand and pressed hard on Subyuk-jae's chest. By inertia he slid backwards. Yang-du quickly caught Subyuk-jae. "Commander!" The very next second his eyes widened as if he had discovered something. At this moment he couldn't help but feel uneasy. "Impossible, I used my full chi to defend, but I was still pushed back like that." On the other side, Gan Euyong sneered, "You're still too young and green." Then he stood up, gripping the hilt of his sword tightly. "I don't know what tricks they used to lure you." Seeing this, Yang-du earnestly advised, "Commander, you need to recover first." Subyuk-jae drew his sword and loudly threatened, You protect His Majesty but also protect the demonic cult. You truly are a traitor. I will punish you with the pursuing saber bestowed by His Imperial Highness. From another corner, when the King of Hell saw that sword, he was extremely astonished. Is pursuing saber a famous sword made by the renowned blacksmith Yu Ya of Chu? Am I actually seeing that sword with my own eyes? He unhesitatingly pointed the sword directly at Gan Euyong. First Grand Elder, do you remember how much His Imperial Highness cared about martial arts? He occasionally brought martial artists from the palace here to spar with you. I always brought this sword with me. Then he channeled a surge of power into the sword. As you said, I am still just a young boy. But now I am strong enough to cut you with this sword. Therefore, he aggressively charged forward. Before my hands are stained with blood, please reconsider. First Grand Elder. Deep in his heart, there was still a glimmer of hope. She is extremely loyal, having spent 200 years in this imperial mausoleum. Even if they played tricks, they couldn't have completely convinced her. The sword drew closer and closer to Gan Euyong, yet she remained unfazed. This move seems familiar. Gan Euyong created a wall of fire to block the incoming shockwaves. Subyuk J's eyebrows furrowed, and he continued to charge. Using this method to block this move, his hand immediately tightened around the hilt of his sword. But all the moves until this moment are not false. Subyuk J exerted all his strength into the sword and slashed down powerfully. However, Gan Euyong easily caught it with her hand. His entire body trembled, struggling to hold on. Blocking it with bare hands, she's truly a monster. Subyuk J opened his mouth and shouted, First Grand Elder, don't you remember this move? His Imperial Highness created this sword move and you perfected it like this. His next words stunned Gan Euyong. Remember it. Remember that moment again. Remember your loyalty to the Imperial family. At that moment, Subyuk J felt a slight relief. The fire energy has dissipated. The corners of his lips curled up slightly. First Grand Elder, you remember now, don't you? But a second later, strange fragments flew by, astonishing Subyuk J. At this moment his sword broke and stuck into the ground. Looking at the sword in his hand, which was only half its length, he stammered in horror, My sword. Witnessing everything, the King of Hell's eyes filled with tears and he shouted in panic, That famous sword. Gan Euyong expressed her annoyance. Why did it break so easily? Commander, I don't understand what you keep making me remember. Don't romanticize your memories and force them on me. It was at this moment that she laid out her cards. Since I was born, I have always lived for the cult. I only stayed in the Imperial Mausoleum to protect the cult's treasure. What exactly have I betrayed? Subyuk J couldn't bear to listen anymore, gritting his teeth and cursing, You vixen. Then he furiously swung the broken sword at Gan Euyong. You're truly unmanageable. A hot-headed man, seeing the situation was dire, shouted a warning, Grand Elder. At this moment, someone's voice rang out with a smile on his lips. That's enough. Gan Euyong was stunned, looking at the hand that had just blocked the sword. Subyuk J also broke out in a sweat, but she was not to be outdone. Her sharp-clawed fingers were also close to Subyuk J's eyes. The mysterious person appeared, stopping the fight with bare hands. The owner of that voice was the Emperor's personal bodyguard, I am Gyawa from the Spear Sword faction. She issued a warning, His Majesty the Emperor is watching. Everyone, please put away your killing intent. After that, Gyawa moved to His Majesty's side and respectfully knelt. She bowed her head to apologize. Please forgive your humble servant, Your Majesty. Your humble servant stood by as ordered. But your humble servant stepped in out of fear that things would become more dangerous. His Majesty glanced down, his expression stern. We were just about to call you to give us an order. Nearby, Chung Heo's eyes were wide with astonishment. Too fast, my eyes couldn't keep up. Even Yukyong was secretly curious. The last fortress protecting the Emperor, the personal bodyguard. Everyone in the palace knows this person, but no one knows who he is. But is that person really the personal bodyguard? He shot a sharp glance at Chiapyong. Chiapyong, do you know this person? He sweated profusely and stammered, Your humble servant has never met him before. Chiapyong also reported something that surprised Yukyong. Moreover, when he was summoned earlier, his name did not appear among everyone present. He turned back to glance at Gan Euyong. If so, then he's not truly from the Imperial Palace's Internal Affairs Bureau but disguised himself and sneaked in. What a strange day. Even living in the palace, it's rare to meet these two people. Yet they appeared at the same time. At this moment she was still dazed. Indeed, he is very formidable, completely different from before. I can't even sense his aura. Next, His Majesty turned to ask, Li Han, you are the demonic cult leader, aren't you? He replied bluntly. That is correct, Your Majesty. His Majesty's voice was majestic. We are very grateful that you helped our second prince. We will not question why you helped the second prince. As soon as he finished speaking, His Majesty turned to look at Gan Euyong and said, startling her, And the first Grand Elder, so only we knew you were from the demonic cult. The commander was unaware and was rude. Please forgive him. Hearing this, Subyuk J remained silent, unable to retort. A guard looked astonished. How can this be? Another guard was also bewildered. The Imperial Mausoleum's treasure belongs to the demonic cult. His Majesty paused and then spoke loudly and sharply. This is the Imperial Palace. Even with a non-aggression treaty, we cannot tolerate you barging in and causing such a disturbance. Yuan respectfully clasped his hands. If Your Majesty is displeased, I apologize. However, if we don't resolve the misunderstanding between us, he cut him off without hesitation. No, there's no need. We are not well versed in the affairs of the martial world. The Emperor's next words made Yuan pause. But we hear you settle right and wrong with martial arts. Is that the law of the martial world? Whatever the reason, you barged into the imperial palace and harmed our subject. Severed Prince Young's arms. Everyone listened silently to the emperor's words. This crime alone can be judged as violating the non-aggression treaty. First, you have insulted us and the great Ming Empire, but we shall also respect the laws of the martial world, he commanded Giowa. Stand up, she respectfully rose. Yes, your majesty, then the emperor demanded. This person is our personal bodyguard. If you defeat our personal bodyguard, this incident will be as if it never happened. Giowa curled her lips into an artificial smile. Then she turned toward Yoan. I greet you. I am Giowa, your majesty's personal bodyguard. It is an honor to spar with a cult leader. He silently and quietly observed her. Giowa's eyes shone sharply, and a fighting spirit to win blazed around her. Demonic cult leader Yoan stared intently at Giowa in surprise, then turned his gaze to the emperor and quietly asked, What if I fail to defeat the personal bodyguard? He replied calmly, We will revise the non-aggression treaty. Yoan's eyes darkened instantly. The emperor looked at Chung Hao, who was prostrate on the ground. Did not the orthodox faction of the martial world pledge loyalty to the great Ming Empire and us, regardless of what happens to the non-aggression treaty? When the emperor called him True Master Chung Hao, he flinched and bowed his head, and thick drops of sweat fell onto the back of his hand. Why is he asking such a sensitive question here, in the presence of the demonic cult leader? If demonic cult members weren't here, I would have asked the emperor for a favor. If I admit it, won't it be declaring that the orthodox faction of the martial world kneels before officials? Just then, a voice suddenly rang out. Then Yoan looked coldly at the emperor. If I fail to defeat the personal bodyguard, what your majesty desires is not a revision of the non-aggression treaty, but for our heavenly demonic cult to become subjects of the great Ming Empire, is that correct? Hearing those words, Chung Hao's face showed unconcealed surprise. Why is that guy interfering? If he had stayed quiet, I could have shamed the orthodox faction. He's growing anxious. Is he doing this because of the alliance with the orthodox faction? Although the two sects are allied, they can become enemies again at any time. Is he helping me in a situation that is completely disadvantageous to the demonic cult? Chung Hao looked up at the large back in front of him and admired inwardly. I thought he was only skilled in martial arts, but he also possesses the magnanimity and generosity of a hero. Truly remarkable. Is this the current demonic cult leader? The emperor remained silent. I thought that fellow wasn't good at diplomacy, but he can also grasp the situation. Quite good, then he replied clearly. Your sect made great contributions during the founding period, and Emperor Taizu made the non-aggression treaty out of goodwill to recognize your freedom. After saying this, the emperor suddenly raised his voice and shouted, But because we continue to show goodwill, you mistake it for a right. You caused such a disturbance in the imperial palace, relying on the non-aggression treaty between officials and the martial world, so shouldn't you pay the price for your actions? Yoan raised his hand and wiped the blood from his face. He calculated inwardly. He's giving a plausible reason and speaking at length, but the conclusion is that if I lose to that bodyguard, I have to pledge allegiance to the great Ming Empire. Seeing the situation, Ma Guillaume thought gloomily, he's using this situation to overturn the non-aggression relationship between officials in the martial world. Truly cunning. Gan Euyong looked at Ma Guillaume. Are you really the left guardian? You must stop this outrageous proposal immediately. She bit her lip and furrowed her brow. His Majesty made such a proposal because he is confident of winning this duel. He replied calmly, That old man is confident of winning? I've always been in the imperial mausoleum, so I don't know much. Just then, Gan Euyong suddenly revealed a fact that astonished Ma Guillaume. But I heard that everyone in the martial world knows the three-severing sword Emperor I am Giowa. He pondered for a moment. Three-severing sword Emperor I am Giowa. I heard about him from adults when I was young. Ma Guillaume recalled the three-severing sword Emperor I am Giowa, who was once called the Sword Emperor. He appeared like a comet in the martial world, an absolute master who gained fame everywhere with his unique sword techniques. A sense of caution sprouted in his mind. At only 20 years old, he entered the martial world, defeated the peerless Sword King, who was one of the 5 great masters at the time and the greatest master in defeating enemies with a sword, and was expected to become the greatest master in the world in the future. Breaking free from the past, Ma Guillaume turned towards Giowa. Although he only roamed the martial world for 1 year before disappearing, he thought with unconcealed astonishment, he was a person from about 90 years ago, so no matter how high his realm and even if he used the bone-cleansing transformation, he should be an old man, shouldn't he? The emperor still thought to himself with great confidence, Now, demonic cult leader, what will you do? With everyone watching, that fellow will have no choice but to accept my proposal. Suddenly, Yoan reached out and grabbed his cloak, then decisively threw it aside. The force of the action sent Chung Hao flying backward, and the old man was astonished. My body. The nearby soldiers also failed to avoid being thrown. Subyuk Jie and Yang Du hastily supported the emperor, simultaneously shouting in astonishment, Your Majesty? They asked in a fluster. Are you all right, Your Majesty? Meanwhile, his mind was in turmoil. What on earth just happened? Only after everything had almost been blown away did the gust of wind gradually subside. Yoan extended his hand forward and respectfully opened his mouth. The dueling grounds are a bit narrow, so I took the liberty of moving everyone back. All for Your Majesty's safety, please forgive me. As soon as he finished speaking, Giowa suddenly appeared behind him. smiling cunningly. The cult leader is truly thoughtful, but Yoan immediately turned his body and swiftly swung his sword. Giowa narrowed her eyes and smiled. Protecting your majesty's safety is my duty, cult leader, so please focus only on winning or losing. He furrowed his brow and did not reply. The fight had just begun but was very fierce. Yoan rushed forward with a flurry of attacks and she quickly blocked them, then fiercely counterattacked. He immediately tilted his head back to dodge. It was then that Yoan's eyes sharpened. Giowa brushed past his back, but then noticed Yoan's attack approaching and turned her head in astonishment. Is it phantom footwork? He decisively swung his sword from behind. Despite Yoan's dangerous strike, Giowa successfully dodged and quickly moved behind him, but he had already seen through it and immediately turned his body. Giowa's surprise attack failed and unconcealed astonishment appeared on her face. This battle generated numerous shockwaves that destroyed the surrounding ground. Yoan looked at Giowa with cold eyes and a series of flame attacks erupted. He remained calm, but she rushed forward like a wild beast. Giowa switched from a surprise attack to a frontal assault, and her weapon was pierced by the black sword tip. Giowa's eyes widened, her expression one of extreme astonishment. Then a huge explosion occurred and smoke quickly enveloped the surroundings. One of the emperor's subordinates thought in fear. Is this really a martial arts duel between humans? Gan Euyong also gaped in astonishment. Truly magnificent is I am Giowa being pushed back like that. The cult leader is indeed, but her expression suddenly changed. Thick smoke billowed and the very next moment a strange hand appeared. Giowa bared her teeth and smiled strangely. You have surpassed my expectations. She extended her hand with sharp fingernails towards Yoan and raised her voice. I have waited a long time for someone like you. I am very happy to finally meet my match. He gripped the sword in his hand and muttered. Indeed, he drank Qilin blood. Then I too must go all out. As Yoan raised his hand, dark energy began to gather. Giowa opened her mouth wide and laughed. Is there more? Anything is fine, just entertain me. The dark energy grew denser, and in an instant his body was surrounded by a strange aura. Giowa unconsciously raised her hand to shield her eyes. She furrowed her brow and thought, what is this? It's on a completely different level from before. The next sight astonished Giowa. Yoan bared his teeth and smiled cunningly. You called me your match after transforming. His eyes also turned ferocious. Let's see how long you can last. A strange dark energy emanated from Yoan's entire body, and everyone standing nearby scattered in fear. The guardians all had pale faces and profusely sweated. Why does he look so strange? He slightly raised his hand, preparing to deliver a final blow. Giowa's pupils contracted and her entire body froze for a few seconds. A murderous intent flashed in his eyes. Yoan lightly waved his hand and sword energy flew in the direction indicated by its master. It flew straight forward, shattering dirt and stones, and Chung Heo had to raise his sleeve to block the dust. The old man couldn't help but be astonished. What? It's just sword energy, but it's so powerful? Giowa didn't dodge and was still standing blankly. What trick is that fellow playing just with that sword energy? Giowa tried to observe with wide eyes, and the very next moment, she summoned a defensive move. A long soft sword flew towards Giowa as commanded. She gripped the sword in her hand tightly, made all preparations, and immediately unleashed her move. The long soft sword unleashed a formation to block the sword energy sent by Yoan. The guards there all gaped in astonishment. The sword curtain, the essence of the three severing sword technique. Chung Heo and the commanders also had the same expression. The sword curtain contains the subtlety of deflecting a blow with a counter move, sending back all incoming force. Giowa's eyes widened in tension, and the light of the sword energy was already almost touching her eyes. That agility did not save Giowa this time. The sword energy struck the wall behind her, causing a large explosion. Giowa seemed to realize something, and fear was clearly visible on her face. From the beginning of the fight until now, Yoan had maintained a consistently cold gaze. What on earth happened? The guards were still astonished, filled with mixed emotions. Even if he uses inner energy, the attack will scatter due to the rotating force of the sword curtain. The very next moment, Giowa's arm holding the sword was separated from her body. No way, she screamed in pain and collapsed. Giowa clutched her shoulder and looked at him with resentful eyes. Intangible sword? Did Giowa realize something? Yoan appeared behind her with murderous intent at this moment. Without delay, Giowa immediately turned her body. She did not stop and continued to attack him. Yoan lightly extended his hand and calmly blocked Giowa's strike. Her red liquid splattered, and a little of Giowa's blood got on Yoan's hand. Subyuk-jae, watching from outside, gaped in astonishment. Giowa had not expected this situation at all, and her entire body trembled. The surrounding people were also astonished. Yoan placed his hand on Giowa's head. His Majesty said before he could finish his words, he sent her to her ancestors. The Emperor watched this scene helplessly, and Yoan sneered, repeating word for word what he had said. If you keep being good to people, they'll mistake it for a right. Gan Euyong gaped in astonishment. I thought I am Giowa had lived for so long that the cult leader might be in danger if he faced her. Maga Guillaume thought to himself in disbelief, but she was subdued so easily. The cult leader's martial prowess has rapidly increased since then. Chung Heo, witnessing this scene, clenched his palms and simply watched Yoan walk away. And no, impossible. He replayed the events. When I saw the personal bodyguard, I felt a tremor, just like when I first met the Martial Alliance leader. But that guy cut her down as easily as if she were a third-rate master. If I'm not mistaken, that was clearly an intangible sword. Suddenly, Chung Heo thought of something and slowly said, Then it's the life-death realm. One of them heard him. he shouted. The life-death realm. The commander retreated a few steps in fear, not daring to say a word. Impossible. Does such a realm truly exist? The emperor, seeing his bodyguard sacrificed, blamed himself. In the end, what have we done? Trying to use this situation to gain an advantage, we lost the personal bodyguard bequeathed by our ancestors. Yoan slowly walked towards him. When the emperor realized it, he was already right in front of him. Yoan smiled demonically and asked him, "Are you afraid of me?" The emperor gritted his teeth, frustrated with his own will. "Oh heavens, I am the emperor of the great Ming Empire, who rules the Central Plains, but I must retreat in fear from a mere demonic cult leader?" He showed the emperor's dignity by waving his hand and spoke rudely. "How dare you get away from us at once?" He was not afraid of the emperor. His tone was slightly disdainful. "You seem to be mistaken." He held on desperately despite his fear. "Mistaken? How dare you disregard us?" He approached the emperor and spoke without honorifics. "Disregard, you say?" Yoan lightly raised his hand and used a little trick. The emperor was lifted and floated in midair. Yangdu pointed his sword directly at his face. "Insolent!" He loudly reprimanded and commanded, "Release His Majesty at once." The very next moment, Magagion pointed his sword at Yangdu's neck. He reminded him, "You are being rude to our cult leader. Do you want your head to roll on the ground like that personal bodyguard?" A commander could not bear it and recklessly drew his sword. "How dare these scoundrels commit sacrilege?" He rushed forward without thinking. Suddenly, a wall of fire blocked his path. Gan-Ewion warned, "If you don't want to die, stop your foolishness." The Western Depot commander shouted, "Grand Elder, you truly are?" Everyone's eyes were focused on Yoan. The emperor furrowed his brow and was astonished. "Disregard, you say?" His eyes looked as if they would devour him alive. "That is a word your majesty can only use when you are above me." The emperor's eyes widened, and he gnashed his teeth in anger. Subyuk-Jay gripped the sword in his hand and shouted, "You useless fools, what are you doing? Why aren't you protecting his majesty?" He turned his head in anger and rebuked his subordinates. "Damn it, there are only 5 demonic cult members and you're going to let them insult his majesty?" Hearing that, the soldiers rushed forward. "Yes, you demonic cult scoundrels, release his majesty at once." Yoan raised his blood-stained hand and circulated his internal energy. Too much talk. Immediately, the Western Depot subordinates fell to the ground. They struggled to move their heavy steps. They tried to move, hands on the ground. Difficult groans erupted. The Western Depot subordinates shouted in a panic. "Ah, what is this?" He was too astonished to speak. Did he do this with mere true energy? He truly is a monster incarnate. Your majesty, Yu-John was no less frightened than they were. How could an ordinary human do such a thing? Yoan stood before him and slowly spoke. "It's quiet now. Let's finish our discussion." He stared intently at Yu-John and asked clearly, "Do you think Emperor Taizu made the non-aggression treaty to protect himself? Now do you understand who is mistaken?" He trembled and stared at him, not knowing what to do. "I have to admit it. This monster can take my life at any moment, but I can't just stand here and take it." Yu-John began to challenge Yoan to buy time. "Are you confident you can deal with the aftermath of doing such a thing? No, not everyone in your sect can be a master like you." Hearing that, Yoan frowned and his face gradually darkened. "You are truly reckless, even in a life-or-death situation." Yu-John suddenly changed his attitude from trembling and stammering to shouting loudly, "Don't take us as a joke. You know well what will happen if you kill us. You will never threaten our life." Yoan silently swung his sword at his neck. Yangdu saw it and screamed in shock. Your majesty." Ta-Kyung was no different. He cried out in despair, "Your majesty." The sword was brought down to the ground. Blood still dripped from the blade onto the floor. His sword was so sharp and decisive that Yu-John had no time to react, only a faint groan escaping his lips. Yoan spoke coldly, his expression unchanged. "When a rotten tooth is pulled, a new tooth grows. The same applies to the emperor's throne." He uttered each word with difficulty. "You mean," he spoke slowly, but each word made Ta-Kyung stiffen. "Seong, Prince Seong." His expression changed, unable to believe what he had just heard. "What is that scoundrel saying? He's speaking treasonous words." True Master Chung Heo stiffened at Yoan's words. "Has Prince Seong truly colluded with the demonic cult? If so, and if His Majesty is assassinated and Prince Seong takes the throne, will the martial alliance which has supported Prince Seong all this time face the worst possible situation?" He sighed inwardly, looking at Yoan's back. "The problem is that I am not strong enough to stop him. Even if the 17 strongmen joined forces, I can't guarantee we could contend with him. I never thought a poor monk like me would feel such powerlessness." Primordial Celestial Venerable. Primordial Celestial Venerable. Yu-John's entire body trembled. This person is an ultimate master. Now I understand why Emperor Taizu left the lesson that the non-aggression treaty must never be broken. He frowned suspiciously. "But something is strange. This scoundrel could quietly dispose of us and put Prince Seong on the throne. He must know that if he kills us in this situation, more blood will be shed." Time seemed to stop. As Yoan grabbed Yu-John by the neck and lifted him, Ta-Kyung simply stood there, staring blankly. "But if he kills us in this situation, he must know that more blood will be shed. Then could it be?" Yu-John looked at Yoan directly in front of him, and a question sprouted in his mind. "Does that scoundrel want something from us?" "Hey, demonic cult leader." Suddenly a figure rushed forward and blocked him. Yoan glanced at him, bewildered. "What are you doing?" That figure was none other than Ta-Kyung. He trembled and stammered, pleading, "See you, cult leader, please stop." Ta-Kyung closed his eyes tightly and tried to explain. "I know, cult leader, Yoan is upset, but didn't the cult leader promise to stop the rebellion of the Extreme Six Armed Gate?" Yu-John's expression changed slightly, and his face was clearly filled with astonishment at those words. "Extreme Six Armed Gate?" Is that not the name of the new force that wants to join the non-aggression treaty? Uta Kyung continued, sweating profusely. The cult leader kept his promise, but even so you must not harm His Majesty. Yoan's expression gradually darkened. During the founding of the nation our sect said this. Even though our sect helped your imperial family without desiring anything, the result was always that you tried to enslave our sect. Yoan immediately raised his voice in protest, and a sharp gaze was fixed on Uta Kyung. As His Majesty said, if you keep being good to people they mistake it for a right. Our sect no longer wants to do that. There is no reason for us to continue showing goodwill to His Majesty and the great Ming Empire. Uta Kyung stammered but persisted. Please stop. His Majesty acted that way because he did not know the truth. Yoan tried to persuade him in a low voice. I'm sorry, but I'm not in the mood to explain the truth to His Majesty right now. If you don't move, I'll force you to. Uta Kyung, emboldened from somewhere, opened his eyes wide and shouted loudly. I cannot move. If you want to assassinate the Emperor, you'll have to cut me down too. Yoan frowned, looked at him, and immediately swung his hand, throwing him to the ground. Truly stubborn. John gaped in astonishment at the sudden situation. Yoan gently raised his hand and performed a special technique. Immediately, Uta Kyung's already injured legs underwent an unfortunate change. He screamed in pain because of it. Uta Kyung rolled on the ground. Clutching his wound and groaning, he protested in a choked voice. What are you doing? Didn't you want to put Prince Seong on the throne? Isn't it enough for him just to be alive? John gritted his teeth, his eyes wide, watching the horrifying scene before him. He thought inwardly, this scoundrel's actions are truly unpredictable. He's completely different from the orthodox faction. This is the demonic cult. At that moment, Uta Kyung suddenly raised his head and looked directly at Yoan. He suddenly rushed forward, disregarding his wounds, tightly hugged his legs and pleaded, trembling. See you, cult leader, please calm your anger and forgive His Majesty. Yoan asked in a cold voice, raising his hand as if to launch another technique. Are 2 legs not enough to make you come to your senses? Uta Kyung immediately pleaded in fear. Yoan, cult leader, Yoan, stop, he immediately shouted. Don't command me. Immediately after, Yoan kicked him. The one clinging to his leg was sent flying far away. Having dealt with Uta Kyung, who was blocking his way, he lifted John high, who trembled. He stammered, pleading for reconciliation. We lost. We will do whatever you want. Please have mercy on us and Prince Seong. No, have mercy on us and all our children. His subordinates were still groaning on the ground, and the Western Depot director shouted loudly. Your Majesty, what has happened to you? Yoan curled his lips into a slight sneer at this moment. Good, he turned and put John down on the ground. The demands will be made in 2 days at Jeonan Palace during the formal proceedings. Prepare the imperial seal. Even though he was released, John was still sweating profusely with fear on his face. I am imperial seal. Indeed, that scoundrel wanted something. What kind of agreement is he trying to make? Yoan gritted his teeth and spoke each word clearly, and his appearance sent shivers down everyone else's spines. We are very sorry about the death of the personal bodyguard. That duel was very interesting. Then he turned and walked straight towards the door. Let's go. His subordinates all replied in unison. Yes. John placed his hands on the ground, his entire body trembling incessantly. The demonic cult leader is a person you should never get involved with. Then he shouted loudly at his subordinates. What are you doing? Quickly take our son to the imperial physician. The next day, in a grand and luxurious house, a voice echoed, Your Highness Prince Seong, your humble servant Namgying the Southern Warrior is here. This is Sungying Palace, Your Highness Prince Seong's palace. Namgying entered and respectfully asked, Your Highness, are your legs all right? How could they be all right? Uta Kyung crossed his arms, sighed with his head tilted, and his face was clearly uncomfortable. I've never been in so much pain in my life thanks to that scoundrel. I won't be able to walk for a month. Truly heartless. He recalled Yoan's past words. You are truly stubborn. It will hurt a little. Namgying looked at Uta Kyung with joy. But fortunately no bones were damaged. He also acknowledged it. Yes, if the imperial physician sets the bones properly, my legs will heal again. I should be grateful. Uta Kyung fell into deep thought. In fact, thanks to that, I gained a lot, he recalled when he had just gone for treatment. Throughout the treatment, His Imperial Majesty worried about me. When he was injured, John summoned the imperial physician to treat him. Your Highness, I will set your bones. Thinking this far, his heart warmed. And this is the first time His Imperial Majesty has called me his son. I have gained His Majesty's trust, so this deal will definitely not fail. Uta Kyung looked at Namgying and emphasized, In short, I need to treat my injuries so I can't walk until the Dano festival. Namgying gently replied, It's a relief. He stopped. He looked directly at Uta Kyung and said, Your humble servant was very worried that Your Highness would never walk again. Moreover, I am very worried about where that cult leader scoundrel has gone. Namgying's sharp eyebrows furrowed slightly. He thought inwardly, His Majesty's appearance was a huge variable. I also feel sorry for the Northern Warrior, but I received urgent notification of the plan, so there was no other way. Uta Kyung glanced at Namgying. Then he pointed with his finger, How I wish he had only broken my legs. The cult leader is good in every way, but he has a slightly unintelligent side. Don't you think so too? The Southern Warrior suddenly felt something strange and wondered. Oh, what's wrong? Why is your expression like that? Namgying cautiously replied. Your Highness beside you. Hearing that, Uta Kyung was surprised. Beside me? At this moment, Yoan appeared from somewhere in a very strange manner. I thought carefully, for your highness, but I didn't expect you to think that. Your highness. Prince Seong, Uta Kyung hastily turned his body and greeted the newly arrived guest in a fluster. Panicked, he asked, "See you, cult leader, when did you arrive?" He thought inwardly. Anyway, this is a prince's palace, so he should at least reveal his presence so I know he's here. Yoan replied, "Just arrived." Uta Kyung explained. I mean, if you had been a little gentler, it would have been perfect. He smiled and asked, Yes, I understand. Did your highness report to his majesty as I instructed? Uta Kyung, still not calm, stammered in reply, Of course I reported exactly as the cult leader instructed. He thought inwardly, the reason I really think this scoundrel is a monster. Uta Kyung recalled the scene and asked himself, even while that scoundrel was controlling the eunuchs with true energy and suppressing the emperor, he could immediately revise the plan and transmit the facts I needed to say to me. No matter how amazing that scoundrel's martial arts are, how can he do so many things at once? Uta Kyung, with his legs heavily bandaged, reported the situation to Yoan. I said that the extreme six-armed gate were rebellious traitors who wanted to put Prince Young, my imperial brother, on the throne. Since the cult leader saved the imperial family from a conspiracy to usurp the great Ming Empire, His Majesty will understand the cult leader in a little while. Yoan replied with a smile. It's fine if he doesn't understand me. I've already achieved my goal anyway. Uta Kyung risked asking the person in the room, but cult leader. If it's all right, may I ask one thing? He readily replied. Please do. He looked at Yoan, puzzled. Could you tell me what you want to ask His Majesty? You said you already achieved your goal, but do you need anything more? He replied ambiguously. It's not necessarily a request. I'm going to make a proposal that His Majesty cannot refuse. At Jeonan Palace, Yoan finished speaking and concluded, if he refuses, as I said before, we will proceed with the non-aggression treaty as usual. Yujon fell into long thought. He can clearly do it, yet he doesn't suppress us. He looked at the paper on the desk and asked himself, does he mean it doesn't matter if we refuse? Yujon held the agreeing stamp in his hand, but still hesitated. Yoan, who had been silently watching, smiled slightly. Time passed. 10 days after the Imperial Mausoleum incident, in the meeting room of the 17 strongmen of the Martial Alliance's Orthodox faction in Henan, a voice echoed, Hey, True Master Chung Hao, what are you saying? The demonic cult leader, why did he appear in the Imperial Palace? He stood up and replied, I don't know the details either. But it seems Prince Seong brought him. An old man in a brown hood opened his mouth and asked, Amitabha, but how could the extreme six-armed gate infiltrate the Imperial Palace by using Prince Young? He was True Master Chang'an, the fourth of the 17 strongmen of the Martial Alliance and the sect leader of the Hengshan sect. Another person with thick prayer beads said, If what you say is true, then the extreme six-armed gate has even reached the officials, the abbot of Shaolin Temple. If they get their hands on officials, the martial world will plunge into chaos. He was Grand Master Gaki Om, the second of the 17 strongmen of the Martial Alliance. A man with a sparse beard added, Not just chaos, the prestige of our Martial Alliance will also be jeopardized. He was the head of the Hua Shan sect. If you think that way, shouldn't we be grateful to the demonic cult leader? This was Feng Chang'an, the sixth of the 17 strongmen of the Martial Alliance. Another young man spoke. Since head Feng and military advisor Zhe Gao returned from the demonic cult, they always speak highly of them. He was Peng Jiyu Wu, the head of the Hebei Peng family and one of the 17 strongmen of the Martial Alliance. Chang'an immediately replied, Head Peng is always so belligerent. Your dedication to your duties as a martial artist is truly admirable. Jiyu Wu heard that, slammed the table in anger and asked, What are you saying? How can you say that? Are you mocking me? Chung Hao, who had been silently listening to their varied opinions, could no longer bear it. He slammed the table and said loudly, This poor monk has not yet reported everything. One person spoke. Then you haven't mentioned the core yet? He calmed everyone down. Strongmen, please be quiet and listen to him. This person was Bukung Danyao, the Martial Alliance leader. True Master Chung Hao, please continue. True Master Chung Hao, please tell us everything now. Time passed and everyone fell silent. True Master Chung Hao continued his report. And upon hearing about Im Gyowa, the emperor's personal bodyguard who was one of the 5 great masters of the Central Plains about 90 years ago, Chung Hao still stood there and continued speaking. He was called the Sword Emperor, the 3-severing Sword Emperor, and everyone was surprised, but as True Master Chung Hao continued, the expressions of the heroes instantly hardened. He didn't dare to look directly and said, The demonic cult leader beheaded the 3-severing Sword Emperor, and it was because he mocked the demonic cult leader. Busan stammered in disbelief. What did you say? Is that even possible? One of the 5 great masters died at the hands of a mere 20-something-year-old demonic cult leader, Gong Jiayang added. The 3-severing Sword Emperor must have reached at least the Yunjiang realm. He was a man of equal skill to the alliance leader. Chang'an, also surprised by what Chung Hao said, spoke with skepticism. Primordial Celestial Venerable, the cult leader cannot be strong enough to defeat one of the 5 great masters. Perhaps True Master misidentified him, he replied to everyone, sweating profusely. This humble one did not misidentify him. This humble one has met countless martial artists from the demonic cult, but he was very different. Chang'an still didn't believe it. What's different about him? He's the demonic cult leader after all, so to some extent Chung Heo cut him off. It's not just his martial prowess that's different, he spoke rapidly, recalling Yoan. If you had seen him yourselves you would have known that he surpassed human limits. He's probably a demon god. He should rightly be called a demon god. Dongsheng clasped his hands and calmly said, Amitabha, a demon god? It seems true Master Chung Heo has been through too much and is still disoriented. Please have some tea first. Chung Heo still tried to convince everyone of his terrifying power. In the end, the heroes are not listening to me. The demonic cult leader pierced the three-severing sword emperor's absolute sword curtain with an intangible sword, he added. Not only that, but he can overwhelm over 300 masters with just his true energy. A hand was raised forward. Wait, Imok asked clearly. Did True Master just mention an intangible sword? Do you know what that means? Chung Heo replied, sweating. Of course, he uttered a shocking statement. He is a master who has reached the life-death realm. Imok remained silent, pondering that word. Life-death realm. Chung Heo was serious, but some chuckles were heard from around as if they didn't believe what they had just heard. Gong Jiayang spoke contemptuously. Nonsense, Busan cautiously asked. Wasn't that realm only in legends? Zhang Sheng turned to the person next to him and double-checked. Didn't Head Feng meet the demonic cult leader not long ago? How could his martial prowess have increased so quickly? Chung Heo slumped down powerlessly. In the end, no matter what I say, you won't believe me. Imok fell into deep thought. Life-death realm? Unbelievable. But if his words are true, all forces in the martial world will be shaken. Suddenly, hurried footsteps were heard. A young man rushed in to deliver news. Alliance leader, news has come from external steward Gamana. The martial arts branch in Kaifeng just sent an urgent report. He delivered very hot news. The Imperial Palace has just announced that the Great Ming Empire's state religion will be changed from Taoism to the heavenly demonic cult. Imok, upon hearing it, stammered in confusion. What did you say? At the same time, in the main hall of Jionan Palace in the Great Ming Empire, two people were kneeling and pleading. Your Majesty, please be discerning, the person next to him continued. Please retract the announcement about the state religion. Your Majesty, with so many great religions, how could you choose the demonic cult? Zhang Lun vehemently opposed. Your Majesty, the demonic cult people are not of one mind with the Great Ming Empire. Especially the demonic cult leader Yoan. He has. Tiegan clasped his hands and slammed the armrest of his chair in anger. He reminded them with a displeased expression, We told you not to utter a single word about what we experienced in the Imperial Mausoleum. The old man realized his mistake, and Zhang Lun hastily bowed his head and apologized. Your Majesty, this humble subject has committed a grave offense. Tiegan spoke. That's enough. Zhang Lun bowed his head until blood appeared on his forehead and respectfully said, Your Majesty's grace is boundless. He rested his chin on his hand and wondered, We have a question. What do you think of an enemy's enemy? Taishik immediately replied respectfully, Your Majesty, please forgive this humble subject's words. An enemy's enemy is an ally, Tiegan replied. Yes, cult leader Yoan told us that. He recalled Yoan's words. The extreme six-armed gate is an enemy that our cult must eliminate. This humble one told you in advance. I have one question. If your Majesty were in this situation, what would you do with an enemy's enemy? Tiegan thought inwardly, but the cult leader's question and my question are different. He didn't ask what I think but what I would do. Taishik spoke. But your Majesty, if you say that, then the Orthodox Martial Alliance is also an enemy of the extreme six-armed gate. Moreover, the Martial Alliance has a good relationship with the Great Ming Empire. Tiegan immediately retorted. Good, what have such people done? True Master Chung Heo, one of the 17 strong men, merely watched when we were insulted. Meanwhile, ministers weaker than us sacrificed their lives. Taishik, upon hearing this, stammered. This matter. The extreme six-armed gate, those rebels are a formidable enemy. Tiegan's hands trembled as he gripped the armrests of his chair. They are targeting us and the Great Ming Empire. If the Martial Alliance, despite its interactions, cannot help us, he asked loudly, what reason is there to make them the state religion? Taishik at this moment broke out in a cold sweat, anxious and fearful. This is serious. I underestimated His Majesty's character. He is thoroughly pragmatic in politics. Zhang Lun fidgeted inwardly. But why would those useless rascals do such a thing? Tiegan frowned and thought, Although I will completely withdraw from the plan with this incident, those who planted spies in the Imperial Palace will not easily give up. Thinking of Yoan, Tiegan acted even more decisively. Qianrian, his power is truly unimaginable, and he is cunning enough to thwart all the rebels' schemes. Fight poison with poison, then, he shouted loudly. Listen carefully, ministers. The reason we chose the heavenly demonic cult as the state religion is to keep those extreme six-armed gate rascals in check. Tiegan further threatened. If you cannot present a better plan, do not even think about asking us to retract the order for the state religion. Zhang Lun and Taishik immediately understood his meaning, and they were of one mind. It seems we must back down. After all, His Majesty has given us another chance. Taishik's face was clearly darkened at this moment. He cunningly calculated to propose a better solution. Meanwhile, in the main headquarters of the Martial Alliance in Henan, inside the room, several people were arguing fiercely. After the Emperor's declaration to make the heavenly demonic cult the state religion, the Heroes' Council chamber was lit late into the night every day. From the perspective of the forces allied with the heavenly demonic cult to counter the extreme six-armed gate, this incident was nothing short of a betrayal. Furthermore, there was also a debate about cult leader Qianrian's martial prowess. The absolute masters who had demonstrated the power of the intangible sword were already elderly at this point, so they couldn't understand true Master Chung Chu's words about such a young man reaching the life-death realm. Amidst the chaos, a guest from the imperial palace arrived. Dong Sheng respectfully spoke. Amitabha, Chief Chia-pyong, is that matter true? Chia-pyong, the supervisor of the imperial palace's internal affairs bureau, quickly replied, that is correct. The commander-in-chief said that if there is a better plan, His Majesty will consider retracting the order to change the state religion. Imok sat beside him, still observing the situation. Chang Sul sat in the adjacent row, clutching his head. True Master Chung Chu merely watched while the emperor was insulted. Ji Wu expressed his displeasure and thought, it's only natural for His Majesty to be disappointed in our alliance. The Gongdong faction is finished now. Chung Heo at this moment grew anxious. Primordial Celestial Venerable, I emphasize the power of the heavenly cult leader so much, yet everyone still reacts this way, so I can't help it. Then he stood up and sincerely apologized. Alliance leader, I sincerely apologize for everything that has happened. I will take all responsibility, Ji Wu suddenly interjected. You speak so simply. You clearly said you would go in person to prevent this, did you not? In the end you caused this problem and now you're trying to escape? Chung Heo was speechless, frowning and unable to utter a single excuse. Ji Wu raised his eyes and stared intently at Chung Heo, continuing to taunt. What's wrong? Are you angry at me? You have 1,000 mouths and still can't make an excuse. Chung Heo merely sighed and replied in a low voice, you're not wrong. No matter what I say, I can't make an excuse. I was insufficient, and that's why things became so serious. I admit that. Chung Heo touched his other hand, which was slightly trembling, and then confidently extended his hand forward, declaring, even if Head Peng were there he would have done the same. I staked this arm on it, feeling provoked. Ji Wu shouted loudly, what did you say? Suddenly he sprang up, losing his composure and retorting, True Master, can you take responsibility for what you just said? Chung Heo repeated firmly, 1 word and 9 promises. If Head Peng can do nothing, then remain silent. Ji Wu upon hearing this did not back down and said in a low voice, good, I will show you my power. Then Ji Wu pleaded earnestly, Alliance leader, please send me to the imperial palace. I will enter the palace, persuade His Majesty and restore the state religion to its former status. Imok was inwardly pleased, and that's good. After all, no one is stepping forward right now. But he wanted to confirm once more, 17 strong men, are you truly confident? Ji Wu was full of confidence at this moment. He thought, I haven't achieved any merit since inheriting this position. I must prove my power with this opportunity. Then Ji Wu replied firmly, Alliance leader, please entrust it to me. Suddenly someone entered and said, Alliance leader, a young man with the appearance of a scholar, quickly joined. I too will enter the palace with the 17 strongmen. Imok was quite surprised. He softly spoke, Bulso, there's one thing you don't know. Bukjung Danramok, the martial alliance leader, adopted 3 orphans. The eldest was Mo Yuju, followed by Kong Soen, and finally Yin Bulso. The 3 brothers all possessed martial arts genius that anyone would covet, and all were outstanding. But among them, Yin Bulso, who was taught with all the strength of the 7 heroes, was precisely the future of the new era martial alliance. Imok smiled and thought, it seems he's interested because the opponent is the demonic cult leader. Now that I think about it, I was always compared to the previous demonic cult leader too. Yu Yibong, a rival, is always the driving force that helps us break our limits. Although it was dangerous, he also thought it would be a good experience. Thinking so, he agreed. Understood. Bulso respectfully replied, Alliance leader, thank you. Ji Wu took this opportunity to flatter. Oh, it's an honor to accompany young Master Yin, Bulso said amiably. Although I still have many shortcomings, this humble one will strive to assist the 17 strong men to the very end. Ji Wu turned his gaze towards Chung Heo and deliberately provoked him loudly, Young Master, please prepare your weapon. I need to increase the chances of getting True Master Chung Chu's arm. Ji Wu inwardly exclaimed, to go with a genius who became the best of the 9 sects and 1 clan of the martial world after only 3 months of entering the martial world, what could be better than this? Everything will go smoothly. Chung Heo on the other side was still full of worries. In terms of personality, young Master Yin seems to be a better match for Vice Head Peng Yu Wall than the heroes. I warned him. He frowned and looked at Ji Wu with complex emotions. The demonic cult leader is inherently merciless to everyone. I don't wish for him to die, but I wonder what kind of face Head Peng will return with. Time passed. 3 days later. Everyone gathered at the south gate of Yangzheng Palace in the great Ming Empire's imperial palace. Outside, Wei Ju held a nameplate and hastily requested the guard. These are envoys from the Martial Alliance. Please issue them passage immediately. He immediately obeyed the order. Understood. Then he looked at Ji Wu with a slightly awkward expression. Hero, we would appreciate it if you would wait here for a moment. He readily complied. Understood, no problem. But Ji Wu turned and said to Zhang Sheng with a sarcastic tone, you're accompanying us, but it seems there's no need for Zhang Tete to step forward. Dong Sheng did not get angry, merely replied calmly. Grand Master Gakyun said that Buddhism can be used as a fallback, so this humble nun also wants to try. Amitabha. Before the conversation ended, Ji Wu continued to wonder, So Master, you have a separate mission entrusted by Grandmaster Gakyeon. Very well, let's meet His Majesty first and talk. Since His Majesty hasn't dismantled the shrine yet, it won't be too difficult to persuade him, Jiwoo continued. What if the demonic cult leader isn't here? Young Master Yin seems to be looking forward to it. Bolso merely let out a wry smile upon hearing this. Indeed, he hardened his expression and worried inwardly, I still haven't met him. I've heard Seo-hee praise him so much, I'm truly curious about what kind of person he is. Bolso calculated inwardly. I heard the personal bodyguard's body hasn't been cremated yet, so I can check the sword marks there. Furthermore, I heard he only reached the Wajong realm a few months ago, but he can already use the intangible sword. In short, the only thing I can be sure of right now is that he has grown to a point where it's difficult for others to gauge his martial prowess. Bolsa's gaze gradually turned toward the sky. Truly interesting. It seems the heavens don't favor Mai and the Orthodox faction's dominance. Everything happens for a reason. Yin Bolso, although he had defeated countless masters since entering the martial world, was continuously disappointed. This was because there was no one his age who could contend with him. Bolso's power was extraordinary, and even among the 17 strongmen, only a few could block his Dao Cho Shik. Only after defeating everyone did he realize he was a genius. Bolso clenched his fist. Nature, if he is truly my rival, the heavens will make us confront each other one way or another, even if he avoids it. Suddenly, a young master rushed in from inside and shouted. Yu shouted, it's an emergency. Peng Jiwoo immediately asked, what about the travel permits? The eunuch, panting, replied, they're here, but Peng Jiwoo tried to calm him. Calm down and speak slowly. But the eunuch couldn't calm down. He shouted, this morning members of the demonic cult entered the palace and the shrine demolition began earlier than scheduled. Everyone listened in shock and echoed, what did you say? Peng Jiwoo turned. This won't do, we must go see His Majesty at once. Zhang Sheng also quickly understood the situation. Amitabha's humble nun will stop the temple from being demolished. Peng Jiwoo led the way, saying, let's go ahead, Peng. Young Master Yin. Bolsa's eyes were filled with competitive spirit. The demonic cult leader, he must be here too, right? At Samchangwan, a Taoist shrine in the southeast of Yangzhong Palace, officials continuously scolded the black-clad warrior standing in the distance. You wicked demonic cult bastards, get out of this sacred Taoist temple immediately. Stop it, damn it. The black-clad warrior decisively struck an official in the stomach. He was tripped and fell flat. The black-clad man growled. Who are you calling wicked demonic cult bastards? His Majesty ordered us to build a shrine for our heavenly demonic cult. How dare you defy His Majesty's orders? Another official angrily threatened. When the Martial Alliance envoys arrive, you won't be able to run wild like this anymore. Damn it, Heo Bong said with disgust, circulating his energy. They're really annoying. Then he unleashed an attack that burned everything, and the other officials began to curse. What kind of strange magic is this, you vile bastards? Heo Bong raised his voice in threat. If anyone talks anymore, I'll burn them alive. Get out while I'm still being nice. Suddenly, a black shadow darted into the courtyard from outside, and people moved aside in turn. Heo Bong, distracted, turned his head to look. The flames in the courtyard also gradually extinguished. The person who entered was Zhang Sheng. He softly opened his mouth. Amitabha, thankfully I'm not too late. Seeing the surrounding scene, Zhang Sheng spoke coldly. Even if we are allies, this is a separate issue. Benefactor. Heo Bong asked in confusion. Separate issue, and what alliance are you talking about? Zhang Sheng frowned and looked at him. He felt his aura was very different. Looking at Heo Bong, who stood imposingly before him, Zhang Sheng thought, he looks to be at most 20 years old, yet he can exude such an aura. He must be a Wajong realm master. He gritted his teeth and inwardly speculated. Is that guy the demonic cult leader? True, Master Chung Heo was right to say so, but he's certainly not a life-death realm master. At this moment, Zhang Sheng softly opened his mouth. Amitabha, this humble monk is Zhang Sheng, the sect leader of the Hengshan sect. Please take your cult members and leave. Heo Bong listened dumbfounded. He suddenly charges in and then says some incomprehensible nonsense suddenly. Zhang Sheng's attitude changed completely. He shouted loudly, how cunning you are. You still feign ignorance even in this situation. This is the Orthodox faction's territory, so please uphold your duty as an ally. Heo Bong quickly retorted, not to be outdone. Since when was the Imperial Palace the Orthodox faction's territory? Zhang Sheng, enraged by his attitude, shouted. Amitabha. He inwardly calmed himself. I can still subdue that guy. Thinking so, he drew his sword. You wouldn't accept the cup when offered, Zhang Sheng growled. Does the cult leader want to drink punishment wine? Don't regret it. Suddenly, Yuan appeared from behind and softly asked in a cold voice, what regret are you talking about? Zhang Sheng was startled and turned around, swinging his sword and shouting, who's there? But the very next moment he frowned and paused. Yuan, with a slight smile on his lips, raised his hand and channeled energy, immediately striking Zhang Sheng's back and saying, you attacked me first. Then Yuan lightly grasped his neck tightly and lifted him high. Zhang Sheng could not resist at all and inwardly panicked. I can't use rebound force. That guy's power is too immense. Suddenly, someone knelt. It was Heo Bong. He crossed his hands in front of his chest. Not only Heo Bong, but everyone around him did the same. They all shouted in unison, your humble servants greet the cult leader. Long live, long live, long live. Zhang Sheng could not help but be astonished at the sight. What are they saying? Looking at Yuan, he asked in disbelief. Sect leader, is that guy the demonic cult leader? Even he, who had been observing in a defensive stance, could not help but be suspicious at the sight. What's happening? He's just holding the sect leader's neck. Why can't the sect leader move at all? In this situation, her junior sister immediately used telepathy to communicate. Sister, if this continues, our master will be in danger, she quickly replied. Junior sister, when I give the signal, let's unleash the joint sword technique, young Mokji, together. Her junior sister immediately agreed. Yes, having finished their discussion, the two simultaneously unleashed their moves in a joint attack. The 5 sisters darted up above Yuan and Zhang Sheng's heads, then swooped down like lightning. The 5th sister shouted loudly, "Release our master at once!" The 5th sister raised her voice and continued, "You wicked demonic cult bastard." But as soon as the two charged, they were immediately blocked by Yuan's party. Despite their extraordinary strength, they were quickly overwhelmed and flung far away. One person raised their hand, channeling a technique, and growled, "How rude." It was Kwang Ho. He sneered, a slight smile on his lips. "Did you just call the heavens of our cult a damn bastard?" The 2 sisters, covered in wounds, could not help but feel fear inwardly. To inflict such a terrible blow with just one strike, we've encountered a master. At this moment, Heo Bong loudly called Kwang Ho. Kwang Ho turned his head and smiled kindly. "Heo Bong, it's been a while. You've been granted the special privilege of following the cult leader." Before he could finish his sentence, he was surprised to see the red aura surrounding Heo Bong. "What's happening?" "I was happy to be the first of the 6 swords to reach the early Wajong realm, but does Heo Bong possess even greater internal energy than me?" Kwang Ho frowned and realized his rank had also increased. If I were to rank them, he would now be in the position of the first sword among the 6 swords. Meanwhile, for some reason, Zhang Sheng unleashed a fierce power. He growled, "You brought this upon yourself." Then Zhang Sheng channeled his energy and unleashed the mountain-splitting head technique as his aura approached. Yuan was completely unfazed and calm. He calmly tightened his grip on his neck even more and twisted him around. He noticed this and his expression changed. "Impossible. Can he withstand my mountain-splitting head technique, which I've cultivated to the 10th stage? It was then that Zhang Sheng, astonished, realized, true Master Cheng Heo was right. Yuan suddenly sneered and opened his mouth. "This so-called master is quite fierce." Then he exerted even more force without hesitation. Zhang Sheng, realizing the disadvantageous situation, quickly begged for reconciliation. "See, cult leader, this humble monk is Zhang Sheng, the sect leader of the Martial Alliance. Please release this humble monk first." Before Zhang Sheng could finish his sentence, one of his arms was severed from his body. It was too fast for him to react. As the pain rushed over him, Zhang Sheng could not endure it and screamed. Perhaps because he was too noisy, Yuan immediately threw him far away. Having finished the task, Yuan slowly opened his mouth. "Since we are allies, I will only take your left arm." The 5 sisters watched the scene, their faces pale with fear. The sect leader, who is called Sword Queen, Yuan turned around and with his hands clasped behind his back commanded the 5, "Subdue everyone, and cut down anyone who dares to resist." His subordinates all replied in unison. At the same time, in the main hall of Jiunan Palace, someone knelt on the ground, trembling, and said, "I can't lift my knees." Peng Jiwu softly frowned and, opening his mouth, thought inwardly, "I had an inkling, but I didn't expect a mere 30-year-old punk to have reached the Yunjiang realm." Looking at Bulso, who was channeling his energy, he inwardly admired, "It seems a new world-class master has been born." Then he opened his mouth. "Enough, young Master Yin. Please withdraw your true energy." Peng Jiwu raised his hand, pointed at Bulso, and proudly said, "Your Majesty, did you see? This is young Master Yin Bulso's level. He will one day become one of the 5 great masters of the Central Plains." Taegan, with his head resting on his arm, asked back with suspicious eyes, "The 5 great masters?" Peng Jiwu sweated inwardly, determined. "I must make His Majesty realize that our alliance has enough power to protect His Majesty, more so than those demonic cult members." As Taegan snapped his fingers, as soon as he made his persuasive speech, "Don't worry, Alliance leader, young master will take on the role." Immediately, a group of people entered the main hall from somewhere, and Bulso immediately turned around. In an instant, numerous soldiers gathered in the main hall surrounding him and Peng Jiwu. Peng Jiwu was startled and stammered, unable to speak. Your Majesty, are those perhaps?" Taegan slowly opened his mouth. "These 300 people would kneel with just a flick of the demonic cult leader's finger." The very next moment, Bulso froze when he heard him command, "Yin, Bulso, you try it." Bulso sweated and panicked. 300 people, did I mishear?" He turned his head and, astonished, admired. "Subduing these people isn't difficult. Even head Peng could do it alone, but making so many people kneel with just true energy is a completely different matter." Bulso bit his lip tightly, unable to believe this. "Even at my full strength, I could only manage about 100 people at most, and even then I could only hold out for 2 hours. But he can control 300 people with just one wave of his hand. No matter how I think about it, it doesn't make sense." As he remained silent for too long, Taegan rested his chin on his hand and asked with an uncomfortable look, "Why can't you do it?" At this moment, Peng Jiwu secretly sent a mental message to Bulso to calm him down. "His Majesty must be exaggerating, young Master Yin, just show your skills." Bulso quickly agreed with that thought. "Yes, I also think His Majesty is exaggerating, but I didn't expect His Majesty to compare me to that guy like that." He inwardly admired, The demonic cult leader, we are truly worthy rivals. Then Bulso opened his mouth in confusion. How could that be, your majesty? He clasped his hands and bowed, skillfully declining. But out of a warrior's pride, this humble one will not follow what another has done. Instead, this humble one would like to show your majesty something else. Tiegan, curious upon hearing this, quickly asked, What? Bulso suddenly waved his hand and the guard's swords suddenly flew from their bodies. They were surprised and panicked, asking themselves, Impossible. My sword. Seeing this, Tiegan frowned. Oh. Seeing Bulso perform his move, Tiegan quickly realized. Sword energy control, is that sword energy control? Taishik stepped forward, bowed and explained, Your Majesty, sword energy control is an extremely high-level technique, one that only those who have reached the level of the 5 great masters can perform. Tiegan asked in confusion. The 5 great masters? He frowned, thought for a moment, and then asked again, Is the demonic cult leader also one of the 5 great masters? Taishik quickly replied, No, but I heard the previous demonic cult leader was one of the 5 great masters. Tiegan, upon hearing this, was slightly bothered. Is that so? He was very curious inwardly. The 5 strongest people in the world are called the 5 great masters, but the demonic cult leader defeated Iamgiawa. So how strong is he exactly? Then Tiegan asked himself. Can he become the next generation's 5 great masters? Since even the alliance leader would find it difficult to accurately assess his level. Is that why this young man was sent? Looking at Bulso's current appearance, Tiegan inwardly muttered, I wonder if this young man will be able to maintain that confident face when he confronts Qianrian. Meanwhile, he was preparing an even more impressive attack with this move. Bulso was inwardly confident. I can persuade His Majesty. Thinking so, he turned his feet and drew a circle. Having finished, Bulso confidently said, Your Majesty, this humble one will stand still in this circle and block all the eunuch's attacks. Tiegan, upon hearing this, waved his hand without hesitation and commanded, Interesting. Immediately, all the soldiers on both sides shouted and rushed forward, Attack and defeat that guy. Bulso, with his eyes wide, controlled his move to respond and intimidate them. He lightly controlled the surrounding wind. He created a whirlwind in the middle of the main hall. The officials struggled to block it. They couldn't help but wonder, Why is the wind blowing? The very next moment, Bulso sent the officials flying far away with the plum blossom heaven technique. They fell to the ground one by one, and as someone fell beside him with a thud, Tiegan paid attention. The officials, now trembling in fear, asked themselves, What is this terrible wind? Is there such a technique in the world? Bulso, having won splendidly, was inwardly delighted. I performed my father's Dao technique with a sword. He quickly stood up and called out, Your Majesty. You see, but Tiegan, with his chin resting on his hand, asked contemptuously, Is that all? Seeing this attitude, Bulso's eyes widened in surprise. His face was stiff. What do you mean, didn't you even express a little surprise? At this moment, Peng Jiuwu spoke loudly and clearly. Your Majesty, young Master Yian's level is no different from that of the 5 great masters, but before he could finish his sentence, Tiegan cut him off. Do you think we know nothing about the 5 great masters? Finally, Tiegan praised Yian Bulso. We know you are very excellent, he happily replied. You flatter me, Your Majesty, he suddenly asked. But can you defeat your father in 3 moves? Bulso froze. He clenched his fist tightly, because he knew himself well. Even if I'm a Yunjiang realm master, I can't do that. Seeing Bulso's expression, Tiegan sighed and waved his hand, saying, Enough, our decision will not change, so you may withdraw. In this situation, Peng Jiuwu resolutely knelt. No, if this continues, the heavenly demonic cult will really become the state religion. As Peng Jiuwu struggled to explain, Your Majesty, I know Your Majesty was very disappointed last time, but... Suddenly someone entered from outside, urgently calling out, Your Majesty. Tiegan asked in a stern voice, What's happening outside? The person immediately reported, The Taoist priests have arrived. Upon hearing this, he commanded, Let them in. As soon as he entered, the Taoist priest quickly bowed and paid his respects. Greetings to His Majesty. Tiegan asked in confusion. We are already speaking with the envoys who arrived first, so what is the matter? He said in a fluster. Your Majesty, please reconsider. Hasn't the great Ming Empire revered Taoism for a long time? The Taoist priest raised his voice as if scolding, How can Your Majesty allow that wicked demonic cult leader and his subordinates to dismantle the shrine? Bulso, upon hearing this, gave a cunning smile. Did you say the demonic cult leader is here? He conveyed to Peng Jiuwu through thought. Peng Shangzu, things have become easier, Jiuwu stammered. Young Master Yian, surely not. Yian Bulso gave a cunning and confident smile. I will personally confront the demonic cult leader and conclude this negotiation. At this, Tiegan hesitated no longer and said, We have already decided, you may withdraw. Yian Bulso and Peng Jiuwu, hearing this, cupped their hands and bowed their heads. Then your humble servants shall withdraw. Meanwhile, the Taoist still pleaded earnestly, Your Majesty, please reconsider. He called out in despair, Your Majesty, Your Majesty. Tiegan said nothing, but thought inwardly, I thought they had given up, but their intentions are obvious. I saw their eyes light up when he mentioned the demonic cult leader. Looking at Yian Bulso, who walked out arrogantly, he muttered inwardly, Excessive curiosity is not a good thing, we clearly showed you consideration. Outside, Yian Bulso quickly flew off. He rushed with the black-cloaked figures. Yian Bulso raised an eyebrow and asked, Chief Chiapyong, did you see the demonic cult leader? Weiju quickly replied. Not just saw him, he honestly said, sweating profusely and nervously. If I hadn't personally witnessed what the demonic cult leader did that day, I couldn't have imagined what kind of person he is. He is no longer human, Weiju continued cautiously. He is not a monster, he should now rightfully be called a demon god. Hearing that, Ian Bulso couldn't help but be surprised. He says the same thing as true Master Chung Heo. Ian Bulso tightly gripped the weapon in his hand and thought inwardly, it's truly dangerous, but I can't suppress my excitement. As he approached his destination, he shouted loudly, there, but at the sight before his eyes, Ian Bulso was astonished and Peng Jiuwu groaned. The manor was filled with people and he quickly recognized them as nuns from the Hengshan sect. Peng Jiuwu quickened his pace, leading the way and informed him in a low voice, young Master Yin, this sect leader will attack. He muttered inwardly, now's the time, my chance has finally come. Peng Jiuwu shouted, Peng family warriors, draw your blades, it's time to save our alliance comrades. Suddenly, a red-eyed black dragon appeared and Yin Bulso immediately stopped, wondering inwardly, what is that? He asked himself, slightly afraid, what is that chilling aura? Looking at the cold red aura before his eyes, Yin Bulso couldn't believe it. Is that the aura of a human? He shouted loudly, wait, Peng Shangzu, stop. But it was already too late. As screams erupted, Yin Bulso gritted his teeth. Damn it, he immediately leapt up, leaving the ground. Meanwhile, the people following Jiuwu were in a great panic, say sect leader. Yin Bulso quickly landed on the roof, looking down. Peng Jiuwu lay unconscious before Yoan. His face darkened, his entire body trembled, and his face was covered in sweat. Yoan heavily stepped on Peng Jiuwu's head. He could only let out a few groans with his remaining strength. The person wiped the blood from his face with his hand. It was Yoan, and he held Peng Jiuwu's severed arm in his hand. Today, many seem to want to lose an arm. It was said in the common world that the Hebei Peng family was one of the three great saber families of the Orthodox faction, and the half-brothers, Saber Lord Peng Muyan and Peng Jiuwu, the head of the Hebei Peng family, were among the 5 great saber masters of the Orthodox faction. He had ambitions to become the center of the martial alliance, but in Peng Jiuwu's heart there was always a lingering worry about the extreme 6-armed gate. The extreme 6-armed gate was too dangerous to contend with, and there was too little information about them. Moreover, they were very strong. But in such a situation, an opportunity arose for him. The heavenly demonic cult became the state religion of the great Ming Empire. Although true Master Chung Heo explained the reason, he had no choice but to step down from his position as one of the 17 strongmen. In this situation, Peng Jiuwu couldn't help but be excited, and he gave a cunning smile. Since true Master Chung Heo has stepped down, other Shang Zhus will be promoted, but that's not enough. I need to climb to a higher position quickly. Returning to reality, he immediately raised his fist high. Peng Jiuwu ran straight towards Yoan, questioning him, who is the demonic cult leader? Yoan on this side still stood calmly with his hands clasped behind his back. Peng Jiuwu, seeing that, gritted his teeth and looked triumphant. It's him, no doubt. He briefly glanced at Heo Bong and assessed, his internal energy is strange. I should leave him to young master. The very next moment, Peng Jiuwu aimed directly at Yoan and resolved, I don't sense any internal energy from him. He delivered a firm and powerful strike at Yoan. Good, I'll start with you. But Peng Jiuwu's face instantly turned pale with fear the very next moment. Is that I Hung Wan Wi transference of form and shadow? Yoan suddenly appeared behind him. He tightly gripped his shoulder. Peng Jiuwu had no time to counterattack. His eyes widening in astonishment for a moment, he screamed miserably as his arm was severed. Yoan, seeing that, immediately overwhelmed Peng Jiuwu with immense power, throwing him into a panic. My true energy is too strong. His entire body trembled uncontrollably. Peng Jiuwu couldn't help but be astonished, asking himself, what is this guy? Could it be? Yoan mercilessly stomped his head under his foot. Peng Jiuwu, covered in wounds, realized in astonishment the demonic cult leader. It was then that Yoan spoke in a murderous voice. Today, many seem to, he spoke loudly in anger. Want to lose an arm? As soon as his words ended, Yin Bulso on this side turned pale with fear. The air was eerily quiet and no one dared to move. Yoan suddenly stomped hard on Peng Jiuwu's head and he groaned in pain. A nearby guard, unable to contain his anger, shouted, Peng sect leader, you damned rascal, you truly are audacious. But Yin Bulso immediately stopped him. Please stop. He nervously surveyed his surroundings. Where is true Master Zhengsheng? Zhengsheng was safe at this moment, and Yin Bulso breathed a sigh of relief. Thank goodness, both of them are alive. Suddenly a tall figure appeared in the distance. People murmured in a panic. Oh, is that the king of hell? Young Sok's face turned pale and he cried out in a panic. This is serious, young master. I think it will be difficult for us to get out of here. Yin Bulso on this side was sweating profusely and asserted, it's him no doubt, he thought inwardly with a hint of worry. At only 20-something years old to possess such presence and aura, I can't even fathom his martial prowess. Yin Bulso unconsciously gripped the sword in his hand tightly. I want to spar with him right now, but I must restrain myself now. He sighed helplessly. Calming himself the very next moment, Yin Bulso respectfully cupped his hands and introduced himself. It is an honor to meet the demonic cult leader. Your humble servant is Yin Bulso, the eldest son of the martial alliance leader and the head of the Baekwon Dan. Heo Bong, hearing that, had a worried expression on his face. Yin Bulso, isn't he the widely known future 5 great masters of the martial world? To send such a prominent figure here, the martial alliance must be in a desperate situation. Contrary to him, Yoan was still calm at this moment. The son of the Northern Alliance leader, I was often compared to him when I was the young cult leader. He immediately raised his voice and approached, causing Peng Jiuwu's entire body to tremble. Before long, Yuan approached Yin Bulso and asked loudly, "Then are you the representative of the Martial Alliance?" He continued awkwardly. "For now, I suppose you could say that." Yuan, angered, raised his voice. "Then are you already prepared to attack young Master Yin?" Yin Bulso was thrown into a panic by the sudden surge of killing intent. What is this aura?" Peng Jiuwu, lying prostrate on the ground in pain, gritted his teeth and tried to stand up. "And no, I must protect young master." He continued to plead in despair. "Young Master Yin, please do not fight him. It is foolish. Give up on reclaiming the state religion." But Yin Bulso, on the contrary, still did not yield, not uttering a single word. After a long while he cupped his hands respectfully and said, "First, on behalf of the entire alliance, I apologize to the cult leader." At these words, Yuan's heart rippled with confusion. "His eyes look like he's about to attack me at any moment, but he's taking a step back?" Yin Bulso continued in a stern voice. "From our alliance's perspective, the great Ming Empire's state religion has been in effect taken by your cult. To change His Majesty's mind, we cannot shy away from any means." He emphasized, "Therefore, this humble one believes that your cult is also partly responsible for this incident." Yuan asked in confusion, "Responsible?" Yin Bulso replied firmly and loudly, "Were our alliance and your cult not allies fighting a common enemy? The demonic cult leader would not wish for this to damage our alliance." He proactively offered a reconciliation. "Our alliance will take a step back and give up on the state religion. Therefore, considering the bond of our alliance, please release the two Shang Zhus and the disciples of the Hengshan sect unconditionally." Peng Jiuwu on this side clutched his arm in pain, thinking inwardly, "I thought he would endure the humiliation and bow his head, but I didn't expect him to use such a clever strategy." Zhang Sheng, sitting next to him, also turned pale and admitted, "That's right, this is the best option in this situation. They also gave up on the state religion, so the demonic cult leader can't refuse. This is truly brilliant, young Master Yin." Just then, Yin Bulso sincerely bowed his head. "I asked for the cult leader's help, but the answer he received was Yuan's calm words. It seems the Baekwon-dan master is mistaken about something." He suddenly stepped forward and questioned, "Are you saying that our cult became the state religion because you gave up? Did you even have the right to choose in the first place?" Yuan at this moment gave a cunning smile and provoked, "You couldn't change the emperor's decision, so you tried to attack by any means necessary, didn't you?" Yin Bulso was speechless. That is, he couldn't contain his anger and drew his sword. "Did you attack first and lose, so you're spouting such nonsense? Truly disappointing. But what can I do?" Yuan firmly swung his sword, threatening him. "At least I need to take one of your arms to satisfy my anger." Yin Bulso, hearing those words, turned pale and sweat poured down like rain. What is the cult leader saying? He's truly terrifying. At the same time, he cautiously thought inwardly, it seems he's not someone I can negotiate with. Peng Jiuwu on this side clutched his arm in pain and gritted his teeth in anger. "I truly apologize to the two Shang Zhus. I tried to avoid conflict to minimize casualties, but it seems fate has other plans." Driven to a corner, Yin Bulso had no choice but to draw his sword. "Honestly, this humble one is very happy." He raised his voice at this moment, provoking, "Doesn't that mean you acknowledge me? Truly a heaven-sent rival." Yin Bulso confidently asserted, "In the orthodox faction, this humble one is called a genius." But before his words could finish, red blood gushed from his arm, and the arm immediately dropped to the ground with a thud. Yin Bulso's face was streaked with blood vessels and he screamed miserably. He retreated like an arrow without hesitation. Yin Bulso had no time to recover, thinking inwardly, he was definitely right in front of me, but I didn't see it at all. That was an incredibly sharp strike. As the pain washed over him, he gritted his teeth and regretted. "So this is what it means to jump in knowingly?" Yuan at this moment heavily stepped on his arm and said loudly, "I have received my price." He immediately widened his eyes and asked with contempt, "Do you want to continue?" Yin Bulso gritted his teeth, stopped the bleeding from his severed arm and used his internal energy to control the two swords on his back. The two swords quickly flew towards Yuan. They flew like arrows, carrying a great aura with the wind. The very next moment the two swords circled around, creating a whirlwind that trapped Yuan in the center. He calmly looked around, analyzing his next move. Meanwhile, Yin Bulso gritted his teeth and resolved, "Even if he's as fast as a ghost, he won't be able to escape this move of mine." Yin Bulso shouted loudly, raising his hand straight into the air, and the whirlwind also rose accordingly. Kwang Ho, blocking the wind with his hand, shouted loudly, "What the hell is this?" Heo Bong called out worriedly, "Cult leader." Maga Guillaume remained silent, looking at the chaotic scene. Yang Sok retreated, shouting loudly to everyone, "Everyone step back, you'll be caught in it if you get too close." Trees deeply rooted in the ground were also uprooted by the force of the wind. The whirlwind raged in the air, its deep interior stained with darkness. Yin Bulso's eyes widened and he brought his two fingers down hard. "I'll crush you." In the center of the whirlwind, Yuan still stood motionless, and the swords flew towards his head in succession. Yuan lightly raised his hand, emitting power. The defensive barrier clashed with the incoming swords. Yin Bulso sensed what was happening inside. His face contorted as he calculated, "What is this? Can his internal energy block my attack? If so, I'll pour all my true energy into it and see how you block it." Inside, Yuan raised a hand glowing with blue light and sneered, "Child's play." The swords from before paused, and at the same time a voice echoed, "Infiltrating user's aura." Yoan reached out his hand towards Yin Bulso and the swords also moved in that direction, and the voice continued to echo, "Target locked." Yoan's 2 eyes gleamed and he clenched his hand. The sword's glowing blue pierced through the whirlwind and flew straight towards Yin Bulso. He felt a piercing pain and his mind went blank. Why? How can this be? Yin Bulso knelt, blood flowing from his wounds. He screamed in pain. Zhang Sheng and Peng Jiuwu, witnessing the scene, cried out in a panic, "Yin Bulso, young master Yin?" Wei Ju and Yang Sok also turned pale with astonishment. The two thought inwardly, the sword technique of young master Yin who has reached the Huazhong realm was taken so easily. Yin Bulso, kneeling, looked at Yoan and acknowledged inwardly, "Indeed, I was no match for him. He is the cult leader of the heavenly demonic cult." Yoan suddenly approached holding a blood-stained sword. Yin Bulso, seeing that, thought, "Is he going to finish me off?" His face turned pale, and he weakly opened his mouth. "If it is the destined fate for this humble one, a fellow cult member, please strike." Yoan stood motionless looking at him and asked, "Why should I kill you?" Yin Bulso shouted in a daze, "Ha?" Yoan's face darkened and he gave a cunning smile. "You're a useful hostage, so isn't it up to me whether to cut you down or kill you?" Yin Bulso gritted his teeth, his entire body trembling as he raged inwardly, "This rascal." As the smoke cleared, everyone saw Yin Bulso kneeling and Yoan standing firm. He opened his mouth. "Is there anyone else who wants to continue?" Peng Jiwu at this moment clutched his wound and thought, "Giving up my weapon now is abandoning my pride. But I have no choice. I must survive first." In this situation, Yang Sok helplessly ordered the soldiers, "Everyone lower your swords." One by one the swords were simultaneously thrown to the ground. Peng Jiwu's eyes widened and he thought, "Young Master Yin is a dignified Huazhong master, but he was treated like a child. Does the gap grow so large as one's internal energy deepens?" Looking at Yoan's tall and firm back, he exclaimed in admiration, "Truly terrifying. It takes decades for a Huazhong master to reach enlightenment. But to have grown this much in just a few months." Jiwu clenched his bleeding arm and gritted his teeth. "I was lucky to escape with my life, but true Master Cheng Heo will try to take my other arm." As the thick dust cleared, a grand red mansion stood majestically and people were neatly lined up. Each person, tightly bound, knelt and bowed their heads to the 3 figures standing at the manor's gate. Heo Bong turned to Yoan and asked in confusion, "Cult Lord, even so he's the Martial Alliance leader's son, and the 2 Shang Zhus are severely wounded. Won't anything happen to our alliance?" Suddenly, a voice accompanied by laughter caught Heo Bong's attention. "Why are you so worried, Heo Bong?" Huang Ho said, smiling at him. "The reason we formed an alliance is to stand against the extreme 6-armed gate. If the alliance breaks, there will immediately be a great war with the unorthodox faction. And that Yin Bulso fellow's words are merely a ploy to escape this place." Yoan smiled and continued, "That's right." Heo Bong finally let out a sigh of relief and said, "I worried for nothing." Huang Ho crossed his arms and looked down, saying, "I understand, although that fellow's spirit is respectable. To the west, there's the unorthodox faction. To the east, the extreme 6-armed gate, and to the south, our cult. In this situation, how could they act recklessly?" Among the people bound and kneeling on the ground, Bulso, covered in blood, was at the very front. Heo Bong asked in confusion, "Then what do you intend to do with them, Cult Lord?" Yoan decisively decreed, "Release everyone except the Yin family fellow and the Shang Zhus." Hearing this, Huang Ho patted his chest. "Then I will take responsibility for going to the alliance and conveying the Cult Lord's message." Yoan gently smiled and refused. "There's no need. If they take you hostage, it will be difficult for me to maintain my composure." The sky gradually turned red with the evening glow and Yoan's voice resonated evenly. "A single letter is enough," Heo Bong cleverly added. "Anyway, with this, the Cult Lord's prestige will be widely known in the martial world." "Oh, then won't the Cult Lord also get a nickname?" 3 days had passed. At this time, in the Orthodox faction meeting room of the Martial Alliance in Henan, several people were discussing, how could such a thing happen? "Amitabha, is that true?" "Yes," the Hengshan sect's chief disciple O Sonong said with a darkened face, clasping his hands. Even young Master Yin was no match. Imok's face hardened as he thought, "Did that fellow steal my son's sword energy and attack him in return? Unbelievable, how could such a thing happen?" Feng Chang'un, one of the 6 Shang Zhus of the Orthodox Martial Alliance and the head of the Huashan sect, stroked his beard deep in thought. Could true Master Cheng Heo's words have been true after all? The demonic cult leader reached the life-death realm in just a few months. I thought reaching that realm was impossible. He can no longer be called human. Peng Yuwal, the outer hall master of the Peng family, stood nearby. His face was covered in sweat, and suddenly a voice called out, "But what is that behind you?" Walsok glanced at the box behind him and said, "Yes, the demonic cult leader said he had something to convey and that I must deliver this directly to the alliance leader." Hearing that, Imok asked in surprise, "To me?" The 2 old men were extremely astonished by the mysterious box at this moment. As soon as the box was opened, what met their eyes were 3 severed arms turned dark blue. Imok's face immediately darkened. At that moment the people around him cried out in shock. "This is..." Enraged, he unleashed his killing intent and circulated his internal energy, holding one of the arms in his hand. Trembling with rage, he inwardly resented and accused, "Demonic cult leader, how dare you? Do you think I won't break this alliance?" Suddenly, Imok paused. He was astonished to see a piece of paper inside the dark blue palm. "This is..." Imok asked himself, unable to understand for a moment. "What did that fellow do? I can't open his hand." He had no choice but to circulate his internal energy. The very next moment, as his arm went limp, Imok let out a sigh of relief. His hand finally opened. Looking at the paper in his hand, questions swirled in his mind. What on earth did he write that makes it so hard to open? As soon as he read it, Imok was speechless with fear. Chang'an saw this and opened his mouth, concerned. What do you think this means? Gakyo-M interjected. I think this is a warning, he emphasized. A warning to prevent us from interfering with the Emperor's decision on the state religion. The current demonic cult leader is even more ruthless than the previous one. Gakyo-M couldn't help but sigh worriedly. The situation and prestige of our martial world seem very dire. Amitabha, he was extremely fearful, thinking that the demonic cult led by Yoan was even more dangerous than the sword masters of the six-armed gate. Imok on this side suddenly placed another arm quietly on the desk and opened his mouth. I have a proposal. At these words, Gong Ji-young was puzzled. Just then, Imok growled with killing intent. I propose that we sever our alliance with the demonic cult. At these words, everyone around him instantly held their breath. Gakyo-M was the first to warn. Amitabha, alliance leader, you seem to be too hasty. Chang'an also quickly tried to dissuade him. Primordial Celestial Venerable, I agree. Severing the alliance is too extreme. Alliance leader, please withdraw those words. At these words, Imok briefly asked, do you all think so too? Gakyo-M's heart churned like waves. Alliance leader Namgang, you must agree with us to withdraw this proposal. Chang'an also frowned in tension. But Alliance leader Namgang is an extremist. He opposed the alliance with the demonic cult even when the sword masters of the six-armed gate appeared in Chang'an. Namgang Jung, one of the three great alliance leaders of the Orthodox Martial Alliance and the head of the Changqian Association, secretly speculated. He is one of Yin Bulsa's masters, so he will surely agree. People shared the same concern for a moment. He is truly contemplating. Gong Ji-young hesitated for a moment, stroking his chin. What should I do? As the head of the Changqian Association, he wanted to break the alliance, but the very next moment he hesitated. But even if Yin Bulsa's arm was severed, considering the alliance leader's usual personality, this is too big a decision. Gong Ji-young was astonished, recalling the reason he could ascend to this position despite not being from the 7 great clans or 5 great sects. It was because he was an extremely honest and impartial person. He resolutely asserted, I am certain that the demonic cult, the sword masters of the six-armed gate and all unorthodox factions will gather at the Dano Festival Grand Banquet. Thanks to the book left by Tosa, information on medical arts has been successfully transmitted. And with the Alliance's support, this is an opportunity to eliminate the high-ranking leaders of the unorthodox factions. At this moment, Gong Ji-young opened his mouth, concerned. May I ask why you made such an important decision? Imok replied in a stern voice. The reason I sought an alliance with the demonic cult was to destroy the root of evil, he regretted and admitted. But I was wrong. Imok bitterly thought that he had realized that shaking hands with evil to destroy evil went against their rules. They must correct this mistake. Because we are the leaders of the orthodox faction. Gong Ji-young on this side couldn't help but secretly rejoice at those words. I wasn't sure about the sudden proposal, but I seem to have worried for nothing. Since the 2 ordinary military advisors and other sect leaders are absent, this is my chance. Without hesitation, he immediately voiced his opinion. Understood. I am moved by your love for justice. I also opposed this alliance from the beginning, so I agree with your proposal. Gakyo-M couldn't help but give a helpless laugh at those words. My goodness, he thought inwardly with concern. This is serious. Amitabha, we must stop this. Cornered, Chang'an immediately tried to dissuade him loudly. Alliance leader, to proceed with that proposal, the consent of most of the sect leaders is required. Don't we need others? At these words, Gong Ji-young briefly replied, there's a faster way. He resolutely asserted that he would use the alliance leader's decree. It was an unwritten rule that decisions in the martial alliance, which included numerous sects and clans, were made through discussions. However, the alliance leader's decree was an exception, giving the alliance leader 3 opportunities to make a final decision that everyone must obey. Chang'an instantly slammed the table and said loudly. Alliance leader Namgang was very hesitant to use the alliance leader's decree even in urgent situations. How can you think he would use it in such an important situation? Suddenly, Imok, who was sitting next to him, unexpectedly agreed. Good, he made a firm decision. I agree with the 3 senior masters' opinion. The dissolution of this alliance will be decided by the alliance leader's decree. At these words, everyone around him was astonished. Alliance leader, how can you make such a decision? Gong Ji-young, standing next to him, smiled triumphantly. He won't lie about this, I'm certain. The head of the Changqian Association will be very pleased. A moment later, the scene shifted to the Martial Alliance headquarters. Deep within the Martial Alliance headquarters, in the alliance leader's study, Imok nervously reread a letter. I am Yoan, the cult leader of the heavenly demonic cult. I apologize for the injuries inflicted on your son in the Imperial Palace. I had to inconvenience you to avoid suspicion. The opponent proposed, once this matter is concluded, I promise to safely return your son and the 2 sect leaders. I will ask the Emperor to retract his decision on the state religion. Therefore trust me. The sword master of the extreme 6-armed gate is unlikely to appear at the Dano festival due to the incident in the Imperial Palace. I hear you are also facing a similar problem with spies as I am. regarding this matter. Imok read up to this point and could no longer bear it. Crumpling the paper, he was confused, thinking inwardly, I was angry about what the demonic cult leader did, but I didn't intend to overreact. Burning the paper, Imok calculated inwardly. Therefore, deceiving my allies to imply the dissolution of the alliance to trick the sword master of the extreme six-armed gate is very reasonable. He briefly worried and emphasized, the alliance leader has decided to trust him for now. This is a gamble. A moment later, at the Martial Alliance headquarters, the scene shifted to a dark cave in the southwest region of Jungginbong Valley. Here, a tall figure faintly appeared. The mysterious figure respectfully bowed and introduced himself. The third generation of the sword cult Bakdong has completed his mission. Hearing that, the opponent immediately approached. A large and imposing figure gradually appeared. He pressed him. What is it? The other person replied. It's a success. He asked in confusion, did that fellow declare the dissolution of the alliance? The subordinate immediately replied briefly, yes. As soon as he finished speaking, the subordinate removed his hat. Instantly, he burst into laughter and pinched his own face hard. The mask created by His Excellency is truly perfect. No one suspected that I was not the real Peng Yuwal. The man in black robes saw this and reminded him, stop it. It's made from a corpse, so if you keep pulling it, it will tear. The subordinate continued, flustered. I apologize. Without hesitation, the man in black robes then asked, what actions has the Changqian Association taken? The subordinate reported triumphantly. Namding Zhang, as His Excellency expected, stepped forward and helped. We will soon find out who the true master of the Changqian Association is. At these words, the man in black robes was satisfied and gave an order. Good. Keep an eye on them until the plan begins. The subordinate obediently complied. 1 word, 9 promises. Understood. He then quickly disappeared. As soon as he left, the man in black robes revealed a resentful face. Demonic cult leader Yoan, you have been able to thwart our plans in the shadows until now, he resolutely asserted. But I will make you pay the price for that, especially for what you did to B. 2 days later, a voice echoed in an inn. Thus, the Orthodox and Unorthodox alliance was dissolved in less than a year, faster than expected. This was the Western Unorthodox Faction Alliance headquarters in the northwest of Sichuan. In the room called the Alliance Leader's bedroom, the person facing Hangmo was Mo Jam. He opened his mouth and explained, although our alliance is cut off from the outside, we must be very careful with the current situation due to the civil war. Jay Ha has reported on the current situation of the Central Plains martial world. He burst into laughter. Truly interesting. Hangma's complexion was very confident. If I had just waited for the Dano festival, I would have reaped great rewards, but thanks to that damned fellow, I missed a good opportunity. The identity of this person was Hangma, the alliance leader of the Western Unorthodox Faction Alliance and the hegemon of the West. Jam opened his mouth. Once my lord recovers from his internal injuries, he can deal with that fellow at any time. His mood immediately soured, and the hands that were applying acupuncture on Hangma's back trembled nonstop. He couldn't help but feel uncomfortable recalling what had happened in the past. Is that true? Although it was a joint attack, I've worked with him before, so I know I can't guarantee the outcome if I fight him alone later. As Hangma remained silent, he called out worriedly, my lord, he said calmly, this is not strange either. Hangma was silent. It is a natural principle for the back waves of the Yangtze River to push the front waves. I've been doing this for years. The time will come. The more he listened to what he said, the more the innkeeper feared. Mojan heard those words and shouted worriedly, my lord, please don't say such things. My lord is the alliance leader of the great unorthodox faction alliance and the hegemon of the West. He tried to persuade him. Tens of thousands of martial artists are loyal only to my lord. This injury will heal in a short while, so please don't speak such weak words in front of your subordinates. Hangma cut him off. You wicked fellow, a mere bandit, you talk too much. Mojan looked up at the sky and sighed tiredly. My lord, you are too much. Jay Ha is responsible for 30 of our alliance's funds. I'm very upset. The identity of this man was Mo Jam, the leader of the 18 forts of the Yellow River Waterway and the master of the Yellow River. He immediately brightened up again and replied, hearing your words, I should let the martial world know that this hegemon is still well, right? He was surprised. My lord, those words mean, Hangma continued. It's the non-aggression treaty of Tonghyang. Mo Jam was flustered. My lord, the civil war is still ongoing, so it's better to focus on treating your injuries than that matter. He refused. No, if I just let this Dano festival pass, the people of the Central Plains martial world and that fellow will notice my injuries. If I don't send someone to the non-aggression treaty, the chances of being targeted next are very high. Hangma confided his thoughts. Fortunately, I haven't gone myself every time the treaty was renewed, so I can send someone to replace me this time too. His voice was like a command. Mo Jam, you go. He was surprised to hear that. Yes, Mo Jam stammered, trying to find an excuse to refuse. My lord, if Jaeha is not at the headquarters in this situation, Hangma replied. It's fine anyway, Daeson and Ji Guillaume are guarding it, he explained. Besides, I'm not sending just you. Didn't your nephews, the 3 devils of the Yellow River, also fall to the demonic cult? His fist slowly clenched. Mo Jam received the order. Yes, I also have a debt to repay them. Hangma was pleased. This time I will give them a chance to repay their debt. There will definitely be chaos after the signing ceremony. If that happens, you will know whether to target the Martial Alliance or those extreme six-armed gate fellows. He furrowed his brows as if calculating something inwardly. I hear the heavenly demon's son has been very arrogant lately. I'll have to teach him that the martial world isn't a place where you can just run wild with high martial prowess, Hangmo wondered. But now that the alliance is broken, what do the righteous faction fellows call the current demonic cult lord? He replied. They call him by a very arrogant title, Mojam reported. He insulted the emperor and cut off the arms of the Martial Alliance leaders who came as envoys. Since he violated the principles of the alliance, they call him the heaven-defying demonic emperor. Is he disrespecting the demonic emperor? Even I, one of the 5 great masters, am merely a hegemon, Hangma said in anger. His first title is too arrogant. Make sure he can never use that title again. He clasped his hands and requested, his attitude resolute. Mojam, hegemon of the Yellow River, I will obey my lord's command. I will punish those demonic cult fellows in return. Before he could finish speaking, Mojam turned his back and swiftly left the inn. Hangma frowned and clutched his chest, a clear look of discomfort on his face. Thinking of that heavenly demon bastard makes the wound in my chest ache like this. He suddenly recalled a past event. His eyes turned red and he transformed into something bestial. Even using my ultimate killing move, I couldn't defeat him. He attacked like a madman, forcing even me to retreat. Hangma's fury reached its peak. He gritted his teeth. I will repay that humiliation with your son's life. 4 days before the signing of the non-aggression treaty, in the main camp of the Martial Alliance, a eunuch held up a scroll and clearly read out each character written on it. By imperial decree, the signing ceremony of the non-aggression treaty between the court and the martial world will be held at Xincheng in Tongyan on the Dano Festival. The clear voice resonated throughout the palace. The court officials prostrated themselves on the floor, heads bowed to listen. This is a place of peace for the signing of the non-aggression treaty with the Great Ming Empire, excluding the leaders of the Martial Alliance, the heavenly demonic cult, the unorthodox faction alliance, the extreme six-armed gate, and each sect. The number of guards shall not exceed 100. As the ceremony was underway, someone's secret thought emerged. Guards are limited to 100. Gong Jiayang smiled inwardly, a dangerous glint in his eyes. I know whose idea this came from. This person is Namging Jiayang, one of the 3 hegemons of the Martial Alliance, the head of the Changqian Association and the Heavenly Swordsman. He scorned it. It's useless, demonic cult lord. The Righteous Faction Alliance is broken, but they are now in the heart of Righteous Faction territory. There are 5 groups, including Baekwondan, camped around Kaifeng. No matter what actions His Majesty takes or what methods he employs, he will not be able to leave Tongyan alive. Gong Jiayang thought to himself. Even if the demonic cult lord shows concern, by then there will be no way. Everything is too coincidental. He had been worried even before the announcement of the alliance's dissolution. The Martial Alliance soldiers are still fighting on the northern border of the Yellow River, but the unorthodox faction alliance of Sichuan and the extreme six-armed gate of Zhejiang have, as if by prior arrangement, dispersed to border areas, very naturally blocking the demonic cult's advance northward. Gong Jiayang inwardly assessed, there are currently about 50 demonic cult members remaining in the palace. Demonic cult Lord Yoan, your mistake has endangered everyone. He calculated everything in his hand. The extreme martial arts corpse technique, refined with the divine will's secret, is complete. Heaven-defying demonic emperor, laughable. Heaven does not tolerate evil. For the sake of the blue sky, Tongyan will be your grave. The Dano Festival, the 5th day of the 5th lunar month, also known as Solqinjing Jiyango or Danyang, is considered the day with the strongest yang energy of the year. Xincheng, located in the center of Tongyan, Henan Province. Emperor Taizu Yu Wenjiang of the Great Ming Empire established this place as his first capital. It was where he swore an oath to the heavens and earth to save the people and heroes of the Central Plains. Above the parade grounds, tens of thousands of soldiers stood neatly in formation, awaiting orders. As the sentinel beat the drum 3 times, the Martial Alliance leader and the heads of each sect arrived. Imok entered majestically, followed by 2 high-ranking court officials. He looked around. Has it finally begun? Imok's footsteps halted. Many things will change starting today, the sentinel shouted loudly. Your humble servant will guide the way. 3 people led the way, and tens of thousands of soldiers followed behind them into the main hall. Everyone stopped simultaneously as if on parade. Soldiers filled the courtyard. A man in armor was restless. They were orderly in the style of the righteous faction, but he glanced at the blue-clad figures and wondered inwardly, why can't those people hide their presence? Gong Jiayang smiled. It's truly useful that they didn't use the righteousness guard, but Baekwondan as guards. The head of Baekwondan is Yin Bulso, the Martial Alliance leader's eldest son, besides martial arts. That demonic cult lord is truly excellent at making enemies. He looked at the blue-clad young man. His face was stern. Not only Baekwondan members, but even the vice commander Ho Ryang Sword Chungbyuk is filled with anger. The person mentioned was Chungbyuk, vice commander of Baekwondan and the Ho Ryang Sword. Gong Jiayang wondered, I heard he defeated 3 embroidered uniform guards and eunuchs with true energy. I wonder if he can do the same against these people. His face suddenly grew serious. The unorthodox faction alliance and the extreme six-armed gate must have prepared their best strategy before coming here. The moment the ceremony ends, a war could break out at any time. The most important thing is to deal with the cult lord and the demonic cult fellows. Then the sentinel beat the drum again. The drumbeats resonated in the courtyard. The notice sounded. The leaders of the Unorthodox Faction Alliance and the heads of each sect entered. Imok wondered, I heard the Unorthodox Faction Alliance is in a civil war. So why are they participating? Mojam entered majestically, leading a group of soldiers. Feng Chang'an exclaimed in shock. The hegemon of the Yellow River, Mojam, the head of the Peng family, was nervous. What, he came here? Imok thought to himself. As expected, Hangma didn't come again this time. Those behind him seemed to be the leaders of the 18 forts of the waterways, but one is missing. Urgent footsteps echoed continuously. Mojam gritted his teeth and looked around. Where are those demonic cult bastards? Even tearing them to shreds won't satisfy my anger. He recalled the man tied to a wooden pillar wailing. The ones who found the location of Dragon Tiger Fort are Li Ganhua, the demonic cult's northern Henan branch leader, and a pale-faced young man who seems to be from the 100,000 Mountains. Since branch leader Li Ganhua treated him very respectfully, he must be someone of high rank in the demonic cult. Mojam's hands clenched into fists. He resolved, I don't know who the real culprit is, but I must find Li Ganhua, and then I'll send the ones you cherish to the afterlife right before your eyes. Soldiers lined up densely on both sides like an anthill. Mojam stared intently at the person opposite him. Imok also thought, Mojam. Again the notice sounded. The 3 hegemons of the Extreme Six-Armed Gate and each sect master are entering. Mojam and Imok looked at Buson and Feng Chang'an, their faces filled with fear and astonishment. The 3 hegemons. From what we know, the Extreme Six-Armed Gate has 6 major sects and half of them came here. Imok worried. This is the first time since they occupied Jiangsu. Did they come here to conquer the Central Plains? He looked at the group entering through the door. Their aura is extraordinary. Alliance leader Imok called out loudly. Head Feng, his aura flared fiercely, showing no sign of backing down. Perhaps our entire alliance will have to risk our lives today. Imok sighed, feeling the change in their internal energy. Those 3 fellows are all Yunjiang masters. Moreover, each of them possesses talent comparable to this alliance leader. The elder was shocked and couldn't believe it. What did you say? Feng Chang'an's face twisted in astonishment. I couldn't estimate their martial prowess, so I knew they were much stronger than me. But they all reached the Yunjiang realm? Imok's eyes were more worried than ever. In particular, he was more cautious of the one wearing an eye patch. He must have reached the peak of the Yunjiang realm. Like me, he can be considered one of the 5 great masters. Feng Jiayang's face was covered in sweat. He couldn't believe his eyes. Unbelievable, what a truly powerful group. The 12 people behind those 3 fellows are all Huazhong masters, and the 100 warriors behind them are all above the initial stage of the Grandmaster realm. Gong Jiayang had a bolder idea than ever before. I have to make those fellows fight each other. If I don't conserve my strength, I'll be defeated. Ungang looked around and laughed gleefully. Look how flustered those fellows are. Du Jiang glanced at him. They're going to die anyway, so why bother? He bared his sharp teeth and laughed loudly, mocking him. You're too stiff, sir. Just look at their faces. This person is Ga Ungang, the head of Duguang sect, a major sect of the Extreme Six-Armed Gate. Ungang still scoffed arrogantly. Perhaps you're too old, sir. Du Jiang felt uncomfortable. He sighed, cursing him inwardly. This arrogant fellow. This person is Yo Du Jiang, the head of Du Yom sect, a major sect of the Extreme Six-Armed Gate. The Extreme Six-Armed Gate army entered, thoroughly prepared. One person stepped forward and reported, everything is ready below the city. With just a signal, no one here will return alive. Du Jiang spoke. Do you not trust the 7-star Extreme Saber formation? We only need to deal with the demonic cult lord, he added. I don't think we'll need to use the Raging Thunder God's Wrath. Raging Thunder God's Wrath, it was a bomb created by the Thunder God, a master of gunpowder manufacturing in the martial world 100 years ago. It was a weapon 5 times more powerful than an ordinary thunder bomb. But Li Yuk had other thoughts. It's natural to prepare for any situation. If we eliminate those fellows, our sect can get one step closer to the final grand plan. This person is the head of Du Gong sect, a major sect of the Extreme Six-Armed Gate. Li Yuk. Du Jiang immediately nodded in agreement with this opinion. Understood. His heart was filled with suspicion. Perhaps it's due to the anger of losing his younger brother, he's become colder. Du Jiang looked at Li Yuk's back, radiating intense killing intent, and couldn't help but admire and acknowledge. I will help according to the head's command, but even without my help, no one targeted by him will survive. The war drum sounded urgently, and the entire arena seemed eager to plunge into a life-or-death battle. A majestic figure appeared from outside the arena gate. The demonic cult lord is entering. Mojam, Imok, and Li Yuk all gritted their teeth and looked outside with tense hearts. He's here. Li Yuk glanced and ordered his subordinate behind him. The grand plan will begin when the demonic cult lord enters the center of the arena. He nodded and obeyed, although his eyes were covered. Killing intent still overflowed around him, as if to destroy the entire arena. This signing ceremony is where the key figures of the 3 great powers gather, so this place will surely be your grave. A majestic and powerful army entered, each group of 4 carrying wooden crates. Not a single bone will be left behind. Mojam frowned as he watched the wooden crates being carried into the arena. What's that? What are those fellows bringing? Everyone stared blankly. Why are they so big? They look like some kind of box. The crates were placed on the ground. Kwang Ho suddenly smiled meaningfully. He looked towards the Extreme Six-Armed Gate army. Ungang found him displeasing just by looking. and a clear look of discomfort was on his face. What's that fellow staring at? The very next moment, without letting everyone speculate further, Kwang Ho personally opened a crate and iron balls rolled out. Everyone gasped and stared with wide astonished eyes. What's that? Iron balls? Du Jiang cried out in astonishment. Impossible. Ungang still couldn't believe his eyes. How can this be? At this moment, Kwang Ho slowly walked towards the spectator seats and prostrated himself on the ground, clasping his hands respectfully. I apologize for being late. There were too many bombs and it took time to disarm them. Kwang Ho shouted loudly. Cult Lord Li Yuk couldn't help but be shocked to hear this. Mo Jan was also shocked. What? Imok also had not expected this at all, and his jaw dropped in astonishment. He looked so ordinary, but is he really the demonic cult lord? Is he mocking us? The official glanced at the commoner and said, really? He flinched at the question. The commoner trembled and stammered in reply. Such large bombs were all under Xincheng. This person is Ga Pyongyang, an agent of the Western Depot. Commander Zhou, unable to remain calm, rushed to the railing of the spectator seats and shouted, they look much bigger than the thunderbombs in the Imperial Palace arsenal. How can those bombs be here? This person is Commander Zhou of the Northern Warriors. He couldn't believe the current numbers. What are you saying? Are all these numerous iron balls bombs? Are all the other crates also filled with bombs? There must be at least 500. Everyone stood blankly before the objects Kwang Ho had brought. Gunpowder can only be used by officials. How can there be so many bombs? Someone immediately issued an order below, quickly report to His Majesty. As the official extended his hand, a strange light emanated from it. The light from the official's hand shot towards the iron balls. Although Li Yuk's eyes were covered, he still keenly sensed the air manipulation. 2 iron balls were pulled up by the magic used by the official. Only then did Li Yuk vaguely realize he had been deceived. I see, that fellow is the real demonic cult lord. How well he concealed his energy. The sun had risen high. He didn't understand, but it's strange, it's past noon and the crown prince still hasn't appeared. Was their goal not to sign the treaty from the beginning? Li Yuk couldn't bear this fact and gritted his teeth. Was this your scheme, Yoan? Gong Jiayung's face also darkened. Is that official really from the demonic cult? I still haven't felt anything. After using air manipulation, the official immediately handed the 2 iron balls to Commander Zhou and urged him. Do you understand which force committed this act? Please deliver this to His Majesty. Pyongyang and Commander Zhou clasped their hands and obeyed his words. We will obey the order. Had it not been for the cult leader's warning, a great catastrophe would have occurred. We will definitely relay this to His Majesty. Afterwards, the 2 each picked up an iron ball and dashed out of the spectator stands towards the Imperial Palace, not forgetting to say, we leave the rest to you. Li Yuk quickly detected the aura emanating from behind the Duguang sect leader, and Ungang's face was cold and displeased. Our plan failed from the start. I was already channeling my chi, but as he soared into the air, Li Yuk also commanded the soldiers guarding the fortress, quickly close the gates. Those who received the order began to blow their whistles. At the sound of the whistles, mysterious figures in black robes began to appear on the fortress walls. The soldiers' shouts grew louder and louder. The fortress walls are under attack, defend them quickly. The fight broke out instantly, and those who failed to defend themselves fell. The group of assassins began to occupy the arena, determined not to let anyone leave alive. The fortress gates were also immediately tightly closed, trapping everyone inside. Those near the gate were horrified at the sight. The gates? Imok asked in alarm. What in the world is happening? Mo Jan also asked with wide eyes. Are those bastards really occupying the gates? Pyongyang turned back in fear, warning. Still clutching the iron ball tightly in his hand. We are being pursued. Commander Zhou frowned and reminded him, don't look back, quickly run to the north gate. The 2 watching the pursuit from atop the fortress walls were also anxious. At this rate they'll be caught. Ungang bared his teeth and smiled triumphantly. These brats, he chose the opportune moment to draw his sword and swing it downwards. Do you think you can escape? He turned back in surprise and gasped. How can they still be catching up? With burning red eyes, a distorted face, and a savage smile, he launched a powerful attack at the 2 fleeing figures. Die! With a loud bang, an explosion rocked the entire arena with smoke and flames. But the very next moment, Ungang's jaw dropped in astonishment. What? Magagiom's sword blocked his blade, preventing Ungang from committing his evil deed. He effortlessly forced Ungang onto the defensive. As the 2 swords clashed, Ungang shouted loudly, Demon God! They fought fiercely. As Magagiom skillfully wielded his sword, he flexibly bent his body to dodge his sword strikes. Ungang lifted his leg, then leaped backward to attack his opponent. Indeed impressive. Magagiom remained calm and swung his sword from that stance. Ungang's power was overwhelming, forcing him to retreat. He wore an arrogant smile. Indeed worthy of the demonic cult's great protector. Ungang estimated it would take some time for him to win. Suddenly he spotted his opponents in the distance. Damn it, I have to catch those bastards. At this moment Li Yuk was gathering chi in his hand. The north gate is open, I'll miss them. As he raised his arm high, countless blood-red sword energies were fired on command. They flew at an extremely fast speed. Li Yuk declared resolutely, do you think I'll let you off so easily? Seeing the swords flying towards them, the enemies began to panic. As the sword, a sword capable of controlling sword energy, approached Pyongyang, he looked at it in fear. Pyongyang and Commander Zhou quickly fled towards the gate. Li Yuk sensed something strange, and his arm trembled slightly. Someone is trying to seize my sword energy. Du Jiang was extremely surprised. What? Impossible. Yaoun slowly removed his mask. He couldn't believe it. Who would dare do such a thing? Yaoun dramatically removed his disguised clothes. Then as he lightly gripped the hilt of the sword on his back, his hair softly scattered. Afterwards, Yaoun boldly waved his hand and appeared from amidst the thick smoke, his face cold and expressionless. At this moment, Imok was filled with suspicion. He seized the sword energy. Is that even possible? Mojam was also anxious. This is the life-death realm. I can't believe it. Yaoun lightly smiled and waved his hand. I'll return it. Yaoun sent the sword straight back at Li Yuk. Is this just ordinary sword energy control? Nevertheless, Li Yuk remained calm. He quickly reached out and caught it. As he slashed wildly in the air, the broken iron fragments falling to the ground were truly incomprehensible. The two looked very imposing. Du Jiang spoke. They escaped. Li Yuk gnashed his teeth in anger. Damn it, the grand plan. At this moment, Yaoun still smiled calmly. Indeed, you won't give up easily, will you? One of the demonic cult members was slightly flustered. It hasn't been long since I met him. His appearance is the same, but his aura has completely changed, he observed from a distance and felt. It's astonishing enough how quickly he grew in such a short time, but even the surrounding aura has changed. Now I know he's the leader of a sect. Currently, Mojam's complexion was not good, as if he feared something ominous would happen. In the flashback, he was listening to a report with his chin in his hand. The one who discovered Dragon Tiger Fort was a man named Li Ganhua, the Henan Eastern branch leader of the demonic cult, and a pale-faced young man. The subordinate thought they were from the 100,000 Mountains, but since branch leader Li Ganhua was very respectful to him, he must be a high-ranking member of the demonic cult. Returning to reality, Mojam was watching Yaoun from a distance. I've definitely seen that face before. So the demonic cult leader is the one who cut off my nephew's head, the three devils of the Yellow River and Dragon Tiger Fort. I want to tear that bastard limb from limb. He clenched his fist in rage. But to get a chance to defeat him, I need to cooperate with the people here. Mojam gave a cunning smile. I don't think I'm the only one who thinks that. Those bombs are 3 times bigger than what we have. Even Gong Jiayang had to worry about burying them all under our feet. Are those bastards planning to take out everyone here? Li Yuk and Du Jiang's group were already ready for battle. Gong Jiayang deduced, the extreme 6-armed gate is even more dangerous than we thought. They are not opponents we can control. I am convinced that the alliance leader cannot defeat the demonic cult leader. He glanced at Imok. His expression confirms it. We have enemies on both sides. The complex current situation confused Gong Jiayang. Who should I attack first? A telepathic message came through. Elder Namging. He heard it and immediately responded. What? Li Yuk said seriously. Few know my identity. Gong Jiayang was extremely surprised. What? Few know my identity. He turned back. That bastard planted a spy in our association. Busan noticed Gong Jiayang's strange demeanor. Seeing Gong Jiayang hesitate slightly, he asked, do you have something to say? Heavenly Master, this is Tang Busan, the section chief of the Changqian Association branch in Sichuan. Gong Jiayang shook his head. It's nothing, don't worry about it, Section Chief Tang, then he deduced. It seems that bastard hasn't touched Section Chief Tang yet. If that's the case, and to be frank, based on Li Yuk's judgment, you also know that the demonic cult leader is a greater threat to the orthodox faction than us, right? That bastard is no longer human, but he's alone for now. Yaoun's posture was proud and dignified. Gong Jiayang hesitated and asked, what do you want to say, you? He made up his mind. That's right, we can eliminate that talented martial artist in a life-or-death duel now. Hearing those words, he gasped and opened his eyes wide. I'm sure that even he can't defeat all the martial artists of the Qi men and Zan men. I know you still have a hidden card. Flags fluttered. Li Yuk calculates that we'll lose about 80 of our forces, but he believes it's a profitable trade. Gong Jiayang continued to question. Does that bastard also know about the strong body technique? There's definitely a spy in our association. It seems he still doesn't know about the head of the Heavenly Association, he reassured. Don't worry, I will initiate the attack. The two forces faced each other. Li Yuk proposed, will you fight with us? Gong Jiayang looked at Yaoun, who possessed a profound aura, and thought inwardly. The demonic cult leader must be truly strong. Even the extreme 6-armed gate wants to cooperate. Though fearful, Gong Jiayang still gritted his teeth and resolved. We have no other choice. That bastard is right. This is our only chance to eliminate him. On the other side, Li Yuk revealed, I spoke with the Yellow River Association leader. Mojam was surprised. Even the unorthodox faction? Gong Jiayang nodded firmly. That bastard is quick. Good, but only when we fight the demonic cult leader, Li Yuk reminded him. Time is short. You must persuade the alliance leader yourself. Gong Jiayang immediately agreed. Good, the alliance leader will agree to my decision. He was so enraged that he broke the alliance, so he will never refuse me. Suddenly, Mojam roared in anger. Listen, that bastard is our enemy. Demonic cult leader, you destroyed Dragon Tiger Fort. As he raised his sword high, everyone responded in unison. Tonight, let us console the souls of our brothers with his blood. Follow me. Now Li Yuk also began to incite the fight. Descendants of the extreme god, we must eliminate the demonic cult leader for our common interest. Do not fear. A great noise echoed throughout the fortress. At this moment, Gong Jiayang stood behind Imok and offered his opinion. Alliance leader, this is our chance. We must cooperate with them and attack the demonic cult leader first. They exchanged glances, understanding each other. In the middle of the courtyard, someone swiftly soared into the sky. Imok also leapt up after him. He approached Yaun without any caution. Gong Jiayang was both worried and confused by this action. What did he just do? Is he going to fight him one-on-one? Next to jump was Li Yuk. Yaun was now surrounded by various masters. Li Yuk was very curious. What is that bastard trying to do? A group of people walked out in unison. The group lined up under Gong Jiayang's command. His complexion grew serious. What? The previous night in a deep forest not far from Kaifeng, two figures in black cloaks stood facing each other, conversing. The person in the white hat spoke first. I'm late, the other person replied. We finally met. After exchanging greetings, Imok said in a cold voice. Let's get straight to the point. What was the meaning of that letter you wrote? Hearing those words, Yaun stopped beating around the bush and went straight to the point. The literal meaning. Our cult thought the alliance leader knew a little about it, but it seems not. Then he slowly continued. The ideology of eradicating evil and restoring a clear sky to the martial world is too extreme. At first glance it seems harmless to the alliance, but their method of expanding their influence, Yaun's voice dropped slightly when he mentioned the name of that organization. They are called the Changqian Association. Imok flinched slightly, hearing him emphasize those three characters, but Yaun presented an even more terrifying truth. Many members of the alliance follow their orders, even prioritizing them over the alliance leader's commands, Imok exclaimed in astonishment. What? Having said this much, Yaun presented a thick ledger. This is the ledger of Changqian Association members that our demonic cult has discovered so far. Unfortunately, we are not yet certain who the leader is. Surprisingly, as soon as he opened the ledger, the first name that caught his eye was none other than Heavenly Master Namging Jung. Yaun noticed Imok's complexion change slightly and probed. Do you have any suspicions? Imok did not answer hastily, but recalled Gong Jiayang's abnormal expression when he spoke. Use the alliance leader's decree. Imok angrily clenched the ledger in his hand. Head of the Namging family. He quickly regained his original calm demeanor. Imok looked at Yaun with suspicious eyes. So what do you want? There must be a reason for you to reveal this to me. You wouldn't be worried about my position as alliance leader, would you? Or are they trying to overthrow the alliance? At this moment, Yaun also revealed what he had discovered. This Dano festival, they will join hands with the extreme six-armed gate to attack us. As these words burst forth, a raging storm brewed in Imok's heart. What? In contrast to Imok, Yaun still maintained a calm expression. A bloody battle will ensue, one thing is certain. Their bizarre actions will not stop at murdering the alliance leader and the Shangzi Hus. After a pause, Yaun continued with a confident voice. They want to push the Orthodox Martial Alliance down the path of destruction. In the face of Imok's cautious gaze, Yaun presented an inevitable outcome, one that concerned the survival of both sides. But it's not too late. The reason for this meeting is to prevent that. Although the hostility between us has lasted for many years, if the alliance truly perishes, our heavenly demonic cult will also fall into chaos. This vast central plane still needs the martial alliance. Hearing those words, Imok quickly understood the hidden meaning behind each word. Is that bastard probing me? Yaun clearly saw the suspicion in Imok's eyes. Our cult knows it's hard to believe. Having said this much, Yaun proposed. In any case, our cult doesn't expect the alliance leader to believe us immediately, so I'd like to make a proposal. Imok asked back in a startled voice. A proposal? Yaun spoke clearly and unhurriedly. This is necessary to overturn the grand plan. From now on, when the time is ripe, the flashback ended and they returned to reality. Imok looked at the person standing behind him. I had hoped for many things. Yaun's last words still echoed in his ears. Alliance leader, please keep an eye on them. In his heart he still hoped for something that wouldn't happen. Gong Jiayang's abnormal eyes at that time and Li Yuk's triumphant appearance. Soon Namging Jung, yet the letter was still delivered to Imok's hand. A letter from the extreme six-armed gate. It seemed Yaun was right after all. It will never come. Reality dealt Imok a painful slap and he had no choice but to admit that Yaun was correct. Gong Jiayang noticed something strange and quickly spoke. Alliance leader, what in the world are you doing? Have you perhaps decided to side with the demonic cult? At this moment, Imok, whose trust had been shattered, immediately retorted, Head of the Namging family, those are my words to say. Why are you trying to join hands with our enemy? Gong Jiayang's face was as astonished as if he had stepped on a landmine, his eyes wide and sweat pouring down like rain. What did you say? Li Yuk, seeing the situation becoming uncontrollable, shouted. Martial Alliance leader, didn't you say you broke the alliance with the demonic cult? What in the world is this? Gong Jiayang gritted his teeth and thought, I never thought those traitors would side with me. Hearing Li Yuk's reprimand, Imok also spoke frankly. Those who planted thunderbombs underground, I received all the letters pressuring me to break the alliance, he roared in anger. Did you think I wouldn't know that you planted spies and tricked me with letters? But this startled Gong Jiayang. He turned back. What, letters? From above Imok looked down with contempt. He continued. The flaw was extremely small, but it was a fatal blow, Imok thought inwardly. I noticed their conspiracy and secretly joined hands with the demonic cult leader. He slowly recalled the letters they had exchanged. Having been in an antagonistic relationship for a long time, I've realized one thing. The tone in your letter is too polite. This cult leader of the demonic cult, Qianya-un, first apologizes for what was done to the alliance leader's son in the imperial palace. Imok understood his opponent well enough to be certain that he had never referred to himself by the two characters demonic cult. His next words stung Li Yuk slightly. The heavenly demonic cult, finally. Li Yuk sighed. He no longer hid it. Have I been found out? Imok raised the sword in his hand high and his voice resonated throughout the entire space. I will purge the extreme six-armed gate which has threatened the great Ming Empire and broken faith between allies. The martial artists immediately shouted in response, we cannot side with traitors, we are always with the alliance leader. Gong Jiayang, seeing their morale rise so high, broke out in a cold sweat. He gritted his teeth and cursed inwardly. Damn it, what kind of absurd situation is this at this moment? Gong Jiayang's subordinate requested instructions via telepathy. Heavenly Master, what should we do? At the same time, he informed him of bad news. Our army's morale is falling. This news made Gong Jiayang even more confused. After a moment's thought, he clenched the hilt of the sword in his hand as if determined and vowed inwardly. There's no turning back now. Whether I'm framed or suffer heavy losses, I must eliminate the demonic cult leader here. Gong Jiayang unhesitatingly drew his sword and pointed it straight at the sky. He shouted loudly, don't waver, Changqian Association brothers, at this moment we have a great advantage. Then Gong Jiayang pointed his blade at Yaoun. This is our chance to defeat that wicked demonic cult leader. His eyes blazed with fighting spirit. Follow me for Changqian. Immediately, those around him also raised their weapons high and responded. Those on Gong Jiayang's side were emboldened, and their momentum surged instantly. They shouted, down with the demonic cult for Changqian. Imok's eyes, witnessing his actions, showed disappointment. So you're going to do it after all, Head Namgang. But I cannot stand by idly. I must eradicate their roots right here. Suddenly, he was surprised to see a blue-clad figure standing alongside Gong Jiayang. Imok sent a telepathic message to Chung Byuk. Baekwon-dan, why are you still standing there? Lead your soldiers to the stage at once. But he didn't move an inch, only replying via telepathy. Then is the alliance leader also siding with the demonic cult leader, who took our commander hostage? It turned out that Chung Byuk had already made up his mind. I apologize, but Baekwon-dan has decided not to follow the alliance leader's order this time and will defeat the demonic cult leader. He exclaimed in shock, what? Finally, he sent only a few short telepathic words, may the alliance leader be safe. Imok gritted his teeth, his entire body trembling with rage. Damn it, even Baekwon-dan. He turned to Yaoun, who was standing behind him, and said, demonic cult leader, the situation is not good. What are you thinking? Before he could finish speaking, the large northern gate suddenly closed. Everyone present looked at each other in confusion. The north gate is closed. Who closed it? Chang'un, seeing the sight, asked loudly, extremely astonished. Demonic cult leader, what is your intention? Our only escape route is blocked by you. Li Yuk couldn't help but burst into loud laughter. You're breaking your only escape route yourself. Demonic cult leader, I'm truly grateful for your help. But in the face of his mockery, Yaoun still replied calmly, there's no need to thank me. His expression suddenly changed, and his voice abruptly became dangerous. I merely wanted to ensure no one escapes. Hearing those words, Li Yuk immediately stopped laughing. He asked in alarm, what? Don't talk nonsense. Suddenly, Li Yuk quickly realized something was wrong. What is this aura? He felt something crawling up the wall. So many of them. Are they all grandmasters outside the fortress walls? Numerous people descended onto the fortress walls. They stood upright in the wind, lining up imposingly along the walls. Kwang Ho, seeing their arrival, let out a joyful laugh. How dare the Guardians be so late? Hearing those words, Busan and Chang'un also couldn't hide their astonishment. The Guardians are the demonic cult leader's trusted subordinates, aren't they? But if it's just them, the numbers, from atop the high fortress walls, 5 figures of extraordinary bearing leapt down. Moon Gyu opened his mouth. This is too much. You spend all day by the cult leader's side. You're not qualified to say such things. He did not reply. The 6 figures, beautiful as statues standing side by side, were enough to strike fear into the world. She knelt first, clasping her hands. Her voice was full of momentum. Moon Gyu, second commander of the 6 Swords Unit, greets the cult leader. Next was Baek Ji. Baek Ji, third commander of the 6 Swords Unit, greets the cult leader. Then Ma Tak spoke. Sama Tak, fourth commander of the 6 Swords Unit, greets the cult leader. Sanghua also followed suit. Sanghua, 5th commander of the 6 Swords Unit, greets the cult leader. Then Taek Jam's voice resonated. Taek Jam, 6th commander of the 6 Swords Unit, greets the cult leader. Finally, it was Kwang Ho. Kwang Ho, 1st commander of the 6 Swords Unit, greets the cult leader once more. Even seeing that, Li Yuk still didn't pay any attention. So what if they're the 6 Swords Unit? Their addition won't change the situation. But his brow suddenly furrowed and sweat began to stream down his face. Imok also noticed it at the same time. He was startled. This overbearing aura, someone, in the sky, a black shadow was already heading towards them. Imok stared blankly. It's approaching at an astonishing speed. The person who appeared was Wang Jian with 2 large swords strapped to his back, flying towards them, cutting through the wind. Seeing that person, Gong Jiayang was astonished and speechless. Skywalking technique. Mo Jan also recognized the move. He shouted in fear. No, that person is Mo Jam quickly recounted his record. He's the one who single-handedly annihilated 3,000 pirates and transformed the 18 waterway forts into the 18 forts of the Yellow River waterway. His voice boomed loudly. Peerless sword Wang Jian. Mo Jam clutched his lost eye, his forehead covered in sweat. He muttered, why are you here? Li Yuk was equally astonished. He asked himself, Peerless sword, one of the 5 great masters, what is he doing here? Contrary to everyone else, Du Jiang, who was standing to one side, smacked his lips, finding it interesting. Wang Jian clasped his hands and spoke loudly. Wang Mo, I have come under my lord's command. The imperial palace soldiers began to kneel. Wang Jian shouted loudly, your humble cult members greet the cult leader of the great heavenly demonic cult. His words echoed like thunder. The Changqian Association members felt the pressure and looked at each other in fear. Too many of them. Li Yuk gritted his teeth and asked himself, why even forces that originally served only the imperial family all knelt before Yaun? Li Yuk couldn't believe his eyes and asked himself, why are the embroidered uniform guard and imperial palace soldiers kneeling and paying respects to the demonic cult leader? Witnessing the opponent's army grow, the Changqian Association members' morale instantly crumbled. What? Are they all demonic cult members? Peerless Sword Wang Jian, one of the 5 great masters, called the demonic cult leader his lord? This was completely beyond Gong Jiayang's expectations. He looked around and thought inwardly, impossible, what's going on? It was only then that Yaun opened his mouth. I told you, didn't I? No one will escape. This place will be your grave. Then he quickly extended his hand forward. I, Qian Yaun, second heavenly demon of the great heavenly demonic cult, command you. Yaun's eyes showed cruelty and his voice commanded coldly, annihilate all those traitors. The heavenly demonic cult members all obeyed the command in unison. We obey the cult leader's command. Yaun's face darkened. I told you, didn't I? No one will escape. This place will be your grave, he shouted grandly and imposingly. I, Qian Yaun, second heavenly demon of the great heavenly demonic cult, command you. Yaun's imposing shout seemed to pierce through heaven and earth. Annihilate all those traitors. Imok broke out in a cold sweat, thinking inwardly. Heavenly demon, demon is a title one who walks the path of hegemony bestows upon themselves. Imok was a little confused. Will the demonic cult leader choose the path of tyranny? But the command had already been given. Attack! Some cult members cursed in anger. You damn demonic cult bastards! But Wang Jian felt an inexpressible excitement. This is truly my first satisfying mission. He showed a joyful smile. Then I'll start by taking your weak points. Mojam, witnessing everything, gritted his teeth in rage. Damn it, he's targeting me first. The battle erupted in the blink of an eye. In an instant, Wang Jian was already directly in front of his opponent. But with his keen sixth sense, he suddenly felt a chill run down his spine. Du Jiang also joined the battle. How dare you resist? Against someone as strong as me? Though old, the elder was uninhibited. Mojam, hearing the disparaging words, was immediately enraged. That old man called me weakened? A plan had already formed in his mind. I'll cooperate with the Changqian Association and attack the demonic cult leader. I'll handle this guy. Good, Mojam shouted the command. All 18 forts of the Yellow River waterway follow me. We're going to strike at the demonic cult leader on that stage. The soldiers immediately obeyed the order. As commanded, Du Jiang couldn't help but praise. He wields that enormous sword as if it were a branch. Truly swordplay befitting one of the 5 great masters. Wang Jian remained silent on the outside, but inwardly harbored no less confidence. His footwork is indeed impressive. He dodged my attack without moving more than 3 steps. He's confident he can perfectly evade my sword moves. They fought, one attacking and the other defending, one in the air and the other on the ground. But Wang Jian's sword, being larger, seemed to gain the upper hand. He pushed Du Jiang back a few steps, but surprisingly the old man still held his ground. The 2 swords met firmly, creating intense friction. As the 2 sides were evenly matched, a large explosion erupted, obscuring everyone's vision, and everyone wondered. Wang Jian's feet still stood firm. He thought inwardly with delight. It seems this fellow is one of the leaders of the extreme 6-armed gate that my lord mentioned. His martial prowess is indeed comparable to mine. Not forgetting to praise his opponent, he said, I never thought there would be someone like this elder in the martial world. Du Jiang still maintained a calm expression. This Central Plains is vast. You are one of the current 5 great masters, aren't you? To contend with this old man, you'll need to become stronger. Wang Jian heard those words and retorted, if you want to fight a strong opponent, wouldn't it be better to fight my lord? The elder Du Jiang's eyes gleamed. He said with interest, don't try to lure me elsewhere. This cult has prepared something else for the demonic cult leader. For now I'll take good care of you. Wang Jian smirked slightly. He thought inwardly, cunning old man. Wang Jian opened his mouth. Good, that's enough warm-up. At this moment both were burning with fighting spirit. Now let's fight seriously, old man. The battle was extremely fierce and loud shouts echoed. Assist the cult leader, do not retreat. Seeing the surrounding situation, a calculation formed in Gong Jiayang's mind. Damn it, from the front the Martial Alliance members and from behind the demonic cult members are attacking. I need to launch a joint attack on the demonic cult leader, but where has that rascal disappeared to? He pondered deeply. The Shang Zhus, they've started fighting. Suddenly, a group of soldiers rushed straight towards Gong Jiayang. They shouted in unison, there he is, quickly catch him. Gong Jiayang gritted his teeth, his face clearly uncomfortable. With just a few basic moves he dispatched the soldiers. These insolent insect-like bastards. Gong Jiayang seemed restless at this moment. He began to calculate. First, I must deal with all the demonic cult subordinates. Gong Jiayang stared intently at Imok, who was fighting fiercely at this moment. He muttered. It turns out he was fighting the alliance leader. Li Yuk smirked contemptuously. He thought inwardly, you dare to try and gain an advantage with your internal energy while fighting me? Do you think that will allow you to defeat me, alliance leader? Li Yuk swung his hand once and the entire ground shattered. I'll teach you a lesson, ground. The fragments from just a moment ago suddenly floated into the air. This greatly pleased Li Yuk. He laughed, unable to close his mouth. Imok furrowed his brow. He was surprised by his opponent's move. Li Yuk pointed directly at Imok and shouted. He had no time to react. Imok gritted his teeth, not giving in. What a terrifying move. Each fragment seems to be performing a divine earth technique. The soldiers shouted to each other. Avoid those fragments, but everyone suffered injuries, big and small. Gong Jiayang, standing to one side, couldn't help but admire. Amazing, so this is what a fight between the 5 great masters is like, he began to panic. But at this rate we won't be able to team up and attack the demonic cult leader. He turned around, surprised by Gong Jiayung's call. Heavenly Master, he questioned. Section Chief Tang, how long have you been there? Busan said worriedly. It's still dangerous on the stage, Heavenly Master. Look at the demonic cult's bodyguards next to it. Then he explained. The unorthodox faction alliance is clashing with the demonic cult's bodyguards, which allowed me to break through to the front of the stage, Busan continued firmly. Now please watch me, Heavenly Master. Gong Jiayung heard that and froze on the spot. Section Chief, surely you're not. He tightly gripped the medicine bottle in his hand. With this last bottle of invisible poison, I will perish with the demonic cult leader. Note. Besides the demonic cult's poison demon sect, when it comes to poisons, the Sichuan Tang family is renowned for its unparalleled reputation. The invisible poison created by the Tang family can be said to be the strongest poison in the Central Plains. This potent poison is colorless and odorless, and its potency is such that even a Grand Master cannot survive a quarter of an hour after exposure. Because of its high potential for misuse, this poison was prohibited from use within the Martial Alliance, and all manufacturing methods and poisons were destroyed in front of the Shangzhus. Gong Jiayung thought inwardly, indeed they weren't all destroyed. Then he hastily signaled to stop him. Wait, Section Chief, you can't go alone. After you initiate the technique, I'll launch a joint attack. Busan was already determined and naturally did not listen. I fear it will be too late then. The demonic cult leader is very busy with the joint attack from the extreme 6-armed gate. Now is the perfect opportunity. I will stake my life to send that demonic cult leader to the underworld, so please watch me, Heavenly Master. Gong Jiayung suppressed his emotions and replied softly. Understood, I will stay here with you until you make your sacrifice. Busan also nodded slightly. He calculated inwardly. If I combine the myriad poison's internal art, which emits poison from my entire body, with the invisible poison, even a great immortal would be easily killed. Note, great immortals are immortals who transcend space and time. Thinking so, Busan pushed through the fierce battlefield. Using this much poison is practically cheating. Sweat pours down like rain, but I must not forget my goal. This is why our Tang family was mostly unrecognized by people. Yaun was still launching an invincible attack. Busan hid in a corner and secretly observed the situation. The extreme 6-armed gate fellows are holding up better than I thought. Just hold on a little longer. Judging that the time was ripe, he decisively opened the poison bottle. From here to there, about 5 steps. This distance is enough. Busan instantly drank all the poison and the empty bottle fell to the ground. As the poison spread, Busan's body underwent a bizarre transformation. He could not help but groan in pain. A water bottle was suddenly hurled to the floor. Busan, his face veins bulging with agony, cried out, "Horrible, it feels like my internal organs are being torn apart." He gritted his teeth and vowed, "But it doesn't matter, I will burn this body to kill that cult leader. Then the Changqian Association will prosper forever," Busan suddenly shrieked desperately, "and the Tang family's reputation will once again spread throughout the Central Plains." Yaun on this side was surrounded by the curses of black-clad assassins. "Die, you damn demonic cult leader." He easily fended off all their attacks. Chung Byuk pushed back, cursed inwardly in frustration. "Damn it, in that case I have no choice but to use that." Suddenly he paused, seeing a dark figure slowly emerge behind Yaun. It was none other than Busan. Seeing him, Chung Byuk was astonished and realized, is that fellow a member of the Changqian Association as the head of the Dugong sect mentioned? But that fellow's appearance, those who saw Busan from a distance shouted nervously, "Stop that man, do not let him approach the cult leader." Busan on this side had already completely lost his humanity, with only hatred remaining. He suddenly emitted an oppressive purple aura. People's bodies were immediately consumed by that strange aura. Not long after, they became dried skeletons scattered on the ground. Gong Jiayung was extremely astonished and wondered, "What kind of toxic energy is this?" He speculated in a daze. "It's melting everything around it. It must be." Gong Jiayung could not hide his excitement and cheered inwardly. "Come on, Vice Head Tang, be a hero." People around them screamed in terror. "Poison zombie, danger." Just then, Busan suddenly rushed towards Yaun from behind. "Demonic cult leader, I will send you to the underworld." Yaun suddenly turned with a stern expression, and a powerful spiritual energy immediately enveloped Busan's entire body. He was instantly subdued and floated in midair. Busan, enraged for a moment, cried out loudly, "Demonic cult leader, you damn scoundrel!" He questioned in doubt, "Is this grabbing objects from the air?" The difference in power between him and me is so great, but it doesn't matter. I've approached close enough. At that moment the wound on Yaun's face disappeared instantly. Busan was astonished. The wound healed instantly. Driven to a corner, he gritted his teeth and gasped for breath. "Fine, then I'll self-detonate." Immediately, Busan's body swelled up gigantically. He triumphed inwardly. "The toxic energy will spread in a 10-jong radius. Not even a speck of your bones will remain." But Yaun had already noticed, quickly freezing his stomach and provoking, "What? You'll self-detonate? Dream on." Busan's entire body immediately froze, and he was astonished. "Wait, impossible." Before he could finish his words, Busan's body was completely covered in ice. He rolled his eyes in pain. Yaun continued grimly, "Unfortunately, it seems you're going alone." He lightly flicked the ice chunk with his finger and asserted, "To hell, that is." In an instant the ice chunk was sent flying far away by Yaun. He suddenly clenched his palm, and with that the ice chunk began to move, creating a horrific explosion in a short time. Gong Jia-young, standing nearby, cried out in a daze. Vice head. At the same time he thought inwardly, did he use ice energy to neutralize myriad poisons? He was momentarily stunned and couldn't believe his eyes. Can that monster do even this? What on earth is happening? At this moment Yaun suddenly spoke from a distance. Next is your turn, Heavenly Master Namging. Gong Jia-young. Gong Jia-young turned pale with fear upon hearing those words. How did he know my identity? Another voice suddenly rang out, startling him. Found him. There you are, Heo Bong. He laughed in admiration. The cult leader is truly amazing. How could he find that person amidst all this chaos and tell me? Heo Bong scoffed with disdain. The so-called Heavenly Master of the Orthodox Martial Alliance. Hiding like a rat in the midst of battle. At those words, Gong Jia-young questioned in doubt. Who are you? Heo Bong replied confidently. Me, I am Heo Bong. Gong Jia-young raised his voice upon hearing that. Heo Bong. Gong Jia-young's heart churned like waves, and he thought inwardly, an unfamiliar name. He seems to be a rising star trained by the demonic cult, but his level Heo Bong on this side simultaneously pointed his sword at him and said decisively, I am the first subordinate and vice commander of the guard unit under the great heavenly demonic cult leader. Teach me a move. Before he could finish his words, spiritual energy immediately overflowed from the sword tip. Gong Jia-young saw that and prepared defensively. That flame emits a very strange aura. I must not underestimate him because he's young. A moment's distraction will lead to disaster. Yaun observed the fight carefully and calculated inwardly. My past duel with Beko was also useful. If the poison had spread throughout the entire city, this fight would have been completely different from my intentions. Suddenly, a tall figure from a distance approached and clucked his tongue. I thought that fellow would do something great. Truly disappointing. Changbyuk appeared with a strange smile and admired. However, it's even better. We'll kill you ourselves. Immediately he cried out loudly. Advance! Seeing that, the remaining soldiers were filled with fighting spirit and shouted in unison. Charge! Yaun furrowed his brow with a displeased expression. He easily fended off all the black-clad figures' attacks. A tense battle erupted between them. One of them fought with excited laughter. I was very worried about a life-death realm, Master, but the 7-star extreme saber formation is indeed the strongest in the world. It's effective. The longer the fight, the more advantageous it is for us who are fighting together, he arrogantly asserted. Even a life-death realm master is not invincible. At those words Yaun scoffed with disdain. You talk too much. How long do you plan to keep yapping? Changbyuk seized the opportunity and immediately launched his final strike. Good, I'll send you to the underworld. On this side, a reckless black-clad group also rushed in like lightning. 7-star formation, 7-star formation. Suddenly Yaun paused. He was instantly surrounded by all of them. As the group simultaneously unleashed their techniques, Yaun with no escape stood still. Even at the brink of death he calmly calculated. The saber techniques unleashed simultaneously are intertwined to form a single ultimate saber technique. Yaun quickly commanded, save the 7-star extreme saber formation. The nano system solemnly announced, saving and analysis complete. This is a typical attack pattern of most opponents. Saved as project name 7-star extreme saber formation. He suddenly disappeared, leaving the group stunned. Now shall I counterattack at my leisure? Changbyuk saw that and scoffed, asking loudly, trying to escape, where do you think you're going to run? Yaun at this moment suddenly drew his sword. He smiled with the corners of his lips, secretly gathering spiritual energy in his palm. Not long after, Yaun appeared with sky-piercing, killing intent. The group saw that and immediately froze with fear, their hearts seizing up. Suddenly rushed forward with the speed of light. Yaun immediately asserted in a stern voice, yes. With a single slash of his sword he decisively said, I will not let you go. Chapter 233. Yaun's power exploded after colliding with that fellow. He gritted his teeth under great pressure. What, is he going to exploit the small gaps between techniques? Suddenly, Yaun's sword flew towards him again, counterattacking simultaneously while that fellow is still lost in thought. As soon as the thought ended, one of them had his neck severed. As the sword returned to his hand, Yaun slid forward. After a short while, all his opponents lay coldly on the ground. Even in death, their eyes were wide with astonishment. Yaun stood before the pandemonium he had created. At this moment the system announced, 7-star extreme saber formation successfully broken. User's attack pattern saved. After taking care of the matter he turned and walked away. Since I already knew the extreme god martial arts, destroying it was simple. If I complement this and spread it among the cult's warriors, they will be powerless. Yaun slowly walked forward, observing the chaotic scene below. You will all become stronger through this battle. His expression was filled with calculation. Only then can you follow the path I walk. Below the battle continued, and powerful auras continuously clashed in the sky. After the sword duel, Imok slid backward. Li Yuk opposite him also lost his balance and thought, gritting his teeth, I thought he was no match for me, but I underestimated him. His expression hardened even more. One goal is established. I must quickly deal with him and then join forces with the 7 sect leaders to attack that demonic cult leader. Suddenly, Li Yuk saw Yaun. He was very surprised, seeing him calmly observing the melee even with the enemy's blood on his body. Li Yuk was puzzled. What, is the fight over? He gritted his teeth. Damn it, I don't feel the chi of the 7 sect leaders. In that case, the remaining method is, thinking this far, Li Yuk commanded loudly, execute plan 2. Immediately his disciples obeyed the order in unison. In an instant their bodies began to grotesquely transform. The members of the Changqian Association trembled in fear at this sight. What is this? Their muscles swelled, tearing their clothes, their forms became strangely gigantic, and their strength increased severalfold. One of them growled and laughed. Power overflows throughout my body. A member of the Changqian Association, eyes wide and sweating, wondered, what is this? Could it be the blood transformation demonic art? Before he could retreat, he was severely wounded by the foe, his flesh and bones torn. That member was sent flying hard, and the gigantic foe cried out loudly, don't compare this martial art to such a flawed one. The foe opened his mouth wide and arrogantly declared, this is the blood transformation great art. On this side, Gong Jia Young, fighting with members of another faction, became tense as he suddenly saw the situation change. Is this their secret weapon? How coincidental. Revealing a martial art now is tantamount to putting themselves at a disadvantage. Thinking so, Gong Jia Young immediately pulled out a flute he had prepared in his clothes. The Changqian Association cannot keep its trump card hidden forever. Then he quickly brought it to his mouth and blew. The members of Gong Jia Young's faction who were in battle paused simultaneously upon hearing the flute sound. This flute sound is, as soon as they received the order. They pulled out needles, then shouted loudly and forcefully pricked their own meridians. For Changqian, the remaining members all performed the same action in unison. For Changqian, another member, not understanding, rushed forward to stop them. What are you doing? He slashed the opponent's stomach and arm with his sword, and his arm immediately fell off, dropping the needle. But even with one arm severed, he fiercely counterattacked him with terrifying strength. That member, confronting the firm power, wondered, what? How can he be so strong? Doesn't he feel pain? The pupil of the Changqian Association member contracted dangerously. That member thought in disbelief. His arm was severed, yet he shows no distress. It's as if he's not a living person. On Ma Gagium's side, he was fiercely contending with Ungang. Ungang swung his sword at Ma Gagium. He suddenly moved behind Ungang, and Ungang, looking back, roared in anger. You rat! He furiously swung his saber again. Ma Gagium quickly ducked to avoid it. He gripped the hilt of his sword tightly, and with one upward slash split Ungang's body in two. Ma Gagium was surprised. He was unharmed and even more aggressive. This feeling is, Ungang forcefully swung his saber, and the floor tiles below shattered. After the smoke of fury cleared, there was nothing in front of him. Ma Gagium successfully dodged by instantly moving to another location. He thought carefully, that fellow's body is as hard as diamond. I'll need to use all my internal energy to wound him. Ungang gritted his teeth in frustration. Damn it, how long do you plan to keep dodging? Suddenly, he seemed to realize something and glanced to the other side. At this moment, someone sent a telepathic signal to Ma Gagium. Great Protector, we must finish the plan. Thinking so, Ungang suddenly pointed at those who were fighting. Hey Feng Shen, do you see something? The mutated disciples over there are slaughtering other factions, he said with excited laughter. The prelude is over, let's raise the curtain on the next act. The slaughter truly begins now, Ma Gagium calmly said. I see, he then declared grimly. You yourselves ignited the spark of this massacre, amidst the skirmish between the factions. Yaun advanced step by step into the air. Ungang saw that and was puzzled. What? Everyone turned their gaze towards him. That is, the technique he used is the empty steps in the void. Seeing Yaun continue to ascend, Moongyu stammered, cult leader. Imok also immediately fell into deep thought. It's different from walking on air using internal energy. That martial art has clearly reached the realm of being able to fly in the void. Li Yuk cursed inwardly again. Demonic cult leader, you damned scoundrel, what scheme are you plotting? Yaun looked down at those below and spoke. His words were full of killing intent. What happens from now on? You all brought upon yourselves. Other members couldn't believe their eyes. Is he human? That guy is floating in the air. Yaun raised his hand and began to perform a technique. Immediately, his aura shook the entire ground. All those below lost their balance. What is this? The ground is shaking. All the swords were suddenly lifted in their astonishment. Soon after, they were pulled high into the sky. Everyone shouted in confusion. My sword? Li Yuk tried to calm them. Don't panic. That fellow wants you to drop your swords. Yaun raised his hand again and commanded the energy. But then, all the swords he had gathered pointed downwards at his command. They stared blankly at the nightmarish sight before them, questioning in fear. Is that sword energy? Impossible. Are all those controlled by sword manipulation? Imok could only stare blankly at what was about to unfold before his eyes. Is that really something a human can do? Yaun commanded. Nano, identify targets. The system immediately pointed the sword tips at each target and replied, activating multi-target aiming system. Computer structures appeared in his pupils, starting calculations, identifying targets and aiming at each one. Even the gigantic figures fighting were accurately targeted. He curled his lips into a satisfied smile. What you'll see last before you die. Yaun's eyes turned red, and a thick demonic energy enveloped him. It was the only technique personally named by the cult leader. Imok, standing to one side, was momentarily overwhelmed and asked himself, is that really something a human can do? Yaun had already gathered numerous weapons and issued a command, Nano, identify targets. The system immediately replied, activating multi-target aiming system. Yaun quickly gathered immense spiritual energy in his palm. Soon it created an oppressive vortex in the air. Yaun watched it and laughed with exhilaration. heavenly flash. Before he could finish his words, all the weapons shot out in all directions like arrows. Lee Yuk's jaw dropped in astonishment at the sight. In just a few seconds the group fell brutally. They screamed in pain, begging for their lives. Baek Ji recognized it with astonishment. Moon Gyu urged him anxiously, "Run away quickly." Baek Ji was surprised and declared, "The attack is only targeting enemies." Moon Gyu looked at it and couldn't believe it. Did the cult leader really accomplish this alone? Yaun on this side unleashed his power with murderous intent, and in the blink of an eye numerous deadly swords flew out. They shot straight to the ground, creating long streaks of light. Heobong, overwhelmed with emotion, praised him with tears in his eyes. "Cult leader, how can you be so magnificent, piercing the heavens and splitting the sky?" In contrast, Mojam's face turned pale with fear. "How can this be? I can barely endure it with 10 levels of internal energy." Furthermore, he was cornered and had no choice but to loudly command, "Gather together and counterattack that guy." At the same time, anxiety seethed within him. Each sword energy seems to have eyes. He thought in a fluster, allies are being attacked. From a distance, a subordinate suddenly rushed over and reported urgently, "My lord, we cannot control them. We must escape immediately." But before he could finish his words, his neck was severed. Mojam stood blankly at the sight. Can he cut off the neck of a peerless master with just one strike? A sudden attack appeared behind his back. Mojam managed to block it in time, narrowly escaping death. What? But the very next moment his sword shattered. With the sudden attack, Mojam fled helplessly. He was unfortunately cut in the leg by a sword. Soon blood poured out. Mojam fell to the ground in pain. He trembled all over and thought inwardly, "Even if that guy is a life-death realm master, I thought he could be defeated if the three great powers joined forces." Mojam gritted his teeth in fury. "But can that monster really wipe out everyone here alone?" Imok, who witnessed everything, exclaimed in astonishment, "Heavenly Demon, the Heavenly Demon has truly reappeared in the martial world." Even in this state, the white-clad group had not yet surrendered. They stubbornly stood still, receiving attacks as if Yaun couldn't understand them. The Changqian Association members did not stop, even with their limbs severed. He immediately commanded, "Nano, target only the heads." The system obediently complied, complying with command. "Please specify targets to omit." Gong Jiayang on this side fled in a fluster. "Damn it," he thought in astonishment, "now that guy is only targeting heads." Gong Jiayang inwardly speculated, "He's clearly trying to extinguish our life force." He suddenly cursed, "Damn it, demonic cult leader, wait." "What?" Seeing the white-clad group, he asked in a fluster, "What is this? Why are they all standing still?" Heobong suddenly appeared behind him, making Gong Jiayang flinch all over. "Pain is not feared, but death is not feared," he laughed triumphantly and asserted. "Now we must end the fight between us." At these words he showed discomfort and cursed, "This effeminate bastard." Gong Jiayang immediately unleashed his ultimate technique. "Good, you brought this upon yourself. Emperor's sword art, sword curtain black." But at these words Heobong was still very happy. "Come here, Phantom Blade." Thus the two clashed fiercely and rapidly. Gong Jiayang was momentarily flustered and gritted his teeth. Damn it, even with sword energy flying he defends so firmly. At this rate Heobong remained silent. Attacked with murderous intent, and in the blink of an eye the attack brushed past Gong Jiayang's arm and he screamed. His arm was severed and dropped to the ground with a thud. Gong Jiayang's face was streaked with blood vessels from the pain, and he thought inwardly, to be defeated by an unknown upstart. These damn demonic cult bastards. Heobong could not contain his joy and burst into laughter. Taking that opportunity, someone shouted loudly, "Disciples of the great heavenly demonic cult, assist the cult leader and defeat the enemy." Before he could finish his words, the group charged and attacked very quickly. The enemies were cornered and had no choice but to signal inwardly, "Head of Dagong sect, at this rate we will all die. It would be better to retreat." Li Yuk heard those words and stubbornly gritted his teeth. "I still have a last resort." Ungang immediately asked in confusion, "Last resort?" Li Yuk replied furiously. "That damned fellow controlled over 200 swords with chi manipulation throughout the battle," he asserted. "No matter how amazing that guy is, even if he's a life-death realm master, there's a limit to what a human can do. As for internal energy, we just need to wait a little longer." Before Li Yuk could finish his words, Yaun's internal energy began to change, and numerous swords suddenly dropped in the blink of an eye. The group saw that and couldn't hide their joy, each shouting, "It's over, that guy's internal energy is depleted." They shouted excitedly for a moment. "The demonic cult leader is falling." Li Yuk realized the situation and commanded decisively, "Seize the opportunity." The very next moment he rushed forward, but he flinched at a figure that brushed past him. It was Ungang. He ran forward with exhilaration. Heobong, standing to one side, saw that and immediately flinched. He shouted anxiously, "Cult leader, it's dangerous." Li Yuk laughed arrogantly and provoked, "Too arrogant, demonic cult leader Qian Yaun, I've waited a long time for this moment." At those words Yaun merely smiled silently. He soon unleashed a tremendous power. First with his right hand he created numerous swirling forces, next was his left hand. Yaun continuously gathered immense spiritual energy, and Li Yuk's eyes widened in fear. "Impossible," he asked in astonishment. "Where did he get that power? Could it be?" Li Yuk was momentarily stunned and realized, "Did that damned fellow lure us closer?" Du Jiang gritted his teeth in anger. "It's too late to turn back now." His eyes flashed and he immediately attacked Yaun head-on. "Then I must finish him with this extreme divine martial art first form." Ungang saw that and tried to help Du Jiang defeat him. Duji Ukg Jung, 6th form, soaring dragon ascending to heaven. Yaun quickly counterattacked. Heavenly demonic sword art. Right then Li Yuk's voice rang out in anger. This is revenge for Li Beck. While Yaun was dealing with Ungang, he rushed over, preparing to deliver a fatal blow to finish him off. Li Yuk's face was contorted with fury. Dai Qian Yaun Extreme Divine Martial Art 7th Form Extreme Swift Killing Blade. Yaun, already aware, gripped the sword in his remaining hand and activated 2nd Form Extreme Divine Martial Art. At this moment Yaun turned toward him and blocked the attack technique. Duji Yuke Hyung. Li Yuk, witnessing this sight, couldn't believe his eyes. What? Du Jiang, who was to one side, also furrowed his brow and thought inwardly, impossible. How can that guy perform the extreme divine martial art? He calmly blocked all three people's attacks alone. Below, everyone was intently watching the fight. Heobong raised his hand to block and praised. The killing intent is too fierce. Moon Gyu, standing next to him, closed his eyes tightly and cried out, Cult Leader. Imok, still crouched on the ground, looked up and slightly furrowed his brow. He blocked all those techniques on his first try. It's very difficult just to block so many saber techniques. Li Yuk must be injured. He struggled to endure, gritting his teeth, clutching the wound on his arm to stop the bleeding. Yaun's power directly carved several lines of marks on several buildings. The fight in the air grew more intense, and the aftermath of the attacks continuously spread around. Meanwhile, Du Jiang struggled against his technique, constantly thinking, what is this blackening? Is it overwhelming my Sammei Jinhua true fire of Samadhi? Ungang's face also showed unconcealed anger. He gritted his teeth and cursed, damn bastard. Li Yuk on the other side was no better. He furrowed his brow and inwardly analyzed, that guy's technique is far more precise than mine. Only the sect leader and the top 6 gateheads have learned the essence of the extreme divine martial art. How can this be? Li Yuk quickly realized the hidden power in the treasured sword in Yaun's hand. That black ice sword freezes space with every swing, and the chill feels like it's freezing my heart and liver. He continued to calculate. At this rate, I can't guarantee I'll withstand the next attack, but if I retreat now, the balance of power will instantly collapse. Looking at Yaun, who was moving unpredictably on the other side, Li Yuk couldn't hide his discomfort. Damn it, I thought we could easily deal with him if we joined forces. I didn't realize someone who reached the life-death realm could be so formidable. Yaun still calmly continued to swing his sword, attacking Ungang, and sarcastic words flowed from his lips. Yes, that suits you better. He was surprised and asked in confusion, what? At this moment he struck Li Yuk once and he lost his balance, stumbling backward. Not stopping there, Yaun strongly kicked Li Yuk in the face, astonishing him. Blood splattered everywhere. With Du Jiang watching, he turned and counterattacked Ungang, who had no time to react, only thinking inwardly that he couldn't dodge. At this moment Ungang was still panting, challenging Yaun. But before he could finish his words, he was surprised and broke out in a cold sweat as the sword's power slowly revealed itself. What? The chill is spreading? Immediately, Ungang's large and sturdy body was split in two by him. He screamed in pain. Ungang's head was thrown back and a mouthful of blood directly gushed from his nose. His frozen lower body also slowly fell apart. Gradually, his entire body became a cold block of ice due to the chill. He plummeted uncontrollably to the ground. Soon, Ungang fell, causing a shocking explosion. Du Jiang was greatly shocked at this moment. He bowed his head in fear. This monster, did that guy freeze and explode Du Guang's sect leader's body, which was as hard as Vajra? Seeing that, Yaun broke the silence and speaking, pointed his sword at Du Jiang. This isn't the time to be thinking leisurely. He immediately snapped out of his thoughts and received his fierce attacks in succession. Yaun's hand gripped the sword tightly, preparing his next technique. He aimed directly at Du Jiang and pierced his leg. Du Jiang was surprised by this strike from Yaun, and screamed in pain as the sword's power continuously burrowed into his leg. He thought in astonishment, I can't push back the fire energy. This time he didn't give him a chance to counterattack and immediately delivered a decisive blow. Du Jiang also lost his balance because of it. His body fell backward and Du Jiang's face was drenched in sweat as he quickly thought of a plan. No, we can't defeat that guy. Only the sect leader can defeat that guy. We must retreat. He was falling without stopping, and unexpectedly Li Yuk also followed, falling. At this moment Du Jiang thought again, having tasted defeat, I will never repeat this mistake again. Then he gave a strange smile. Do it. Li Yuk furrowed his brow in pain, realizing what he was trying to do. Du Yom, sect leader, you are now. Finally, the two landed safely on the ground. Du Jiang planted his sword into the ground, using it as a support to keep from falling behind them. Yaun quickly descended. Li Yuk screamed in extreme worry at this moment. Wait, Du Yom, sect leader. He seemed to have made up his mind. Du Jiang raised his sword straight up in the very next moment. His eyes flashed and he pierced his sword straight at Yaun. Extreme divine martial art, 7th form, 8 immortals crossed the sea. He was not afraid at all and instead stood still, creating his treasured sword in his hand. Silently, Yaun struck coldly once, piercing directly through Du Jiang's chest. His body trembled incessantly. That guy truly knows the extreme divine martial art. Du Jiang's eyes rolled back and blood continuously gushed from his mouth. That guy targeted the only weakness of the technique. At this moment he still remained silent, seemingly lost in thought. His sword fell. But it no longer mattered. Suddenly Du Jiang tightly embraced Yaun. The sword that pierced his chest was still not pulled out and Du Jiang's clothes tore and fell off. His body began to swell grotesquely. Du Jiang's eyes turned red. Indeed, you moved as I expected. Demonic cult leader, I will take you with me to our mutual destruction. His face was already deformed. Du Jiang shouted loudly. Listen, extreme 6-armed gate, the fight is over. Disperse. The other subordinates also transformed like him, showing unconcealed surprise. Li Yuk furrowed his brow, having not anticipated it for a moment. Du Yom, sect leader, why are you? Du Jiang on this side showed a horrible face and firm resolve. We have done everything we can here. head of Dagong sect, quickly report to the sect leader. Li Yuk gritted his teeth. This is not the end, he resolved inwardly. We must plan and succeed. The very next moment, Li Yuk decisively turned his head and to everyone's astonishment quickly flew up, fleeing for his life. Seeing this sight, Ma Gagion thought inwardly, we must not let that guy escape. Wang Jian curled his lips into a sneer. Truly pathetic. Li Yuk's subordinates charged forward frantically. Run, quickly disperse, one of the warriors shouted loudly. Don't let a single one escape. They quickly drew their swords and attacked the fleeing subordinates. The urgent voices of the warriors resonated one after another. Even if their guts spill out, they won't stop. Cut off their heads. Not far away, Ma Gagion prepared to pursue Li Yuk. Wang Jian saw that and followed him. Where do you think you're going to run? Suddenly an unexpected light flashed in his eyes. Subordinates suddenly appeared, blocking the path of the two. We won't let you run wild. They showed no fear, provoking instead. If you have the ability, step over our corpses first. Seizing a moment when no one was paying attention, Li Yuk immediately escaped. On this side, Yaun and Du Jiang were still locked together, and the ground continued to vibrate. His eyes were bloodshot and blood began to flow from his mouth. What was this? It turned out Yaun was holding Du Jiang's hand and his entire body trembled violently. It was as if the muscles in his arms were about to burst. My current strength has surpassed the realm of ordinary martial artists. Du Jiang was completely outmatched by Yaun. How could a human possess such powerful grip strength? His red eyes stared intently at him. At that moment, Du Jiang realized inwardly that something was wrong with his body. My body is being crushed by that guy's grip. It seems this is the longest I can hold him. A choked sound burst from his throat. He calmed himself inwardly. It's okay, I've held out as long as I could. If even one of the sect leaders can escape this place, that's enough. Du Jiang, as if time was running out, quickly formulated a plan in his head. The remaining task, as he thought this far, he shouted, Demonic cult leader, go to hell with me. You will not be able to withstand this. Yaun sneered and mocked Du Jiang. That again, don't you people get tired of it, he cried out in surprise. What did you say? Before his eyes, Yaun charged, a blue light flashing, and with that powerful strike, Du Jiang's huge body trembled painfully. On the other side, Chung Byuk took a deep breath. His sparse hair was disheveled and his eyes blurred from the terrible pressure as Yaun gripped his wrist tightly. The concentrated force felt as if it would shatter every bone in the blink of an eye. Chung Byuk's arms were torn from his body by Yaun. Blood spurted like a fountain, and he screamed in pain, his cry echoing throughout the space. Seizing the opportunity, one person soared like an arrow, escaping from the dangerous and fierce melee. As he moved away, he recalled having to sacrifice his comrades and subordinates to flee this far. With a heavy heart, he thought inwardly, it is truly humiliating, but I must escape by any means. Harboring deep resentment, he resolved to report what had happened to the sect leader and formulate a new plan. As he thought more, he grew angrier, warning inwardly, enjoy your victory all you want. Demonic cult leader, he muttered inwardly without admiration, those who have much fear losing it. Let's see if you can stand tall after losing everything you cherish. This grudge must be repaid. Next time I will definitely. Suddenly he paused and blood poured from his mouth like water. He himself was surprised. What? His entire body trembled and a painful scream burst from his lips. He was inwardly astonished, recognizing it as an intangible blackening. He seethed with disbelief. This is impossible. I am over a kilometer away from that place. Yaun, you bastard. His strength failed him, and his thoughts grew faint in his consciousness. He's not human. He tried to hold on with his last remaining strength but failed. He collapsed there, gasping for breath, and closed his eyes on a desolate road, a cherished grudge still in his heart. Before his eyes lay a magnificent rocky mountain. It was Sijinbang, about 2 kilometers from the Byungsan Palace. A gentle breeze blew like a languid sigh on a quiet afternoon. A servant did not wish to disturb the tranquil space. He stood cautiously and silently, saying nothing. He looked at the sect leader worriedly, convinced inwardly that he couldn't see that far. He speculated impatiently, can that person really see from here? He recalculated and concluded inwardly, he hasn't looked elsewhere for a while. I can't see anything even when I concentrate. He was none other than the sect leader of the extreme six-armed gate, Sangdun. A golden aura enveloped his body. The servant cautiously asked, Sect leader, do you see anything? He couldn't understand, but he could feel it. His anger. He realized that something must have gone wrong with the sect leader's plan. Feeling that the situation was not good, he hastily asked, is there a problem with the plan? Sangdun remained silent, but inwardly retorted, how can this be? We put so much effort into this grand plan, even planting that prince as a spy, and it's all for naught. The wind grew stronger, whipping his clothes violently, but his hands remained firmly clasped on his sword hilt, unwavering. The strong wind blew the servant's hat off his head, startling him greatly. As Sangdun swung his sword, the blade shone dazzlingly. Sword energy roared like thunder, tearing through space and splitting the rocky mountain like thin paper. The servant watched the scene in awe, admiring inwardly. What extraordinary power! Has the sect leader reached the realm of sanctuary? With an unadorned motion, Sangdun firmly gripped his sword hilt and plunged it decisively. He commanded, let's go, but the servant was impatient. He worriedly reported, sect leader, if something went wrong with the plan, shouldn't we send the destruction unit or the Six Blades unit? Sangdun shook his head, his voice somber. The battle is over. There is no way to salvage the situation. He curled his lips into a triumphant smile. It doesn't matter. We've gained something good. The servant was astonished. Yes. A cunning look was evident in Sangdon's eyes, and with an evil smile he said in a triumphant voice, I finally found it, the demonic god, in the afternoon palace, before the desolate landscape. Imok stood in silence, gazing into the distance. Terrible thoughts flashed through his mind, but soon he realized, good, it's understandable, this is the biggest war that has occurred in the martial world. Military advisor Zhagao reported. Approximately 600 martial artists died and 1,000 were injured. I will report in more detail after everything has been processed. Imok replied. Understood. Wang Ho crossed his arms with a suspicious expression. Those guys are really thorough. Baek Ji sat blankly and then spoke. Each of them was controlled by internal energy. All the extreme six-armed gate members we captured died with their heads burst. This proves that the brain-burrowing insect, as the demonic cult leader said, was activated. Ma Guillaume was present at the scene, and deep, unpredictable thoughts crossed his mind. They were prepared. Why are they so afraid of information leaking? He asserted inwardly. But I am certain they did not expect this to happen. Chungbyuk sat there, covered in blood. Small lightning-like sparks flickered around him. Red liquid streamed down Chungbyuk's disfigured face, but he still calmly shouted, You monsters, how did you remove the brain-burrowing insect from my head? Ma Guillaume observed the situation on Yaoun's side, instinctively wondering inwardly, what else can the demonic cult leader do? He is very different from the other cult leaders I have served. Looking at the confident Yaoun, a thought suddenly came to his mind. He continues to raise my expectations. I hope all the heavenly demonic cult's goals are achieved under him. Suddenly a man shouted with a very astonished expression, No! This imposing man was Murung Kong, the elder of the Murung family, one of the 7 Shang Zhus of the Martial Alliance. He firmly stated, No, we will stop them ourselves. Here appeared Hong Pao Wu, the head of the Beggars sect, one of the 11 Shang Zhus of the Martial Alliance. He firmly expressed his opinion. Even among allies there are rules to be kept. How can you demand we hand over prisoners? The man listened and then sighed. He raised his voice, Elder Gong Jia Young, didn't you escape when I cut off your arm? He turned his head and somewhat warily denied it. No such thing happened. The man was surprised by his brazenness, by his unblinking lie. He said contemptuously, Your wound must have been burned, yet you're pretending not to know? My goodness, truly shameless. Gong Jia Young gloomily explained, I was captured while fighting Elder Murong and Head Hong. I don't know what you're talking about. He secretly flinched and calculated, We cannot let them take us. They will torture us to extract information about the Changqian Association, and then we will all die. Yaoun slowly approached and asked about the situation. Still not finished? Young Sok greeted him. Cult leader. The man approached Yaoun, his eyes provocatively fixed on him. Yaoun, with blood on his face, looked at the crowd before him in silence for a moment. At this moment a thought crossed Pao Wu's mind. That guy's aura is too evil, but it won't change my mind. If it does, all the righteous factions' tumors might be exposed. He worried inwardly, deeply concerned. Furthermore, they might discover dangerous techniques and use them for evil purposes. That technique should be used by the righteous faction. After a while, Imok also arrived and joined them. Pao Wu greeted the alliance leader inwardly. Imok frowned, stroking his beard, and thought, They are asking me for help. What should I do? Gong Jia Young looked at him with pleading eyes, silently calling out, Alliance leader. He looked him straight in the eyes, conveying his innermost thoughts with his gaze. If you hand us over, the secrets of the Changqian Association and the Supreme Martial King's techniques will be revealed. That will not only endanger the alliance but also the entire righteous faction. Gong Jia Young worried inwardly, will he be okay with that? As if understanding his thoughts, Imok nodded and thought, He is right, the demonic cult leader is already too strong. He looked around at the people, thinking that if they grew stronger, the balance between the three forces would collapse. Imok stepped forward and reported, Demonic cult leader, Yaoun, could you consider abandoning this matter? Yaoun replied, slightly surprised, Abandon it? Imok sincerely persuaded him, although your subordinate injured Elder Namgang in the end, 2 Grand Masters of the Alliance captured him. Therefore I believe it is fair for us to keep the prisoner. The man cried out in astonishment, What nonsense is this? Imok and Yaoun were standing with other members at this time, discussing their opinions. If they grew stronger, the balance between the three forces would collapse. After that, Imok respectfully clasped his hands with an imposing demeanor. Demonic cult leader, could you consider abandoning this matter? On this side, Yaoun glanced at him and replied, Abandon it? Imok frowned and continued to express his thoughts. Although your subordinate injured Elder Namgang in the end, 2 Grand Masters of the Alliance captured him. Hearing this, his face didn't look too good and his eyes shot a warning glance at Imok. Therefore I believe it is fair for us to keep the prisoner. Heo Bong, hearing this, questioned in disbelief, What nonsense is this? At this moment Yaoun let out a long sigh and raised his hand. The energy was controlled accordingly. As the prisoner's body was lifted, he cried out in astonishment, What, my body? Seeing this scene, Imok quickly sprang from the ground. He reached out and caught Gong Jia Young in midair, landing safely with him. The moment Imok ensured Gong Jia Young's safety, he immediately turned to Yaoun and shouted, What are you doing? On this side, Yaoun said nothing but merely extended a powerful hand, continuously controlling Gong Jia Young's body and throwing him towards Imok. He closed one eye, thinking in fear that guy is pulling him with even greater force than before. Why does he have to go so far? Before Imok could finish his words, Gong Jia Young shouted loudly, Alliance leader, don't let go. Imok, filled with killing intent, gritted his teeth and held on with all his might. The Alliance leader struggled to hold on, but the difference in chi between them was too great, the pressure too intense, and his clothes ripped. Gong Jia Young grimaced in pain and shouted resentfully, Alliance leader, Seizing the opportunity, Yaun approached and gripped Gong Jiayung's head with a threatening look. Murong Kong and Pao Wu witnessed everything, both astonished. Elder Namgang, what are you doing? The demonic cult leader Yaun, covered in wounds, said calmly. Since the alliance leader said the prisoner belongs to whoever captured him last and he is mine. Imak, who had watched everything, stood up bleeding and clenched his fist. Yaun tilted his body slightly and commanded, now I will take this fellow with me. As he spoke, he tightly gripped Gong Jiayung's head with his hand and he screamed in panic. Alliance leader, are you just going to stand there and watch? Gong Jiayung was being attacked by Yaun at this moment, but still tried to say a few words, if that guy captures me. But before he could finish, he was subdued and lifted by Yaun. And only pleas for help burst from his lips at this moment. Yaun looked up and sneered, even though I covered his mouth, he's still noisy. Suddenly, hurried footsteps and a voice were heard. Primordial Celestial Venerable, oh Primordial Celestial Venerable, Chang'an questioned with a stern face. Cult leader, for the sake of our alliance, could you hand over Elder Namgang to us? He is still a key figure in our alliance. Yaun on this side still firmly held Gong Jiayung and posed a question that left Chang'an speechless. Elder, if an enemy tries to kill you, would you forgive them? Chang'an's face stiffened and he nodded slightly in agreement. At this moment, Yaun, seizing the momentum, lifted Gong Jiayung high with one hand and grandly declared, I will speak frankly, without adorning it with words like respect or alliance. Are you protecting him because he is an ally? Or is there another reason? As soon as he finished speaking, he threw Gong Jiayung into the sky. Astonishing everyone around him, his body lost its balance and slammed hard onto the solid ground. Immediately, Gong Jiayung's head hit the stone floor with a loud crunch, shattering, and blood spurted like flames, horrifying the crowd. Yaun revealed a fearsome face. He provoked everyone. Are you afraid the Changqian Association will reveal its techniques to our cult? Imak now closed his eyes tightly and growled. If you wanted to protect Elder Namgang, you should have reined him in before the war broke out. Unable to suppress his emotions, his eyes burned. He raised his hand and continued speaking. Demonic cult leader, let me explain. As the heroes here witnessed, that technique is too dangerous. But as you said, the righteous faction is concerned that the technique will fall into the hands of your cult and be misused. Murong Kong and Pao Wu looked at each other at this moment. Pao Wu leaned on his staff, approached, and communicated telepathically. I see the alliance leader is using his position to create a reason why the demonic cult leader cannot take him. Murong Kong listened, then turned and continued. That's right, if we had initiated it first, that guy would have lost his justification for taking Elder Namgang. Chief Zhou approached from a distance and spoke indifferently. That's right, alliance leader. As you said, our orthodox faction only fears the misuse of that technique. If you have no such intention, then killing Elder Namgang for revenge is a just act, but holding him hostage is somewhat suspicious. Imak's expression immediately hardened in vigilance, and he scrutinized the scene before him, thinking inwardly. As expected of Chief Zhou, now the demonic cult leader has lost his justification for taking Elder Namgang. He will have to give up this time. Demonic cult leader. Surely he wouldn't admit his dirty intentions in front of all the heroes of the world. He tightly gripped the piece of clothing in his hand, continuing to envision various scenarios. If he gives up Elder Namgang, we can obtain that technique. If he insists, we can pressure him by accusing him of using dirty tricks. Hearing this, Yaun sighed lightly and said in a low voice, Your words have some merit. The gazes of those in the meeting all turned to him. As if on cue, they thought, did the demonic cult leader accept our words? At this moment, Chief Zhou, holding a large sword, scoffed and said boldly, Good, he seems to be convinced, indeed a true hero of the world. We know you bear no ill will towards us. As soon as he finished speaking, he ordered the subordinate of the Jade Wall sect leader to retrieve Elder Namgang. The subordinate below quickly followed the order. A sudden voice calling from behind the cult leader startled him. Wait, Yaun stood majestically in the wind, and with a very powerful aura he reminded them, there are still those who control the Changqian Association and the Heavenly Master. If you fail to capture him or let him go. Imak stood silently, waiting for him to continue. And if he causes further trouble for our demonic cult, his eyes grew even more cruel and the corners of his lips curled into a sneer. I will consider that your true intention. If such a thing happens, I will consider our relationship over. Imak and Chief Zhou became even more wary at these words. What, is he threatening us? Chief Zhou slowly stepped forward, put his hand to his mouth and lightly cleared his throat. Surely he wouldn't have such bad intentions. Let's end this matter, understood? Such a thing will not happen. Yaun looked at him and commanded. Good, now seize him. Gong Jiayung took one heavy step after another, thinking in his head. I've been released. He leaned on his subordinate for support, clearly showing signs of exhaustion. Suddenly Gong Jiayung gnashed his teeth and let out a growl, and the center of his forehead was pierced. Blood flowed incessantly, horrifying the person next to him. Yaun, from a distance, reached out and pierced the center of his head, causing Gong Jiayung's entire body to fall forward. Witnessing the scene, the old chief and Imak could not help but be astonished at this horrific sight. Chief Zhou furiously shouted, What does this mean? Didn't you agree to hand him over? Yaun immediately retracted his words, and his voice was filled with contempt. I don't recall saying he would live. Hearing this, the old man cried out in astonishment, What did you say? One person in the meeting stood nearby, thinking with satisfaction, As expected, this is our cult leader. One of his men also thought with a satisfied, sinister smile. My lord never lets go of anything that falls into his hands. Imok could no longer bear it and stepped forward shouting, Demonic cult leader, this is no time for jokes. Are you mocking our alliance? In the desolate and wild landscape, Yaun calmly spread his arms and replied to Imok, I merely followed your demands, so how can you say I'm mocking you? He loudly retorted, What did you say? Chief Zhou, upon hearing his explanation, had already begun to harbor hostility. Instead of holding him hostage, did you not tell me that it is my right to kill him for revenge? And that is the customary method? The old man's hands trembled as he gripped his sword, continuing, Demonic cult leader, do you know who you are standing before? Auntie Jiyu suddenly appeared at this moment, following behind Yaun. He turned his head and looked at the old chief, speaking contemptuously. Chief Zhou, who do you think you are standing before? Chief Zhou immediately recognized him. He stammered, Dark King. At this moment his heart was filled with astonishment. What a dangerous aura, it's as if a sword is pointed at my throat. He threatened the old man with burning red eyes. If you claim to have lied in front of our cult leader, I will not forgive you. After speaking, Auntie Jiyu approached, holding a sword in one hand. Seeing this intimidating presence, the chief could personally confirm that he was ready to fight at any moment. In the chaotic situation before their eyes, soldiers lined up in the courtyard, also ready to attack at a signal. That sight further astonished the group. Since when have they surrounded us? On this side, they heightened their vigilance for everything that was about to happen. Imok calculated telepathically with Chief Zhou. Alliance leader, things are not looking good. What should we do? Imok's complexion darkened and trembled slightly. Yaun, allied with Auntie Jiyu, confidently spoke. If he is truly an enemy, shouldn't he be dealt with? Wouldn't it be better to receive his corpse? That way there will be no possibility of the Alliance misusing his technique. Imok broke out in a cold sweat, inwardly wondering was he never thinking of using the Changqian Association's techniques? Hearing this, he laughed lightly and calmly. Of course not, Grand Heavenly Master. The techniques you created are within our demonic cult. Chief Zhou clenched his fist, looking as if he could no longer bear it. Damn it, how did things turn out like this? I ruined it, my own conspiracy led me to this. His face showed intense resentment. He gnashed his teeth and thought, now the Alliance will be forced to eradicate the remaining members of the Changqian Association on our behalf. Yaun's immense figure, controlling everything with one hand, and even Chief Zhou was in his grasp. Not only the Orthodox faction but the entire martial world is in his palm, standing nearby observing the current situation. Chunlun also had some inklings. The demonic cult leader's target must have been the Changqian Association members from the start. I merely gave him an excuse to infiltrate the Orthodox Alliance. At this moment, Imok also realized. That's right, the demonic cult leader was such a person. I must admit it. He looked at the heavenly demonic cult members before him, evaluating them. They are completely different from the demonic cult we knew, and Imok observed the current situation again, thinking with exhaustion. Now we can't do anything. Unlike us, most of the demonic cult members survived. We lost many people, even Baekwon-dan. Imok's gaze turned towards Yaun before him. He sighed inwardly. Even if it weren't for that, the presence of that man, he is a demon god. Imok stepped forward, continuing to think. I thought the balance of the martial world would shift due to what happened today. It shifted in the direction of the demonic cult leader. Afterwards he took the initiative to speak. Demonic cult leader, I have no intention of misusing that martial art. Since you said you resolved the issue with Elder Namgang, I will not raise this matter with you again. Hearing Imok's words, Chief Zhou could not hide his disappointment. So we're backing down? The Alliance leader said so, but himself felt bitter. I feel sorry for the warriors here, but I have no other choice. If more conflicts arise here, I don't know how he will react. At this moment, Chief Zhou also understood Imok's intention and muttered to himself. I understand what you want to do, Alliance leader. O Heavenly Master, considering what King Jeonin experienced, such a pride battle is nothing. At this moment he cautiously proposed, Demonic cult leader, I apologize for what has happened. Could you withdraw your sect so we can discuss future matters? Hearing that, Yaun no longer made things difficult, and raised his hand to signal his subordinates to retreat. Seeing the signal, the subordinates all replied in unison. We obey the command. They quickly followed the order, and the battlefield was immediately cleared by more than half. Seeing them leave, the remaining people immediately let out a sigh of relief. Yaun looked at the scene before him and thought with satisfaction, we have sufficiently challenged them. We can stop here. We won this war, but we have not completely annihilated the extreme six-armed gate. The unorthodox alliance did not suffer heavy losses, so there is no need to break the alliance. With a triumphant expression, he continued to smile inwardly. Our alliance is worth using. Jeonan Palace, Imperial Palace, Kaifeng, capital of the Great Ming Empire. Inside the palace, ministers knelt before the emperor, bowing their heads in repentance. Taegon sat on the emperor's right, lost in thought. Finally, he was triumphant. I have finally secured the position of crown prince, but with everything in chaos I must not show my joy. The reason Taegon was so happy was that he was currently the crown prince of the Great Ming Empire. The emperor was furious at this moment. He looked at the ministers before him and asked angrily, how could a small sect from the martial world possess bombs that we monopolize? And Taegon furiously shouted, moreover they were buried all over the ground. They conspired a terrible plot where the crown prince and his subordinates stood. Afterwards he again waved his hand and commanded, "They are enemies. I cannot sit idly by and do nothing. Someone call the Imperial Guard commander and have him immediately suppress the extreme six-armed gate." Commander Beck, as the Imperial Guard commander, set out on his journey with General Jeon Nam of the Northern Army and 10,000 soldiers. This was a declaration of war against the martial world forces. However, on Emperor Taegon's side he was surprised to hear new news. "What? They've already withdrawn? It hasn't even been an hour since they left." At this moment an eunuch reported to the emperor. "Your Majesty, Commander Beck wishes to see you," Taegon replied. "Let him in." Commander Beck immediately entered the palace. As soon as he entered he immediately knelt. "Your humble servant, Commander, greets your Majesty." Taegon immediately questioned, "Why did you withdraw after only an hour of deployment?" Commander Beck said regretfully, "I apologize, your Majesty. Just before your humble servants arrived, all the enemies within the fortress were dead." Hearing that, he immediately asked in astonishment, "What, did the demonic cult leader do that? Although we lent him the Imperial Guard's armor and weapons, wasn't it too fast?" At this moment Commander Beck continued, "To quickly reach the fortress, your humble servants sent General Jeon Nam and the Imperial Guard to scout the situation. When General Jeon Nam and the envoy left, some Imperial Guards remained, and the commander relayed what he heard from them. After hearing the entire story, the emperor and his ministers could not believe their ears. One of them spoke, 'Is that even possible? Did the demonic cult leader kill all those people alone?' Taegon asked again, mixing surprise and fear. 'What? He flew into the sky and struck with lightning.' Taeshek, standing nearby, interjected in a frightened voice, 'Your humble servant cannot understand how a human can do such a thing.' Taegon was also frightened by that terrifying power, but inwardly he was relieved. 'Truly amazing, it's a relief to have allied with him.' At this moment Commander Beck spoke, 'That is why your humble servants withdrew, your Majesty.' Taegon, astonished by Yaoun's power, fell into deep thought without answering, and Commander Beck still thought inwardly with his head bowed. 'Your Majesty must be very surprised. A monster that transcends human limits is a threat to someone like your Majesty. He is probably more frightened than ever before.' After a while, Taegon also spoke with difficulty. 'Ah,' and he made a firm decision. 'As long as I sit on this throne I will not change the state religion.' Hearing those words, Crown Prince Taegon, who was sitting next to him, was astonished. Not only him, but everyone present was. After a moment of silence, His Majesty made a terrifying declaration. But no one could oppose him. 2 weeks after the Dano Festival, news of what happened at the Dano Festival quickly spread throughout the martial world. The Orthodox Alliance declared that they would cooperate with the demonic cult to prevent the plots of the Extreme Six-Armed Gate and the Unorthodox Alliance, although it was to save face. It was useless. Too many people witnessed what happened and everyone here talked about it. A man from the sky, at this moment inside Demonic Peak, Heavenly Demonic Cult 10,000 Mountains, Heavenly Demonic Cult's Yujung drained a bowl of medicine in one go. His son-in-law stood nearby, smiling. 'It's still hot, drink slowly, holy demon.' After finishing, Yujung placed the medicine bowl on the table and turned to his son-in-law saying, 'Continue.' 'Son-in-law, you stopped after telling me that Yaoun no, the demonic cult leader is in Kaifeng.' Hearing that, his son-in-law smiled. 'Yes, the demonic cult leader is busy with sectarian affairs in Kaifeng.' Hearing that, Yujung was puzzled. 'What?' He was stunned. 'The entire Kaifeng has become our sect's territory? Unbelievable. Did the Orthodox Alliance just accept it?' His son-in-law still replied cheerfully, with a smile on his face. 'They had no other choice, absolutely no other choice,' he recounted. 'The great Ming Empire changed its state religion to support and aid the heavenly demonic cult, and there was an imperial decree to establish a branch of the sect in the capital. Kaifeng's Minghui announced that they would accept this matter out of respect for the emperor and the alliance. But they also had disadvantages in this matter. But having lost 30 of their forces due to the death of the leaders who joined the Changqian Association, they had no choice but to accept. If they broke the alliance, they would be surrounded by enemies.' After finishing his story, his son-in-law continued triumphantly. 'It is all thanks to the demonic cult leader's display of martial talent in battle.' Yujung listened to everything but gave no reply. He was busy sorting out fragments of his memory. 'It's been 3 days since I woke up, but I'm still not used to it. My memory is fragmented after the battle with the Extreme Six-Armed Gates Doju. Regarding Yaoun, Yujung merely thought that many things happened while he was in a coma. Truly astonishing. Strangely, everyone calls me the Holy Demon, but that child must have risen from the abyss of life and death.' Afterwards Yujung spoke. 'It seems I will have to yield the title of one of the 5 great masters to the demonic cult leader.' But his son-in-law interjected. 'I apologize, Holy Demon, but the demonic cult leader has already—' After a brief pause, his son-in-law continued proudly. 'He is already being called that after the war.' Hearing that, Yujung was surprised and turned to him, asking, 'Is that true?' Yujung's hands trembled. 'Truly a miracle.' And he raised his hands to cover his face, his entire body trembling slightly with emotion. 'I couldn't even hug that child once when he was young, let alone teach him martial arts. but that child has reached this level on his own at such a young age. Yu Jung thought of his deceased wife, Wasi, and I am truly proud of our child. Next to Yu Jung, his son-in-law looked at him and smiled slightly. As if sensing it, Yu Jung flinched and looked back at his son-in-law, who was smiling as if to tease him, feeling embarrassed. Afterwards, Yu Jung cleared his throat to hide his recent embarrassment. Then he must also have a title that suits him, his son-in-law replied cheerfully. He has earned the highest title in the sect. Once again, his son-in-law's words surprised Yu Jung. Did you say? Left Guardian continued proudly. He is called the demonic god. Yu Jung was surprised to hear that title and repeated it. Demonic god, he marveled inwardly. My goodness, Yaun has become the second demonic cult leader to receive that title, after the founder of the heavenly demonic cult. In an endless cave where bone-chilling cold permeated, a small lonely figure scurried through rock crevices. For some reason he tried to rush forward, even though the blood flowing from his arm wound stained his thick fur coat red. The young man with a long scar on his face still gritted his teeth and ran as if flying. But the path was too dark and he unluckily tripped over a stone, lost his balance and plunged into a cold lake. Inside the cave, drops of blood fell into the water, leaving faint red trails. His body trembled violently, not only from the cold but also from the pain emanating from his wound. He couldn't endure it anymore. The young man with the scar thought, gritting his teeth, the wound is too severe. If I don't get treatment here quickly, the wound will necrotize due to the cold. Even in this urgent situation, he didn't forget his mission. But above all, I must report to the Imperial Palace as soon as I manage to get back on my feet. An unexpected event which greatly startled him occurred. The entire cave suddenly shook and ice-covered rock masses fell to the ground one after another, shattering into pieces. Fearing the worst, a look of vigilance flashed in his eyes. Wait, could it be that it's also breaking through this thick barrier? Just then, the enormous ice mass in front of the scarred young man suddenly split, and the ground was also shattered by something. Soil and stones scattered into the air and a giant black shadow gradually appeared. The scarred young man was thrown backward by the destructive power and he groaned in pain as his back hit the rock wall. But when he realized what was before his eyes, he was utterly dumbfounded. The monster menacingly bared its sharp teeth. Its eyes shone brightly like headlights, piercing straight through the scarred young man. He dared not move, knowing he had no strength to fight that creature. At that moment, the scarred young man could only stare as the monster roared loudly. Its wide-open mouth seemed ready to swallow him. He knew death was approaching. The scarred young man cried out in despair, and he woke up with a start from his sleep, wrapped in his blanket. Everything was a dream. The scarred young man sprang up, panting as if he had run thousands of miles with a monster. His face was drenched in sweat and his heart bounded furiously. That dream again. Suddenly, a voice from beside the campfire where someone was warming themselves spoke. Did you have that dream again? Only then did the scarred young man calm down. Across the fire, a slightly plump, middle-aged man sighed lightly as if accustomed to his nephew's recurring nightmares. His voice was filled with sympathy. It seems to be deeply etched in your memory. And rightly so. You're the only one who survived that monster. He quickly wiped the sweat from his tired face. His uncle stood up, taking off his fur coat, and said, It's been quite a while since they returned here and it's really hot. I don't know how they can survive in this climate. We've been walking for 3 days without sleep. Why don't you rest a bit? He replied with an undisguised sense of unease. It's all right. We don't know when the monsters might come over the stone walls. His uncle confided in him the hardships he had endured. I've barely slept for 2 weeks getting here. He wanted to confirm one thing again. We will part ways soon. I will go to the main camp of the Orthodox Alliance. Do you really intend to go to Kaifeng? The scarred young man respectfully replied. Yes, he sighed wearily, knowing this would not be easy. You're as stubborn as your father. Do you think they'll help you? His uncle suddenly stood up and asserted. Only Orthodox warriors value the camaraderie of the martial world. Hearing that, he frankly stated his position. I think it's better to try than to do nothing. Seeing his resolute attitude, his uncle sighed. You're acting as if the demonic cult warriors will help you. You don't know how evil they are. The scarred young man clutched the object hidden in his chest and thought, I can't show this to my uncle. Even though he's by my side, I can't trust him. With this item, they might help me. It was a jade token he had received from the masked man. He clearly remembered the man's instructions. Make sure to deliver this to them. But he couldn't help but wonder, if that man really had this item. The scene shifts to Kaifeng near the demonic cult branch. A lantern with writing on a black background hung in front of the door. Changpeng Inn. At this moment, 2 people were walking and talking. The person in the yellow hat looked at the inn before them and rejoiced. There's an inn here. Let's go in, have lunch, and get some water. The person in the black hat also nodded in agreement. Good. As soon as they entered, their gaze immediately fell on the group sitting in the inn. The black clothes with red writing on Heo Bong's back showed that they belonged to the demonic cult, and it was enough to frighten others. Kwang Ho was then greedily eating noodles. The faces of the 2 men instantly paled. The person in the yellow hat forced a smile and said, It seems there aren't many seats here. The person in the black hat urged, Let's go somewhere else. Hearing the 2 men's conversation, the innkeeper was angry but helpless. No seats, it's so empty. Heo Bong wondered, My goodness, why aren't they coming in and sitting down? I don't know why they're avoiding us. The innkeeper gritted her teeth and frowned but dared not speak. You people, don't you get it? Why don't you go eat on the 2nd floor? Kwang Ho said while eating. It'll take time. It's better than when we first arrived, isn't it? Heo Bong showed a worried look about the future. But it seems we still have a long way to go. Ma Tok smiled brightly and encouraged Heo Bong. Elder brother, you're too impatient. How can you completely change people's attitudes in just a month? It's something the Orthodox faction has been working on for centuries. Ma Tok had strong faith in the sect. Thanks to the cult leader's reputation, 100 people have joined the cult. Isn't that enough progress? Don't worry too much. Heobong crossed his arms with a suspicious expression. But they are all martial artists. Kwang Ho presented his perspective. It's still good. It means more people want to work under the cult leader, the youngest martial artist among the 5 great masters. Heobong frankly admitted, that's what I don't like about it. His companions were surprised to hear that and exclaimed, what did you say? Heobong said in an angry huff. At this moment, I think the cult leader should be considered the pinnacle of all martial artists. Even the alliance leader cannot compare to him, and he is the only one who can defeat 3 Yunjiang realm masters simultaneously. Kwang Ho, who was chewing his food, nodded repeatedly. That's right, only then did Manhwa open her mouth. It's probably because of the Eastern monster. Heobong didn't understand what she was talking about and asked again. Eastern monster? Ma Tak understood immediately upon hearing it. Are you talking about the Eastern Divine General? According to Manhwa's knowledge, the Eastern Divine General was the epithet Eastern Divine General. He achieved the pinnacle of martial arts with only his 2 fists, and he was a man who gained the title Divine before Qianyaun. Heobong waved his hand, not believing her words. My goodness, that's just a rumor. How can you compare him to the cult leader? The cult leader proved his power in front of thousands of people. But unexpectedly, that action angered Kwang Ho. Heobong. Kwang Ho slammed the table hard and shouted at Heobong's face, don't ignore what my Manhwa said. Heobong frowned as if annoyed. My Manhwa, stop it, you 2 are too obvious. Heobong, like a radio, chattered on, not noticing that someone was watching them. Oh, sorry for being single. I didn't want to talk about this, but you 2 are sitting so close that small chair is going to break. Besides, Manhwa was very angry with her lover inwardly. I told him not to call me that in front of people. He doesn't even know I'm angry. Just then, Heobong and Ma Tak noticed someone quietly watching them from afar. The scarred young man boldly approached them, and the 4 people stared intently at the person before their eyes, constantly speculating. Judging by his gait, he's definitely a martial artist. Kwang Ho thought curiously, who is he? Meanwhile, Manhwa immediately recognized the scarred young man's skill as soon as she saw him. He seems to be at the early stage of the Grandmaster realm. The quiet atmosphere didn't last long before the scarred young man suddenly spoke. Finally, immediately after, he prostrated himself on the ground in a deep bow. His action surprised the demonic cult members. Then the scarred young man slowly removed his hood. We meet, at his words. Kwang Ho exclaimed in incomprehension. And Heobong asked in bewilderment, why are you suddenly kneeling? The scarred young man respectfully cupped his hands and with all his sincerity, clearly shouted, please let me see your demonic cult leader. As the scarred young man finished speaking, the demonic cult members stiffened in unison. Everyone was surprised by his recent action. Unexpected, isn't he? On the outside, he just looks like a wanderer. Heobong approached and said, sir, it seems you want to join our cult. Go inquire at our branch in the alley across the street. Baek-hoon hastily interrupted him. I apologize, but this humble one did not come with such intentions, he began to explain. This humble one wishes to see your cult leader to ask for help. Heobong argued upon hearing that. Hey, do you think we'd just agree and take you to the cult leader if you just said you wanted to see him without any reason? Instead of answering, Baek-hoon suddenly reached into his pocket and rummaged for something, then presented a jade token before him. Seeing that, Heobong suddenly stopped smiling. Kwang Ho stood up and approached to see what he was holding before he understood the reason. He too fell silent with a pale face when he saw it. The scene shifts to the heavenly demonic cult's Kaifeng branch. A sparring match was taking place in the training ground. Disciples gathered in the stands watching intently. Below, Baek Ji-ai was charging at Taek Jam, who was in a defensive stance. As he raised his foot to kick, Taek Jam also quickly ducked to avoid it. Baek Ji-ai raised his foot again and kicked Taek Jam with his remaining foot. He retaliated with an uppercut. He quickly retreated. The sparring match was evenly matched, drawing admiration from many. The martial arts they were using were completely different from conventional martial arts, where each move was combined with internal energy to exert its full power. The martial arts they were using were simply fighting techniques, a single strike killing techniques that targeted the opponent's vital points. Taek Jam launched a double attack again. Baek Ji-ai easily dodged everything. He frowned and thought, so fast, Baek Ji-ai. He turned his body and kicked Taek Jam in the chest. Hit by that kick, he was immediately pushed back. Taek Jam smiled and steam wafted from his defending arm. Your kicking power has improved quite a bit. He then alternated his footwork, creating a rhythm. Good, then this time I'll go all out. Taek Jam quickly returned to a fighting stance. Ha! Seeing him still eager, Baek Ji-ai gestured provocatively. You're always like that these days, aren't you? Hearing this, Taek Jam raised his eyebrows in surprise. Then he followed him with a series of kicks, and the disciples in the stands wondered, what in the world are those jumping kicks? Although he seemed a little impatient, each of his movements was very effective. Baek Ji-ai raised his foot again to kick down. Taek Jam caught his foot this time, seeing his strange action at this moment. Baek Ji-ai was very confused. After a moment he realized that Taek Jam was climbing up his leg to subdue him. He immediately brought Baek Ji-ai down. This turnaround unfolded to the surprise of many. I never thought he could counter Baek Commander's kick like that. Taek Jam tightly squeezed his leg. He frowned and asked, why don't you surrender yet? If you keep resisting, you might become crippled. Baek Gi on this side resisted with all his might, continuously calculating in his head. If this continues, my knee will. Just then he turned his body again and kicked. Breaking free from his hold, Baek Gi's leg pressed against his body before Taek Jom could regain his senses. He supported himself with his hands, using the strength of his 2 legs to launch him into the air. Taek Jom luckily landed safely. As he looked up at Baek Gi, people murmured again, "He got out? Can he use such a move even when lying on the ground?" he asked curiously. "I never thought you'd get out like that. When did you learn that technique?" From above, Yaun watched the sparring match, smiled, and asked inwardly, "Nano, what do you think?" The system immediately replied, "The energy is rationally distributed in the capoeira windmill movement. If internal energy can be used in this technique, the lethality will be doubled." Nano showed Qianye-un future martial arts such as boxing, taekwondo, jiu-jitsu, and capoeira. He added internal energy and techniques to them, creating a new kind of martial art, and he could easily decipher the techniques of previous Central Plains martial arts. However, each move of this martial art, which utilized future martial arts, was composed of attacks to destroy the opponent's body, creating a dangerous and lethal martial art. He then added, "I was worried they wouldn't be able to learn it, but I didn't need to. There are differences, but they've mastered it perfectly." Yaun looked at Taek Jom and remarked, "Taek Jom mainly fights with his hands, so boxing or jiu-jitsu would be more suitable for him." He then glanced at Baek Gi again and thought at the same time, "Baek Gi is strong in kick-based martial arts like taekwondo or capoeira. Each will master what suits them." Yaun continued to think, "I taught them and Ho Jin-sang to test new martial arts, and they've learned it astonishingly well in just a few months." Below, another man stood watching. He was Ho Jin-sang, the captain of the guard unit, and the head instructor of the demonic cult's training hall. As a loud and clear voice rang out, the 2 sparring partners immediately bowed to each other. Sparring over, Jin-sang immediately went up to the training ground and asked loudly to the guard unit warriors, "Did you all see it clearly? This is the new martial art created by the cult leader." He clenched his fist and continued, "This will be the basic martial art of our cult, and its name is United Fighting Arts." Hearing that, everyone wondered about United Fighting Arts. Cult leader created this martial art? The cult leader is truly walking the path of a great grandmaster. Yaun thought inwardly, slightly embarrassed. Actually, Nano made it. Jin-sang raised his hand again and said, "From today, all warriors of the guard unit will receive training in United Fighting Arts from our cult's instructors. You must train diligently to live up to the cult leader's expectations." Everyone immediately obeyed in unison. He curled his lips into a smile, thinking inwardly, "Now it truly begins." A past event suddenly came to mind. "We have entered the process of converting the fire Qilin's blood into a stable elixir." Nano also sent the ingredient analysis information, so it will probably proceed quickly. Returning to reality, Yaun thought with anticipation, "It won't be long now. The day when the demonic cult reaches its peak will soon come." Across from him, 2 women stood watching. Moon-gyu looked elsewhere awkwardly, occasionally stealing glances. The woman standing next to Moon-gyu was of peerless beauty. She was Wang Yo-gun, daughter of the peerless Sword King Wang Jaean. Her face had beautiful and sharp features. That alone made her pout slightly, a hint of displeasure on her face. "It's been 5 days since that woman came with the left protector. The left protector returned to the main cult, but that woman is subtly staying by the cult leader's side. It's truly annoying." Moon-gyu suddenly had a thought. "Yes, I need to be more magnanimous. I promised myself I'd tolerate that woman." She finished her thought and spoke, "Miss Wang, I heard you haven't fully recovered. Why don't you go inside and rest?" Wang Yo-gun replied with an elegant smile, "It's all right. It's nice to feel the breeze and see the cult leader like this," she urged worriedly again. "If you're tired, please don't mind me and go rest first." Moon-gyu's face flushed and she immediately looked elsewhere, shouting inwardly, "How can I be as magnanimous as I wanted?" She continued inwardly, "I'm sorry, miss. It's so hard to see the cult leader like this. This is my chance." Moon-gyu just sighed and thought, "If things work out with the cult leader, then I'll treat you like an older sister. Please bear with me until then." Suddenly, someone leapt down from where they were standing and headed for the opposite side. She looked up to see Heo Bong moving very quickly and she asked herself, puzzled, "Heo Bong?" Moon-gyu followed his back, unable to understand. "He's in such a hurry. Is there something urgent?" Heo Bong knelt before Yaun and reported something, and he immediately stood up. It seemed to be a serious matter. Seeing Yaun's movement, Moon-gyu worried inwardly. "What is it? What's going on?" The cult leader is very. Even Yo-gun didn't understand what was happening. He questioned with a darkened face, "What did you say?" Heo Bong stammered to Yaun, unable to believe it. The person holding the identity jade token. What Heo Bong showed him was a jade token engraved with Supreme Cult Leader Qian-in-ji. Yaun asked in shock, "Is that my missing grandfather's?" Outside the demonic cult's Kaifeng branch in the reception room, Yaun and 2 others were walking hastily. He anxiously asked the nanosystem, "Analysis results. The peerless heavenly demon's successor." The system replied in 1 second, "This is the same material as a jade disc." Yaun bit his lip slightly, furrowing his brow as a thought suddenly crossed his mind. "It's my grandfather's identity token, who went missing 20 years ago. I ordered all cult members in the martial world to find him, but it ultimately failed." Ma Gagyeom reminded him at this moment, "Cult leader, you must be prepared for all situations. The token is real, but the situation is very suspicious." Yaun nodded, narrowing his eyes and staring ahead, replying, "Let's see." Guillaume secretly observed his complexion, thinking inwardly, I was the last person to see him before he disappeared, and he didn't tell me why. The peerless heavenly demon is a very cautious person, so it's hard to believe he entrusted his identity token to someone. Upon reaching the designated room, the lowest-ranking subordinate proactively opened the door. As Yaun and Guillaume immediately stepped inside, the three people sitting at the table instantly stood up, greetings cult leader. At that moment the scarred young man looked up, his expression doubtful. Is this the demonic cult leader? I can't feel any trace of martial arts from him. He's like a nobleman's son. Are these rascals testing me? He thought, shifting his gaze to Guillaume. But I feel a very strong aura from that masked man. Could it be the Black King? If so, the person in front of me must be the demonic cult leader. Yaun immediately got to the point. Are you the one who brought that token? He quickly replied yes. At this moment the man standing next to him widened his eyes and exclaimed, didn't you insist you wouldn't say a word until you met the demonic cult leader? He's right in front of you now, so why are you just standing there without greeting him? At that he quickly cupped his hands. It is an honor to meet the cult leader of the heavenly demonic cult. I am Danban, an envoy from the Beiyang Ice Kingdom. Upon hearing his introduction, Yaun immediately exclaimed, Beiyang Ice Kingdom. Some historical information unfolded. The three great powers beyond the Great Wall, people outside the martial world, created their own states. To the east, Chongbek sect is located in Mount Chongbai, considered the origin of swordsmen. The Potala Palace, similar to Shaolin Temple, is renowned for its internal energy cultivation techniques and emerged in Tibet. Lastly, Lake Baikal in Beiyang is a snow-covered region where the Beiyang Ice Kingdom is situated. They practice martial arts. Guillaume glared at Danban. The Beiyang Ice Kingdom invaded the martial world 30 years ago but gave up after a month. I thought they promised to maintain peace with Minghui, so why are they here now? At that moment, Yaun's expression was no different from his. An envoy from the Beiyang Ice Kingdom, looking at Danban's attire and appearance. He was suspicious, his face is covered in scars and his clothes are tattered like a beggar. Guillaume proactively investigated. If you are truly an envoy from the Beiyang Ice Kingdom, how will you prove it? Danban replied in a fluster. Actually, I am not the true envoy. My uncle Manhwa, hearing this for the first time, asked puzzled, your uncle? At that he became flustered, his hands and feet tangled. I don't know how to say it. Yaun looked at his expression and uttered two words softly. Suspicious. Danban then continued to plead, but I can prove that I came from the Beiyang Ice Kingdom. Would you release some of my internal energy? Yaun muttered to himself. Internal energy. Suddenly his vital energy surged and a strange white light emanated from his body. Looking closely, the flower pot he was holding was instantly engulfed by cold energy. Heo Bong also looked on, puzzled. It's frozen. Danban finally let out a sigh of relief. I could have shown them the white ice art which represents the Beiyang Ice Kingdom earlier, but I was flustered and made them even more suspicious. Afterwards he looked up and suddenly saw something. It turned out Yaun Guillaume and their guards were still scrutinizing him with watchful eyes. Danban felt uneasy inwardly. Why don't they still believe me? I have to show them my ice art. But just then one hand slammed hard on the table and instantly the entire table froze. The ice energy emanating was clearly several times more overwhelming than Danban's. He himself was shocked, unable to believe his own eyes. What? The table instantly froze. Even after retracting his hand, Yaun did not weaken his ice energy in the slightest. Not only that, ice thorns even sprouted on the table's surface. Danban retreated unconsciously, terrified. How can he possess internal energy filled with yin energy? It's faster than wielding ice art internal energy. Yaun looked at him and smiled meaningfully. Then I must be from the Beiyang Ice Kingdom too. Danban's face turned pale with fear and he couldn't speak properly. That how can such yin energy? Yaun narrowed his eyes and growled back. Is it that important? It's not a difficult thing. At this moment, Heobong lost his patience. Cult leader, there's an easier solution. Your humble servant can make this rascal confess faster, Danban said in a terrified fluster. Wait. The cult leader must know someone who has mastered the white ice art to its highest level. Their hair turns white from the internal energy, but your hair is black. I haven't fully mastered it yet. So my hair isn't always white. If I concentrate my chi to the level of a grand master, my hair will turn white. Yaun turned and asked Guillaume telepathically, is that true? The guard commander shook his head slightly. Guard commander. He shook his head slightly. Your humble servant doesn't know. Then he tried to recall his memory. I know the black cult leader, but he's currently in 10,000 mountains. He then immediately replied to Yaun, Wang Jian might know. He was a member of Minghui 30 years ago. Yaun suddenly remembered after hearing that. That's right. Immediately after, he ordered his trusted guard, Heobong, bring Wang Jian here. He obeyed immediately without hesitation. Your humble servant obeys the cult leader's command. As soon as he heard that name, Danban instantly froze. Wang Jian, you mean the invincible sword? I heard rumors he joined the demonic cult and it was true. 2 of the 5 great warriors of the martial world are in the demonic cult, so it's true they have great power in the martial world. Seeing his expression, Yaun sighed, speaking in a very bored tone. Stop being surprised and prove your identity. He naturally dared not disobey. He immediately complied. Yes. Immediately after, Danban gently cupped his hands into a sphere, and the ice energy could be clearly seen slowly emanating. In just a few seconds the ice energy exploded, blowing his hair upwards. He closed his eyes tightly and vowed inwardly. I didn't learn ice art for this purpose, but it's the only way to prove who I am. The man who came with him also seemed surprised by the pressure emanating from Danbin. Danbin at this moment had a much stronger and more dangerous aura, especially with his widened eyes. He looked threatening. Sanghua stood to one side, watching intently. That kid's face is pale and his hair is turning white from the roots. Yaun only then looked closely and thought inwardly, interesting. I don't know what kind of internal energy control technique this is, but there's a mysterious aura around him. After a moment, Danbin returned to his usual appearance and withdrew his chi. He quickly asked, Yaun, did you see? He closed his eyes and coughed lightly. Danbin clearly felt the change in atmosphere. Now if the invincible sword confirms it, I can ask the demonic cult leader for help. More importantly, I have the identity token of the peerless heavenly demon's successor. Just then, Haobong returned, cult leader. I have brought Wang Jian. Danbin was instantly filled with anticipation. His eyes widened like a child who had received candy. I've heard about him since I was young, and I'm finally meeting him. But suddenly, those very eyes were left with only a blank expression the next moment. Perhaps it was because of the beautiful woman, Yo Gun, who followed Wang Jian in. He respectfully greeted, Did you summon your humble servant? Seeing the divine energy emanating from Yo Gun, Danbin suddenly wondered, this aura, did that young lady also master ice art to the extreme, turning her hair white? Unbelievable, I can't believe there's someone with stronger yin energy than me. Now there's no way to convince them, he cried sadly. Something's wrong. Why didn't that young lady learn white ice art? Because of that, Haobong glanced and said, No one said anything. The scene shifts to the Minghui main camp in front of the kitchen in the reception area. A plump man sat lost in thought about something. He was Danbun's uncle, Dan Wu Seong. He paced anxiously, sweating as he thought, such a thing happened again in the western sector. It's over. Minghui's forces have been damaged, so I might not get help from them. It's been 2 hours since I delivered the news. I'm in a hurry, so I hope to know their answer. Inside the council room for the Grandmasters, one person nervously stood up and voiced his opinion. Although we are in contact with Beiyang and have a peace treaty, this matter is still too dangerous, Master Han also agreed. I agree. How can a monster be trapped in the Beiyang Ice Kingdom? Amok just sat quietly at this moment. He bit his lip and pondered. One person urgently shouted, We must not underestimate the situation. The dragon turtle is the embodiment of the worst disaster a human can imagine, and it has existed since ancient times. We cannot contend with it. The great roc, the twin dragons, the white tiger, the fire Qilin, and the dragon turtle. These divine beasts are called the 5 divine beasts. The dragon turtle is one of the 5 divine beasts with a dragon's head and a turtle's body, possessing the soul of a divine dragon. The dragon turtle is considered a divine creature that brings wealth to merchants, but in reality it is a completely different creature from what they desire. During the meeting a man spoke, As you all know, our Murong family is descended from the fallen Yan state. He was Murong Kong, one of the 7 Shangzhus and the head of the Murong family. Yang Kong continued, The old Yan state was destroyed for a mere 3-headed dragon turtle, losing 5 cities, and tens of thousands of common people lost their lives at that time. The feudal lords of various nations combined their armies, and with the martial artists, barely managed to almost annihilate the dragon turtle, he continued, with everyone listening intently. People don't call it a disaster for nothing. In our current situation we cannot help them. Kakyo cupped his hands and spoke, Amitabha, if we do that, the North Sea Ice Palace might perish. We have a mutual agreement, and if we ignore that call for help, what will our martial world brethren think? Yang Kong heard that and replied again, Although that is true. The person sitting opposite suddenly interjected, Head Murong, this humble monk believes Grandmaster Gakyo's words are not wrong. He furrowed his brow, puzzled. Our alliance always aims for the spirit of justice. Wouldn't doing so go against our principles? The man was Jokyang, one of the 14 Shangzhus and from the Zhongdam sect. Hearing that convincing explanation, he too had no choice but to remain silent. Pao Wu replied on behalf of Yang Kong, Justice, good. Maintaining the righteous path of the martial world has always been a source of pride for our alliance members, but the unorthodox faction and the extreme 6-armed gate are still intact and the demonic cult's power grows daily. If our alliance suffers more damage, who will protect the righteous path of the Central Plains? Jokyang continued. If we help them to an extent that doesn't harm our alliance, he quickly took the floor. Didn't Head Murong say that 3-headed dragon turtle was dangerous enough to burn down 5 cities? Don't you know how dangerous it is? Another person always listened quietly. We should be thankful that it appeared in the North Sea and not in the Central Plains. Gakyo spoke again. Amitabha, Chief Hong, your words are too much. The person who was pondering carefully was Imok. Both sides' opinions have merit, as they are both for the alliance. However, he looked down at the paper on the table and thought, It says here that the dragon turtle which had been confined for a long time was released due to the power of a bomb made in the Central Plains, and this point keeps bothering me. Imok looked across the room. He saw his second son, Kong Soeo, quietly lost in thought. He said to himself, Are you also finding something suspicious? Imok felt an increasing sense of danger as he thought to himself. It's understandable, his talent is inferior to his brother's. The image of Soeo as a hot-blooded youth came to mind. We must wipe out all the unorthodox and demonic cult members. He took a few things to heart. The child who had harbored a deep killing intent for 10 years, the most ambitious of his 3 sons who had been distanced from the position of successor. Imok recalled a past event. He hugged himself, trembling violently, and So-Yo, with a pale face, muttered strange words. Monster, he's a monster. The flashback ended, and he remained lost in thought. It's been 2 weeks since Yin Bulso returned, but his spirit won't easily recover. But I have given So-Yo a chance by having him participate in several major tasks. I don't know what will happen. Suddenly, he clasped his hands and spoke. Alliance leader, I have a request for you and the other Shangzhus, may I? Gaki-om heard him and replied. Amitabha, what is your request? So-Yo proposed in a firm voice. I have something to ask the envoy from the Beiyang Ice Palace. Could he be brought to the meeting room for a moment? Yang Kong immediately retorted. But we haven't reached any conclusion yet, he replied decisively. There is an important point that will help us decide whether or not to dispatch troops to the Beiyang Ice Palace. A moment later, Dan Wu-seong opened the door and entered. Before him, everyone sat quietly, waiting. Have they finally made a decision? So-Yo spoke first. I want to ask the envoy from the Beiyang Ice Palace to find the lost sacred artifact mentioned in the letter. Did you intend to break the ice wall and search the underground cave? He added. In other words, you didn't even know if the dragon turtle was alive or not. Hearing that, Dan Wu-seong was surprised. I clearly said this was very urgent, but they still haven't made a decision. Thinking so, he replied. The dragon turtle has been sealed in ice within the ice wall for hundreds of years. From my perspective, I naturally thought that monster was dead. So-Yo suddenly stepped forward. That's right, but it's okay. Seeing his strange behavior, Dan Wu-seong tensed up. What is this? It's like he's interrogating me. So-Yo continued, just like the next content of the letter. He said that it was written here that this incident occurred due to the power of a bomb made in the Central Plains. He didn't hide it either. That's right, So-Yo asked again, but it was quite vague. Can you tell me which organization you obtained it from? Dan Wu-seong asked worriedly. Why do you ask such a thing? He explained. If its power is great enough to destroy the place where the dragon turtle was sealed, then its destructive power is not ordinary. It's written here that such a powerful bomb was obtained in the Central Plains. He listened and agreed. That's right, So-Yo presented his opinion. However, a bomb of this magnitude of power must at least be the true thunderclap bomb owned by the court. It is an item that can never fall into the hands of anyone outside the court. Even the Orthodox Martial Alliance, which has a close relationship with the court, cannot possess this. Everyone was greatly surprised to hear his sharp deduction. Imok quietly deduced, preparing for the treaty. The extreme six-armed gate had buried many bombs throughout Xinjiang. That's what interests me. The one who was in a difficult position was Dan Wu-seong, who just kept quiet, searching for appropriate words. Finally, he let out a sigh. This matter involves my internal affairs and I intended to reveal it later, but it truly can't be helped. Dan Wu-seong clenched his fists and confessed that he had obtained the bomb from an unknown organization in the Central Plains. They brought the item directly to my palace. Which organization? He replied. I don't know. So-Yo heard the absurd answer and asked again. What do you mean? Dan Wu-seong began to explain. I heard that the strange organization is a sect from the Central Plains martial world that has a relationship with the Ice Palace's 3 elders. They also said that the bomb is a prohibited item under Central Plains law, so they couldn't reveal their identities in case of an emergency. His eyes sharpened, and he frowned, asking fiercely, You mean the elder absolutely refused to reveal it? Your words are very difficult to accept. He sighed again, having finished nothing. That elder is no longer alive. So-Yo asked in surprise, What did you say? Dan Wu-seong finally explained. Palace Lord and the 3 elders, along with a group from that unknown organization. Everyone was stunned by his answer. Were trapped in the ice wall where the dragon turtle was confined and lost their lives. Imok asked himself again, Is the reason because the seal on the letter is from the Palace Lord's aide? He finally said. Truly regrettable. Imok expressed his condolences. I offer my deepest condolences for the accident involving your Palace Lord. Dan Wu-seong then revealed, Thank you for your condolences, however the Palace Lord's death was not an accident, he asked, unable to understand. What do you mean? Dan Wu-seong rummaged in his clothes pocket. He took out something and placed it on the table. So-Yo looked at it with curiosity. It was just a folded handkerchief. He picked it up, unfolded it and frowned as he examined it. Inside the handkerchief was a black ink stain, which was the body of the elder mentioned. So-Yo asked in confusion, What is this? Seeing the ink-stained sword mark, Imok immediately slammed the table and stood up. That sword mark is, Dan Wu-seong then explained. It's a copy of the wound of the only survivor who escaped from that place. He was immediately extremely enraged and thought to himself, It's the work of the extreme six-armed gate. Scene change. When Fan Shuan was invited and removed his clothes as proof, his body full of scars was revealed. Auntie Ji-yu and Yaun both watched silently. After examining him, he put his clothes back on and asked, Do you recognize this martial art? He recognized the martial art as the extreme divine martial art, the saber technique of the extreme six-armed gate with just a glance. Hearing Ma Gagiom's answer, Fan Shuan was surprised. The extreme six-armed gate, aren't they the force that recently suffered a major blow? Their martial art is the one that almost killed me. Yaun harbored killing intent at this moment. Are they trying to extend their reach to Beihai? He asked again. Did you say they were invited through the introduction of the 3 elders? He quickly replied. Yes, because he said he knew a sect in the Central Plains that uses bombs. Things proceeded very quickly. Fan Shuan began to explain. There is a lost sacred artifact in the Beihai Ice Kingdom from a very long time ago. As this artifact is a treasure symbolizing the Beihai Ice Palace, Successive palace lords have passed it down to each other, he gave an example. However, hundreds of years ago, in the process of suppressing the dragon turtle that appeared in Beihai, the then palace lord and soldiers died together. They were buried together in an underground cave within the ice wall. Fan Shuan offered his opinion. Since hundreds of years have passed, we thought that even if it was a divine beast it would have frozen to death, he began his story. The palace lord, the third elder, the fourth elder and elite soldiers of the Beihai Ice Palace together detonated a part of the ice wall to create an entrance to the underground cave, the story continued. At that time the group from the extreme six-armed gate wanted to go down with us. Since the third elder vouched for their identity, we had no suspicion of their impure intentions, but things did not start smoothly. When they had descended an unknown depth into the underground cave, they discovered the massive frozen body of the dragon turtle. Fan Shuan said with a frustrated expression, "The accident happened there. The extreme six-armed gate revealed their true colors." At that moment he turned around and realized that their group had been ambushed. Suddenly the group from the extreme six-armed gate began to attack us. Subsequently, they engaged in a fierce battle with no way out. The soldiers of the Beihai Ice Palace responded very calmly to the sudden attack. Suddenly Fan Shuan clenched his fists in indignation. However, there was an unexpected ambush. He spoke of the tragic incident with a frown. The third elder, whom we considered an ally, plunged his sword into the palace lord's back. The palace lord fell amidst the attack of 3 assailants wearing ruthless masks. Afterwards the palace lord was attacked by the extreme six-armed gate members and died instantly on the spot. At that moment Fan Shuan was briefly frightened, but he still fought bravely alongside everyone. The Ice Palace warriors and I tried to fight back, but they were too strong and we couldn't hold out for long. As his face was covered in wounds, Fan Shuan thought. I thought everything was over. When his strength was exhausted, Fan Shuan collapsed, even though there were still those around him trying to take his life. Everyone died and I barely clung to life. Speaking of this moment, Fan Shuan still found it miraculous. When I had given up everything for some reason, the explosives they had brought detonated. After the explosion, amidst the thick dust, a figure of a beast slowly appeared. At that moment the ice wall collapsed and something unimaginable happened. Who would have thought that a monster frozen for hundreds of years would still be alive? That beast was the dragon turtle. As soon as it woke up, it stomped on everything beneath its feet like a madman. After being released, the dragon turtle went berserk. The extreme six-armed gate warriors rushed to attack it. The dragon turtle, in its fury, spewed lightning at the extreme six-armed gate members below. But in the end, they couldn't even scratch its scales and were instead killed by its lightning. Fan Shuan still remembered vividly. However, some of the extreme six-armed gate members wore iron masks and used a completely different kind of martial art. Among them, there was a master who I think was so strong that even the palace lord couldn't defeat him in a fair fight. They poured all their strength into a combined attack to defeat the dragon turtle, however. Even that master was completely powerless before the monster. The dragon turtle was truly the embodiment of disaster. Fan Shuan immediately seized the opportunity to quickly escape. While they were distracted, I escaped from that place. I ran so desperately that I didn't even dare to look back. In reality, he calmly recounted everything to Yaun. While escaping, I heard another loud explosion. I presumed that the iron-masked warriors of the extreme six-armed gate had detonated additional explosives to kill the dragon turtle. Back to the flashback, Fan Shuan collapsed exhausted on the ground. His body trembled continuously, and he didn't know how long he had run, but at some point he no longer heard the sounds of fighting. I thought everyone inside had died. Suddenly, mace-like objects shot up from the ground, but it was all just my hallucination. Then, the ground suddenly cracked and shattered into pieces. As broken rocks shot into the air, Fan Shuan screamed in terror. His face contorted and his eyes widened as he stared intently ahead. As the giant dragon turtle appeared, he recoiled in horror, stepping backward. As soon as one of the dragon turtle's heads burst through the ground, I froze on the spot. My instincts told me I couldn't escape that monster. It opened its mouth wide as if to swallow Fan Shuan. It rushed towards me rapidly. At that critical moment, a figure rushed directly towards the dragon turtle's eyes. At the moment of accepting death, suddenly a person appeared and pierced the dragon turtle's eye. Hearing this part, Yaun frowned, and a vague premonition arose in his heart. Who saved you? Fan Shuan recalled the moment the mysterious figure powerfully slashed the dragon turtle's eye. Yes, it was the iron-masked man with extraordinary martial arts, the one I mentioned earlier. I didn't know why he saved me, and I thought he belonged to the extreme six-armed gate. The mysterious figure quickly left after attacking the dragon turtle, but before leaving he didn't forget to leave a message for him. Escape and call my people for help. Tell them by any means necessary that they must not get their hands on the dragon turtle. Fan Shuan silently watched the mysterious figure's back. I presumed he was not an enemy and suggested we escape together, but he said he must prevent the dragon turtle from escaping the cave, returning to reality. He subtly raised his hand as if to add persuasiveness to his words. He gave me the jade token I showed you earlier and told me to find the heavenly demonic cult leader. After that, he disappeared through the path the dragon turtle had broken through. Maga Guillaume appeared from somewhere. He said in a skeptical voice, "That iron-masked man must be..." Fan Shuan explained there was no intention of hiding anything. He said he was the owner of that jade token. I didn't ask who he meant by they when he said they couldn't get their hands on the dragon turtle. Suddenly, Maga Guillaume stepped forward and abruptly grabbed Fan Shuan's arms. He was startled. Maga Guillaume asked as if interrogating him, Do you remember any of the stances of the martial art that masked man performed? Fan Shuan stammered in reply. It seems too difficult to imitate. Ma Guillaume spoke decisively as if to encourage him. Just try it, it's okay, even if it's not exact. Show me whatever you remember. He subtly turned his head to look at Yaun as if seeking permission from the cult leader. After speaking, Ma Guillaume drew his sword and suddenly handed it to Fan Shuan. He held the sword firmly in his hand, showing a somewhat uncertain attitude. I don't remember it well, so don't expect too much. Fan Shuan stared intently at the sword, recalling inwardly what he had witnessed. The sword technique that man used when fighting the dragon turtle. He subtly frowned, concentrating on his recollection, and Fan Shuan began to raise his sword. I've decided, okay, I'll try it. He let out a subtle sigh, and Fan Shuan began to perform the stances he remembered. It was like this, however, in the eyes of others. That sword technique seemed no different from a ludicrous dance. What are you doing? Is that really a stance? But Yaun and Ma Guillaume didn't see it that way. They both said in unison, heavenly demonic sword art. Ma Guillaume murmured as if realizing something. Cult leader, it's definitely him. It's definitely the supreme cult leader. Just then, at Semang Valley, Biggle Mountain, Sichuan, amidst pouring rain, two figures were fiercely clashing, showing no mercy. A sharp sword was swung as if to finish off the opponent, and the battle grew more intense as it dragged on. Under the wide-brimmed hat, Sangdan's eyes shone brightly, and his opponent across from him gritted his teeth, his face contorted with anger. Immediately after, he rushed forward like an arrow. He swung his sword, striking directly down toward Sangdan. Those watching the fight whispered quietly, "Amazing to be able to contend with the doju. He's no ordinary opponent." A white-haired old man nodded, explaining, I agree. I can see why Hangyan, the hegemon and leader of the unorthodox faction alliance, is experiencing internal strife. A gloomy man followed. It's a desperate fight. Looking at Sangdan, who stood majestically in the rain, he commented, the doju didn't move an inch throughout the fight. No matter how outstanding that fellow is, it's like striking a rock with an egg. Another man sighed softly. We all know, to be so outstanding at such a young age is simply admirable. The fierce battle in the rain continued. Sangdan's opponent attacked with all his might, and he quickly dodged, parrying Sangdan's sharp blows. A sturdy man slightly furrowed his brows. He realized something and was horrified. Evasion technique. The ground where they were fighting suddenly cracked, creating a deep chasm. Both Sangdan and the sturdy man were flung back, but Sangdan was not flustered. He calmly waved his hand and unleashed his moves. The purple-haired man smiled, his lips curling up, revealing a long scar that extended to his ear. Another sword technique. The martial world truly is full of hidden masters. Besides the demonic god, who else at that age could be so talented? He glanced at the sturdy man who had just landed on the ground, thinking inwardly, but to have met the doju before fully demonstrating his talent, he's unlucky. Seeing the sturdy man grit his teeth and his eyes blaze with fury, the purple-haired man merely admired him inwardly. That fellow is a monster. I've improved a lot since my fight with Hegemon Hangyan, but I couldn't make him move an inch. The sturdy man stood in the rain, his eyes filled with anger. This is my chance to kill Hegemon Hangyan's right-hand man. But with these sudden appearances, I think I'll be the first to die. Sangdan saw the scene and provoked, is that all? The sturdy man gripped the sword in his hand tightly. I have nothing to say, I couldn't even scratch him. He looked at his opponent in dismay. He had only slightly torn his straw hat. Sangdan, as if seeing through everything, continued to provoke. It's interesting to see you use various moves. He exposed him without hesitation. You've used a total of 38 martial arts moves. The sturdy man was horrified to hear that. How? Sangdan asked again, and he remained silent, unable to answer. Is there nothing left? Immediately he drew the sword from his waist. Then there's nothing more to see. The sturdy man furrowed his brows and stared directly at Sangdan. At this moment his hand extended forward. A powerful force emanated from Sangdan's arm. He wore a triumphant smile. The sturdy man was horrified by what was unfolding before his eyes. What enormous true energy is this? What is that fellow trying to do? The smile on Sangdan's lips grew more bizarre, and the sturdy man was unable to block the attack, spitting blood. Feeling a bone-chilling pain, the sturdy man trembled. That fellow knows sword manipulation, then that monster has also reached the life-death realm. The sturdy man's feet slipped and he fell into the river. Indeed, my intuition was not wrong. I cannot defeat that monster. The sturdy man's body stumbled and fell into the river of death. His body floated in front of Sangdan, then plummeted directly down the waterfall right before his eyes. A black-clad man rushed to the front of the waterfall and looked down. Gangyun laughed loudly. His corpse won't even be intact, as Gangyun flattered him endlessly. Sangdan's face darkened. Indeed, the doju's martial arts have reached the realm of divinity. How else could he handle such monsters like mere children? The scarred man interjected in a hoarse voice. There is nothing impossible for the doju master Gangyun. Gangyun turned and asked, Are you the head of the Sangdan Slaughter Gate? If the alliance leader hears this news, he will surely be pleased. He was one of the 4 great death gods, and Gangyun, the second ranked of the unorthodox faction alliance. Sangdan clenched his fist. I am glad to hear that. Since the task you requested of our sect has been handled, the alliance must also keep its promise. Gangyun laughed and replied, Of course. He revealed a devilish smile. We eliminated the troublemaker who rebelled against the alliance leader. The alliance only needs to deal with his remnants, so our strong alliance will definitely be honored as promised. Sangdan stood quietly, looking down at the swirling waterfall below. His eyes were filled with contemplation. Clearly, the invisible sword of Qi had pierced his heart. I even felt his heart stop through the invisible sword connected to his true energy. But there was also a very strange feeling. What is it? It's worth remembering. At this moment a subordinate with bandages rushed over frantically and called out, "Doju!" The subordinate fell to his knees, he cupped his hands and reported, "It seems there's a problem with the Beiyang Ice Palace." His bandaged face was moist, he reported tremblingly. "Most of the informants we planted there have been eliminated. Only 2 sect leaders and 1 demon iron guard survived." Suddenly his pupils contracted. Sangden shot him a cold glance, emitting killing intent from his entire body. His golden aura-clad hand reached out. Sangden's hand firmly gripped the subordinate's neck and he groaned. Sangden's cold voice resonated. This time the demonic god wasn't involved. "So why did the grand plan fail?" The subordinate gasped and stammered. The dragon turtle is not dead. It seems to still be alive." Sangden paused and whispered. "The dragon turtle is alive?" The subordinate cringed. Yes. Moreover, contrary to the information we received, it had 4 heads." Sangden let go of his hand, dropping the subordinate. He clutched his neck and coughed incessantly. Sangden's golden pupils gleamed. "The dragon turtle has 4 heads? The dragon turtle only had 2 heads in the past. It's understandable that its spiritual energy has grown stronger after existing for hundreds of years." He gave the order, "Slaughter Gate Leader." The Slaughter Gate Leader knelt on the ground and received the order. "Yes," Sangden instructed, "lead your Slaughter Corps and 20 demon iron guards to retrieve the dragon turtle's core and blood." The subordinate asked in surprise. "T-20 men, that's half of the demon iron guard," he said coldly. "They were made for such purposes anyway." Sangden glanced at the scarred man. "That much manpower should be enough, right?" The scarred man, meaning Slaughter Gate Leader Jinji, said. "Is it alright to give me half of the army? I hear that thing sealed in the Potala Palace might still be alive." Sangden's voice grew cold. "Since when have you doubted my orders?" The Slaughter Gate Leader immediately lowered his head. "And no, I will obey the doju's command." His gaze was fixed forward, filled with killing intent. "You don't need to worry about the Potala Palace. I will handle that myself." Meanwhile, in front of the main camp of the Martial Alliance, various sects lined up. There were 100 elite soldiers of the Hwangbo family and Hwangbo Nung, one of the 15 Shang Zhus and the head of the Hwangbo family. Nung stood on one side, half closing his eyes, holding a sword. There were 100 elite soldiers of the Murong family and Murong Kong, one of the 7 Shang Zhus and the head of the Murong family. A dark-clad group lined up next to them. They were the Black Shadow Unit, one of the 4 great martial corps of the Martial Alliance. Soa stepped forward and cupped his hands to them. "Head Murong, thank you for your support. The warriors of the Murong family, strong in the cold, will be a great help." He is Kong Soe, the 2nd son of Martial Alliance leader Imok and the commander of the Black Shadow Unit. Yang Kong sighed. "Give your thanks to your father. If the Alliance leader hadn't asked, I wouldn't have agreed to provide support." A plump man interjected in a resounding voice. "I should thank the 3 great heroes. My sincere gratitude to the heroes of the Martial Alliance who accepted the request for dispatch." So replied in a righteous voice, "Seeing the extreme 6-armed gate targeting the dragon turtle, there must be a conspiracy, therefore it is only right for the Martial Alliance to help as allies." Just then a woman's voice resonated. "Thanks to Commander Kang's power, the Shangzu's opinions could be unified." So he approached with a sharp smile. Now that Big Brother has also emerged from seclusion, he must value Commander Kang's righteous spirit greatly. She is Jeon So-hee, one of the 3 beauties of the Central Plains and the 2nd military advisor of the Martial Alliance. So furrowed his brows and turned his head. "I don't need elder sister Jeon's evaluation." So-hee sighed softly inwardly. Still the same, she thought as she looked at So-ae's back. They were originally like oil and water. "I thought it would get better after what happened to young Master Yin. It wasn't." So seriously returned to the main topic. "Time is pressing, so the Shang Zhus must have already prepared. However, we will minimize rest stops on the way to Beihai. Also please pay special attention to managing your stamina." Everyone shouted in unison, "Understood." He shouted loudly. "Depart." Everyone lined up and exited the camp on the other side. Baekhoon bowed his head, pleading, "Please help us." He analyzed inwardly. "Now that the owner of the identity token has been confirmed to be the demonic cult's former supreme cult leader, I must not miss this opportunity. Even to save him I must help them." Yahoon asked coldly. "According to Master Wang Jian, the Beiyang Ice Palace formed a bilateral alliance agreement with the Martial Alliance, so why didn't you ask them for help first?" Baekhoon was momentarily flustered, and sweat streamed down his face. "I thought too simply of this matter. I intended to reveal it while heading north if the dispatch was decided." Yaoon said in a low voice, "I am grateful that you informed us of the former supreme cult leader's whereabouts, but I still don't understand why the Beiyang Ice Palace believed a palace maid's words and sent an envoy, and furthermore without an official request." His voice grew even sharper. "The palace lord lost his life. A mere palace maid came alone to the Central Plains without official documents. Are you so brave as to request dispatch based solely on pure loyalty?" Baekhoon's entire body was suppressed by true energy. He stammered, "Master to say that is." Suddenly Baekhoon's body stiffened. My body won't move." Yaoon stepped forward, his eyes as sharp as blades. "If you are not foolish, you can infer 2 things. First, that you believe you are qualified to represent the Beiyang Ice Palace." He presented his deduction. "Second, you believe there is an enemy within. You are requesting help not as the Beiyang Ice Palace, but as an individual." Baekhoon was shocked inwardly. I thought that fellow, though skilled in martial arts, wouldn't be good at discerning such matters, but his ability to pinpoint the core of the problem is extraordinary. It's better not to hide it. He spoke vaguely, creating a smoke screen. I absolutely had no intention of deceiving you. Time is pressing, but since the cult leader might refuse the request, I found it difficult to reveal. Yaoun's voice was rather calm. I inferred everything, but it's up to you to reveal it. There is no other way, he gritted his teeth and admitted. I am the little palace lord of the Beiyang Ice Palace. A subordinate behind Yaoun exclaimed. As expected, Baekun looked at him with an apologetic gaze. Cult leader, your insight is profound. Please forgive my insolence. Yaoun did not withdraw his hand. Bold. His eyes were still as cold as ice, overflowing with killing intent. If you hadn't informed us of the former supreme cult leader's whereabouts, you would have paid a very high price. Baekun gritted his teeth at the threat. His eyes filled with fear. He shouted, I will hide nothing more. As the cult leader inferred, the envoy with the official dispatch request is currently with the Martial Alliance. Heobong immediately asked, then if we go to Beihai based solely on your words, wouldn't that be interference rather than assistance? Kwang Ho furrowed his brows. Strange. If you are truly the little palace lord of the Beiyang Ice Palace, shouldn't you be the one assisting the palace lord? Baekun lowered his head, his voice sorrowful. Under normal circumstances that would be me. He recalled Yu Chan's appearance and no longer hid anything. But the one currently assisting the palace lord is not me but the vice palace lord of my palace, he shouted. My second uncle, Dan Yu Chan, Yaoun firmly exposed. In other words, you came to our cult to ask for help without permission. Baekun immediately tensed up, uttering desperate words. I had no other choice. There is still a spy in the palace. He immediately understood the meaning behind his words. A spy? Are you referring to the extreme six-armed gate? Baekun no longer wanted to hide anything and revealed everything. Yes. The most suspicious ones are Vice Palace Lord Dan Yu Chan and his subordinates. He lowered his face in pain and helplessness, clenching his fists in anger as he recounted what had just happened. After the Palace Lord's accident and the Dragon Turtle's release, their first action was to hold a meeting and appoint Dan Yu Chan as acting Palace Lord. If I hadn't been unconscious for 2 days due to internal injuries at that time, Baekun raised his head, trying to explain. He took advantage of the Dragon Turtle's escape to unify the forces of the Beiyang Ice Kingdom. Therefore, he is being treated as a hero. Kwang Ho also felt something was amiss and said, it's certainly suspicious, but he doesn't necessarily have to be a spy. He might just want power. Hearing that, he turned and shouted in rebuttal, if he wanted that position, my father and I would have accepted him. He has the talent for it. But he used the delicate situation of the Ice Kingdom as a stepping stone to seize power. If such a thing happened in your cult, would you simply consider it a political struggle? Hearing that, Kwang Ho fell into thought. That's also true. The extreme six-armed gate used similar tactics in our cult. Baekun continued to analyze everything to Yaoun. Furthermore, the third elder, known as the Vice Palace Lord's right-hand man, you agreed to purchase explosives from the extreme six-armed gate with the Vice Palace Lord but then he suddenly cut him off. Enough, Yaoun's face grew solemn. He declared, no need to hear more. We will go to the Beiyang Ice Kingdom to ensure the safety of the former heavenly demon, supreme cult leader Chunju. Seeing his request accepted, Baekun couldn't hide his excitement, his face brightening as he replied, thank you. Suddenly Yaoun interrupted his joy and said, but before that, let's sign a contract. Baekun was immediately flustered. He asked, a contract but the safety of the former heavenly demon, supreme cult leader. He crossed his arms and said seriously, don't misunderstand. If we go to Beiyang without official documents, we will clash with the Vice Palace Lord and the Alliance. If we fail to find the former heavenly demon, supreme cult leader, or if he is already dead, we will have gone there for no reason. He suddenly stiffened and thought, he needs justification to be there. That's also true. If the one who saved me dies at the hands of the Dragon Turtle and his body cannot be found, they will have no justification to be there, and Baekun also accepted the terms, but before that he reminded him. Cult leader, I can sign a contract but I have no position in the palace, so the Vice Palace Lord might invalidate this contract. Is that acceptable? Yaoun replied without concern, it doesn't matter. At these words Baekun was confused and thought inwardly, why isn't he concerned? Well, that's good. I should sign before he changes his mind. The hand holding the ink-dipped brush suddenly stopped on the paper. Baekun paused his writing motion and looked up to ask, but what kind of contract is it? He stood opposite, arms crossed, and replied, it's simple. You just need to promise us 3 things. He asked back in surprise. 3 things, but inwardly he lamented, why so many? What are they? Yaoun held up one finger and said, first, after defeating the Dragon Turtle, its core essence and blood will belong to the heavenly demonic cult. Baekun hurriedly scribbled it down, not forgetting to ask, you mean after defeating the Dragon Turtle, right? He immediately replied, that's right. Yaoun continued to add fingers and conditions. Second, if the Dragon Turtle is defeated, the Beiyang Ice Kingdom will sever its alliance with the Martial Alliance. As soon as he finished speaking, Baekun suddenly flinched, looking up in dismay and asking, what? That's... He chuckled, unconcerned, and stated the final condition. Third, form an alliance with the heavenly demonic cult. Write those 3 things down. Hearing those words, he couldn't help but be dumbfounded. Yaoun still smiled, confidently saying, if you agree to these terms, we will depart for Beiyang immediately. Baekhoon stopped him worriedly. Please wait a moment, cult leader. He placed a hand on his chest and exclaimed loudly. What you just said is beyond my authority, he replied without hesitation. You don't need to worry about that. Yaun clasped his hands behind his back and quietly declared, you will soon become the palace lord. Upon hearing this, Fan Shuan couldn't help but be startled. I'll become the palace lord of the Ice Kingdom? His eyes glinted sharply, and with a slight curl of his lips he said firmly, decide now, palace lord. Time passed, and 15 minutes later a pair of feet walked down the corridor. Yaun, who was walking, suddenly turned around and ordered his subordinate to gather the 6 swords unit. His eyes shone coldly and he declared powerfully, we're going to Beiyang. At that moment a voice echoed from another part of the map. Outside the Central Plains, north of the Great Plains, at the border of Gansu, Shaanxi and Hebei provinces, to reach Lake Baikal where the Beiyang Ice Kingdom is located, one must pass through the vast plains occupied by barbarian tribes. A group of people on horseback galloped in a line. They were the 400 elite martial artists of the Alliance. The situation was urgent, so they rode non-stop, reaching the border of the Great Plains in 3 days with Soa leading the procession. Behind him was Sohee. Both had ample provisions indicating a long journey. Meanwhile, she glanced sideways, mentally rewinding to last night at the Alliance's Shaanxi branch. Soa sat at the head of the table and spoke to the other 4. Did you also ask the demonic cult for help? The plump old man replied. Yes, he said to him, but it wasn't official like ours. Since the successor acted on his own, they might refuse to help. The plump old man stood up and bid farewell. I'll take my leave first, I'm quite tired, have a good day everyone. Soa mumbled, chin in hand, somewhat surprised. Truly unexpected. Yang Kong, who was sitting nearby, also said there was no need to worry since it wasn't official. He seriously analyzed the situation. The cult leader knows not to act rashly without good justification, so the demonic cult won't help them, so he also agreed and continued. That's right, the demonic cult needs to focus on solidifying its position in Kaifeng, so there's no benefit in dividing its forces. But suddenly she hesitated and said, but hearing those words, he looked up and asked, but what? Then Sohee unhesitatingly stated her thoughts. From a military perspective that's the correct answer, but it's not certain if the demonic cult leader will act as we expect. Judging by his actions he will do something no one anticipates. She sat primly, hands on her knees, and reassured Soa, anyway we are allies with the demonic cult, even if they go to the Beiyang Ice Kingdom, what do we have to worry about now? Hearing those words he slammed the desk and retorted, I don't know if sister is curious about the dragon turtle's core essence and blood, because those containing spiritual energy will become the demonic cult's property. Yang Kong seized an important point from Soe's words and asked, the core essence you say? So he said with a slight hint of discomfort, there's no need to mention the right to use the core essence. Before she could finish he cut her off. Yin Bulso had his arm cut off by the demonic cult leader, yet Soe's veins bulged with anger and he gnashed his teeth enunciating each word. His fiancée sits here talking about alliances, truly weak. Both sisters are corrupt, she couldn't hold back and stood up shouting, what are you trying to say? At this he regained his composure, crossed his arms and said, I have nothing more to say, returning to the present. So he sat on her horse sighing, and couldn't help but think, of course I hate the demonic cult leader for what he did to my fiancée, but mixing personal feelings with official matters is foolish, so I won't talk about it. She looked at Soa riding beside her and wondered inwardly, is he still worried about the demonic cult coming? He hasn't said anything all day. But suddenly Sohee noticed something and turned her head to look. Before her eyes lay the vast plains and above the dazzling sunlight. Then Sohee looked at him and shouted loudly, we'll reach the Great Plains soon, that's the territory of the tribes. On this side, Yang Kong was constantly lost in deep thought. The Huangbo family and Jagal family may not know, but our Murung family knows to fear the barbarian tribes. They are not part of the martial world, they wage war all year round and are skilled in horsemanship and combat. He couldn't help but recall the nomadic tribes of the plains. Of course I'm not afraid of a one-on-one fight, but fighting 10,000 men on horseback. Then Yang Kong looked at Soe, who was riding ahead of him, and inwardly felt relieved. It's fortunate that Kong Soe is the commander. The Black Shadow unit fought these barbarians for 5 years in northern Shaanxi. He looked back at the group again. Now that I think about it, I heard he made a deal with the great Shang tribe's chieftain. Perhaps those treasures at the very back are for when we encounter them. Thus Yang Kong quietly prayed inwardly for a safe journey this time. Time passed. And as dusk fell the horses suddenly stopped as if sensing something. He too felt something unusual and couldn't help but worry. In the distance black specks appeared moving at the front of the procession. Yang Kong lamented inwardly. To meet them on the very first day, the plump old man observed the approaching group and shouted, Gray-brown wolf fur clothes, it's the great Shang tribe. At this moment the soldiers blocking the road began blowing their horned trumpets to signal their comrades. He became even more flustered and thought, are they going to attack right away? Immediately. Hall One-pyo, the Black Shadow unit's vice commander, shouted to raise the flag. His subordinate quickly replied, as commanded. A purple flag with an emblem was immediately raised by a mounted subordinate, but those blocking the road did not stop because of it. They continued to charge straight ahead. The distance between the two sides gradually narrowed. Yang Kong couldn't help but sweat coldly and wonder, is that their leader? I know there are many soldiers behind him, but for only a few dozen to approach us they are truly bold, he thought in surprise. Who is it? That fellow is so huge he makes a blood fiend look small. Soe at the front still very calmly uttered a name, Asara. Yang Kong heard that name and his eyes widened in surprise, whispering inwardly, Asara. As soon as the red horse's nose slowly appeared, the thought ruler of the Great Plains came to his mind. Then the giant figure slowly approached. Seeing Asara's imposing gigantic figure seated on his horse, the name Chieftain Asara of the Great Shang tribe came to Yang Kang's mind. He greeted him with a haughty loud laugh. "Long time no see, Commander Kong." The people in the procession instantly became uneasy. "I've only heard his reputation before, this is the first time meeting him in person. Is that massive man really Chieftain Asara of the Great Shang tribe?" Asara approached and faced Soa Hwanbo, worried about this dangerous situation. "Isn't this too close? What are they trying to do?" Asara's rough hand reached out to Soa. Contrary to Hwanbo's worries, Soa and Asara excitedly clasped arms like friends. "Long time no see, your hair has grown quite long." Asara smiled brightly upon seeing someone he knew and did not make things difficult for him. Soa gestured with a tilt of his body, and a few subordinates following orders carried wooden boxes to the other side. A man from the Great Shang tribe carefully checked. The boxes were filled with jewels and gold coins. Seeing this gesture of goodwill, Asara smiled even more brightly. Soa honestly stated his reason. "We intend to cross the Great Plains to Beihai." Asara immediately agreed. "Understood, pass without worry." Yang Kong asked the person next to him suspiciously. "It seems the negotiation went well. Can you understand what they're saying?" he replied. "Beihai and the Great Plains are adjacent, so there are occasional exchanges or conflicts, so I know a little." Yang Kong sighed in relief inwardly, but his brow was still furrowed. "Then we should be able to reach the Beihai Ice Palace without trouble. But the conversation seems to be lasting longer than expected." Suddenly, Asara became angry. "What do you mean?" So he asked in surprise. "What is it?" Seeing them continue to converse on the opposite side, a sense of unease surged. "Why is the Great Shang tribe's reaction a bit strange?" So he turned her head to Sir Dan and asked, "Sir Dan, if you don't mind, could you tell me what Commander Kong is discussing with them?" His expression grew serious. "How should I put this?" Sir Dan honestly conveyed. "Commander Kong is asking the Great Shang tribe not to allow anyone other than the Orthodox Martial Alliance to pass through the Great Plains." So he exclaimed in astonishment, "What did you say?" After the negotiation, Soa's group departed peacefully. Watching their retreating figures, a man approached Asara. "Great Chieftain." Solaho, the Great Shang tribe's vice chieftain, asked discontentedly, "Are you really going to accept that offer from the foreign barbarian?" "Kong Soa?" He smiled and glanced back. "Why do you ask? Are you afraid of those martial artists? You have fought countless great battles with me. How can you say such a thing now? You surprise me," Solaho said in a low voice. "Those martial artists are dangerous but not frightening. However, do you not recall the news brought by our warrior Pogyoi who recently returned from the Central Plains?" Immediately after, Asara commanded, "Pogyoi." The scarred man behind him replied, "Yes, Great Chieftain." Solaho questioned him. "I heard that the ones recently involved in a power struggle in the Central Plains were the demonic cult and the extreme six-armed gate. Is that true?" Pogyoi answered honestly, "Yes, it is. Among them, the demonic cult leader is a man named Chianya Un, a very bizarre martial artist with the title of demonic god." Asara frowned. "Demonic god, you say? What a crazy title. How dare a human use the name of a god?" The Great Shang tribe's previous chieftains had clashed not only with the court's army but also with martial artists whenever they invaded the Central Plains. Because of this, he began to take an interest in martial arts. He sent people to the Central Plains for 3 generations to learn martial arts, training warriors with excellent martial skills to create an invincible army. From then on, the Great Shang tribe could occupy the power of the Great Plains as they do now. Asara said in a cold voice, "Anyway, isn't it just that demonic god fellow who's dangerous?" Kong Soe also said the demonic cult leader wouldn't appear in person, so there's no need to worry. Solaho still hesitated, but Asara reassured him, "Don't worry anymore. We're not going to confront them directly anyway." Solaho was surprised. "Do you have another plan?" A cunning glint flashed in his eyes. "Anyway, didn't they ask us not to let any martial artists other than the Orthodox Martial Alliance pass, with the valiant and strong army of the Great Shang tribe protecting these plains? Would any martial artist dare to challenge us to a fight? If our soldiers merely shoot arrows into the sky, it will turn dark as night. How could they not be astonished?" Solaho suddenly realized. "Are you planning to just threaten them and send them away?" Asara said with certainty. "That's right, we'll just threaten them a little. We're not confronting them directly anyway. Even if that demonic god fellow comes to these plains, would he dare to attack our Great Shang tribe?" Solaho immediately flattered him. "As expected of the chieftain, that way our tribe will suffer no losses and even receive 3,000 sheep as promised by Kong Soa." Asara laughed loudly, triumphantly. "Isn't this killing 2 birds with 1 stone?" A man dressed in Great Shang tribe attire suddenly rode up to the two. He reported hastily, "Chieftain, approximately 600 armed soldiers are currently crossing the plains and heading north about 20 li southwest from here." Asara asked in surprise. "Is it another tribe?" He replied honestly. "No, judging by their attire they appear to be from the Central Plains." Hearing this, Asara's face hardened. Could it be? On the vast plains, a group of people charged forward. The urgent thudding of hooves stirred up a cloud of dust. Their faces were etched with grim determination. At the front was Yaun, clad in red, radiating an imposing aura. Sensing danger, Yaun commanded, "Stop for a moment." Protector Maga Guillaume infused his chi and shouted loudly, "Halt!" The following group immediately obeyed the command and stopped. He approached and asked, "Cult leader, what's wrong?" Suddenly, Maga Guillaume lost his balance and some of the horses went out of control. His subordinates were astonished. What? The ground is shaking, Elder Moon-gyu realized in alarm. It's ahead in the distance. Numerous great Shang tribe warriors appeared. Each was fully armed as if ready for battle. Compared to the opposing side, Yaun's group was utterly outnumbered. Baekhoon cried out in fear. Unbelievable, why are they here? Even if they are barbarian tribes, they wouldn't bring such a large army unless it was a tribal territorial war. Heobong glanced sideways, inwardly evaluating. Little palace lord of Beihai, truly careless. Could he really not have anticipated a situation like this? Both sides paused for a moment, observing each other. Asara laughed loudly. He couldn't help but admire. To arrive in just one day, that saves us a lot of trouble. Solaho behind him chimed in. What a coincidence. If they had come a step ahead of the Orthodox Martial Alliance, they probably would have offered tribute and left quietly. Asara tilted his head back and laughed loudly. Truly unlucky, we'll have to send them back to where they started. Then he called his subordinate in a low voice. Pogyoi. Pogyoi replied, Yes, great chieftain, Asara commanded sternly in a hoarse voice. Tell them they cannot pass through here and must return to the Central Plains immediately. If they do not, they will lose their lives under the blades of the great Shang tribe's valiant warriors. Immediately, Pogyoi headed towards Yaun according to his command. He stopped at a certain distance and shouted loudly. Listen, the group behind him simultaneously slammed their spears into the ground, making a resounding noise. You who come from the Central Plains, we are the warriors of the great Shang tribe who dominate the Great Plains. I am Pogyoi, the closest bodyguard of our great chieftain Asara. This is the land of the great Shang tribe. Outsiders cannot freely pass through here. Return to where you came from at once. This is your only warning. If you do not return, you will lose your lives under the blades of the great Shang tribe warriors. Baekhoon stammered in fear. The great Shang tribe, they are a tribe that dominates the Great Plains, very dangerous people, but in contrast, Guardian Magagium cautiously asked, the enemy's numbers are too great for a head-on confrontation, cult leader. Moon-gyu agreed, the great protector is right. To defeat them would probably require great sacrifices. Yaun glanced and assessed the situation. The difference in forces was more than 100-fold. Fighting here would be futile. He asked the nanosystem if it could analyze their language. A mechanical sound rang out. Similar to Mongolian, translation is possible. Hearing that, Yaun requested translate. The system quickly replied, transmitting Cyrillic script and Mongolian to user's brain. The great Shang tribe group raised their weapons high and shouted, Get out, you outsiders. Disappear from here before we cut you down, Yaun sighed. They keep babbling, thinking I can't understand their language. It seems they want to prevent us from passing rather than fight us. As he remained silent, a subordinate cautiously called out, Cult leader. Yaun took a deep breath. Then he shouted resonantly, Listen, great Shang tribe. Yaun's shout echoed throughout the entire area. The sound was so loud that the entire great Shang tribe army had to cover their ears. How is that guy's voice so loud? My eardrums feel like they're bursting. Baekhoon, seeing this situation, suddenly gaped and was dumbfounded. What? How can he speak their language? Yaun's shout like thunder struck directly into the enemy's ears. I am the cult leader of the heavenly demonic cult. My name is Qian Yaun. Solaho covered his ears with both hands but heard clearly. Qian Yaun is the demonic god? Asara gaped in extreme astonishment. Well, what is this? Kong Soe said he wouldn't come. Yaun on horseback shouted loudly and resolutely, I know this is the territory of the great Shang tribe. As a sign of respect, I have prepared tribute to pass through. I have not come to fight the great Shang tribe, so it would be best for us not to clash. Asara was sweating profusely, grinding his teeth in anger. Kong Soa, did that barbarian dare to lie to me? Suddenly someone rode up, calling him and alerting him. Great chieftain, they might be lying. A soldier next to him also raised a hand in agreement. That's right, the one who spoke is Kuro. A great Shang tribe army commander stepped forward, and one person wondered, how could the demonic cult leader who holds dominion over the entire Central Plains come all the way here? At this moment Solaho approached and gave his conjecture. Great chieftain, you must consider this carefully. They don't know we've heard of the demonic god's reputation, yet they revealed their name themselves, so the possibility of them lying is very low. Hearing that, Asara hesitated slightly, but still retorted, but that person understands our language and fluently at that. It might not be the demonic cult leader but someone from another tribe helping him. He said no more. He fell silent, thinking, it's not impossible. It's very suspicious that the demonic cult leader can speak our language. Okuro, seeing Asara's silence, urged impatiently, Great chieftain, why do you hesitate? Give the army to Okuro. He smiled joyfully, beating his chest and proclaiming proudly, Whether they're martial arts masters or whatever, I will make them all my prey. But Asara still did not reply, his green eyes shining with deep thought. They are only about 600 people. There's nothing to fear, even if they are martial arts masters. Their internal energy and physical strength are not infinite. However, the absurd rumors about the demonic god bother me. Suddenly, Solaho stepped forward to defend them. Great chieftain, they are only asking to pass through. It's not a territorial war, so must we fight? Okuro, hearing that, turned and shouted, Chieftain Solaho, since when has the great Shang tribe feared the enemy? Another person rode up, Gr great chieftain. Pogyoi cried out in fear, Do you hear that sound? That guy is definitely the demonic god. In front of Asara and Okuro, who looked on in surprise, he continued to report. The internal energy contained in his voice was truly terrifying, beyond what a subordinate could measure. Asara fell into thought again. Is he really the demonic god? If the rumors about him are true, even with our overwhelming numbers, we could suffer heavy losses. Seeing that he still hadn't made a decision, Okuro urged impatiently, "How frustrating, great chieftain, how formidable can that guy's martial arts be that you fear him so much? Do you really believe all the rumors from the Central Plains?" At this, Asara looked at him with a cold gaze. Okuro, sitting on his horse with his subordinates behind him, confidently volunteered for the mission. "Rumors are always exaggerated, especially those from barbarians. Give your subordinate 3,000 soldiers. Your subordinate will surely wipe out those guys," another person agreed. "My subordinates also agree with Commander Okuro. The great Shang tribe with 50,000 men cannot back down because of a mere absurd rumor." He squinted and observed, "Are these guys always sent to the front lines to train their martial arts so they've grown discontent?" At this moment Asara turned his head and asked, "Solaho, were the Yata tribe soldiers deployed to the rear in the last battle?" Solaho replied respectfully, "Yes, they were." Then Asara made a decision and shouted loudly, "Commander Okuro, I will give you 3 commanders and 2,000 Yata tribe soldiers. If you are so confident, show me your bravery." Okuro, filled with joy, beat his chest and confidently said, "Great chieftain, I will not disappoint you." He took the lead with his subordinates and galloped forward. Asara, witnessing this scene, gave a meaningful smile. "If that guy truly is the demonic god, everything will become clear through this." Both sides roared and charged fiercely at each other. Baekhoon, seeing it, said in fear, "Though the negotiation seems to have failed." After speaking, he fell silent, beginning to think of a solution. What do we do now? Even if he's a martial arts master, the difference in forces is too great. Can we survive and reach the Baeyong Ice Palace?" In contrast, Yaun, in his dazzling red clothes, remained calmly seated on his horse. To break this silence, Kwang Ho spoke, "We are not afraid in the slightest. Just give the order and we will attack immediately." Hearing that, Yaun turned his head, smiled faintly, and let out a sigh of relief. He stood in front of his subordinates and stopped them. "Wait a moment, the negotiation failed, but I have one more move to test." Hearing his command, they all replied loudly in unison. Moon Gyu followed him, frowning, not understanding what was happening. What are you going to do alone?" On this side, Okuro was charging rapidly. He scoffed, "The demonic god, you believe that absurd rumor? I will send you to the underworld with my most powerful arrows." Then he commanded everyone loudly, "Draw your bows," as the call echoed. Thousands of arrows flew. Fire arrows covered the sky. But Yaun did not waver or fear in the slightest. He confidently faced them head-on. Seeing the arrows before him, his hand gathered power, preparing a strike. Suddenly, Okuro opened his eyes wide in astonishment. He saw the arrows that had just been flying. They were now suspended in the sky, completely surrounded by a strange blue energy. He uttered in confusion, "What is it?" Far opposite Okuro was Yaun, and a powerful aura emanated around him. He stared blankly at the arrows suspended in the sky. The arrows, Yaun was still concentrating on controlling them, his face filled with seriousness. Okuro didn't understand what was happening and was slightly confused. They stopped. Not stopping there, he raised his arm, which was emitting powerful energy, towards the sky and moved it from side to side. The arrows also suddenly changed direction, following Yaun's movements. He still maintained a serious demeanor and lowered his hand. Immediately, the arrows from just moments ago plummeted towards Okuro and his soldiers. As if realizing the approaching danger, Okuro commanded in fear, "Scatter, scatter." But it was already too late. Arrows pierced haphazardly in all directions, impaling the bodies of unfortunate soldiers. The remaining ones screamed and scattered. "Run!" Even Okuro could not escape. He fell to the ground in a daze. What in the world is happening? It was only after an arrow pierced his head that he belatedly realized, was that guy really the demonic god? In front of Asara, only motionless corpses remained. He gaped in fear at what had just unfolded before his eyes. What is this? How could 2,000 soldiers be annihilated in the blink of an eye? Not only Asara but Baekhoon was also greatly astonished. The rumors that the current cult leader flew in the sky and struck with lightning in Tonghyang Fortress were not exaggerated. He truly is the demonic god. Back on this side, Pogyoi nervously suggested, "Great chieftain, if that guy is truly the demonic god, we absolutely cannot contend with him. We must let him pass immediately." Asara also began to reply in fear. "Yes, that's right." As the chieftain, he changed his attitude and resolutely commanded, "Pogyoi, go at once and convey my intention to avoid conflict." But Pogyoi stammered at this moment, unable to say anything. Pogyoi, he didn't even notice someone's feet slowly approaching as he continued to question Pogyoi. "Why are you standing there dumbfounded?" It turned out the person who had just appeared was Yaun. With his hands behind his back, he unleashed a fierce aura, violently stirring up the surrounding dust. His eyes were as cold as ice and he spoke with a hint of contempt. "Are you the chieftain I've been watching all along?" Pogyoi still could not utter a single word, his heart filled with an inexpressible astonishment. "I've been watching all along, but I didn't see when he arrived here. If this monster had wanted to, he could have killed the great chieftain and the commanders at any time." Solaho also realized the disadvantageous situation. He quickly commanded his subordinates, "Quickly protect the great chieftain." Immediately, soldiers rode forward in front of Yaun, but he disregarded whatever they did, merely watching silently. In an instant, all the spear tips were simultaneously aimed at Yaun. He sighed, bowing his head and complaining, "My neck hurts from looking up so much." In a brief moment, a move unfolded. As Yaun struck downwards from above with his hand, an overwhelming force was unleashed. With his movement, the soldiers simultaneously collapsed to the ground. They were trembling, unable to offer any resistance. As if crushed by something, Yaun looked at the surrounding scene and gave a devilish smile. Now I feel a little more comfortable. Yaun put all his strength into raising and lowering his palm. With just a light movement he was able to make the opponent's horses and men simultaneously collapse. The horses and soldiers lay on the ground trembling nonstop. Yaun looked at their miserable state and nodded contentedly. Now that's better. People usually knew Aracha, the great chieftain of the great Shang tribe. With his most noble bloodline and innate strength he led the great Shang tribe through countless wars, unifying numerous tribes to become the great chieftain. Asara grew increasingly powerful, relying on his strength and talent, becoming the overlord of the vast plains, whom even the Central Plains Martial Alliance dared not take lightly. With such formidable military power capable of threatening the entire Central Plains, nothing could make him afraid. All of that was in the past. Till he met the demonic god, Qian Yaun. He looked at Yaun, sweating profusely. He had massacred 2,000 soldiers with a single gesture. It was a very strange experience for him to be crushed to the ground with his warhorse by an incomprehensible force. When Asara faced him, it was the first time Asara, the great chieftain of the great Shang tribe, experienced fear. He fell, and everyone rushed to protect him. Solaho shouted loudly, "Protect the great chieftain." Thanks to that action, Yaun could easily discern. So this guy is the chieftain. Asara reached out his hand, pleading. Demonic god, let's talk first. Yaun thought inwardly. He calls me the demonic god. But Solaho's attitude was not so good. He drew his sword and threatened, "Stop if you come any closer." Yaun didn't care at all, merely lightly waving his hand. "Get lost." His movement seemed light, but Solaho and his group were flung away like thin paper. As his subordinate tumbled to the ground, Asara was even more astonished. Moreover, seeing Yaun approaching, he involuntarily trembled and stepped backward. His face was now colder than ever. Asara was completely overwhelmed by his aura. How can a boy, smaller and younger than I, the great chieftain, possess such terrifying power? Yaun approached and, looking into his opponent's eyes, asked, "Who incited you?" Asara could not hide his shock at the question. How did he know? Is he really a god? Asara, in a panic, explained. We only intended to scare them into retreating to the Central Plains. We absolutely had no intention of engaging in combat. Yaun was slightly surprised by the answer. I merely tested him by seeing if he knew his nickname. Did he really have a mastermind? He commanded. Tell me in detail. Asara, in a state of panic, had no choice but to reveal the truth. That it was due to Kong Soe, the second son of the Martial Alliance leader. Yaun was clearly somewhat surprised. The Martial Alliance, he composed himself. Anyway, we were also deceived by that Kong Soe, so there's no reason to keep his secret. Because of that damned guy, we ended up like this, so he should suffer the same fate. Asara struggled to suppress his trembling. Before you arrived, they came first. He promised us 3,000 horses and asked us to block other forces from going to Beihai. He continued to emphasize, we only intended to threaten them. We absolutely had no intention of causing casualties. If Kong Soa hadn't lied that you wouldn't be here, we would have had even less reason to confront you. As he said this, Asara could not suppress his anger. Because of that Kong Soa, everything turned out like this. I'm truly furious. If it weren't for him, 2,000 of my warriors wouldn't have died in vain. He hastily showed his sincerity. I will immediately open the path for your cult. You must be very busy, so please proceed. Yaun, seeing Asara's servile demeanor, merely nodded and scoffed coldly. It was only when he saw him agree that he breathed a sigh of relief. Good, the negotiation is settled. If I can pass through here and also deal with Kong Soe, it would be even better, wouldn't it? But just as Asara was rejoicing, Yaun waved his hand. Thank you for your understanding. Anyway, I got to meet the demonic god, a hero of the Central Plains on this occasion. Everything happened so quickly that Asara couldn't react in time. In the blink of an eye, his arm fell to the ground. Asara clutched his arm and shrieked in pain. My arm? All his subordinates who witnessed this scene were astonished. Gee, great chieftain, why? Yaun looked at Asara with contempt, trying to gloss over it like that, but that doesn't change the fact that you made the first move. Asara, clutching his wound, couldn't say a word. That's he approached and grabbed Asara's head. Yaun's eyes were filled with killing intent. You said you'd attack if I wasn't present, and now you're trying to pin all the blame on Kong Soa? Asara, terrified, kept explaining. Please don't do this. If he hadn't appeared, we would never have blocked the path. He looked at Asara and laughed disdainfully. That's also true. Yaun spoke loudly to his subordinates. But be sure to remember that the reason your chieftain lost both his arms is due to the Martial Alliance's Kong Soe. Hearing his words, Asara grew even more nervous. Both arms. Yaun raised his hand, channeling his power, a sinister smile on his lips. Unleash all your resentment on Kong Soa. Asara tried to plead, but it was already too late. A horrifying scream shook the entire space. Wait, demonic god, just a moment please. On this side, So he seemed to have a telepathic connection. She felt something. So he turned around and immediately asked Yang Kong, Head Morong, did you hear that scream just now? Soe, who was leading the procession, suddenly felt uneasy. He was sweating with worry, trying to calm himself. No, that can't be, absolutely not. Unlike this tumultuous place, there was still a fairyland-like region. A secluded area located north of the Great Plains. People think this place is covered in snowstorms all year round, but in reality it is a land with lush coniferous forests, mountains, and grasslands. Being there felt as if one had become one with nature. There was a lake there, larger than all the lakes in the Central Plains combined. Lake Baikal, the blue eye of the earth, the blue eye of the ice field. The massive island located in this sacred place of the North Sea is known by many different names. It is very special. Too vast to simply be called an island, it felt like a separate region. Between the peaks on the southeastern side of the island was a colossal fortress-like palace. The palace was built among towering mountains. Its magnificent appearance was no less than that of the Martial Alliance's headquarters, and it was called the Beihai Ice Palace. At the same time, Mount Pengui, located northwest of the Beihai Ice Palace, a sudden sound echoed amidst the silence. As one approached the cave, a deathly aura spread around. The deeper one went, the more dazzling rays of light appeared. The light grew stronger the deeper one went. Many people were kneeling on the ground doing something as if they were infusing cold air into the earth using their own power. Seeing people gradually getting exhausted, a man loudly encouraged them. Just a little more effort. It's almost time for the change of shift. Until then, you must continue to infuse cold energy into the ice boulder. He was none other than the second elder of the Beihai Ice Palace, Mu Bang. Although he encouraged everyone, his heart was not at all optimistic. I said so, but I've been doing this for over 3 shijin myself, so my energy will soon be depleted. But despite their efforts, the situation was not good. Even as they continuously infused cold energy, the crack grew wider. If we let our guard down for even a moment, the monster beneath this ice boulder might immediately break the seal and come out. Mu Bang was in a state of confusion. How much longer can we hold out? The seal is weakening, and the dragon turtle's power and spiritual energy are growing stronger, while our strength is gradually depleting. Just before they collapsed, people arrived. A man standing high above shouted loudly, "Second elder, I have come to relieve you." He was none other than the 5th elder of the Beihai Ice Palace, Sol Wei-jung. People came down one after another to help. Mu Bang explained the situation. "I know you've just recovered your internal energy after meditating, but I can't hold out any longer." He nodded and said, "I already felt it on the way here." This vibration was strong enough to be clearly felt even in the palace. Mu Bang said with a slight irritation, "It would be better to mobilize all the forces of the Ice Palace and fight a decisive battle with the Dragon Turtle." Wei-jung bent down and began his work. "Just a little more patience," he added. "When the Martial Alliance's reinforcements arrive, we'll have no choice but to fight this monster to the death whether we like it or not." But hearing this, Mu Bang couldn't suppress his emotions. "Those foreigners," Wei-jung, hearing that, reminded him. "Second elder, there are quite a few palace maids listening here. To speak like that is a bit—" He didn't care at all and shouted, "Did I say something wrong? When are those foreigners coming? We can't keep sacrificing our people." At this moment, someone rushed over. Elder," a palace maid reported in a fluster, "the Martial Alliance's reinforcements have arrived." At the same time, on the southeastern pier of the Beihai Ice Palace, from the watchtower of the Beihai Ice Palace, a man watched from afar and shouted, "I see them, Palace Lord." It was getting difficult to hold on, but thankfully they arrived in time. He was none other than the 1st elder of the Beihai Ice Palace, Sol Young Gwi. Many boats were docked at the pier on the water. Young Gwi was slightly uneasy, hoping that young Master Dan was not on that boat. The person next to him called out in a low voice, "First elder." A hint of ruthlessness appeared in his eyes. "Even though he chose a different path, he is still my nephew, whom I personally taught the White Ice divine art. So be careful when speaking about the little Palace Lord." The imposing figure was none other than Dan Yuchan, the acting Palace Lord of the Beihai Ice Palace. Young Gwi was not worried at all, but rather slightly mocked. "Even if my words are uncomfortable for you, it can't be helped. After all, once that child is gone, it will be easier for you to rally the remaining palace members," he suggested. It would be best to handle this matter well, but as soon as Yuchan heard it, he shouted in anger, "Presumptuous!" But young Gwi did not stop because of it. He revealed his dissatisfaction. "Didn't you teach him yourself? If the former Palace Lord hadn't insisted on recommending an incompetent person like young Master Dan as the little Palace Lord until the end, none of this would have happened." Yuchan's complexion darkened, as if he was suppressing his anger. As young Gwi said nothing, he spoke even more harshly. "The former Palace Lord mistakenly believed that if he only found the palace's divine object, the situation would change. What are you looking at?" Yuchan silently looked into the distance as if something bad was happening. "It seems everything is completely different from what we expected." Young Gwi still didn't understand anything. He immediately sent a signal. "Look over there in the distance." Black ships were approaching rapidly, and it seemed the other party had no good intentions. As soon as he saw them, he panicked and exclaimed, "But what are those?" Yuchan quietly observed and analyzed. "I can't see what's written on it, but that black flag." Finally, he offered his conjecture. "It seems to be the demonic cult on the boat." So he was quietly observing. She couldn't help but admire the beautiful and magnificent scenery before her. "Oh," seeing the smile on Sohee's lips deepen, she seemed very pleased. "The water is clear and blue. This lake is vast and beautiful. If the weather were good, this place would be no different from heaven." Suddenly, a sound echoed, breaking this beautiful atmosphere. Sohee quietly called the man who had just arrived, "Commander Kong." She bit her lip slightly, and was a little disappointed when the other party didn't answer. "Always so cold," Sohee sighed and voiced her dissatisfaction. "Commander Kong, we've come all this way and the soldiers haven't had a proper rest, so could you please ask the acting Palace Lord of the Beihai Ice Palace to let them rest for at least a day when we arrive?" If the situation hadn't been urgent, Soa didn't care at all, maintaining an arrogant posture with his arms crossed over his chest. That's something for me, the commander, to handle. You didn't come as a military advisor, so focus on your formation duties. So he could only suppress her anger inwardly. It would be better to ask Head Marang, leaving aside his dislike for me. It's very difficult to cover a journey that normally takes over 2 weeks in 10 days. If their stamina is depleted, it will also affect their ability to command the soldiers. She could no longer bear it and turned and left. Understood, and Commander, do as you wish. Nevertheless, Soa still stood in silence, paying no attention to anything. In fact, his heart was already very troubled. I've been uneasy since the day I negotiated with the great Shang tribe. Why? What is this uneasiness? So he returned to her room and tried to convince herself. Angry over such a thing? No way. Am I sensitive because I haven't slept? As she closed her eyes to rest. I need to catch some sleep. Suddenly she heard strange noises from outside, so he got up in a fluster. What's that sound outside? Many other voices could still be heard. No, that can't be. Is that possible? She speculated inwardly. It seems the sound is coming from the boat behind, not this one. As soon as he went outside, she encountered Yang Kong. Head Marang, he said worriedly. Something seems to have happened. Military advisor Jaeon, you should go and see. Outside, all the soldiers were gathered on the boat and the situation seemed dire. Soa asked amidst the crowd, what's wrong? A soldier stammered. See, Commander, look over there. Just then, the surface of the lake suddenly erupted violently, as if someone had just passed by. Yes, it was Yaun. He was rushing forward at high speed. In the middle of the vast ocean, Yaun passed through the boats one after another without any obstacles. Yang Kong stared blankly at the sight before his eyes. Lightfoot water walking. The technique Yaun was using required continuous practice. Lightfoot water walking is a martial art that allows one to walk and run on water. Although not as good as empty steps in the void, it requires high-level lightness skill. It is said that masters who have reached the Wakyung realm can run on water for a short time. Bong silently observed, it's hard to imagine crossing such a wide lake. And with every step he took, the ripples caused by the boats calmed down. How profound is his internal energy to do such a thing? Each of his steps tore through the calm curtain of space. In the blink of an eye, Yaun arrived beside the boat amidst everyone's astonishment. Soldiers shouted in panic, enemy attack. Yang Kang's face turned pale. The demonic cult leader, Soa, standing next to him, also broke out in a cold sweat, thinking inwardly. Demonic cult leader? Is it the demonic cult leader Qian Yaun? Yaun directly pointed at Kong Soa on this side. Yu Chan, standing high above, couldn't help but worry as he observed. Does the demonic cult also have such a monster? What kind of monster is he? His expression looked very serious. Someone from the demonic cult used the lightness skill Lightfoot water walking to cross half the lake. Yu Chan appeared calm on the surface, but inwardly he was burning. How could that be? Even if the lake is calm, crossing half of such a vast lake is something even the top masters of Beihai cannot do. Who on earth is he? Yu Chan suddenly felt suspicious. Could it be that one of the 5 great masters of the Central Plains, Nam Ma Ju Qian Yaun, has come in person? On this side, someone asked in disbelief. See, cult leader, he looks barely 20 years old, Yang Kong confirmed. You may not know him, but that is the demonic cult leader, he thought inwardly. Then did Baekhoon really persuade them? How so? He seemed to have anticipated something like this would happen. It finally happened. He must have clashed with the great Shang tribe. She couldn't help but be nervous. Truly, I should have stopped Commander Kong from messing with the great Shang tribe. Because of what he did to young Master Jaeon, I couldn't maintain my composure. I should have calculated this possibility and judged more carefully. A subordinate couldn't bear it and signaled with his eyes. What should we do, Commander? Yaun stared at him and said, Are you Kong Soe? Yang Kong on this side was also very worried. Military advisor Jaeon, if you don't find a solution quickly, Commander Kong will be in danger. So he nodded in agreement. Yes, he now couldn't hide his bewilderment. I haven't seen him in a long time, so you might not know, but the demonic cult leader never forgives anyone who threatens him. He killed Head Namging in front of the Martial Alliance leader and the Shang Zhus without batting an eyelid. It wouldn't be strange at all if he killed Commander Kong now. The situation grew even more tense as Yaun stepped onto the ground. Soe, seeing his blade-like gaze, dared not utter a single word. Suddenly a figure appeared and Yaun was slightly surprised. So he thought inwardly, first I need to distract the demonic cult leader. She bowed deeply with cupped hands. Demonic cult leader, it's been a long time. This humble one is Jaeon So-hee, the military advisor of the Martial Alliance. He didn't care at all. He shouted in anger, Get out of the way. On this side, someone like a military advisor was very surprised that he was so cold even to the person known as one of the 3 beauties of the martial world. Is he not interested in women? So he still maintained her composure and continued. Cult leader, why have you suddenly come to our dispatch boat? Yaun had already seen through the opponent's intentions, so he exposed her without hesitation. Are you deliberately pretending not to know? She grew even more nervous. He's targeting the fact that we were indifferent. The fact that he crossed the lake to get here means he's already made up his mind. So his hands were clenched tightly. What should I do? How do I escape this crisis? But unexpectedly, Soa stepped forward at this moment. He's my guest, you withdraw. She heard those words and tried to stop him. But Commander Kong, he didn't care and stood before the opponent. Don't interfere and withdraw. So he hurriedly sent a telepathic message. This is not the time to be stubborn. The opponent is currently almost the strongest in the Central Plains martial world. If he makes up his mind, no one here can escape. Soei's face grew even more worried after hearing that. Is this fellow the demonic cult leader Qian Yaun? Yaun's massive aura could easily overwhelm him. What tremendous pressure I feel. If only I could deal with this fellow, my status would be higher than that of the Martial Alliance leader. Based on the experiences of those before him, Soa had learned how to deal with the situation. But he thought he wouldn't resort to foolish tactics like Yin Bulso. He realized he had to be patient and endure until he became the leader of the Qianshan demonic cult. He knelt without hesitation. Soa respectfully cupped his hands. I am Kong Soa, leader of the Martial Alliance's Black Shadow Unit. If the cult leader is angry about the Great Shang tribe incident, I have no excuses. I asked them to block those pursuing us. Yang Kong on this side seemed to agree with this approach. Yes, that's probably better. It's best not to provoke him now, even if it brings him humiliation. Soa was still quite worried. The remaining problem is what that guy intends to do, Yaun asked in a cold voice. No excuses. He didn't get an answer from his opponent, so he drew his sword. Then pay the price. He gritted his teeth and muttered inwardly, damn it, in that critical moment, so he loudly reminded him. Cult leader Qian, we are allies. Are you going to harm the leader of an allied dispatched force without even investigating the situation? However, Yaun was very firm. The alliance conspired to attack me. Do I need to hear their reasons for why they did it? She heard that and didn't know how to explain. That Yaun no longer had the patience to argue with them. He struck down with his sword again and said, don't waste any more time. But in that critical moment Bonung blocked the strike and his face turned pale. From the pain in his arm he trembled incessantly. I only blocked one strike, but my bones are breaking? Yaun asked Bonung again as if in disbelief. But Bonung was almost about to collapse, yet his attitude was still firm. You're blocking me? Commander Kong is the commander of the force dispatched to help the Beihai Ice Palace. How can I just stand by and watch him be harmed? He spoke arrogant words to his opponent without hesitation. Just because you're called the demonic god, do you think I'm scared of you? Bonung had no other choice but to protect himself with internal energy. Yaun saw the sword in front of him covered in power. Yaun couldn't hide his annoyance at his opponent's stubbornness. Damn it! He no longer had time to argue, so he waved his hand and sent his opponent flying far away. Bonung thus fell into the cold water. Yaun turned back to the others and warned, don't block my path any further. From now on I will show no mercy. However, some soldiers still held onto their loyalty and rushed forward to block him. If you want to kill our commander, kill us first. Soa could no longer endure it and drew his sword, commanding, everyone retreat. The blade he struck down was not aimed at Yaun but at himself. Soei's hand was severed and fell to the ground. He was in pain but gritted his teeth and endured it. The others who saw the scene all screamed in astonishment. See, Commander, Soei endured the pain and said, I know this is not enough to appease your anger, but this time we have been dispatched to help the Beihai Ice Palace. He lowered his voice and pleaded, please, give us time until this matter is finished. Afterwards, if you hold me accountable, I will gladly pay the price. So he was surprised, cutting off his own left arm before the opponent even threatened him. This is a desperate measure for young Master Kong, but it's too reckless and cruel. Soul looked at Yaun and speculated. Anyway, that guy was aiming for my arm from the start. If the rumor that he only cuts off arms when he doesn't intentionally kill anyone is true, then he didn't intend to kill me. If I can sacrifice my right arm and drive him away, this sacrifice will be worth it. He trembled at his coldness, but Soa was firm in his choice. Because of his reputation as the leader of one of the three great powers, that guy will have no choice but to give up here. If he oppresses me further in front of everyone, he'll look ridiculous himself. Yaun sighed and approached. This is the first time I've encountered such a situation. I only intended to take your arm, but I didn't expect you to act first. Quite remarkable. Yang Kong looked at Sohee and nodded perceptively. It seems Commander Kang's method is working. We might be able to avoid a fight with the demonic cult leader. He looked at Soa and thought inwardly. I don't know much, but that guy is scarier than young Master Yin Bulso. Someone patient and clever like Commander Kong is probably the only one who can stand against the current demonic cult leader. Soa heard that and immediately cupped his hands. Thank you for your mercy, cult leader Qian. However, his eyes were filled with fury. I will definitely repay this humiliation. Soei's hand trembled continuously. I hope the records about the dragon turtle's blood or vital essence are true. He rummaged through ancient texts, recalling his memory. The ancient texts contained records of divine beasts and the 5 spirits. It said that if one consumed the vital essence or drank the blood of a spiritual beast, they could gain regenerative abilities and even heal severed body parts. If I can only consume the vital essence of the 4-headed dragon turtle, my internal energy could skyrocket, and I might even reach the ranks of the 5 great masters. Soa was in pain, but his eyes were filled with determination. A gentleman's revenge is not too late after 10 years. For the sake of the Qianshan Association Black Dragon Commander, to defeat the evil demon, I must endure all this pain. However, his intentions were easily seen through by Yaun. Yaun slowly raised the sword in his hand. If I let go of someone who will become a disaster in the future right before my eyes, Yaun directly asked his opponent, what would you do? Soa was bewildered by his words. What did you say? Yaun exposed him without hesitation. I thought you were just a common criminal and was going to end this by taking one of your arms. But seeing your cunning and cruelty, I changed my mind. He was terrified and muttered inwardly. Damn it, the sword in his hand moved slightly, and a flash of light swept past. So he and the others on this side were also stunned by the sight. No one believed he would actually swing his sword, so I had no time to react to this sudden situation. His face was split in half, but his expression was still filled with fury. Yaun was so used to this sight that he wasn't disturbed in the slightest. It's better to just kill him. Everyone clearly saw with their own eyes that Soa had fallen and showed no signs of life, so he covered her mouth to suppress her fear, and Yang Kong shouted in disbelief. "See, Commander Kong!" The soldiers who saw the sight could not suppress their anger, grabbed their weapons and charged. "How could you kill our commander?" However, one person loudly stopped everything. Everyone stop! All of them froze in place, unable to move. Yang Kong approached and asked again, "Cult leader Qian, did you really have to go this far?" Yaun didn't care at all and put his sword back. "Isn't this fortunate for you?" Yang Kang's face turned pale at Yaun's words. "You were complicit and allowed Kong Soa to incite the great Shang tribe to attack our sect. Kong Soa bore the responsibility for that." So he, nearby, perceptively reminded him telepathically. "His meaning is that he will not pursue the matter further. So don't fuss over Commander Kang's death." Once everything was settled, Yaun turned and left. "I will end this matter here. If anyone still has something to say, come find me after the Beihai Ice Palace incident is resolved." He also didn't forget to warn, "If you want revenge, you will have to risk your life." Having finished speaking, Yaun leisurely disappeared again. At this moment a person approached where Soa lay. That person lifted Soa's head and was lost in thought. "Commander Kong, you always dreamed of a clear sky, but how angry must you have been that you couldn't even close your eyes?" And he closed Soa's eyes for him. That person seemed to be suppressing his pain, and his eyes were filled with hatred as he vowed to himself, "I too will carry your aspirations and eradicate the seeds of evil, for the day when the clear sky unfolds across the land." Just then, at the Beihai Ice Palace, in the Palace Lord's study, Li Yuk approached and reported, "A huge problem has arisen. Rumors that the little Palace Lord and the demonic cult leader have brought troops here are spreading throughout the palace." Yu Chan asked in a low voice, "How long have they been here?" He added, "Thanks to them, we were able to successfully request a dispatch from the righteous faction of the Martial Alliance." Yu Chan listened carefully to Li Yuk's words. Then the plan to turn the minds of the elite soldiers managed directly by the elders and the Palace Lord might be ruined. He thought deeply. "I never sent an official notification to the demonic cult, so I can't tell them not to interfere in this matter. In fact, I can't even handle the dragon turtle myself. I can't use them as a shield either. It might be better, even if painful, to mobilize all the forces of the Beihai Ice Palace and fight a decisive battle." Yu Chan's face was filled with worry. "If it's a four-headed dragon turtle, even with the entire Beihai Ice Palace's forces, we might not be able to handle it. I've endured humiliation for a long time to become the Palace Lord, so I can't give up so easily. Or maybe it's better to use a safer method before sacrificing the elders and young palace members who support me." He sat down and offered his conjecture. "I just need to put on a show. Even so, the little Palace Lord won't forgive the palace members." Li Yuk sharply retorted, "But because of the demonic cult leader, even the elders are showing interest in the little Palace Lord." Yu Chan heard that and clenched his fist. His face was filled with anger. "The old men behind them have been enduring for a long time, ever since you competed for the position of Palace Lord." Young GWI looked at his opponent with a satisfied expression, thinking, "It'll be enough to just provoke and threaten the little Palace Lord moderately." Li Yuk revealed a cunning smile. "Those who desire hegemony cannot weaken even their own kin. Clumsy compassion can be a sword that pierces oneself. The little Palace Lord is his nephew and disciple, and he's trying to eliminate him and deny it." How cruel! Yu Chan recalled what had just happened. "What?" Looking at the reaction from the training ground, "It seems it won't be easy to remove him right now." Yu Chan shouted in surprise. "Damn it!" After a long while, he asked about the situation in a worried voice. "What about the resting areas?" First, the two leaders of the Martial Alliance and the demonic cult are resting in the palace's VIP rooms, and the rest of the people are setting up temporary tents on the west side of the palace. However, Yu Chan had another concern. Combining the personnel from both sides, there are over 1,000 people. Once the dragon turtle issue is resolved, we'll need to expand the palace and build more guest rooms." He shook his head in disappointment. "Our palace still has no reputation." Young GWI volunteered, "Leave that to this old man." He looked outside and thought, "I hope nothing major happens tonight. They've traveled a long way, so they should rest for a day." Yu Chan sighed. "I wonder if they've rested enough. The vibrations are spreading from Mount Pungui to the palace, aren't they?" No sooner had he finished speaking than the brush holder next to him suddenly toppled over. Yu Chan's face was filled with worry. "The periodic vibrations are getting stronger. Everyone is pouring their strength into sealing the dragon turtle, so why is it so unstable?" Due to the intense vibrations, Heo Bong continuously clung to a nearby pillar and screamed. The others looked at him puzzled. Kwang Ho couldn't help but scoff. "Your martial arts have improved, but you're still the same?" Heo Bong's face reddened at their mockery. "This whole building is shaking. Isn't it stranger that you're not surprised?" He asked them again. "Right?" Moon Gyu clung tightly to Yaun and smiled happily. "I'm fine. I have a sturdy support here." Heo Bong showed a contemptuous expression. "Probably so." Kwang Ho started laughing excitedly again. "Your expression is really funny." The others just sighed and didn't pay much attention. No one felt any discomfort towards Heobang. Such comfortable moments were very rare. Yaun saw this scene and recalled past events. Walking down the corridor with the 6 swords unit like this reminds me of my time in the demonic cult academy. Old memories flowed in. Many things have happened since then. Looking back, that was truly an enjoyable time. I feel a strange sense of nostalgia. At this moment, someone suddenly spoke from behind. Everyone, don't worry too much, he began to explain. Our palace is built on single-layered rock, so it will definitely not collapse from such minor vibrations. The person who spoke was Oui Wang, the vice commander of the Beihai Ice Palace's Solgium unit. Heobang asked in disbelief, minor vibrations? Then does that mean it could collapse from extreme vibrations? Oui Wang was unsure. I don't know either. It has stood firm until now. He immediately pointed to the wall. Look here. The palace is cracking. Sanghua approached and sharply hit Heobang on the head. That's enough, you're being noisy, she continuously scolded. Do you think this is your house? Oui Wang was a little surprised to see these people. I heard the demonic cult is rude and warlike like the unorthodox faction, but seeing them up close they're no different from ordinary people. On this side, Yaun approached and examined the crack in the wall. He asked the Nano system, Nano, what is the state of the palace? Nano heard that and immediately began to operate. Scanning to confirm the status. Soon the results came out. A scan of the crack in the wall revealed it was a newly formed crack. Proceeding at this rapid rate meant the building would soon collapse. However, at this moment the vibrations grew even stronger, forcing Heobang to cling to a nearby pillar again. Oui Wang was also flustered with a pale face. What? This is the first time I've experienced such strong vibrations that can shake a building like this, and they're happening so frequently. Mata could no longer remain calm and asked again. Will it really be all right? He forced a smile and reassured everyone. The vibrations are a bit strong, but the palace is built on single-layered rock, so it won't suddenly collapse. However, no sooner had he finished speaking than dirt and stones began to fall from the ceiling. Heobang was quick-footed, so he easily avoided being harmed. He looked at Oui Wang with concern and asked, Hey, are you really all right? In the end, Oui Wang could no longer maintain his composure and advised everyone. It would probably be better to go outside the palace. I will report this matter separately to the acting palace lord. Please follow me. However, as they tried to move, the pillars could no longer bear it and cracked. Oui Wang looked down at the floor and became even more confused. The floor is collapsing. In that crucial moment, Yaun had no choice but to unleash his technique to save everyone. With just a small movement from him, the surroundings immediately froze. The ice spread wider and wider, preventing the collapse. Oui Wang couldn't believe his eyes. Impossible. The cracks are frozen, he thought in a panic. If such an extreme yin internal energy can freeze the ground, only someone extremely skilled in the white ice divine art could do it. However, the sound still echoed, indicating that the danger was not over. Dirt and stones began to fall from the ceiling, and everyone was in chaos. The ceiling is collapsing. Oui Wang, seeing it, simply braced himself with his hands, accepting his fate. Damn it. But after a long while he still felt peaceful and no pain. It turned out that Qianyaun was controlling the earth and stones with magic. Oui Wang, startled, looked back, asking himself what was happening. Everyone worked together to prevent the dirt and stones from falling. Heobang was proud of himself. As expected, my hunch that I wouldn't be cold was spot on. Even Kwang Ho, who was usually very arrogant, changed his mind. Perhaps a building built on a single layer of rock cannot withstand all the floors. If the great protector, Elder Moon Gyu and Heobang had not simultaneously performed air gripping, it would have collapsed immediately. He quickly urged, Elder Oui Wang, it would be best if the cult leader and everyone else left this place first. Ma Guillaume also agreed. Vice Commander Heobang is right. Cult leader. Moon Gyu Samacha Shite Kiem. Kwang Ho shouted loudly. Move quickly. Qianyaun, on the other hand, said very calmly. This building will collapse anyway, so it's fine to just let it collapse, isn't it? Oui Wang couldn't believe his ears. What did you say? He raised his hand and began to gather strength. Everyone, just a little more effort. Everyone replied in unison. Yes, understood. Qianyaun raised his hand, causing cold air to continuously surge. Elder Bong Ji was surprised by the surrounding sight. What? The cold air is too strong, it's condensing in the air. Ice condensed in the air, creating hundreds of ice swords. Qianyaun inwardly called Nano and told it to activate fan mode. Smash everything cleanly, leave nothing behind. The system soon announced that it was activating the remote fan system and locking onto the target according to the user's request. He raised his hand and began to control everything with divine power. The ice swords pierced straight through the ceiling. In other places, everyone's situation was not better. Aya earthquake, run away quickly. Everyone was in chaos, fleeing for their lives. Yu-chan broke through the ceiling without hesitation and went outside. He escaped after a short while. They also landed on the ground. Young GWI looked back in disbelief. What? Why is this happening? Fortunately, it was the highest floor. If it had been a middle floor, they would have barely escaped. Palace Lord Dan Yu-chan immediately turned pale at the sight before his eyes. Why is everything collapsing before my eyes? I finally found my position. Why is this happening? From Qianyaun's position, countless ice swords continued to be fired, and large rocks shattered wherever they passed. Oui Wang saw this scene for the first time and exclaimed in astonishment, Good heavens, is this even human? Qianya-un still stood in the center enduring everything. All his movements were very firm. Dan Yu-chan's side was not so lucky. As more and more cracks appeared, the guests fled in confusion for their lives. While young GWI was barely providing first aid outside, he rushed inside. Palace Lord Dan Yu-chan continuously poured his power inward. The pillars must be able to withstand it. A stream of cold air enveloped the entire frozen ice-white diviner fam pillar. The pillar temporarily held up again. He still shouted loudly at the people standing blankly, "Run away, Quickney!" Thanks to him, many people escaped. Yu-chan opened his mouth to summarize the situation. The remaining workers, if you have strength left, help freeze the collapsing buildings so people can evacuate. Elder Cho, find the unit members. Qianya-un's area was very desolate. Everything had collapsed. Oui-Wang was dazed in shock. Good heavens, can he freeze everything in an instant with just a wave of his hand? He was astonished by the power of the young man before his eyes. Qianya-un said nothing, merely observing quietly. After a moment he asked worriedly, "Is everyone all right?" Everyone replied in unison, "Yes, cult leader." Oui-Wang sat on the floor muttering in disbelief. The ceiling really turned to dust. Even though I saw it with my own eyes, I still can't believe it. Dust still lingered in the air, obscuring the view. The situation at the Orthodox Martial Alliance's temporary lodging was not good either. Bong Wu sighed in relief, looking at the debris behind him. That was close. Young Kong also nodded in agreement. If the ceiling hadn't frozen, we would have been crushed to death. Heo Bong quickly noticed and said to them, "So you were on the floor below this time. The cult leader saved your lives, so hurry up and thank him, Martial Alliance bastards." Just then, Li Yi arrived and was delighted to see them safe. "Oh, by all means, I'm glad you're all safe," so he immediately retorted. "What on earth happened? Didn't you say the dragon turtle ceiling cave was very far away? If these vibrations are due to the dragon turtle trying to escape, then that cave must be somewhere right under this ground." He hid nothing and told the truth. This old man was also very flustered by this sudden situation. If the dragon turtle broke through the ice wall, someone must have reached the cave. Young GWI, as if remembering something, asked, could it be that the seal has been broken?" He exclaimed in dismay. Li Yi looked at the high mountainside with vigilance. At the same time, Mount Pengui, north of the Beihai Ice Palace, was now unusually quiet. Everyone was focused on their tasks. Oui-Wang frowned, his expression unusually serious. He worried inwardly. No vibrations are felt from under the ice wall. It's as if there's nothing there. Oui-Wang was cautious because of the power of what was below. The dragon turtle had been frozen for hundreds of years, but it hadn't died, and its spiritual energy had grown stronger so it wouldn't die of exhaustion. But as if something had just come to mind, sweat continuously flowed down his forehead. Could it be? Oui-Wang stood up and said to his subordinate, "Wait, I'll go up and check the situation and be right back." He went up with all his might to check the situation, inwardly praying continuously, "Please let my ominous premonition be wrong." Upon reaching the cave entrance, Oui-Wang immediately observed everything. His face suddenly turned pale. "No, that can't be, it can't be." Hearing the collapsing sound from there, he realized that Dan Yu-chan's palace had completely collapsed. Countless people were astonished by this sight. A man nearby seemed to notice something approaching. Solid bricks soared up, but no one dared to go near. A loud explosion echoed, scattering dirt and stones everywhere. Dan Yu-chan was very worried but still tried to calm himself. So he, injured on this side, also noticed the clear alarm on his face. Conversely, only Qianya-un remained calm and completely unperturbed. The dragon turtle surged from underground, appearing very imposing. Its teeth were sharp and terrifyingly exposed. An ear-splitting scream echoed, instantly shaking heaven and earth. Heo Bong and his group couldn't stand it and covered their ears. What? Oui-Wang, who was outside, was also greatly affected by the ear-splitting scream. He trembled and was flustered. Damn it, finally it has appeared. At this moment the dragon turtle's form was completely revealed before everyone's eyes. The dragon turtle. Young GWI looked up at the dragon turtle. It came here by digging through the ground instead of crossing the ice wall of Mount Pengui. The reason the vibrations were so strong wasn't just because its spiritual energy had grown stronger, but because it had truly come close to the ice palace. Dan Yu-chan trembled in anger, gritting his teeth. "You monster, why did you dare to come to this ice palace?" In an instant a figure darted forward amidst everyone's alarm. He approached the dragon turtle to do battle. "I will cut off your head." However, Dan Yu-chan's face quickly changed, and his two hands trembled continuously as they failed to pierce the dragon turtle's scales. "No, that can't be. My snowfield sword, it can't even pierce its scales." Before he could even grasp the situation, the dragon turtle suddenly turned its head and aimed directly at Dan Yu-chan. He tried to block the attack with cold energy. The defense. Lightning wrapped around and glowed, covering the entire space. The dragon turtle's pressure grew stronger and stronger, showing no mercy. Amidst the thunder and lightning, the palace lord's figure seemed so small before this natural disaster. Not stopping there, the dragon turtle aimed at the crowd, continuously making them scream, even sending Dan Yu-chan flying far away. The entire space was once again engulfed in dust by the dragon turtle's attack. It held its head high, its two eyes burning with fury, and its roaring sound echoed, its massive body wrapped in lightning ready to sweep everything away. Under the dragon turtle's massive body, the orthodox martial artist tried to escape in chaos. Yang Kong, while searching for a safe place, was astonished by the sight. That is the dragon turtle's lightning chi. It's the lightning chi passed down in legends in our Murong family. So he, in the chaotic situation, grew even more worried with a clear look of unease on her face. Why is this unease growing stronger? Hurry. Gather our alliance's unit to the east. We must combine forces with the Beihai Ice Palace, from the collapsed area. Dan Yuchan lay motionless on the cold ground. His body now looked very exhausted. Indeed, a disaster befitting its name. Yuchan tried with all his might to move his body, but pain spread throughout. If I hadn't defended with ice arts, I would have been reduced to ashes just now. Having narrowly escaped death, a bitter feeling consumed Dan Yuchan's entire heart. Produces extremely strong lightning chi, and its body is as hard as diamond. Even my perfected sword chi could do nothing. He looked at the continuously rampaging dragon turtle, asking himself if he could defeat it, but he could no longer retreat. However, because of the heavy responsibility on his shoulders, Yuchan could not give up. All right, I will stake my life and the fate of the Beihai Ice Palace on this battle. In the dark background, a ray of light flashed. In a brief moment, a familiar figure appeared and a red robe fluttered in the air. Heobong moved and suddenly said, "Oh, cult leader, did you see that powerful lightning chi?" Xianya-un presented his plan without hesitation. "Six Swords unit, listen to me. This is our team's area, so immediately," he shouted loudly so everyone could hear, "carry out the orders I gave earlier." Everyone replied in unison. Understood. At this moment, Dan Yuchan in astonishment commanded elders and unit leaders gather the scattered workers and led them. Meanwhile, the people next to him all froze, looking at the sight before them. Murong Yu, Yang Kang's son, dazedly recognized it as the dragon turtle. Yang Kang flew from afar, calling Yu loudly. Yang Yu immediately replied, "Father." The ground suddenly shattered, and then a large explosion occurred. Yang Yu was so surprised that his face turned pale. This is, from afar, the dragon turtle appeared with immense momentum. Seeing it, he asked himself in disbelief, "Another head." The dragon turtle quickly approached the crowd, so his face turned pale, and she inwardly wondered, but why is it only this much? I heard it was a four-headed dragon turtle. Where are the other two heads? Just then, a flash of lightning erupted from the dragon turtle's body. It opened its mouth wide and roared threateningly. Yang Yu, startled, realized that the chi might be that. He immediately commanded, "Everyone retreat." So his eyes suddenly hardened, and the lightning immediately attacked the surrounding crowd. The crowd had no time to dodge, their bodies trembling painfully. Yang Kang asked in surprise, "The dragon turtle can create thunder and lightning?" He immediately exclaimed in astonishment. Almost 80 people lost their lives in the blink of an eye. Yang Kang quickly landed on the ground and went to military advisor Zhigal to ask, "Are you all right? It would be best to retreat with the military advisors for a moment." When she didn't reply, he asked again, "Military advisor Zhigal." Just then, so he urged anxiously, "We must go right away." Yang Kang asked in confusion, "Wait, where should we go?" She hastily replied, "Towards the demonic cult. We must inform them." Hearing this, he was blankly puzzled. "What are you talking about?" So he immediately asserted, "If my prediction is correct, the dragon turtle wants us to scatter." Yang Kang heard this and doubted again. "What do you mean?" she replied nervously. "The appearance of the first head is to assess the situation," so he speculated with a dark expression. "The appearance of the second head to block us is no coincidence. Perhaps by now the third head is." Before she could finish, the ground suddenly collapsed. Seeing the ground crack, so he thought in confusion, "As expected, it's moving west, towards where the demonic cult's unit is." She immediately said loudly to Yang Kang, "Head Murong, we must quickly inform them to move away from the dragon turtle." Realizing the situation was bad, he hesitated slightly inwardly. "I don't want to help the demonic cult, but if their forces are also reduced, it will be harder to confront the dragon turtle." Yang Kang reluctantly accepted. He called Yu loudly. Yang Yu immediately replied, "Yes, father." Yang Kang ordered seriously, "Quickly inform the demonic cult. They must get as far away from the dragon turtle as possible." Without hesitation, Yang Yu cupped his hands and replied, "Yes." As soon as he finished speaking, he immediately darted away like the wind. On this side, Yang Kang continued to order in a stern voice, "The remaining people must also get away from the dragon turtle. Quickly prepare fire arrows." Everyone quickly replied to his words, "Understood." He observed the situation worriedly, asking himself inwardly, "Did the records left by our ancestors say that fire arrows are truly effective against monsters like the dragon turtle?" At the same time, Yang Yu was chasing after the dragon turtle like an arrow. He gnashed his teeth and cursed inwardly for a moment. "Damn it, has it already gone that far? It's too late. I can't catch up." A large explosion suddenly occurred and the dragon turtle suddenly surged up before him. Yang Yu was speechless for a moment, his mouth agape. "Dr. Dragon Turtle." The dragon turtle now bared its sharp teeth and emitted killing intent, glaring at Yang Yu. "Dragon turtle." The crowd, seeing it, shouted in astonishment, "It's the dragon turtle. Quickly get out of the way." But Yang Yu froze. "No, it's too close. If the dragon turtle created thunder and lightning, everyone would lose their lives." He immediately shouted loudly, "Run away, Quickney, get far away." The dragon turtle glared with killing intent. And Yang Yu emphasized nervously, "Right now." In the blink of an eye, an attack unfolded, shattering dirt and stones. Successive attacks appeared. The dragon turtle suddenly opened its mouth and an enormous amount of power rapidly condensed. It suddenly exploded as if the sky was tearing open. Yang Kang covered his face in astonishment. "No, that can't be." He opened his eyes wide and looked in disbelief. Yang Kang looked at the crowd before him, unable to understand. The demonic cult members were still unharmed. He wondered what that iron rod was. The very next moment, Yang Kang realized, could that iron rod have absorbed the lightning? If so, how did they avoid the lightning flowing into the ground? Suddenly, someone shouted. Then the group cheered. Success, they rejoiced, unharmed thanks to the rubber soles on their boots just as the cult leader had instructed. At this moment the system reported that the current flowing into the ground had decreased by 90. Yaun heard that and let out a sigh of relief. Though it's called a lightning rod and rubber. I had my doubts, but it really worked. He recalled hearing from Baek-hoon that the dragon turtle could generate lightning chi, and then devising effective countermeasures with Nano. The dragon turtle stood facing Yaun. It suddenly chuckled and said, "You are the first living spiritual beast I have ever seen. The difference between you and humans is distinctly felt." Yaun asked, "Are you daring to belittle me?" Immediately after, he signaled Elder Mong with a nod. The opponent immediately replied. "Understood," he shouted firmly. "Now it's time for a counterattack. 6 Swords Unit, all of you unleash your secret techniques." At his command the group rushed forward in unison. "Understood." The dragon turtle exuded killing intent and the group swiftly surrounded it. Yaun signaled with a gesture. "Shall we begin?" The group rushed forward in unison. "Heichi commanders, unleash all your sword energy." Understood. They launched a fierce attack on the dragon turtle. The dragon turtle suddenly looked at them, then let out a desperate scream. The protector stiffened at the sight. As expected, sword energy doesn't cause much damage to that creature. He unconsciously clenched his fist. The protector solemnly shouted, 6 Swords Unit and Vice Commander Heo, follow the protector." As soon as he finished speaking, they all took off their armor. The group shouted in unison. "Understood," the protector firmly instructed. "We target the dragon turtle's head simultaneously." The dragon turtle was immediately put on the defensive and helplessly surrounded. The protector launched the first attack. 24 Demonic Swords Final Form, Sword Master, Sword Mirror. Next was Heobong's turn. Phantom Sword Art Secret Technique, Phantom Severing Sword. The 2 attacks immediately struck the dragon turtle head-on. The protector suddenly commanded, "Continue the attack." The very next moment, Sanghua unleashed the Pa-Biu Sect Secret Technique, Cloud Treading Windroar, and her comrade also launched the Ma-Quan Sect Secret Technique, Fist and Spear Penetration, without faltering. Simultaneously, the Sa-Ma Sect Secret Technique, 100 Flowers Blooming, and the Seo-Moon Sect Secret Technique, Supreme Fist God, flew in one after another. Moon-Gyu and Baek-Gi also combined their strength to finish it. The Sun-Gak Sect Secret Technique, Wind Gale Decisive Kick, and the Mongjang-Aro Sect Secret Technique, Demonic Dragon Flowing Coils. In the blink of an eye, the 6 Swords Unit overwhelmed the dragon turtle with a flurry of secret techniques. Witnessing the scene before his eyes, Yang Yu was momentarily astonished, thinking inwardly, "Amazing, truly amazing. Even the dragon turtle wouldn't be able to withstand such an attack. The demonic cult will soon claim the dragon turtle's head." Military advisor Zhagal and father worried too much. Having thought this far, he quickly turned back. "Our side has more problems. I need to go back quickly." However, at a sudden shout, Yang Yu froze in place. "Get out of the way, it's dangerous." He immediately looked back in fear. "What?" Yang Yu couldn't say anything as he directly faced the dragon turtle. "This powerful true energy is coming this way," the protector firmly commanded. "Scatter." The group quickly retreated accordingly. As the dragon turtle suddenly burst out before their eyes, Moon-Gyu and her comrades exclaimed in astonishment, "Heobong Taek Jam." Heobong unconsciously gritted his teeth. This can't be." Taek Jam cursed in anger. "Damn it!" The dragon turtle immediately spewed an overwhelming flame. A nearby person saw it and trembled in rage. "Unbelievable!" Another person's face turned pale with fear. "How did that happen?" he exclaimed in astonishment. "The entire mountain was blown away." Baek-Gi flinched for a moment. "Everything in the path of the light beam was blown away, leaving only embers. This cannot be blocked by protective chi." Moon-Gyu suddenly collapsed to the ground beside Heobong. Unable to hold back her tears, she sobbed and asked, "Why did we have to put in all that effort for nothing?" Suddenly the group was startled by a voice from afar. "Am I still alive?" Moon-Gyu, overwhelmed with emotion, quickly turned back. Heobong and Taek Jam were unharmed without a scratch. Moon-Gyu fumed and scolded. "I thought you were dead." He heard that and scratched his head, slightly flustered. "I thought I was dead too. I was flung into the sky." But he, confused, expressed his gratitude. "Cult leader, thank you for saving my life." Yaun merely glared without replying. Just then, the dragon turtle suddenly lunged directly in front of Taek Jam's face. Heobong saw it and cried out in surprise, This monster again." In the blink of an eye, Yaun knocked Taek Jam and Heobong to the ground. The protector commanded tensely, "Everyone abandon your weapons and lie down." The group replied in unison, very submissively. "Understood." Yaun gathered spiritual energy to unleash a technique. The dragon turtle, realizing this in astonishment, quickly turned its head, but his fist shot out like an arrow, striking it with suffocating force in an instant. The dragon turtle opened its mouth in pain. The group saw it and cheered with joy. Wow, the cult leader struck it. The protector suddenly stopped them tensely. "Lie down, don't get up yet." Yaun thought inwardly, tense. "Is it unharmed even after all that?" The dragon turtle's throat suddenly swelled, and in the blink of an eye it spewed an overwhelming surge of power. The group luckily escaped death, trembling in fear as they dodged. The dragon turtle madly exuded immense killing intent. Baek-Gi saw it and wondered, when does he plan to deliver the decisive blow? This time, unlike before, it's firing continuously. An emergency alert suddenly appeared on the system. The current the lightning rod can withstand has exceeded its limit. Yaun heard that and thought inwardly, I intended to use tactics effectively to eliminate the dragon turtle without expending too much stamina, but I seem to have underestimated its power. He suddenly asked worriedly, "If this continues, everyone will be struck by lightning. The range of the lightning is too wide, making it difficult to use chi to unleash an invisible sword." Nano, is there another way to withstand the lightning? To this, the system replied. Higher thermal energy increases atomic vibration, which will impede the movement of electron particles. Seeing the complex problem, Yoon frankly suggested. Can you put it in plain language? The system explained concisely. When heat rises, the flow of current slows down, the system stated frankly. However, the current emitted by this monstrous creature, the dragon turtle, is too strong and can be dangerous. Yaun sighed in disappointment. Even if it's dangerous, I have to try. Suddenly, Moon Gyu's voice came from afar. See, cult leader, he told her sternly. Retreat. She reluctantly agreed. Yes. Yaun instantly gathered an immense amount of spiritual energy in his hand. A sudden change shocked the group, and everyone was startled and trembled in fear. A stream of black chi suddenly appeared around Yaun's feet. It instantly enveloped his entire body, and the group could not hide their joy. Be black flame, this is on a different level from the heat Haobong showed the cult members. Of course he's the cult leader, Yaun calculated with a serious expression. With the black flame surrounding me, I seem to be less affected by the current. It stings, but it's bearable enough. The dragon turtle suddenly rolled its eyes, then let out a desperate scream. In the blink of an eye, something went wrong with the lightning rod, astonishing the group. How the lightning rod? The lightning rod is melting, be careful. Before he could finish speaking, the group was instantly electrocuted and froze. Yaun realized in fear. Did it sense the aura of another spiritual beast emanating from my body and strengthen its lightning? If I don't hurry, all my subordinates will die. Just then, the dragon turtle suddenly opened its mouth and began gathering immense power. Yaun resolutely drew his sword. Let's end this. As the dragon turtle opened its mouth, a terrifying force immediately erupted. Yaun swiftly gathered spiritual energy and in the blink of an eye, suppressed the dragon turtle's mouth. Yaun suddenly leapt high, aiming directly at the monster. The attack soon neared the dragon turtle's massive eye. The group saw it and cheered with joy. Oh, cult leader, they happily looked at Yaun. The cult leader has subdued the dragon turtle. At this moment, as the dragon turtle suddenly opened its eyes wide, Yaun was speechless. This monster, at the critical moment between life and death, the dragon turtle broke its restraints and opened its mouth. Yaun dodged in time and asked himself in astonishment, did it pretend to be defeated to lure me in? He instantly frowned in anger. It's smarter than I thought. Once again, the dragon turtle swelled its belly, but this time Yaun charged without hesitation. Do you think I'll leave you alone? The dragon turtle, its entire body covered in an immense amount of lightning, confronted Yaun with all its might, and immediately after a fierce battle ensued. Yaun, his face veined with anger, gritted his teeth, but soon his energy was depleted and he was pressed to the ground by the dragon turtle. Yaun was severely injured and groaned in pain for a moment. The dragon turtle suddenly stood up before the astonished gaze of the group. See, cult leader, it continued to open its mouth without the slightest hesitation, and a terrifying force erupted once again. Yaun's eyes flashed open and he gritted his teeth. Immediately after, a colossal explosion shook heaven and earth. Everything was destroyed, leaving only ashes. The dragon turtle still stood tall, displaying its unparalleled power. The group had now completely lost their will to fight. Taek Jom knelt on the ground, stubbornly denying. No, it can't be. I should have stopped the cult leader no matter what. In the sorrowful situation, the group called out with choked voices. Cult leader, behind the thick dust, a ray of light suddenly appeared. It instantly shook the entire area. Yaun appeared, his face darkened with rage. The group saw it and quickly regained their fighting spirit, shouting, See, cult leader, they cried out in unison. The cult leader is safe. Why would he die? Look at that black smoke. It's spreading wider than before. Yaun quietly assessed the situation without saying anything. He suddenly frowned worriedly. Yaun momentarily looked suspiciously at the power in his hand as if unable to understand. What happened? I thought it was a fatal injury. The system suddenly reported energy 400 charged, surprising Yaun. What is this? The system continued to report. Cause analysis required. However, the current was weakened by thermal energy and your body absorbed and converted your energy. Yaun heard that, unconsciously smiled and triumphantly clenched his fist. If that's the case, I no longer need to fear lightning. The scene shifted elsewhere and a snowflake suddenly appeared. The dragon turtle suddenly spewed cold smoke. Soon it was enveloped in the surrounding cold. The group was pushed back for a moment. They were bewildered and speechless, staring at the dragon turtle. Dan Yuchan took a deep breath and commanded seriously, Now is the time. As soon as Dan Yuchan finished speaking, the group attacked in unison. The first secret technique, Ice White Divine Palm. The fifth form was unleashed. Ice Heaven White Scent also immediately followed. The dragon turtle suddenly rolled its eyes. The group was continuously attacking it. The dragon turtle instantly gnashed its teeth and growled and swiftly gathered immense power. The group rushed forward. It seems we're only making it angrier. Prepare the ice white palm. Just then, lightning suddenly struck and the group barely escaped death by blocking it with the ice white palm in time. Dan Yuchan loudly encouraged them. Everyone hold on. The group heard that and replied in unison very submissively. Understood. The dragon turtle continued to spew lightning. The group did their best but couldn't hold on and had no choice but to retreat. Sol Young GWI instantly gnashed his teeth in anger. He thought tensely that they would be able to hold on by defending with the ice white palm. Dan Yuchan suddenly struck the ground hard. Damn it, he confused thought inwardly, but holding on is meaningless. Out of 1,000 men only 600 are left. Dan Yuchan painfully looked into the distance and asserted. Instead of holding on, we must find a way to kill it, he asked himself helplessly. But how? We need to pierce those scales and tear its flesh. Dan Yuchan closed his eyes, lost in deep thought for a moment. He solemnly commanded, use ice heaven white scent again. Suddenly a voice was heard, acting palace lord. Dan Yuchan replied in bewilderment, military advisor Zhe Gao, so he immediately continued, I have something to tell you. At these words, Dan Yuchan paused for a moment. She asked directly, what is the dragon turtle's scales weak against? Arrows wrapped in fire. Yang Kong seriously commanded, fire, immediately. Numerous arrows flew towards the dragon turtle. The lightning on its body gradually weakened. Yang Kong saw it and thought with joy, I thank my ancestors. I thought fire arrows wouldn't be effective because they couldn't pierce the dragon turtle's scales. When exposed to so much fire, the lightning emitted by the dragon turtle also weakens. Huangbo Nung also quickly commanded, keep firing. The dragon turtle roared in pain. Huangbo Nung and Yang Kong were greatly surprised by it. The two were delighted that fire arrows could attack the dragon turtle. Head Murong, it's the last arrow, they calculated. But with too many casualties, only half the army remained, and not many arrows were left. They had to pick up intact arrows and reuse them. Yang Kong took out an oil bottle and poured it onto his sword. Then we must decide the battle now. Huangbo Nung cautiously asked, Head Murong, do you mean now? Yang Kong threw the bottle to the ground and replied, Head Huangbo. Yang Kong used magic to set the oil on his sword on fire. You are not a treacherous person, so would you consider cooperating with me? We must behead it before the arrows run out. Huangbo Nung couldn't help but be surprised when he heard Yang Kang's plan. He hesitated, facing a situation where he could lose his life. Even if the lightning it emits has weakened, fighting it up close is no different from suicide. Yang Kong heard that and no longer forced him. Understood. I alone, however. Huangbo Nung suddenly changed his mind and placed his sword on top of Yang Kang's. He said with a smile, we should hurry. Yang Kong could not hide his joyful smile at the sight. The two were filled with fighting spirit and prepared for battle. The martial artists who witnessed this scene were greatly surprised, but the family heads Huangbo Nung stepped forward imposingly. We must settle this battle before this flame goes out. Let's go. Yang Kong immediately replied. The dragon turtle also prepared to counterattack by creating a lightning sphere. The two family heads approached the dragon turtle, blocking its attacks. The vice commander ordered the archers to attack, covering the family heads. Under the rain of fire arrows, Yu Zheng found it difficult to resist and suddenly burrowed into the ground. Yang Kong saw this and shouted, are you trying to escape? Yu Zheng suddenly shot lightning from underground, and the two family heads were unable to dodge in time and were thrown back. Yang Kong thought in anger, damn it, my sword slipped from my hand underground, damn it, I can't stop it. A man in a fur coat suddenly appeared and created an ice wall to block Yu Zheng's attack, ice-white barrier. Another person called out, my lord? It was Go Zhang rushing over. Go quickly, we will hold them off. Yang Kong heard that, gripped his sword tightly and charged. Thank you. Yu Zheng emerged from the ground. The two family heads seized the opportunity, leapt up and attacked. While Yu Zheng created a massive lightning sphere, Yang and Bong operated even more powerful magic, and Yu Zheng opened its mouth wide, preparing to attack. Its power was so strong that Bong's face began to contort. Yu Zheng's attack shone dazzlingly, forcing everyone to cover their faces. Bo Nung and Yang Kong together plunged into that power. Yu Zheng roared, its eyes growing even more ferocious. The two family heads' clothes had already begun to burn and their entire bodies were hot, but they gritted their teeth and endured to protect everyone. The warriors below murmured, worried about the two family heads. Murong family head, no, just a little more. Hot flames plunged into the blue magic. Bo Nung and Yang Kong shouted defiantly, die, you monster. The two men's swords pierced Yu Zheng's hard shell and blood splattered everywhere from its neck. Bo Nung and Yang Kong gritted their teeth as they decapitated it. Yu Zheng's head was severed, but it still growled, its eyes rolled back. As the two family heads landed, Yu Zheng's head also fell. The warriors rejoiced, cheering, oh, we succeeded, we killed Yu Zheng. Bo Nung laughed heartily amidst the cheers. The family heads defeated Yu Zheng. Everyone continued to cheer. Family head Bo Nung thought inwardly, we succeeded. He smiled brightly and said, I really thought it was dead. Did family head Murong's method really work? Yang Kong shouted. Family head Huangbo Bo Nung bowed his head. He sighed and replied, then we did it. Murong family head. Yang Kang's voice filled with worry surprised Bo Nung. Family head Huangbo. Yang Kong rushed quickly towards Bo Nung, shouting and extending his hand. Murong family head. Suddenly a bolt of lightning pierced Bo Nung's body. Yu Zheng's head fell. We did it. Everyone rejoiced and cheered. We killed Yu Zheng, they shouted. The family heads defeated Yu Zheng. Yang Kong smiled in relief. We succeeded. He picked up his sword, preparing to stand up. Now no more. Suddenly a red liquid dripped onto Yang Kang's shoulder. The liquid began to drip more and more. He looked up, curious what this black liquid was. Before his eyes, Yu Zheng's head was slowly regenerating. Its recently severed head had reattached. One person saw it and cried out, trembling. There was Bo Nung, still intoxicated with victory, unaware that death was approaching from behind. Yang Kong rushed over, shouting, family head Huangbo. Bo Nung, still oblivious, laughed and replied, we did it. Yang Kong shouted frantically to warn him. Be careful. At that moment, lightning was about to shoot out from Yu Zheng's mouth. The lightning pierced directly through Bo Nung's body. Yang Kong cried out in despair. Family head Huangbo. Kwang Ho muttered suspiciously. Am I dreaming? He looked at this absurd sight and admired. I thought it would have already thrown a tantrum, the person next to him replied. I'm surprised you're surprised every time. Moon Gyu couldn't hide the admiration on her face. Cult leader Yaun was confronting Yu Zheng at this moment. The cult leader was absorbing Yuzhong's power. Yuzhong's power was completely absorbed through his hand. He saw the system notification that his energy had increased by 50 and gave a satisfied smile, clenching his fist. Yuzhong growled in discontent as Yaun absorbed its power. Yaun waved his hand, forcing Yuzhong's mouth shut. Yuzhong struggled to break free from Yaun's mouth-sealing magic. What's wrong? He gestured, provoking it. Show more power. Yuzhong's mouth was tightly shut and its sharp teeth pierced its own mouth, making it seem very painful. Yaun's magic pulled a sword from the ground. He gathered power, preparing to throw the sword at Yuzhong. The system notified that target locking was in progress and energy was being gathered. 3 times the energy surrounded the sword. Yaun heard that and commanded with satisfaction, "Fire!" The energy-laden sword flew towards Yuzhong. The sword pierced directly through its head and blood splattered everywhere. Yuzhong's head shattered into pieces and fell to the ground. People witnessed the sight and shouted with joy. The cult leader defeated Yuzhong. Long live the heavenly demonic cult, Yaun landed. At this moment the system notified that 230 and 195 energy remained. He looked at the system window and thought inwardly, my true energy consumption speed is faster than usual because it exceeded its original level. Perhaps my body is also tired from consuming too much true energy. But the most urgent task now is, Moon-gyu rushed eagerly towards Yaun. Cult leader, he saw her and smiled, saying, really, you don't have to worry so much. Before Yaun could finish his sentence, an enormous amount of black chi suddenly surged from his body. This isn't enough. Moon-gyu was startled by the sight. Yaun looked at the black chi emanating from his hand and thought inwardly, why black chi so suddenly? A giant shadow suddenly appeared before him. Yuzhong's power attacked Yaun, but he was protected by the black chi. He gritted his teeth, thinking, what's happening? No way? Moon-gyu saw him being attacked and shouted worriedly, cult leader. The two who had been rejoicing just moments ago were now utterly astonished. Unbelievable, it's really a nightmare. From its recently severed neck a head began to regenerate and blood gushed forth. Yuzhong's head began to be reborn amidst everyone's terror. That monster is indeed immortal, the system notified, activating optimal defense method to protect the master. Yaun thanked inwardly, thank you Nano, unbelievable, even after its head was shattered it's still alive? At this moment a voice from afar made him pay attention. Is it family head Kwang? Yaun saw Yuzhong on the Martial Alliance's side regenerating its head, confirming that the Martial Alliance had also beheaded Yuzhong, but it had been reborn just like this one. Then he speculated, perhaps the Beihai Ice Palace is also in a similar situation. Finally Yaun thought, then can its head regenerate like other parts of its body? If all 4 heads are like that, he suddenly paused. Wait, I get it now. Where is the remaining head? Yaun immediately placed his hand on the ground and began to search. Didn't care that Yuzhong was gathering power, preparing to attack. Moon-gyu reminded worriedly, cult leader, be careful. As soon as Yaun found the location of the 4th head, he suddenly leapt up, confusing everyone. Cult leader, Yuzhong also didn't expect him to escape. Yaun thought inwardly, I feel a heartbeat from deep underground. It's a sea of blood where an extremely dangerous monster is hiding. Yaun felt it was waiting for prey hidden. The intense heartbeat sounded as if it was excited. He looked down and said, it's here. The heartbeat is most clearly felt from this circular hole. It must be down there. Yuzhong's true body is beneath these ruins. At this moment Yaun opened the nano system. How much true energy do I have left now? A mechanical sound rang out. 154 energy remaining. Yaun swung his sword and a massive energy pillar shot straight forward. He muttered inwardly, it's still not enough. Even if I use all the power I have now, I won't be able to unleash an attack stronger than before. It won't reach where it's hiding. Yaun looked at the sight before his eyes and calculated inwardly. I need more power. Yang Kong shouted in anger. Let go, I'll kill that monster, his subordinate warned worriedly. Calm down, if you overexert yourself, my lord. Next to him, a group of people were weeping loudly. Even the family head sacrificed himself in vain, Yu Chan growled. Damn it, he looked up at the giant Yuzhong and muttered, where did that guy get such incredible regenerative power? Yuzhong's eyes glowed and smoke emanated from its mouth. The people below immediately trembled. What? How can we defeat that? At this moment a sword suddenly flew in. Purple energy surged powerfully, and the sword pierced Yuzhong's mouth, causing it pain. Then another sword stabbed its side head from below, and red blood immediately splattered. They growled unpleasantly in turn, unable to bear it. At this moment Yaun gestured arrogantly, provoking it. Yu Chan looked at his actions and asked himself, unable to understand, is that the demonic cult leader? What is he trying to do? Yuzhong's belly suddenly swelled and simultaneously made strange noises. At this very moment it spewed a massive energy pillar like a cannon, destroying everything. Yaun slowly sighed. The system said, warning, not recommended for the user. Yuzhong's other heads were not to be outdone. It immediately spewed a powerful swirling energy and attacked. The system's voice rang out. Too many unverified principles. This action could pose a serious risk to the user. Yaun heard that and smiled. Too unusual. Finally Yuzhong continued to unleash fatal blows as if to end everything. Yaun's face was now extremely focused, gathering internal energy in both hands. The system notified in alarm. Warning, the user should quickly evacuate from the current location. 3 energy sources flew like flashes towards the opposite tower. After a moment they powerfully shattered the door before them, and debris and dirt scattered everywhere in the air. Yu Zheng's 3 different heads furiously spewed massive swirling energy pillars, causing thick smoke to rise. The dazzling light was so strong that the surrounding people quickly had to cover their faces. At this moment, the surroundings grew hotter than ever. Electricity lingered everywhere, leaving no escape route. Yu Chan saw this and gritted his teeth, thinking, the destructive power is too immense. Why isn't the demonic cult leader dodging? Yu Zheng opened its mouth wider and wider, spewing destructive light energy. Yaun softly said, Nano, lock onto the target. His eyes flashed like burning flames. As soon as Yaun finished speaking, a destructive flash immediately flew from the opposite side and shot directly towards Yu Zheng. It easily tore through Yu Zheng's body in a short moment with overwhelming force. The side heads were surprised and received this attack head-on, unable to react in time. The surroundings were covered in dazzling light and red liquid. So he witnessed this sight from the ground, sweating profusely and in shock. Yu Zheng's body suddenly burst with wounds and blood gushed forth. The internal flesh was also permeated by obscure energy. Then, amidst everyone's confusion, Yu Zheng immediately fell heavily to the ground. They murmured, unable to understand. What? It's not regenerating this time. Yang Kong ran over, mouth agape, and observed. He thought inwardly, is it still alive after such an attack? And it severed 3 of Yu Zheng's heads simultaneously. Then he couldn't help but mutter, truly absurd. A reddish-purple smoke burned furiously like flames. Yang Kong saw Yaun floating in the air, clenching both hands. He asked himself, is the demonic cult leader really human? Heobong's eyes welled up with tears of admiration. Cult leader, I believe in you. Tak Jam shouted worriedly. Wait, cult leader. At this moment Yaun's face suddenly sprouted purple veins, and at the same time his entire body was covered in strange lightning. He gritted his teeth, thinking inwardly, why is my body like this? At this moment Yaun could no longer hold back and roared madly. A mechanical sound rang out from the system. Energy charge rate 1200 achieved, limit reached, user in danger. Yaun bit his finger in pain, regaining his composure. Just hold on a little longer, Nano. Heobong looked up and muttered, truly amazing. The black flame is burning hotter than ever. But how is the cult leader? Suddenly Yaun called out, Heobong. He raised his voice and urged, Yu Zheng's lightning has been weakened by the cannons and heat. If anything happens, you must be at the center and protect the cult members. Heobong asked in bewilderment. Me? What's happening? Why are you saying that? Yaun, sweating in pain, still moved his lips to reassure him. Trust me. Yaun's words immediately made Heobong's eyes gleam. Then he tensed and closed his eyes tightly. At this moment Heobong boldly clasped his hands together and flames burned fiercely. Then he shouted loudly. At this moment from above Yaun's side he clasped his hands together and crossed them. Then now, as soon as Yaun finished speaking, the subordinate swords suddenly flew up from the ground. Yaun raised his hand to stop them, and an extremely mysterious aura emanated from his entire body. As soon as Yaun's eyes glowed, the swords immediately plunged straight down from above. Yaun frowned and softly said, I'll give you back what you received. Yu Chan looked around in bewilderment. What in the world is going on? Demonic cult leader Li Yi was equally perplexed, thinking, unbelievable. Did he surround the entire Beihai Ice Palace with true energy? Yang Kong saw his actions and asked himself, unable to understand, why is he doing that suddenly? No, wait, is he going to attack people like us who are tired from fighting Yu Zheng simultaneously? So he, next to him, explained softly, Yu Zheng is not dead yet. Did you forget about the 4th head? As soon as Yang Kong heard her words, his eyes widened. He thought inwardly, then the demonic cult leader is targeting the sword blades currently covered in powerful purple energy. They were furious like mad whirlpools, ready to destroy everything. The target went directly towards the structures below. The system notified. Target confirmed. Target lock activated. As soon as the system voice faded, the blades transformed into massive lock shapes and plunged directly into the target. The energy circles below grew larger and larger, and Yaun raised his voice and shouted, fire! Swords poured down from the sky like rain. Then as soon as they hit the target, they suddenly became time bombs and exploded with a sound that shook the heavens. Sources of light continuously poured down. Yu Chan stared blankly at the sight before his eyes. The surrounding people hastily shouted, run away, you'll be caught if you stay close, he exclaimed in utter shock. Yu Chan stood motionless in front of the building which had been destroyed by the explosion and murmured, our ice palace, with its 700-year history. So he hesitated and said, is that the legendary sky flash? Yang Kong immediately shook his head. No, he watched, eyes wide, without moving an inch. Yang Kong slowly opened his mouth. That is something I have never seen. Just then Yaun gritted his teeth and charged forward like a madman. Around him swords continuously poured down like rain. They struck the ground like powerful cannonballs, sending rock fragments flying everywhere. Yang Kong muttered, it's much stronger than before. A mechanical sound rang out from the system. Energy remaining. 335.5. Yaun thought unpleasantly. Is it still not enough? I've already used 70 of my true energy. The blood vessels in his eyes began to swell. I feel like I'm losing my mind. The ceaseless lightning shook the ground violently. It continued to destroy everything without any sign of stopping. At this moment Yaun was incredibly tense. Suddenly a deafening explosion echoed. The surroundings immediately turned crimson. Pillars of energy surged from underground, intertwining and rising skyward. Then these pillars of energy, like powerful arrows, pierced through the subordinates, causing them to scream terribly. Yang Kong hastily urged, everyone scatter while everything is quiet. At this moment the subordinate struck by lightning jumped up in shock, his entire body jolting. Suddenly he was greatly astonished by the sight before his eyes wide open. Just then, Heobong rushed forward, burning his internal energy, and successfully blocked the energy source. He glanced and asked, "Are you all right?" The opponent answered blankly, "Oh, thank you." Kwang Ho, sweating profusely, thought inwardly, "This sound is like its painful roar. It's a sudden lightning attack, so it must be." Pillars of energy continuously struck the ground, shattering it into pieces. They exploded like bombs without any sign of stopping, as if possessed. The scene was instantly filled with dazzling light. The sky was covered in ash-gray clouds, and conversely the ground was continuously filled with violent explosions. He muttered inwardly, "The cult leader's attack has reached its main body." Yaoun's face was so tense he was gritting his teeth. His sleeves were already tattered, and purple veins bulged on his arms, making him look truly gruesome. Just then the swords suddenly clustered together, forming a massive drill. Black flame energy enveloped them, adding to their power and overwhelming appearance. The system, as if speechless, said, "Energy usage 120. The notification window suddenly flickered, as if losing signal. The vortex grew larger and larger, and the mechanical voice continued to stammer, 250, 300. At this moment, dazzling red energy immediately surged from underground. It formed the shape of a dragon, roaring like a dragon turtle. Yaoun's eyes shone sharply, and he shouted loudly, "Shut up, die!" As soon as Yaoun finished speaking, the purple flash grew larger and larger, piercing forcefully through the dragon turtle-shaped energy pillar, shattering everything. Fragments of shattered rock flew everywhere in the air, and the beam of destruction charged madly straight ahead. Yaoun's eyes turned white, and he gritted his teeth, pouring all his strength into it. In front of this massive explosion, the subordinates were helpless, flattened on the ground, continuously screaming. The dazzling purple flash emitted an extremely fierce aura. The explosion was no different from a nuclear bomb that seemed to tear the sky apart. After a moment, the swords suddenly stopped and slowly rose upwards. Beneath them was a deep black hole they had left behind. Those who witnessed this sight gasped in astonishment, their mouths wide open. Then Yaoun slowly lowered his arm, and all the scenery suddenly became eerily quiet. Yaoun wiped the sweat from his cheek with a satisfied smile. The surrounding people cheered enthusiastically. Some raised their hands, some jumped for joy. Yang Kong and so he also smiled happily. The shouts continued to echo. "The dragon turtle is really dead," Yi-chan gasped, unable to believe his eyes. The surroundings were filled with noisy cheers. "It won't be resurrected again. The cult leader truly defeated the dragon turtle." Heobong cried tears of emotion. "Long live the heavenly demonic cult, long live, long live." At the same time, Moon-gyu also sobbed, "Long live, long live." At this moment, Yaoun, who was high above, quietly sighed and thought, "Fortunately, everything ended before my true energy was depleted." Then Yaoun looked at his dirty hands and smiled, "Good job, Nano. Without you, I couldn't have done such a reckless thing." Yaoun waited for a long time, but no sound was heard, and the atmosphere suddenly became strange. Yaoun felt as if he was falling into an abyss and said in a low voice again, "Nano, Nano." Suddenly, red blood flew from Yaoun's eyes. What happened? But at this moment no sound was heard. This immediately drove Yaoun mad. His eyes rolled back, and at the same time he coughed up blood in pain. Yaoun fainted, his body lightly falling freely in the air. Heobong saw this sight and hastily shouted, "See cult leader." Yang Kong was also very confused inwardly. The demonic cult leader? Yaoun's body fell heavily onto the broken stone floor. Heobong rushed over. "Cult leader, are you all right?" Just then, Yaoun trembled and barely managed to get up, his face dark, his expression unreadable. Heobong worried and quickened his pace. "Cult leader, I'll help you." As soon as Heobong reached out his hand, an electric current suddenly flowed from Yaoun's body, startling him. Immediately after, the surrounding people also quickly recoiled. Heobong opened his mouth, unable to understand. What happened?" Kwang Ho calmly replied, "We cannot get close to the cult leader." At this moment, Yaoun clutched his chest in pain, and purple veins bulged on his face, making him look truly gruesome. He groaned, and at the same time thought inwardly, "Is this a side effect of using too many techniques? My meridians feel like they're tearing apart." Moon-gyu asked worriedly, "Great Protector, what on earth happened to the cult leader?" Kwang Ho, after recalling the recent situation, slowly explained, "I think it's because he was hit by the dragon turtle's third lightning attack just now." Kwang Ho continued, "Since the cult leader absorbed it, this must be a side effect of a sudden surge in true energy." Hearing this, Heobong thought nervously. That's right, his power just now was far superior to when he performed Sky Flash at Tonghyun Fortress. He unleashed power equivalent to a divine beast, completely surpassing human capabilities. Even for the cult leader it was too much. Moon-gyu hesitated and asked, "Then how can we help the cult leader?" Just then Mongmu suddenly appeared and pushed her away coldly. "I will try to draw out all the lightning energy from the cult leader's body." The surrounding people immediately tried to dissuade him upon hearing that. "No, Elder Mong, Great Protector, no, my flames will be effective." Just then Yaoun, still in the rubble, raised his hand to stop them. "Don't come near." Green and purple veins covered his face. The chaotic scene suddenly became extremely quiet. Everyone froze in place, having heard his words. Yaoun clenched his fists, gathering all his strength. He sat cross-legged, slowly lifted himself from the rubble, and then let out a sigh of relief. Yaoun looked at them and opened his mouth. "I will control it, protectors, help me." In Yang Kang's mind, the thought the demonic cult leader's condition is strange arose, so he also keenly sensed it. That's right, her eyes seemed to look at Yaoun with a complicated gaze. He has weakened. Just then Mongmu approached in fear. "Cult leader, it's dangerous to perform chi cultivation here. If you are attacked defenseless." Kwang Ho suddenly interrupted. The Six Swords unit, immediately protect the cult leader. He quietly led his subordinates to form a circle. The subordinates quickly obeyed the command. Understood. Manhwa heard that and immediately turned to argue. Great protector, he replied solemnly. The cult leader's command is absolute. Yang Kong slowly drew his sword. On this side, Manhwa still spoke as if unable to understand. But if the Martial Alliance's Orthodox faction and the Beihai Ice Palace cooperate to attack us from behind, it will be very dangerous. Kwang Ho didn't care at all and turned around. How could the cult leader not know what you know? Manhwa asked in surprise. Yes, his eyes sharply glanced behind. They are martial artists. Kwang Ho continued, and before their eyes 3 dragon turtle heads are lying on the ground. Kwang Ho said in a low voice, the spiritual essence and blood of a divine beast can greatly increase their internal energy. In this situation, everyone around could not help but look with greedy eyes at the chaos on the ground. What would they choose? At this moment, Taek Jam and his group had already surrounded Yaun from all sides. He asked himself inwardly, if the Great Protector is right, they will try to get the dragon turtle's blood and spiritual essence. Is it all right for us to stand guard like this? Having thought this far, Taek Jam could not help but speak. Heo Bong, the dragon turtle's blood might fall into their hands. Is that all right? If it were a human, you would never tolerate it. Heo Bong replied in surprise. How that? He turned with a playful expression and laughed excitedly. If they eat it recklessly, they'll bring disaster upon themselves someday. This scene was very chaotic. The dragon turtle's bloodstains soiled the ground and a strange electric current even flowed on its surface. People gasped in fear, their eyes wide, and muttered, is this the dragon turtle's blood? They froze in place in front of the situation at this moment. Those who drink the blood and spiritual essence of a divine beast will have their internal energy greatly increased. According to legend, this is a rare opportunity. In the martial world, people fight over a single great wand pill, and now they can gain the dragon turtle's power by eating this. Just then a person trembled and reached out to touch it. He was Jian Yiwang, the third elder of the Black Shadow unit. Yang Kong opened his mouth to stop him. Stop! His entire body was very dirty at this moment. Yang Kong slowly approached and explained, the blood of a divine beast is too concentrated for humans to drink without diluting it. Yiwang asked, unable to understand. What do you mean? He continued. In ancient times, an ancestor of our family once defeated a dragon turtle. Yiwang asked again. Then are you saying the family head also knows how to consume the blood and spiritual essence of this divine beast? Yang Kong shook his head. Unfortunately, our family head also doesn't know. Yiwang hesitated and opened his mouth. But if the ancestor caught the dragon turtle, the spiritual essence must have fallen into his hands. Suddenly, Yang Kang's eyes shone sharply. Someone stole the dragon turtle's spiritual essence. He said that the dragon turtle's spiritual essence was the lightning stone. It is engulfed in blue flames and cannot be touched, so we must find a way to move it. But there's no time, the spiritual essence will soon disappear. Yang Kong began to explain. I hastily sent a pursuit team after him. Immediately after, streaks of blood poured down like rain. Yang Kong continued to explain. Perhaps he was killed by a master of unparalleled swordsmanship who has never appeared in the Central Plains martial world. The surrounding rock mountains were completely silent. We would have to mobilize all the soldiers in Yoryong to corner the culprit in Nungbong Valley. Having said this, Yang Kong said in a low voice, all traces completely disappeared and the cell phone flew into the sky. Returning to the present, Yang listened and his eyes were filled with doubt. Did something like that happen a long time ago? It seems to be related to the Extreme Six-Armed Gate or the Extreme God. Yang Kong stroked his chin and nodded. That's right, but it happened long before they were born. Yiwang nodded. That's right. Considering the timeline, it's similar to when the demonic cult was destroyed. Before he could finish speaking, lightning suddenly exploded in front. Painful groans were continuously heard. The person clutched his neck and screamed and blood gushed from his mouth, looking truly gruesome. Lightning even exploded from his eye sockets, nose and mouth. Just 1 second later, his entire body exploded like a bomb and his body was instantly shattered and scattered everywhere. The surrounding people witnessed this sight and recoiled in fear. They whispered, No, he drank the dragon turtle's blood and his head was blown off, but the Murong family head said the blood couldn't be drunk. Just then a greedy thought entered Yiwang's mind. No, damn it, the dragon turtle is defeated and I get nothing. That's ridiculous. I've come all this way, I should get something. He raised his hand and shouted, startling Yang Kong. Demonic cult leader, Yiwang loudly voiced his opinion. Let's take the demonic cult leader's head. Didn't everyone see him collapse having lost his power? Now's our chance. Let's attack the demonic cult, he continued. Let's defeat the cult leader and avenge the unit leader, even for the sake of order in the orthodox martial world in the future. These words of Yiwang immediately made Yang Kong laugh. You don't know much about the cult leader, he explained seriously. Something similar happened at Tonghyang Fortress. At that time, the masters of the Extreme Six-Armed Gate showed great interest in the sky flash performed by the cult leader. They tried to attack when he was weakened. Having said this, Yang Kong loudly asked, Do you know what the result was? All the enemies were annihilated, not a single one left alive. In front of Yiwang's disbelieving eyes, Yang Kong calmly continued, The cult leader is never one to be defeated by others. At that time, he faked his condition to lure out the enemies. He's truly a clever man. He nervously glanced elsewhere. And our entire army now is, a chaotic scene immediately met their eyes. At that time, their forces were greatly reduced. Yang Kong emphasized, Can we break through that protective formation? Indeed, Yiwang was also surprised by his words. He stubbornly turned to the person next to him and shouted, Beihai Ice Palace, if our forces are insufficient, let's join forces with them. My lord, what do you think?" Yi-Wang hastily called the interim unit leader. This man, stroking his chin in thought, was Ma Weidong, the interim unit leader of the Black Shadow unit. Just then, Wei-Wang opened his mouth. "Although we were certainly attacked, the Beihai Ice Palace still has many troops left. If we join forces with them and break the Earth Prison, perhaps we can even capture the King of Hell." Yi-Wang heard that and immediately became excited. "That is exactly what I mean." Immediately, Weidong raised his hand to interrupt him. First, he immediately pointed to the opposite side. "The Beihai Ice Palace seems to be hiding more than the demonic cult leader." At this moment, the divine beast's blood was already trapped in ice, suspended in the air. Yu-chan looked up at it. "Indeed, a divine beast's blood is difficult to drink because it's undiluted." Young GWI nodded from the side. "First, it's better to freeze it and examine it. If the lightning energy disperses, that's even better, but getting the blood is also good. The important thing is still the spiritual essence." As soon as he finished speaking, he waved his hand, causing the block of ice to fall to the ground. He continued, turning his head. "The demonic cult has also stopped. The martial alliance isn't moving yet, so we must go underground first." Just then, Yu-chan suddenly turned his head and shouted, "Commander Beck, the commander has arrived at Elder O's residence sealed on Mount Pengui. He has returned with his soldiers intact." The man quickly obeyed the order. He was Beck Dan, the commander of the Solgium unit. When all preparations were complete, a figure dashed like lightning. Yu-chan then looked around and informed the other elders to prepare to descend with him. "Where are Elder Yuk and the others?" the people in front shouted in unison. "We must eliminate the demonic cult leader first." At that moment, someone rushed over from afar and loudly shouted, "Head Marang," the person reported, panting. "The Beihai Ice Palace is about to go underground." Yang Kong was surprised and said, "What did you say?" He muttered to himself in disbelief. Could they be aiming for the dragon turtle's core essence? No way, the demonic cult leader would be watching. Just then, Yang Kong clenched his fists and loudly ordered, "Everyone go quickly, the dragon turtle's core essence belongs to our alliance." So he hesitated and opened her mouth. But head, how can we safely obtain the core essence?" Yang Kong emphasized, "Then we must eliminate it." His words immediately surprised Sohee. "Yes," Yang Kong tilted his head and added, "It's better to eliminate it than let it fall into the demonic cult leader's hands. Haven't you seen his terrifying power?" Sohee furrowed her brow and calculated inwardly. "That's right, the demonic cult leader's martial arts are unrivaled right now. If he gains the dragon turtle's core essence and becomes even stronger, the balance of the martial world will be completely shattered." Thinking so, she immediately nodded. "Understood." Then Yang Kong commanded, "Military advisor Zhigao, follow me at once." So he respectfully clasped her hands and said, "Yes, head," he continued. "The other commanders are to go above ground." Just then Yang Kong suddenly paused. Commander Mo isn't here." Amidst the chaotic situation, one of them replied, "Some of the great commanders have already descended into the fissure and said they would bring back the dragon turtle's core essence." Yang Kong asked in surprise. "What? When?" He explained, "Just now." Yang Kong muttered tensely to himself, "Why wasn't I informed?" After thinking, he quickly rushed into the cave. "I need to quickly switch tactics position." Mount Pengui, where the wind relentlessly howled, they slowly walked through the dark cave, and the deeper they went, the more unpleasantly Gojong covered his nose. "What is this? Who is this weakling?" Just then, Gojong suddenly stepped into a dark red puddle. "I have a bad feeling. I must hurry to where the ice wall is sealed." The sight of countless bodies sprawled on the ground immediately shocked them. The vice commander broke out in a cold sweat and stammered, "How did this happen?" He raised his torch high and looked around. There are no traces of the dragon turtle breaking through the ice wall and leaving. Then the vice commander knelt down to observe, frowning as he continued, "Bodies are strewn across the floor. Who on earth suddenly attacked this place?" As if discovering something, he suddenly tensed and shouted, "Commander, come here and see." The vice commander gripped the torch tightly and pointed to the floor. "There are footprints here." As soon as he finished speaking, they immediately followed the footprints to the opposite side. Before them was a deep bottomless hole. Gong asked in surprise, "A hole was drilled in the ice wall?" The vice commander speculated in a low voice. "While we were fighting the dragon turtle, someone seems to have been busy and arrived late." Gong gripped his sword tightly and trembled. He was furious, muttering to himself, "Who on earth attacked us from behind?" Then he furrowed his brow and reminded, "Go back quickly and report to the palace lord." The vice commander stammered in surprise, "Co-commander?" They stood in the midst of a scene filled with corpses and a pungent smell of blood. Gojong calmly replied, "I will track them." Gojong entered deep into the pitch-black cave, running non-stop. He suddenly spotted something in the distance and widened his eyes. Gojong quickly hid behind a rough rock and watched the distant firelight. "I don't know what kind of enemies they are, but I'll catch them soon. They might discover me too, so I need to act carefully from now on." He took a defensive stance and with a furrowed brow thought, "And I need to choose the right moment to collapse or block this tunnel with the ice-white divine palm." Inside the cave, an eerie dripping sound echoed, making Gojong mutter inwardly, "What is this? What dripping sound is this?" Just then, a strangely masked figure suddenly flew swiftly behind him. Before he could even grasp the situation, blood splattered everywhere, signaling his death. Meanwhile, elsewhere, Yaun sat in an emaciated state, cultivating, while Moon-gyu continuously watched him with concern. "Cult leader, 1 Shijin has passed. The lightning energy has also subsided. Normally by now, you would have finished chi cultivation and martial arts practice. Is the dragon turtle's power so difficult to control that even you are struggling?" Yaun groaned in pain, trying to control his mind. The scorching lightning energy feels like it's tearing my meridians. I must concentrate. I need to follow the flow of lightning energy and protect my Kijing Baimai with demonic chi. Damn it. I tried to avoid touching the meridians, but chi cultivation is too difficult. If Nano could protect my meridians with its recovery ability, it would be much easier. Has Nano really disappeared? He called out inwardly. Nano, a flash of white light sparkled. When he opened his eyes again, Yaun couldn't hide his joy at seeing the system return. Nano, you? Nano stammered. Psi system recovering. Error due to system overload, recovery mode activated. He closed his eyes, slightly worried. What are you saying? Are you okay? The system screen turned red and made a piercing sound, and only after a long while did it turn green again. Yaun was transported to a space filled with modern machinery. He looked around in surprise. Where on earth is this place? No stones, no grass, only cold metal walls. What are these transparent window-like objects of Nanos? He gritted his teeth, struggling to move his body, furious inside. I want to look around, but for some reason my body won't move. Yaun quickly called the system. Nano, what is this image? Where is this place? He tried to recall what unlocked due to an error meant. At the same time, two people entered. Yaun subtly noticed the two people standing outside the door, a middle-aged man and a young man. The middle-aged man spoke. Honestly, you're too stubborn. A moment of doubt flashed in his mind. Who are they? The doctor sat in the middle chair and tried to persuade him. Didn't you say you had nanomachines implanted in your eyes? You don't need those glasses, the young man said irritably. Doctor, the identity chip is already dangerous. If nanomachines can unlock it, tracking the city will be much faster. You know that, don't you? Yaun tensed up. Eyes nanomachine referring to Nano? What is this city? What they're saying is too difficult, he continued. Since it's come to this, I'll tell you. Is there no way to remove the identity chip? Doctor smiled and suggested, to remove the chip flowing in your blood vessels, you'd have to dialyze all your blood vessels. If you do that, you might lose your martial arts. He broke out in a cold sweat and muttered, then that's a bit. Yaun's eyes widened in surprise. Martial arts? I thought this wasn't the Central Plains martial world, but from what they're saying there are martial arts here too, and he is Moon. Moon pouted and stroked his chin, thinking Yaun was suspicious. A martial artist? He came up with a ridiculous idea. Then instead of dialysis, can't we stop it with M? He said, dumbfounded. It's because of people like you that the chip has an EM removal function. Moon pointed to the sky and offered another idea. Then what about electric shock? The doctor folded his arms and sighed. If the chip malfunctions, it will release over 10 million volts of electricity. If you want to die, I won't stop you. And even if that method succeeds, if there's an abnormality in the chip, it will automatically alert the government. He shook his head and said, then they would know immediately. Yaun heard another new term. They? Moon sighed. In the end, I can't escape the city's tracking. He suddenly paused and stared at one spot. Moon immediately walked closer to Yaun, step by step. The two men met each other's gaze. He carefully observed the young man in front of him. This man, what is this familiar feeling? He raised his hand and slowly approached him. As the white hand passed through Yaun's body, his eyes widened in surprise. Wait a minute, hey. Yaun's eyes widened in astonishment. This is real, he stammered. The reason I can't move is that this image is. Moon smiled pleasantly. This is the 7th generation. From his hand emerged a bottle containing a blue liquid. Nanomachine, Yaun frowned. So this was Nano's perspective after all. Moon shook the bottle containing the liquid. The culmination of science in this era, a nanomachine that even the city cannot track. If this were revealed to the world, the Nobel Prize in Science would surely be mine. He couldn't help but burst the boy's bubble. Smuggling metal and illegal research. What kind of prize would you get? Moon laughed loudly. You're right, what was it I hated? The doctor continued, annoyed. Gatorinium, he asked innocently. Are there no more gatorinium? Can't we make more of this? The doctor scolded angrily. You know what it is, so I ask. The 7th generation is the only one, he thought blankly. No matter how hard I concentrate, I can't understand what they're saying. Yaun nodded. But I can tell that Nano was created by their hands. But how did Nano get into my body? Moon shook the liquid bottle in his hand. Then it's about time to prepare. Hearing that, the doctor's face became serious. Are you really going to do it? He spoke with scientific excitement. Of course. I'm going to give the nanomachine to someone in the past. Yaun's mouth gaped, unable to believe his ears. He couldn't help but stand up and approach Moon. That machine can withstand the magnetic field through the gate of time. If what you say is true, it's the crystallization of science of this era. But you're going to give that item to someone in the past? That's too dangerous, he said nonchalantly. So I've locked most of the dangerous functions. The doctor looked down at the liquid bottle. Did I never think that Namacult or Wanjal Mod should stop them? Hearing familiar names, Yaun was even more surprised. Was Namacult not the former Supreme Cult leader's alias? My father? This Wanjal Mod is a new alias I've never heard of. Who is it? And who are they keep mentioning? He said seriously. If you can really change the past, that's a branch point. It's completely different from our timeline, but Moon clearly wasn't interested. It's just creating another future. What effect does it have on the world? I don't quite understand your theory, doctor. He touched his wristwatch and a 3D image of a person appeared. But how would you explain this? The doctor glanced. Who is this person? Moon briefly played the role of an MC. The strongest creature on Earth, a hero who single-handedly repelled human calamities 6 times. A representative figure of history having lived for thousands of years. Numbers were displayed on the screen. Isn't that too strange? How can a human live for 1,000 years? He said calmly. That is a living legend, a realm no one can reach, one who has attained the realm of nature. Upon reaching that realm, one can absorb the primal energy of nature and become immortal, Moon said with a doubtful tone. Is there enough primal energy of nature left in this world for that creature to absorb? He sighed. How would I know about such martial arts? I don't know and no one knows. Martial arts have already declined and all remaining martial arts have been taken over by big. He heard another new term, big. The doctor folded his arms and asked, what do you mean? Moon didn't answer. He just said, look, doctor. Then a photo of a man appeared and the screen displayed 1870-20. He continued. This is 1870. If we assume that someone born in the modern era is time traveling to different periods in the past and their goal is to change the past, Moon's eyes were sharp. And that person succeeded. Yaun was engulfed in extreme astonishment. Extreme six-armed gate. The doctor carefully watched the screen. You're saying people from the future came back to the past and founded the extreme six-armed gate, and because of them, all of future history changed? Is that what you're trying to say? Moon replied. No need to beat around the bush anymore. The cold face of a man immediately appeared on the screen. Yes, I'm certain. That person went back to the past and even changed the future. Extreme God. Yaun was continuously surprised. That man is Extreme God? What? Extreme God came from the future? He founded the extreme six-armed gate to change history. He angrily waved his arm. Truly foolish. The doctor's face was filled with extreme fear and he shouted, losing his composure, if an unauthorized person possesses a nanomachine or identity chip and uses the gate of time, they'll be pursued by time investigators. You know that, right? There's nowhere to hide if you're caught. The doctor's eyes were serious. Director Tron, I know you and this group are facing difficulties, but this is an unfounded speculation, he thought to himself. Tron Director? He immediately denied. It's not an unfounded speculation. Moon pressed his wristwatch again. A blue screen appeared with the words, Level 1 Top Secret Document. A mechanical voice rang out. Please complete the authentication process to read. He was surprised. Historical archives. The doctor, sweating, tried to stop him. Wait, Director Tron, this document can only be viewed by direct descendants of the Tron family, can't it? He calmly reassured. It's fine, I'll only show you the necessary parts, Doctor. A cold voice rang out again. Level 1 authentication complete. Please complete Level 2 authentication. Retinal scan. Yaun noticed Moon taking off his thick glasses. The AI quickly scanned. Level 2 authentication complete. Please complete Level 3 authentication. Voice authentication. He sighed, bored. Oh, this is such a nuisance. Just then Moon turned his head and looked at him. Yaun's pupils immediately constricted in shock. He calmly introduced himself. Sky Group. Moon's face was identical to his. Director Tron Moon. An electronic voice rang out. Authentication complete. Access to historical records approved. Welcome, Director Joe Moon. While Yaun watched in astonishment, he turned his body and continued to manipulate the screen. Yaun frowned. His mind entangled like a ball of yarn. He was confused. That fellow's face resembled his own too much. Is that fellow a direct descendant of the Tron family? And that emblem also looks too similar to the heavenly demonic cult's emblem. Since this video was clearly saved from the distant future, the biggest possibility is that Yaun has finally uncovered the truth. That fellow is his distant descendant. The Red Sky Group logo appeared in his mind. Is this the heavenly demonic cult of the future? At that moment Moon spoke again. Found it. His eyes widened and his mouth hung open. A book appeared. Annals of the Heavenly Demonic Cult. The doctor broke out in a cold sweat and clenched his fist. Founding history. Heavenly Demonic Cult. He glanced at it with a look of contempt, then sighed. I told you I would only show the doctor what's necessary. Yaun marveled inwardly. Aren't these the records of our cult's successive leaders? Truly amazing. Is this how they preserve annals in the future? At that moment his eyes caught the alias he had heard earlier. The Severing Devil King. Yaun was astonished. 24th Great Cult Leader, Qian Yaun. He mused blankly for a moment. Was that alias I heard earlier referring to me? My alias is the demonic god. The cult leader personally severed the arm of an enemy who threatened our cult, thus he earned the alias Severing Devil King, who cuts off arms. Severing, Yaun quickly continued reading. And the following year, with his close associates on the battlefield, sweat poured from his body. What is this? What kind of annals are these? Moon quickly selected a file. Here, this part. He was flustered. Wait a moment. I'm reading now. He read the highlighted text. 7th Cult Leader. Sword Devil Empress Muhi. Please read the last line of her annals. The doctor was astonished, his hair standing on end and his mouth agape. The 7th cult leader was killed by the extreme god, Yaun thought. What they're saying is the same as what the left protector told me before. After becoming cult leader I also read the annals and reconfirmed it. A fierce-faced man aiming a sword at him flashed through his mind. That was the time when the extreme god first appeared. Memories flashed through his mind like a movie going back in time, past to past. Unbelievable, but if it was true, one thing made sense. Yaun recalled the rock he had passed before. The traces of the extreme god's martial arts and the heavenly demonic ancestor remaining in the abandoned Sword Valley, and the human body fragments placed on the stone slab and the appearance of the demonic Dao Hall's underground storage. Other saber marks left on the skin and the right arm of Jian Ma Gong, both were traces of the extreme god's saber art. Martial arts techniques naturally evolve over time. Yaun struggled to sort out the confusion in his mind. If that's the case, then the saber marks in the demonic Dao Hall's underground storage hundreds of years after the abandoned Sword Valley incident should logically have been far more developed, but reality was the exact opposite. He shouted at Moon, utterly unable to understand why this information hadn't been revealed. If these things are true, the extreme god is not a hero, but an extremely dangerous criminal. He glanced at the doctor and said, at the same time, the reputation of the super-large corporations that have joined hands with the government will also be damaged. Try to accuse those who possess both power and martial arts of conspiracy. Isn't the outcome obvious? Moon took a few steps closer. You might be angry, but currently, Sky Group is no match for Six Blades. He stopped in front of a desk filled with high-tech equipment. He already knew well. He asked currently. Moon excitedly threw a coin-like round object. I just need to set the year I want to go to on this time device, right? The doctor clutched his head. Yes, but he wore a serious expression. If my hypothesis is wrong, and even if the past changes, no branching occurs in the timeline, then that act is too dangerous. You know about the butterfly effect, don't you? He put on the equipment. Dangerous? At the same time, he pressed his wristwatch. Instantly, Moon's suit changed into sportswear. He said lightly, I am on my way to create that butterfly. His pupils contracted violently. That appearance. He leisurely picked up an object from the desk. Good. Nano has acquired 5 more time parks. The doctor was puzzled. What, 5? Even 2 would be enough for a round trip. Could there be another purpose besides sending Nano into the past? Moon looked forward without a word. The screen blurred and flickered continuously, then suddenly went black. The system's voice rang out. Black box security settings previously deactivated due to an error have been restored. Video access remains blocked, unauthorized, Yaun said urgently. No, turn it back on quickly, Nano. He frowned in pain. It seemed that person was saying something quite important. The mechanical sound continued. Restoring blocked video access. A white flash gleamed. Black box settings have been locked again. Yaun raised his hands in joy. Good, it's back on. I can move my body now. He looked around. But something strange? I can only hear sounds, but I can't see anything, a voice echoed, and Yaun looked around warily. It's definitely that scene from earlier. Is this the voice of Director Tron from before? He seems to be looking for something. He sensed something and, astonished, raised his head. Desperate screams continuously echoed. Explosions and screams intertwined. It was impossible to tell what was happening. At this moment, someone's voice could be heard. It seems a name is engraved on a nameplate. The protectors, it seems they are trying to protect the Severing Devil King. Yaun was puzzled. I'm the Severing Devil King, aren't I? Dazzling golden light appeared in the dark space. It shone directly into his eyes, and his eyes widened, looking behind him. This light, this voice, all sorts of noise continuously echoed. Who are you, Doju? He slightly parted his lips, but said nothing. A purple-haired man curled his lips slightly and said cheerfully, quite a sight. His gentle smile appeared before Yaun's eyes. Moon said, Ancestor, you're about to die, but you seem quite cheerful. Before him was a gaunt person collapsed on desolate ground. Yaun's eyes widened, and he looked down in surprise. He was sitting and Yaun was standing, but both their gazes were fixed on one person. A young boy covered in wounds, dying. Yaun thought inwardly, indeed it's 4 years ago, the day I stood at death's door. Moon, holding a syringe, said urgently, we need to hurry before that fellow dies. Yaun's unfocused eyes followed his every move. Meanwhile, Moon successively injected Yaun's body, unable to help but sigh. Just looking at it makes me feel prickly. After finishing the task, he stood up, satisfied. Good. Yaun's spirit stood by and watched for a long time. It was then that he realized with astonishment, so this is how Nano entered my body? Yaun looked at the young man before him and marveled inwardly. The one who saved me back then wasn't Protector Jang, but this fellow, Director Tron, my distant descendant. Meanwhile, Moon, seeing signs of the person lying on the ground waking up, exclaimed. Good. As Yaun's eyes laboriously opened, a face came close and called out, Hey great-grandpa. He laboriously lifted his almost closing eyelids and glanced. Moon, with a cunning smile, reminded him, Great-grandpa, you absolutely must succeed. At the same time, the nano-system began to operate in Yaun's eyes. He again heard the person next to him say playfully, so this grandson can benefit from it. Yaun's spirit still stood quietly by observing this scene. As his gaze fell upon the young man in front, he knew a few facts for sure. This fellow is my descendant. Nano came from the future. Immediately recalled the annals and himself. On it, his role was clearly written as the 24th cult leader, Severing Devil King Qianya-un. I made the heavenly demonic cult strong again and expanded its influence to the Beihai Ice Palace, and the following year on the battlefield, Yaun, recalling that, fell silent, then calmly uttered, I will die. After thinking this far, he tightly pressed his lips together and said nothing. But when he raised his head, Yaun gave a faint, mysterious smile. He knew that if Nano disappeared, that's what would happen. Going back to the past, when a mysterious hooded group appeared, the annals recorded it as such. Yaun recalled the confusing scene and recounted it as if it were an ordinary story. The Severing Devil King was assassinated multiple times in his youth. Once he was pursued by the Bakma Dan and his life was in danger. But then a group appeared and fought against the black-clad group. However, he was rescued by his protectors and survived. Now Yaun understood everything, looking at the young man before him. But the one who saved me that day wasn't the protectors, but this fellow, Tron. This is why my current alias and my future alias are different. He became even more certain when he saw Nano flowing within his past self that day. The very day I received Nano, Yaun felt that this moment was the starting point of the future's change. The future of my world has changed. Although he was grateful looking at Moon before him, Yaun still bore one thing in mind. This thoughtless fellow accidentally harmed the protectors in the process, but I will forgive him. He frowned and looked at his wristwatch, lamenting, "These time investigators, have they found me already? Damn it, no choice." Moon put his hands in his pockets and, smiling, reminded the one lying on the ground, "The nano-demonic god is the latest model, so it should be easy to use." "Great-grandpa, find out for yourself." Yaun could only stare blankly as his descendant disappeared. He clearly remembered Moon's promise to go immediately to create the butterfly. Yaun couldn't help but let out a light laugh. He knew, "But what you did was wrong." Finishing his words, Yaun turned and left, filled with killing intent. Only in his heart did he know, what you created wasn't a butterfly but a demonic god. Yaun vowed inwardly, "I will definitely repay you." Meanwhile, someone unhesitatingly switched off the screen. The doctor suddenly stared intently at the nano container on the desk. He simply judged, "Do you still think you should have stopped them during the Nam-Maju era or the Severing Devil King's reign?" He turned arrogantly and left, thinking, "Unfortunately, Sky Group is no match for BR right now." Watching him leave, Moon stared blankly. Only he knew that fellow had gone back to the past and changed the future. Moon stared blankly in the direction he had walked. In the vast sky above, the words Blade G shone clearly in the air. Ru and Yaun were in different places, but they stood together in their shared goal of defeating the extreme god. After Yaun had watched both videos before him, the system asked, "All video playback has finished. Would you like to play again?" But he was still worried. "Nano, are you okay now?" The system's notification sound continued to ring. Overload and system error issues due to strong current have been resolved. Furthermore, the thorium upgrade to withstand current has been completed. Yaun stared blankly ahead upon hearing that. Upgrade. What everyone should know is that this was a function even scientists from the future had not anticipated. The equipment screen before his eyes continued to process information. The core technology of the 7th generation nano-demonic god is to self-learn against attacks using metal. If it had only been ordinary metal, this would certainly have been impossible. But because Nano was made of gorunium, an unidentified metal about which there was almost no information even in the distant future, it could be upgraded in this way. In a place no one could see, a dragon filled with killing intent wished to be unleashed. Demonic chi flowed within Qianya-un's body. Thinking back, Yaun could connect that incident with his endurance of extreme yin energy and fiery energy. He thought back to how much pain he had suffered that day. It was only possible by relying on this technology. The system suddenly popped up, interrupting his train of thought. During the upgrade process, some security was unlocked. "Would you like to lock it again?" Yaun couldn't help but ask suspiciously. "You didn't open it no matter how many times I commanded you over the past 4 years. But now it opens so easily," the system replied coldly. "If the user does not wish, I will lock it again." He raised his head and softly asked, "Can I see what functions there are?" Immediately, the system displayed a long list before his eyes, almost making him fall backward in a daze, displaying available functions. Yaun was flustered by the information before his eyes, over 60, and this is just some of them. The system continued to guide him. In addition to bodily energy, external power sources can be charged and used. Functions that were previously unavailable have also been activated. Yaun asked again in surprise, "External power source, is it thanks to the lightning chi I absorbed?" His hands were tightly clenched at his sides. After a moment of thought, Yaun decided, "I will not lock it." The system, hearing the command, immediately executed the information and replied clearly, "Unlocked functions have been activated." Yaun immediately wore a confident smile. Then he asked, "Nano, after everything is over, can you restore my damaged meridians?" The system quickly replied, "Understood." Self-repairing internal damage to the user's body. Returning to reality, in a quiet space, a stream of nano suddenly appeared on Yaun's arm and flowed throughout his body. Yu-chan, who was nearby, immediately noticed something strange. As lightning erupted around Yaun, he immediately leaped backward. The surrounding people immediately shouted loudly, "El lightning chi has suddenly grown stronger. Everyone fall back." Everyone quickly retreated, but Haobong still remained and shouted, "See, cult leader, it's too hot." But then, seeing the lightning begin to contract again, he was dazed. Baek Gi nearby speculated inwardly, "What? The lightning chi is weakening." Kwang Ho immediately retorted from the side, "No, look at that." It turned out the lightning was beginning to be absorbed into Yaun's body, and they were astonished. "It's being absorbed into the cult leader's body." The lightning coiled deeper and deeper into his chest. After a moment of confusion, the scene became quiet again. Yaun was still sitting quietly with his eyes closed. Suddenly he opened his eyes wide and a burst of energy immediately erupted powerfully. Baek Gi and Sanghua struggled to withstand that power. Ma Guillaume shouted in joy. "Cult leader," the person behind him also stammered. Eun-gyu suddenly clapped her hands. She also gave a faint smile of relief and inwardly exclaimed, "Finally." The group behind, seeing it, immediately put their hands together and fell to their knees as Yaun stood up firmly. They shouted loudly in joy, "We greet the great cult leader of the heavenly demonic cult." Yaun looked down at his palms and thought inwardly, "It feels like countless ants are crawling through my body." Nano has been fully restored. Meanwhile, Haobong came to him with a sword and said, "Cult leader." Yaun looked at him and asked, "What happened, Haobong?" Haobong immediately raised his sword and reported, "An hour and a half has passed. We haven't made any moves. The Orthodox Martial Alliance and the Beihai Ice Palace factions are attempting to go underground to retrieve the dragon turtle's core essence. He reported the current situation to Yaun, looking at him with tense eyes. This meant the Martial Alliance had already begun its operation. As the scene shifted to the Martial Alliance, they had dug a large hole underground. No one knew what lay beneath that deep chasm. Yang Kong led his group deep underground. One of them chuckled, finding the sight unbelievable. Everyone's going deep underground to slay the ancient dragon turtle. So he said worriedly, Lord Marang, if we destroy the core essence, the demonic cult leader in the Beihai Ice Palace will be furious. As soon as she finished speaking, Yang Kong shouted at her, It's 100 times better to lose our lives to the demonic cult leader than for the core essence to fall into his hands suddenly. A nearby commander shouted loudly, Lord, look! He immediately pointed his finger forward, spotting a colossal block of ice obstructing their path. Yang Kong immediately thought inwardly, that's the white ice divine art of the Beihai Ice Palace. Are they trying to block those who follow? Then the dragon turtle's main body must be up ahead. He swung his sword without a word, continuously attacking the block of ice that stood in his way. Yang Kong bared his teeth, thinking, they wouldn't give up the core essence that easily, as he dealt with the ice pile in front of him. But a moment later his eyes were filled with astonishment. Behind the thick layer of ice, the dragon turtle's 3 heads were embedded in the ground. He stared blankly. Yang Kong finally regained his composure and asked, What? Why are the dragon turtle's heads here? He shouted frantically. Where's the corpse? Where's the core essence? Then someone in front replied, It's gone. Dan Yuchan calmly glanced at the 3 heads and continued, It seems this cunning lizard cut off its own neck and escaped. Hearing this, the people around him asked blankly, Cut off its neck? Dan Yuchan replied again. Even this palace lord is surprised. How could it survive such an attack? So he shouted. That's absurd, she retorted. He hid the dragon turtle's corpse before we got here. He's clearly plotting to monopolize the core essence. Before she could finish, they felt a sudden tremor. Yang Kong looked up and asked, What is it? Why is it shaking so much? Only Dan Yuchan calmly replied, It's the dragon turtle. Look there. He pointed to the distinct blood trail ahead, instructing, That's the trace of the dragon turtle's escape. If you're suspicious, follow that trail. Yang Kong immediately exclaimed excitedly, The dragon turtle's blood? Only so, he calmly asked again. Why isn't the Beihai Ice Palace following? Sol Young GWI appeared from somewhere and said, The direction the dragon turtle fled is towards the lake behind the ice palace. If we continue to follow, we will all be submerged if the water overflows. Yang Kong heard that and asked dejectedly, Then we can't obtain the core essence, Dan Yuchan replied by simply looking down at the ground. Seeing this, Second Elder Mubang asked angrily, Acting Palace Lord, are you really going to let this opportunity slip away? He tried his best to persuade, The dragon turtle is injured and fleeing. If we don't follow now, even if it doesn't die, it will surely cause trouble later. We can't retreat like this. Sol Young GWI rushed out to stop him. Hey, what are you saying? If you're not careful, we'll all be swept away by the water and become water ghosts. The opponent continued to retort. Mubang asked him back. If you don't acknowledge such dangers and limitations, how can you defeat the dragon turtle? Mubang continued his attack with a powerful stance. Furthermore, if the dragon turtle we let escape reappears, how will we deal with it? At these words, Sol Young GWI could no longer argue. Meanwhile, Dan Yuchan was thinking inwardly. Surely the dragon turtle's appearance is to take revenge on the Beihai Ice Palace. If it merely wanted freedom, it would have fled by now. He could only close his eyes and think quietly. But even at that moment the tunnel continued to rumble with vibrations as if it would collapse. Unseen by anyone, so he subtly signaled Yang Kong with her eyes. Lord, we must retreat quickly. If the dragon turtle is still fleeing towards the lake, no one will be able to claim its core essence. He immediately believed and followed. You're right, if it doesn't fall into the demonic cult's hands, that's enough. Amidst this chaotic situation, someone from outside rushed in, shouting loudly. Acting Palace Lord, he reported, panting. Acting Palace Lord, something terrible has happened, something terrible. Dan Yuchan knew instantly that something bad had happened and hastily asked, What is it? Elder O and the soldiers who were guarding the ice wall seal, the reporter continued to pant. All the palace soldiers guarding the ice wall seal have been annihilated. Dan Yuchan heard that and was utterly astonished, his eyes wide open. He commanded in an angry voice, What are you saying? Explain in detail. The opponent faltered, flustered. That. He recalled what had happened 5 minutes ago and reported, This humble one went to the ice wall with the Solgium unit commander, but it seems the formation masters there were attacked by some unknown force. Dan Yuchan gritted his teeth as he listened to the opponent's report. Judging by the footprints, there seemed to be dozens of them. He thought angrily, The dragon turtle issue is complicated enough. Where did these guys come from? Dan Yuchan grabbed the opponent's shoulder and pressed him. Where are they now? Are you pursuing them? He stammered. That. He collected himself and said again. They seem to have dug a hole in the ice wall and gone down. The Solgium unit commander is currently pursuing them. So he heard that and murmured as if realizing something. Then, everyone turned to Sohee and she said, Aren't those the ones approaching us now? The entire group immediately broke out in a cold sweat, worried. They looked around. As soon as she finished speaking, a dazzling flash of light gleamed from the tunnel. The light grew stronger and stronger and they immediately sensed danger. At this dangerous sensation, Yang Kang's eyes widened. He loudly reminded everyone to duck, and immediately a slicing attack was launched from the stream of light. The bodies of a few unfortunates who failed to dodge in time were instantly split in two. Yang Kang hid Sohee behind him and asked softly, "Military advisor, are you alright?" She replied weakly, "Fortunately I'm fine." On this side, Dan Yuchan was still stunned by the attack. He murmured, guessing, "Sword energy, a skill of this level must be at least in the Wakyung realm. Who are these people appearing from the cave?" The sound of footsteps grew closer and closer, and then a mysterious masked group appeared before them. As soon as Yang Kang saw them, he muttered inwardly, "Iron masks, these are the people Chief Gon Dusam spoke of." Dan Yuchan suddenly shouted loudly, "Extreme six-armed gate." Not stopping there, another mysterious figure appeared from behind the masked figures and was laughing at them. In the tense space, a bell jingled as the figure approached. All the masked figures simultaneously moved aside. The mysterious commander wore no mask and did not hide his identity at all. He laughed cunningly and said, "What an honor. To think the acting palace lord would even remember the name of our sect. This is Ba Wu, the sect leader of the Extreme Blade Gate." Yang Kang deliberately raised his voice, making it more threatening. "This lord is Murong Kang, the lord of the Orthodox Martial Alliance. Do you think you can cause trouble and easily escape?" Ba Wu was not afraid at all. Instead, he slightly raised the staff in his hand and said, "The Orthodox Martial Alliance. I merely intended to take what I needed and withdraw quietly. But it seems that won't be possible." He trembled and said softly, "All right, time to get back to work." The jingling sound of the bell once again echoed in the space. As soon as the masked figures heard the bell, they immediately picked up their weapons and attacked. Yang Kang was angry but only cursed inwardly with two words, "Damn it." He could feel their killing intent even from a distance. Although he hadn't directly faced them, he knew these individuals were very strong. Some even possessed unmeasurable martial prowess. Unlike these, Ba Wu laughed arrogantly. "Hee, if you hadn't foolishly coveted the core essence and come all the way down here, you would have kept your lives." He coldly pointed his finger forward and uttered a single word, "Charge." Yang Kang was not to be outdone. He roared, "Attack." A moment later, both sides clashed fiercely as if charging madly at each other. Heo Bong respectfully handed a sword to Yaun and reported, "An hour has passed. As we took no action, the Martial Alliance and the Beihai Ice Palace went underground to monopolize the Dragon Turtle." However, Yaun looked down at his palms as if he hadn't heard anything, and Heo Bong blankly called him cult leader. It turned out Yaun was still trying to regulate his energy, not yet fully balanced. Lightning Qi was still inferior to extreme Yin Cold Qi and Qilin Fire Qi. As he regained his composure, he heard the conversations of the people nearby. "He's already regained consciousness. I told him not to go to such a dangerous place." Yaun looked at them and asked Heo Bong beside him softly, "Who are they?" He immediately replied, "They are the guards and elders of the Beihai Ice Palace." Yaun suddenly tried to say, "The Elder Council," but was cut off by Moon Gyu, who had rushed over from afar. He shouted loudly, "Leave them to me." He knelt and reported fiercely, "Cult leader, these are the people who followed the former palace lord." He closed his eyes and spoke at length. "Those who went underground are Palace Lord Dan Yuchan and his close associates. They went underground on their own accord," Baekun once again asserted. "This palace absolutely had no such intention." Then Yaun replied softly, "Then that's fortunate." As he opened his eyes, he saw Yaun making a mysterious smile and saying strange words, "I have decided who lives and who dies." At this reaction, Baekun was completely stunned. Kwang Ho appeared just in time and announced, "Cult leader, I will guide the way." However, Yaun merely fell silent in thought, neither answering nor refusing. After a moment, he flew straight up into the sky, surprising everyone. It turned out he was observing all the surrounding scenery and commanding inwardly, "Nano, scan this entire underground area." The system immediately began to operate, activating full area scan. A mechanical sound rang out, enhancing the cult leader's vision. Then Yaun could see everything happening in the cave in a clear simulated image. Even Yaun, upon seeing the image of the dragon turtle's head being cut off, exclaimed in surprise, "The dragon turtle's head was split in two. Did it cut its own neck and escape?" Then he glanced at the numerous small white dots below and speculated, "Those small dots must be the people from the Beihai Ice Palace and the Martial Alliance. It's quite quiet below." Heo Bong watched, unable to understand. "Why is the cult leader just standing there? Isn't he going to follow them down?" Yaun suddenly waved his hand to dismiss them. "Everyone retreat." They didn't understand, but only Yaun knew what was happening. It was Nano. Then an ear-splitting sound pierced their eardrums, and everyone covered their ears in pain. Kwang Ho couldn't hold back and asked, "What is this sharp sound?" Only Yaun scoffed inwardly, adjusting the system and saying to himself, "This is my chance." It turned out Yaun was testing some of Nano's functions. His arm was now surrounded by an energy layer, and he shouted loudly, "Nano, let's test your new skill." At that moment, Ba Wu waved his hand, ordering Yang Kang's group to attack. Yang Kang was not to be outdone and roared loudly, "Stop them quickly!" A moment later, both sides clashed fiercely as if charging madly at each other. Just above where they were about to collide, a cracking sound suddenly came from the ground and a beam of force struck the ground, shattering rocks and stones and sending people flying far away. Scene from just moments ago was beyond Ba Wu's control. He himself was flustered, and Yang Kang and so he could only stare blankly. Dan Yuchan was no different. He couldn't help but worry about what would happen next. As the clouds and mist cleared, Yang Kang's group blankly looked up at the ceiling. As soon as they looked up, they couldn't help but shout, Look up there, Dan Yuchan still blankly wondered. Something fell. How could that happen in a deep underground cave? At this moment they finally vaguely saw a creature with a black body and sharp claws appearing before their eyes. Its two legs on the ground were covered in high-tech armor made of gatorium, and behind its back were massive wings, with a large mask covering its entire face. Its eyes were now looking at the extremely cautious people. The system voice rang out again. Activating gatorium spear. Bawu stammered in fear, asking, who are you? He shouted fiercely. Who in the world dares to? But before he could finish speaking, Bawu suddenly stopped. This was because he felt his arm disappear and red liquid splash on his face. Bawu glanced sideways in fear. Yaun maintained his original posture, watching him slump down and clutch his remaining arm. His hand hung limply, and he softly commanded, Nano, can you remove the head part of this armor? The system quickly replied, proceeding with equipment disarmament. Then his long hair freely fluttered in the wind. As his identity was revealed, Yang Kang's group was utterly astonished. This was because the person sitting inside the high-tech armor was none other than Yaun. Someone shouted in surprise, demonic cult leader, why is he here? Dan Yuchan gritted his teeth in anger, wondering inwardly, what in the world is happening? Surely he was busy dealing with the heavenly lightning chi from above, so he shouldn't be able to move his body. Nevertheless, he cupped his hands respectfully and bowed. Cult leader, congratulations on your safe return, Yaun replied coldly. Safe? Do you dare to say you're worried about me when you came all the way down here to monopolize my property? He glanced at them and said, truly hypocritical. At these words, Yang Kong was immediately speechless. Only Mu Bang, who was behind, said blankly, what are you talking about? He angrily pointed at Yaun and pressed him. Your property, even if the heavenly demonic cult did its best to fight the dragon turtle. Are you saying we contributed nothing? The dragon turtle was defeated only by the combined efforts of all of us. How can the cult leader say it's yours alone? Soul Young GWI immediately agreed and added, Second Elder, you're right. While the cult leader was still recovering, this palace merely intended to confirm if the dragon turtle was dead and retrieve the core essence. Please dispel any misunderstandings. Dan Yuchan was using them to test him. He praised with great satisfaction. First Elder, well done. Even if it's the demonic cult leader, he can't hold us accountable for something that hasn't happened yet. He cast a hateful glance at Yaun again, thinking, although it's a shame I couldn't get the core essence, it's fortunate that Elder Soul came up with a plausible excuse. We don't want to face that monster head-on when he recovers his inner energy. For now, we should deal with the extreme six-armed gate group and then discuss the dragon turtle's core essence. Yuchan, deep in thought, felt Yang Kang's gaze from beside him and flinched, asking himself, what is it? Clan head Marang's expression is quite strange. Yuchan inwardly speculated, it's like, but a few seconds later, Yang Kong immediately turned his face in another direction. At this moment, Yaun, without needing to say a word, instantly flew towards Mu Bang and delivered a direct punch, sending him flying backward. He inwardly grumbled, what is this strange lightness skill? But outwardly he asked bewilderedly, Cult leader, why the sudden attack? However, all he could see before him was his vision starting to distort. By the time he realized it, it was too late, and Mu Bang's face was perfectly sliced diagonally. His body fell to the ground with a thud, and the crowd stumbled backward in shock and confusion. Li Yi, showing no fear, turned and questioned Yaun. What are you doing now? In response, he drew a line on Li Yi's arm as if gifting it to him. At this moment, a fearsome killing intent emanated around Yaun, and red liquid dripped from his sword. Yaun slightly raised his hand, retracted his sword, and with a cold face looked down at Li Yi, asking, did you exert all your effort just to make a few excuses? Witnessing this scene, Yuchan couldn't help but be astonished by the incident. He's too strong. After that, Yaun's face was once again covered by a black mask. Yuchan could only stare blankly at the aura he exuded. Could only stare blankly because he knew that he was on a completely different level than them. Yaun grew stronger and stronger, and he could only ask himself, what do I do now? Yiwu, enraged by the shock of losing his hand, pointed his staff at Yaun and shouted, kill that bastard. His masked subordinates immediately drew their swords and charged. Yaun still stood his ground, observing and analyzing his opponents. All of them possessed martial prowess at the pinnacle of the Wakyung realm. Partly thanks to their VIP defensive suits, Yaun easily dodged all of their attacks and immediately realized, it doesn't seem to be the martial arts of the extreme six-armed gate. However, a foolish one still tried to ambush Yaun from behind, but he was discovered. Yaun turned his head and immediately threw a punch, unexpectedly meeting an almost equal opponent. Both fists collided, but his power clearly made that fellow tremble. Not stopping there, Yaun swiftly fired a hidden sword from his hand. The opponent's arm was severed in the blink of an eye. Yiwu frowned in pain, asking his subordinate to treat him, while inwardly muttering, he created a sword from his hand. What on earth is that armor? On Yaun's side, after dealing with that fellow, he groaned in pain, but it was still not enough for Yaun. He raised his large hand to one side. One of Yiwu's subordinates was immediately pulled away by an invisible force. Yaun tilted his head and delivered a blow that shattered that fellow's clumsy mask. Fragments of the mask slowly fell, and he pulled that fellow closer to look. After clearly seeing the opponent's face, Yaun uttered two words as if he had expected it. As expected. That person's face was completely expressionless, and a large bruise made him look even more miserable. He was already convinced inwardly. He's being controlled. He remembered the little palace lord saying that the grand elder of the cult they had seen before wore an iron mask. Yiwu frantically shook the six-ringed staff, continuously ordering, what are you doing there? Attack quickly. Yaun still calmly stood his ground and spoke to the system. Nano, scan those iron masks and find the Grand Cult leader, the system immediately asked, facing a difficult problem. Nano requires information about the person named Grand Cult leader. As the mask group was about to reach him, Yaun lightly leapt into the air, evading them. It turned out he was also helpless with this problem. I don't know either. At these words, the system was also bewildered. Nano cannot identify people if the user does not provide information. Having reached this point, Yaun could only close his eyes and return to his armor. He sighed tiredly. Then there's no choice. When he landed again, he was completely covered in advanced Catorium armor. One fellow on the left immediately threw a dart, and one on the right, not to be outdone, continuously threw sharp darts. Yaun raised his hand to defend, and the darts immediately returned to their throwers. From inside the mask he smiled, his lips curving, and said, "It's not you." After that, his killing intent immediately permeated the darts he threw back. Two of Yi Wu's subordinates tried to escape but could not avoid the speed of the darts, and their masks were blown off. Inside, Yaun was trying to find the face he wanted, and though it was troublesome, he had to check them one by one. Outside, Yang Kong gaped in astonishment. I knew he was a monster, but what the hell, what is that? So he next to him also discussed, did you see that? Just now he used inner energy to block the powerful attacks directed at him. Yi Wu could only stare blankly as his subordinates screamed, and he shouted dazedly, "My iron mask unit, impossible." He felt Yaun's footsteps approaching him and retreated in even greater fear. In the end, Yi Wu cowardly turned his head and fled, inwardly cursing, damn it. So he whispered to Yang Kong, this is our chance. While the demonic cult leader is confronting them, we should retreat. He heard that and replied, all right. On Yu Chan's side, he also had no choice but to order retreat. Yaun, who was originally searching frantically, suddenly stopped and smiled, his lips curving. Yu Chan quickly led his group along the path the dragon turtle had opened. Suddenly he raised his hand and stopped them. From the front, creaking footsteps sounded, accompanied by a voice. Why are you stopping? That person stood in the darkness, only the sword in his hand gleaming. As he raised the sword to the side of his face, a familiar mask was clearly revealed in the light. It was none other than the great protector Maga Guillaume. Yang Kong, surprised, immediately shouted loudly, King of Hell. Yaun also quickly dealt with the remaining masked figures and, interrupting Yang Kong, called out to the great protector, astonishing Yu Chan, so he and Yang Kong. He quickly questioned them. They ignored the alliance out of greed and tried to steal someone else's property. Yaun tightly gripped the masked fellow's head with one hand and commanded them to suppress them with the other. He let go of his hand and said, those who resist will die. As soon as Yaun finished speaking, Protector Maga Guillaume's sword immediately pointed towards the Martial Alliance forces. Yang Kong, surprised, shouted, what are you trying to do? But looking back behind Maga Guillaume were the familiar faces who always followed Yaun. They all replied to his words in unison, and their stance indicated they were ready to charge. Yang Kong, intimidated by the magnificent sight, retreated in fear, thinking inwardly, in front the King of Hell and the Six Swords unit, and behind the demonic cult leader. He could only think of a way to save himself. If I beg him now, it might not be too late, but despite this there was still someone shouting loudly, don't be afraid. As soon as Yang Kong turned around, he saw Yu Chan pointing his sword at the opponent and shouting, I will lead the way and open a path for you to live. Charge! Palace Protector Maga Guillaume said no more and began to charge. Yu Chan, cornered, immediately brandished his sword and charged. Soon both sides clashed fiercely. It turned out that he was now filled with anger and thinking inwardly because of the words spoken earlier. Who said those who resist will die, even if it's one of the three great powers of the Central Plains? This is the territory of the Beihai Ice Palace. How dare you disregard me? Yang Kong from behind worriedly reminded. Palace Lord, be careful. The person next to him also couldn't hide his impatience. After that, despite the fear in their hearts, the disciples of the Beihai Ice Palace also charged, saying, although the demonic cult leader is powerful, our Palace Lord has reached the Yunjiang realm, so his skill is in no way inferior to other masters. Yaun's group began to move and the demonic cultists charged. Yang Kong stared blankly at the chaotic situation before him. A melee in such a narrow space, he clenched his fists and thought of an escape route. But that's not bad either. With such a melee there will be more places to escape. Suddenly, So he next to him whispered, there's an opportunity over there. Yang Kong, having already made up his mind, immediately charged, saying, since we have to fight anyway, we can't surrender. I will help the Palace Lord. Charge. Kwang Ho, seeing this scene, became even more excited. Let's charge too. Heo Bong smiled, his lips curving, and replied, all right. As the two were about to step forward, two hands grabbed their shoulders and stopped them. No, Manhwa pushed the two back and flew like a rocket, saying excitedly, leave this place to Manhwa. He laughed excitedly and drew his sword from his side. Yi Wu. Yang Kong quickly blocked this attack. He frowned, inwardly praising, he's quite skilled, Manhwa. He seems to be a well-known figure in Gyuju Castle. Manhwa quickly retracted his sword and launched another attack. Yang Kong recognized him immediately upon seeing it. Is that Manhwa of the illusory sword art? The two swords clashed once more, making a deafening sound. Each time Manhwa attacked, Yang Kong immediately blocked. He laughed excitedly, saying, I've been waiting for this day for a long time. Yang Kong gritted his teeth to endure his attack power. He muttered softly, all right. Then Yang Kong glanced at where Yu Chan and Protector Maga Guillaume were fighting and said, the victor is the one who survives this place. Thus, a chaotic melee ensued between the demonic cultists and the Martial Alliance forces in the narrow cave. Yu Chan attacked, putting all his strength into his sword. But Maga Guillaume lightly dodged all of it. Without him even realizing how he moved, he suddenly appeared behind Yu Chan. He quickly turned his body and defended himself with a thick ice shield. Suddenly Yu-chan narrowed his eyes as if an idea had just struck him, and after that the ice intensified, forcing Ma-Guillaume to cover his eyes with his hands. Yu-chan took advantage of his distraction, reduced the shield and attacked head-on. With a sword in one hand he attacked, and with the other he exuded ice energy, as Yu-chan tried to touch him with his frozen hand. How could that bastard escape Ma-Guillaume's eyes? He quickly leapt up and somersaulted in the air, slightly tightening the grip on the sword in his hand. After that, Ma-Guillaume charged straight towards his target without hesitation. Fortunately, Yu-chan quickly dodged the attack. He drew all his vital energy into his body and thought inwardly, he dodged that technique and immediately attacked me. It's no exaggeration to call him the wind god. His skill is too strong. Even Ma-Guillaume on this side put his hand to his chest and felt it. Just a glancing blow and the chill is this strong, as expected of the palace lord of the ice palace. After that the two merely stood facing each other, like the calm before a storm. After a few clanking sounds, Yu-chan shed all his armor. Ma-Guillaume also began to gather power into his sword. As Yu-chan shed his armor, a magnificent sight was revealed behind him. His power had increased to the 8th stage. Ma-Guillaume, not to be outdone, continuously infused his inner energy into his sword. At the cold, killing energy, one of his disciples trembled and said, "That is the ultimate level of ice martial arts." Immense cold energy emanated, and one of the demonic cultists also trembled in fear. This is the Great Protector's 10th inner energy. Yu-chan stared at his opponent for a moment, then curved his lips and said, "We've had enough testing, now it's time for a real fight. King of Hell." As soon as he finished speaking, one mask was instantly split in two amidst a gush of red liquid. Yaun, after dealing with one of Yiwu's subordinates, said annoyedly, "It's not you." The remaining masked figures took advantage of his distraction and charged, but no matter how they attacked, Yaun blocked them all. Yaun had already lost patience, thinking 3 techniques would be enough, but it was taking longer than expected. Until now, he hadn't found anyone using demonic sword arts. But despite that, he continued to deal with them one by one. Because, however, I was able to confirm one thing here. He couldn't possibly be unaware that someone was secretly attacking him from behind. A masked fellow punched Yaun with a lightning fist. He couldn't defend at all and was attacked from behind. That fellow's fist still emitted smoke after delivering a blow. But that fellow flinched slightly when he heard Yaun call out Quan Kong Ah, but quickly regained his composure. Yaun saw that and immediately raised his hand to counterattack, saying, "Then you're not him either." His purple power swirled above that fellow's head. Yaun lightly clasped 2 fingers together. Black and purple vortices took care of the remaining masked figures for him. They quickly pursued the fellow who had ambushed him earlier, but no matter how fast they ran, they couldn't escape the purple vortex. Yaun appeared with a light wave of his hand, and that fellow writhed in anger and fled. Meanwhile, purple energy quickly entered that fellow's mask. That fellow stood dazedly as if his blood vessels were blocked, and the people around him immediately avoided him, saying, "Quickly retreat, he's not someone we can contend with." After that, the mask slowly showed cracks, and as that person's face was revealed, an old man lifted his head blankly. Everyone around him looked at him and whispered, "Old man, why are you standing still?" Someone couldn't help but ask, "Who is it?" And then Manhwa was heard suddenly exclaiming, "Grandmaster Jiyu Ryang Murang Kang's son, Murang Yu." The people nearby heard that and were immediately astonished. "Grandmaster Jiyu Ryang, wasn't he the former abbot of Shaolin Temple in our memory?" Manhwa approached him bewilderedly and asked. "No wonder Elder Quan is so strong and has 6 dots on his forehead. I heard a lot about Grandmaster from my father, but I heard that Grandmaster disappeared 18 years ago. Why are you with the extreme 6-armed gate?" Before he could even finish speaking, the opponent suddenly attacked. Manhwa quickly retreated and dodged. He asked bewilderedly, "Shaolin Palm Art Dragon Claw Hand, Grandmaster, why are you launching killing techniques? Why are you doing this? There's no reason for us to fight." He merely glanced at him expressionlessly, not answering at all. To everyone's surprise, Jiyu Ryang quickly leaped to another spot. It turned out he was trying to secretly attack Yaun while he was distracted. Manhwa, having seen this much, understood. He seems to be targeting only the demonic cult leader. The person behind him suddenly pointed forward and shouted, "Hey look, that masked guy is using a new technique. Isn't that the 24 Plum Blossom sword art?" Seeing the rest of them, Manhwa and his comrades cried out in even greater astonishment. "That guy is using the Pointing Star sect's 4-day sword art, and that guy is using the Wudang sect's Tai Chi sword." He stared with wide eyes in surprise, thinking inwardly, "All secret martial arts are only passed down to direct disciples." Manhwa looked down at the scattered mask fragments on the ground and was startled. Does that mean they're going even crazier and attacking Yaun? Those confronting Yaun were still searching for someone. He said in disappointment, "It's not you." Then he decisively dealt with the annoying masked figures before him. Meanwhile, Manhwa realized that all of them were masters who had gone missing in the past. As time passed, more and more masked figures fell dead to the ground. Unlike outside, inside the cave, something could be heard in the silence. The man's heavy footsteps splashed in the puddles. It was none other than Yu. He ran over, his face pale, thinking inwardly, "My meticulously trained ghost iron unit is now completely gone." They were all masters of the Central Plains whom I had trained and brainwashed for over 10 years, controlling them with GU poison. And now, the more Yu thought, the more furious he became, grinding his teeth. "I thought I could eliminate them all after the Beihai Ice Palace and the Martial Alliance were weakened from fighting the Dragon Turtle." In his mind, Yaun's majestic figure stood amidst the chaos, and his hand holding his staff trembled more and more as he cursed inwardly. "Damn that demonic god!" Yu strode forward, calculating. "Now I can only rely on you." Yaun gripped the neck of the black-clad man before him and he unconsciously let out a sigh of relief. There was nothing here after all. Suddenly, a deafening scream caught his attention. "Surrender, you bastards!" A man was cornered by the group before him. The opponent sneered. "Isn't that usually said by the side with the advantage?" Just then, the man next to him also agreed. "No matter how much of a master among masters you are, if you fight individually, we outnumber you." Unbeknownst to them, Yaun appeared behind Ogung with a cold gaze. Meanwhile, Dong kept chattering. If it hadn't been for the demonic cult leader, they would have been. He quickly reached out and grabbed the opponent's head, who screamed. Simultaneously, his low, soft voice echoed, "Where is the one with the bell?" This sight terrified everyone. They desperately tried to escape. One of them continuously shouted, demonic cult leader, damn it, run away quickly." However, there was still one courageous person among them. He loudly cursed, "You bastard, come here quickly." Meanwhile, Ogung was still controlled by Yaun. Cold sweat continuously streamed down his terrified face. However, his voice was still mixed with arrogance, as if he had disappeared into the cave where the dragon turtle had hidden. Suddenly, a thought flashed through his mind. Why isn't the dragon turtle's corpse visible? This made Ogung stammer and plead, "Save me." At these words, Yaun, without hesitation, instantly sent the opponent to the afterlife. Just then, Heobong appeared with a precious sword. He looked at him with an excited expression and said, "This is the sword you left behind, cult leader. Thank you for saving us." Hearing this, Yaun also quickly replied to him, "I still want to test a few functions. Please help me a little more." The scene here was still very chaotic, with the two factions continuously clashing and showcasing their martial arts. This made him silent for a moment. At the same time, Yaun spoke to the nano system. "I need a fast mode of transport." In the blink of an eye, a rocket engine appeared beneath his feet, helping him move more easily in the air. Simultaneously, the system's response sound was heard. "Yes, understood." With its help, Yaun rushed forward at high speed, with a powerful beam of light activating its self-propulsion behind him. This sight made Yiwu even more cautious. He hastily cleared his throat. "It seems the demonic cult leader and the dragon turtle's core essence." These words made the frozen Kwang Ho flinch. A clear look of doubt appeared on his face. "There's something more important than our lives." However, at that very moment he regained his composure and couldn't suppress his bursting laughter. Kwang Ho did not forget to mock the opponent. "You're too foolish, that's why you lost your arm." His reaction infuriated Yiwu, who immediately shouted loudly, "What did you say?" It was as if his expression was exactly what Kwang Ho wanted. He continuously wore a triumphant smile, emphasizing, "The cult leader trusts us." However, his hand was unconsciously trembling at this moment, as if believing, "With our own strength we can win." The more Kwang Ho spoke, the more flustered Yiwu became. He stared at him with wide eyes, so in an instant the thick layer of ice covering Kwang Ho's hand began to crack. He said in an angry voice, "We will only repay that trust with all our strength." Kwang Ho gritted his teeth and kicked away the charging enemy, and beside him a resolute voice was heard, "We are the Six Swords unit." The black sword surging from her hand was the demonic god's sword. Kwang Ho shattered the ice with all his might, and the pieces became the heavenly demonic cult. Blue lightning appeared on the monster's back. Its colossal body lay still on the ground, struck by terrifying lightning. They warned each other while collecting the monster's oozing blood, "Catch it carefully or your head might explode." Those carrying weapons on their shoulders said to each other, "It's really terrible, just like the rumors. Don't tell me it's going to come back to life again. Oh, don't even say such things," as they talked among themselves. Suddenly an annoyed voice came from behind. "Do you have time to chat there?" The person was Yu Chanjing, the commander of the Killer Gate, a subordinate of the Upper Gate Master. He shouted at the two, "Shut up and work." And the other one was Elder One Sang-O of the Beihai Ice Palace from the Extreme Six-Armed Gate, who was also a subordinate of the Killer Gate Master. One Sang-O snorted at the monster. "Sometimes, the demonic cult leader's power is useful." Yu Chanjang replied, "It's good that the demonic cult leader killed all the dragon turtles." He smiled slyly. "But if we can't get the dragon turtle's essence and core here, it's useless, isn't it?" "Don't worry." One Sang-O remembered that Yaun was doing nothing, and wasn't worried at all. Currently, the cult leader is affected by the lightning chi and cannot move. He muttered to himself as he walked. The Martial Alliance and the Beihai Ice Palace people can be dealt with sufficiently with just the Moon Clan's ghost unit. Suddenly, a person rushed over from behind in a fluster, loudly calling out in a confused voice, "Killer Gate Master." The person came running with one arm missing, and he hastily asked, "Wall Gate Master, what happened to your arm?" Wall Gate Master panted and said with difficulty, "Where is the Killer Gate Master?" He looked at the box next to him and hastily said, Quickly get out of here." Seeing the empty box, his voice was filled with annoyance. "What, you still haven't retrieved the core essence?" The two were terrified and hastily explained, "The Killer Gate Master still?" Hearing this, he cursed in anger. "Damn it." One Sang-O didn't understand what had happened and asked again, "Calm down and tell me what happened." Wall Gate Master shouted at them in astonishment, "Calm down, half of the Ghost Iron unit is dead. Qian Yaun is killing people as if frying tempura." Hearing this, the two looked at each other in surprise. "What?" But the cult leader was clearly unable to move. He continued to speak, trembling on one side. "I clearly saw it with my own eyes, however. That wasn't all." Beads of sweat continuously streamed down his face. "Yaun is coming this way." He knelt down in fear, and the two looked at him, then turned their gaze towards the direction he was running from. A thick cloud of smoke appeared before their eyes. From within, a red object was rushing forward like the wind. He was clad in red from head to toe, charging towards them. The three froze, unable to react, and one said, his face pale with fear, "Why?" With just a fleeting glance, Yaun cut the person below in half. The person's upper body disappeared and red blood splattered everywhere. The people below screamed in astonishment. What just popped out? The system scanned the dragon turtle to assess its survival. A powerful bolt of lightning struck the dragon turtle, finally eliminating it. Complete. Above the power staff, black energies swirled, enveloping the head that had just emitted lightning. Yaun landed forcefully before their eyes, and they were too terrified to escape. He landed, his lips pressed together, staring intently at them from afar. The two shouted in fear, Demonic God, quick, stop him." He frowned, thinking inwardly, Nano's landing method is easily vulnerable to attack. The nano armor's magnetic field landing method is called the superhero landing and is used to overwhelm the opponent's momentum. He said to himself, "What momentum? My knees just hurt. Don't do that again." Seeing him land, they called out to others in fear, Everyone, prepare your weapons." A person's head was cut into several pieces and blood splattered everywhere in the air. Yaun passed by that person, saying with eyes glowing red with killing intent, "Are you trying to steal other people's property by hiding like a rat?" Stream six-armed gate, wall gate master, trembling all over, shook the weapon in his hand. Yaun said coldly to him, "No matter how much you plead, it's useless." The sword in his hand flew like a storm, sweeping everything away. "You've ruined my playground." He pleaded for his life, his face covered in tears and snot. Please spare me." Ignoring his words, he charged forward and punched Wallgate Master. Wallgate Master tried to escape him but tripped over his own feet. Suddenly a person rushed forward and blocked his attack. As that person appeared, he looked back and smiled as if he had won. The person appeared with his entire face covered by a mask. Yaun was greatly astonished inwardly. This guy is covered in wounds." He looked at his technique and his mind was in a state of confusion. That technique was Yu and his three subordinates, holding torches, walked with heavy footsteps into the dark cave. From above, sharp stones protruded downwards as if they would pierce the bodies of the three. One of them, holding a torch, muttered as he walked, "Damn it, I can't believe the dragon turtle is still alive. It was a golden opportunity, but we couldn't get the core essence." Before long, one of the group suddenly discovered something ahead. The person quickly said in a frightened voice, "Moon Clan Master, please look here." Following the light, Yu couldn't hide the surprise on his face at the sight before him. He unconsciously said, "Unbelievable." He and his two subordinates looked down from the cliff and a man's shadow lay flat on the ground. This sight made him unconsciously say, "Why is he here?" The man's body was almost trapped in cold ice. Next to the ice, he was covered in wounds from head to toe, and the dried bloodstains on his black clothes were gradually changing color. Finishing his recollection, Yu asked with a confident smile. Meanwhile, before his eyes, Yaun wore sturdy black armor and held a sharp red sword in his hand, with orange beams of light emanating from around the sword. "Do you know what sword you are wielding?" Without waiting for him to answer, the white-haired masked man they had found in the cave rushed straight towards Yaun. He gripped his index finger tightly and gently stroked the blade, followed by a powerful force gathering along the sharp blade, concentrating at the sword's tip. Yu continued triumphantly, "It's the ultimate technique you always boasted about, the heavenly demonic sword art." Meanwhile, he stood behind the white-haired man, looking at the two facing each other, and excitedly narrated the moment in the cave. "When I found him in the ice rock cave, the suggestion was broken, which was suspicious, but thanks to that, the two are now pointing their swords at each other, so perhaps this is fate." Ignoring his severed arm from the fight, Yu gripped his staff tightly. He said it was after his mask came off, and following Yu's words, the man raised his hand and removed the silver mask that concealed his true identity. From the side, Yu's voice continuously echoed, "I really want to see that distorted face." As soon as he saw that face, Yaun's pupils constricted and his eyes were filled with extreme astonishment. At this moment, Yu continuously mocked that he had still astonished the demonic god. As the mask fell heavily to the ground, the atmosphere instantly settled, and half of Yu's face was immersed in shadow. The corners of his mouth slightly turned up, his eyes wide, and he laughed excitedly. "That's right, the one standing before you is." Just then, a man with a large scar on his face quickly appeared. At this moment, Yu's voice reached its climax again. "Your grandfather, the former cult leader of the demonic cult, Qian Kai." The red, sharp sword in Yaun's hand began to gather power, and a red beam of light formed a shield around it. Yu unconsciously took a fighting stance, his face filled with excitement, and raised his staff high in front of him. He arrogantly commanded, "No, it would be better not to move." Meanwhile, on this side, Yaun's grandfather slowly wielded his power, and his forehead was calloused and bulging. Yu's harsh voice continuously echoed, "If you dare to move even an inch, I'll blow your head off." Seeing that he was still standing there until this moment, and the sword in his hand showed no sign of attacking, he inwardly breathed a sigh of relief. The plan really worked. Yu saw Yaun retracting the red sword in his right hand and became even more confident in his assertion. He thought triumphantly, "Look at that desperate face, even a demonic god is just a mere mortal in front of his kin." Suddenly, he raised the corner of his mouth and ordered the white-haired man next to him, "Now, Qian Kai." Yu spoke each word clearly while Yaun's grandfather's body was lifted from the ground. The surrounding scenery also changed accordingly. The surroundings were filled with deadly red and dozens of Yu's staffs were stuck in the water. The water beneath his feet also rippled gently with the sound of his bell. "I command you." His red, sharp eyes, tempered by fierce battle, gradually became engulfed in darkness. Yu thought inwardly, "Use the heavenly demonic cult sword art that you always boasted about." Just then, a black centipede-like monster appeared in the dark water not far away. Looking at him with its bizarre eyes, he commanded, "Kill your own grandson." Yaoun's grandfather gritted his teeth, his pupils turning completely white, and his inner power exploded. He shouted loudly and sprang powerfully from where he stood towards Yaoun. Following his movements, a powerful shockwave erupted. Even as he was attacked, Yaoun stood motionless with a cold expression. As victory seemed imminent, Yu's face could not hide his excitement, and he cheered, "Good, good." Just as Yaoun's grandfather approached within centimeters of Yaoun to finish him, Yaoun's body suddenly blurred. While his grandfather was still focused on what was in front, he swiftly moved behind his grandfather's back to avoid the attack from behind. Yaoun, with a calm expression, quickly pushed his grandfather's head to one side. Only hatred remained on his face. As the situation escalated, Yu continuously maintained a defensive stance. He carelessly raised his staff to cover his face and said in an undisguised voice of astonishment, "You crazy bastard, are you really going to kill your own grandfather?" Nevertheless, Yaoun remained unperturbed, gripping his grandfather's hand tightly and simultaneously manipulating his sword. The sword, as commanded, flew swiftly backward. It powerfully and decisively pierced Yu's left ear, and blood gushed out like a waterfall. His left ear was completely severed. Yu, in astonishment, instinctively cried out towards his severed left ear, which had flown far away with the blood. On the opposite side, Yaoun quickly grabbed his grandfather's head and knocked him unconscious before the opponent had a chance to retaliate. Meanwhile, Yu clutched his severed left ear tightly with his hand, trying to stop the continuous flow of blood. He yelled angrily, vowing to kill Yaoun. Both are restrained. Now is the time to attack. The black-clad figures, upon receiving the command, immediately charged towards Yaoun. Fiercely swinging their swords, they shouted loudly as they ran. "Kill them all!" Swish, swish, sharp crescent-shaped sword energy swiftly flew towards him. But Yaoun did nothing, merely sitting silently in his spot. Crash! The fierce collision of both sides caused the surrounding dirt and stones to explode and scatter everywhere. Yu was still clutching his wound, but less blood was flowing than before. The blood that had run down his neck had almost dried and turned a deep black. He shouted in an enraged voice, "You damn bastard, let's end this here." Before he could finish speaking, Yu suddenly paused, his eyes filled with disbelief and surprise. Within the black smoke there was a blue hemispherical barrier. After a moment, as the smoke cleared, a solid barrier was revealed. Inside the barrier, Yaoun was unharmed. Beside him, his grandfather lay neatly. This barrier had protected both of them from the attacks of the black-clad figures. Manhwa and Yang Kong were utterly astonished to see the colossal barrier. Immediately after, Yang Kong quickly said, "Protective internal energy barrier." But Manhwa swiftly refuted his conjecture. "No, no, what is that again?" In the blink of an eye, the blue barrier slowly dissipated, revealing the scene inside. Yaoun knelt on one knee, silently gazing at his grandfather lying on the floor. Unlike when they first met, his hair was now completely gone and he was covered in scars. A red worm slowly crawled out of his grandfather's nose. Yaoun could not hide his pain at this sight. He slowly raised his hand and touched the opponent's body, and at the same time a cold voice echoed, "Kill them!" He swiftly unleashed a technique causing ice to form, and in the blink of an eye ice began to coalesce. Yaoun calmly repeated Yu's earlier words, "Kill your grandson." Sharp chunks of ice coalesced and headed towards where the black-clad figures stood. Yaoun said in a cold voice, "Originally I intended to extract everything from you and keep one or two for later use." An aura of death enveloped his body. He carelessly turned back to look at the cold-blooded figures behind him and lightly cleared his throat. But now there's no need for that. As soon as he finished speaking, Yaoun commanded the ice swords to rush towards the opponents with astonishing speed. "Kill them all!" Without exception, the swords continuously flew around, stabbing them. Screams echoed throughout the cave. Even the arrogant Yu Zhou, who witnessed this sight, could not hide his fear and fell to the floor. He was speechless at the cruel sight before his eyes. Meanwhile, Yaoun slowly approached Yu with cold steps. Yu tried to move, but his body wouldn't obey. It was as if the god of death was greeting him. Immediately after, he lightly waved his hand and unleashed a technique, and a blue stream of power swiftly enveloped his hand. In the blink of an eye, Yu's face was distorted by Yaoun's strike. He grimaced and teeth and blood spewed out. Not stopping there, Yaoun added more power and struck again. This time it was far more powerful than before. The screams and blood poured out like a waterfall, mixed with the desperate pleas echoing with cracking sounds. It instilled extreme fear in everyone present. "Please, please spare me." Finally, Yaoun struck one last time with all his might. His large hand swept directly downward. At this moment, Yu's face was covered in blood. He was terrified and pleaded, "Please, please spare me." In the blink of an eye, blood splattered everywhere. Yu was sent flying heavily backward, and his staff was also split in two by Yaoun's attack and fell. Half of his anger subsided. But it wasn't over yet. He withdrew his foot from Yu's pool of blood with disgust. Yaoun turned sharply and left Yu cruelly abandoned in the pool of blood. Yaoun's fierce killing intent enveloped the entire stone cave. The black-clad figures, intimidated by the cruel massacre, recoiled, stammering, "Monster!" During the fierce battle, countless ultimate techniques erupted when suddenly a strange pair of feet appeared. It was a black-clad figure fleeing in a hurry, continuously screaming for help. Meanwhile, an enraged man continuously unleashed new techniques. Suddenly a loud shout echoed. "Formation spell." It was none other than Yang Kong. He turned sharply, his face filled with worry, and commanded, Hey, don't just stand there, hurry and report to the killer gatemaster. As soon as he finished speaking, a powerful slicing attack swiftly flew towards this spot. However, he was able to dodge it quickly. As a result, the black-clad figure behind him lost his life. Yang Kong, witnessing this sight, was utterly astonished. He gritted his teeth and cursed involuntarily. Damn it, 30 of our men are already dead. If he had used a real sword and not ice sword energy, we would all have lost our lives in the blink of an eye. He gritted his teeth and glared. Beginning to block the opponent's attacks with his sword, he analyzed cautiously. But something was very strange. He was angry that the supreme cult leader had received such an order. Yaoun was before Yang Kang's eyes. His actions of smoothly unleashing new techniques puzzled the opponent. But why wasn't he performing Sky Flash? Suddenly, Manhwa shouted in an enraged voice from the opposite side. Damn it, he leaned lightly against the rock behind him, continuously muttering, if this continues, none of us will survive. Manhwa gritted his teeth and clenched his eyes tightly, facing the fierce beam of light that was about to attack him. A stream of thoughts quickly flashed through his mind. It's over. But none of the pain he expected occurred. He opened his eyes and thought inwardly, am I still alive? The blue beams of light still fiercely struck down the black-clad figures, but there was no attack aimed at Manhwa. This sight plunged him into deep thought. Shouldn't my head have been pierced? Why? He cautiously observed each beam of light, and suddenly Manhwa realized something important. Wait, there's not a single scratch on the ceiling or walls. Meanwhile, countless blue beams of light were still continuously crisscrossing. Could it be? Manhwa instinctively looked up at the swirling air above. It was then that he affirmed that he was performing a Jiam Sul using ice sword energy. Is he doing that to prevent the cave from shaking and collapsing? Suddenly, the system's mechanical voice echoed in Yaoun's ear. Warning, the cave's foundation is very weak relative to its size and there is a high probability of collapse. Faced with the tragic sight before him and the system's notification, he carefully calculated. If I go a little further east, it leads to the lake. If the cave collapses, the 6 Swords unit and my grandfather will also suddenly. A loud explosion occurred behind Yaoun, and this sight quickly drew his attention. The one who caused the explosion was none other than Manhwa. Only fury now filled his face, and a stream of thoughts quickly flashed through his mind. Is he trying to collapse the cave? Suddenly, the system's notification sounded. A very strong impact has been applied to the cave wall. Only determination now remained on Manhwa's face. The system reported that the probability of collapse was rapidly increasing. Meanwhile, Yaoun calmly raised 2 fingers. He continuously performed techniques, rapidly dissipating the opponent's flow of power. At this moment, he quietly commanded the nano system to activate target lock. At this moment, Jin Chan also did not remain idle. He, along with the remaining people, took advantage of this opportunity to rush directly towards Yaoun. He continuously shouted loudly, if we know the direction, it's easier to block. We'll deal with him. Hurry and collapse the cave. Yaoun's thick boots quickly opened the rocket engine, which lifted him from the ground. Meanwhile, Yang Kong, holding his sword, charged fiercely. Only hatred now filled his face, and his piercing voice echoed throughout the space. Even if you are a demonic god. Soon as he finished speaking, the people there simultaneously created a whirlwind with their swords. They rushed directly towards Yaoun, and Yang Kong said confidently, just 1 or 2 techniques. Suddenly, Yaoun spread his arms, and at this moment purple swords appeared from each arm. Fierce killing intent erupted from his entire body. This sight completely froze Yang Kong. A long wound also gradually appeared on his face. He thought inwardly with fear, ghost sword, invisible sword. In the blink of an eye, Yaoun struck down his opponent with a single simple technique. He left him without even being able to utter his last words. Suddenly from behind, Manhwa raised the weapon in his hand high and fiercely declared, this place will be your grave anyway. Before he could finish speaking, he was sent to the underworld by Yaoun in the blink of an eye. I will surely drag you to the underworld. He stood in an arrogant posture, and the opponent fell to the floor. Yaoun coldly glanced at the corpse behind him. He carelessly uttered a single word, go gossip there. Suddenly, Yu, with a miserable face, rushed over from somewhere, gripping his sword tightly and shouting. Immediately after, a loud explosion occurred before his eyes. It made him instinctively cover himself with his hands. At the same time, a powerful stream of water rapidly poured down from the cliff. Faced with this sight, Yaoun stood calmly watching as if nothing had happened. Only hatred now filled Yu's face, and he declared without hesitation, it's over, demonic god. Suddenly, he wore a strange smile and babbled incoherently. Are you going to become a water ghost with us? Yu's laughter echoed throughout the space when suddenly a massive rock fell on him from above, interrupting his words mid-sentence. No one among the upper 6 gate masters could have done it, but it was I who was crushed by the massive rock. Yu's essence quickly mixed with the dirt and stones, scattering into the surrounding area. Faced with this sight, Yaoun was very calm. Suddenly, the system's notification sound echoed in his ear. This is the limit the cave floor can withstand. In the blink of an eye, a powerful stream of water poured down. At this moment, the system coldly reported that the cave had collapsed. A group of people rushed over in a hurry. They loudly called out to the cult leader, and the owner of the voice was Heo Bong. Despite his panting, he did not forget to ask about the opponent's well-being. Cult leader, are you all right? The scene before their eyes had now turned to ice. Suddenly, a long, slender hand with sharp claws appeared from somewhere. Kwang Ho was astonished at this sight. He continuously stammered, see cult leader. The stream of water quickly created a colossal ice pillar, and everyone watched. Yaoun turned sharply and fiercely commanded, don't come near. The cave is collapsing. As soon as he finished speaking, a thud echoed violently from above the cave, leaving those present momentarily dazed. At this moment, Yaun turned back and only worry filled his face. Suddenly he commanded, "Heo Bong, there's an old man who wasn't hit by the ice sword energy. He's a bald man with countless wounds on his body. That's the former supreme cult leader, so escort him out of the cave." Moon Gyu from the side hastily said, But what about the cult leader?" Hearing this, Yaun inadvertently gave a satisfied smile. He slowly replied, "If everyone can escape, I will immediately leave with the core essence. If you remain here, I won't be able to leave." His words left the opponent dazed. She lightly murmured, "Cult leader." Meanwhile, Heo Bong behind gently persuaded him, "The cult leader is right. If we wait here, it will only make things harder for him." Immediately after, a majestic loud voice began to echo, "This is the cult leader's command. Everyone retreat immediately." As soon as he finished speaking, the people there replied in unison, "Understood." Tears now welled up in Moon Gyu's eyes, and she sobbed and pleaded, "Cult leader, please don't stay long. You must leave right away." Hearing this, Yaun also gave a satisfied smile and nodded. After everyone left, he could finally concentrate on dealing with the ice pillar. A stream of thoughts quickly flashed through his mind. "Now there's nothing to disturb me." At this moment, countless sharp icicles above Yaun were only waiting for an opportunity to fall. At this moment, he was continuously conversing with the system. "Nano, do you feel the water pressure? With such thick ice, how long can I last?" The system quickly replied, "A maximum of a split second. You must leave this place before being swept away by the water pressure." Rocket engines reappeared on Yaun's thick boots. He was confident, thinking this amount of time was sufficient. He rushed directly towards the massive block of ice, following the natural flow, and his voice was filled with determination. "I'll hold on for half a second and then leave immediately." In the blink of an eye, Yaun landed safely. At this moment, countless powerful currents flowed around his body. This sight suddenly made him think, "Is the core essence down here? I'll have to go in and see." Suddenly, Yaun's movements paused. A powerful figure soared up from the core essence hole below. He instinctively covered himself with his hands against the intense beam of light before his eyes. The young man who flew up from below the hole had pure white hair, and he carelessly opened his mouth. His pale face had sharp eyes. He smiled villainously as if satisfied. "Did you come?" A blue stream of core essence enveloped the white-haired young man's body. He declared, brimming with joy, that he was the demonic god. Scenes from the past began to resurface. At this moment, a young man with a long scar on his face, the butcher gate master Sang Dan, appeared. Suddenly another person appeared before his eyes. Among the upper 6 gate masters, he was the only one whose loyalty was recognized and was the butcher gate master's subordinate. Suddenly, the young man with the scarred face wore a strange smile. However, he harbored a secret that even the butcher gate master was unaware of. He was ambitious like an ungrateful wretch, seeking to surpass his master, and had single-handedly succeeded in defeating a colossal bizarre-looking monster. The butcher gate master discovered that the dragon turtle had fled due to the sky flash. The dragon turtle was dying. Suddenly, the young man with the long scar on his face realized something was amiss, and his expression turned to bewilderment as a thought quickly flashed through his mind. Both that person and this demonic god are extraordinary individuals. If I, the gate master, could also acquire such power. He harbored jealousy and greed for the demonic god Qianya Un's transcendental power. As soon as he saw the empty box before his eyes, a voice suddenly echoed, "Yes, gate master. Did you say not to put the core essence in the box?" The owner of the voice was a young man of sturdy build. He said that if the Beihai Ice Palace, the Martial Alliance, the demonic cult, and the demonic god were still guarding this place, it would be difficult to escape. Hearing this, the elder behind him quickly replied with a cautious demeanor, "But even if the butcher gate master is not interested in the dragon turtle's blood, he will surely be interested in the core essence." The moment he faced the dragon turtle's core essence, the young man with the scarred face wore a strange smile. He continuously uttered cruel words. "How can I let the core essence fall into their hands? If I, the gate master, consumes the core essence, won't the risk of it being stolen be greatly reduced?" His ambition was to cast off the mask he had worn for decades, returning to reality. A sneer played on the white-haired young man's lips. He said with a pleased demeanor, "It is indeed you." Yaun, on the opposite side, still maintained a calm demeanor. He stared coldly at his opponent. The white-haired demonic god was still constantly immersed in arrogance. He raised his voice and scoffed at his opponent. "I've always wanted to release my overflowing power. Demonic god, you've come just in time." Unconsciously, his hand was covered in powerful energy, and this sight made him fall into thought. "Indeed, my choice, the gate master's, was very accurate. My internal energy has become stronger than ever." Immediately after, a ball of light appeared directly in front of the white-haired young man's chest. He was still lost in thought. "The lightning chi of the middle dantian is so strong that it can destroy everything." He suddenly cast a chilling glance behind him. But the regrettable thing is, a powerful energy vortex appeared from somewhere. It caught the white-haired young man's attention. "I could only absorb 2 parts of the core essence." He suddenly realized something and looked forward with undisguised astonishment. "But if I had been greedier and tried to absorb more lightning chi, my whole body might have been incinerated." At this moment, 2 streams of power, blue and purple, confronted each other. This spread an intense shockwave to the surroundings. The blue-powered sword began to continuously tremble, and with it, the white-haired young man's sneering voice continuously echoed. "Surprised? I merely wanted to vaguely hold the sword and unleash true energy." However, his face still showed firmness. He unexpectedly said that he had created an invisible sword with lightning chi. This series of actions astonished Yaun. He couldn't help but fall into thought, is this the invisible sword made of lightning chi? I still feel powerful spiritual energy from the core essence. Does that mean he hasn't fully absorbed the core essence yet? Is it more effective than the fire Qilin's core essence since it just died? In contrast to his calmness, the white-haired young man grew increasingly triumphant. He continuously laughed loudly. Demonic god, your fate is over. In the blink of an eye he vanished from Yaun's sight, and Yaun was slightly flustered. Only the white-haired young man's sneering voice echoed here. Do you know what determines victory or defeat in a battle between masters of the same realm? However, Yaun showed no confusion, calmly looking forward as if exploring his opponent. In the blink of an eye the white-haired young man appeared behind him. He opened his mouth with a satisfied tone. It is speed. At this moment the technique he used was Extreme Quick Kill Blade, the fifth form of the Lightning Chi Invisible Blade Extreme Divine Martial Arts. With his swift movements Yaun could easily counterattack his opponent. The white-haired young man was very surprised by his unexpected action. A thought quickly flashed through his mind. You can keep up with my speed? Not only that. Suddenly he gritted his teeth, and his face was now filled with rage. Demonic god, why is he? Immediately after, numerous small explosions began to appear in the space. At this moment Yaun suddenly wore a pleased smile on his lips. He thought that knowing the extreme divine martial arts sword technique was excellent. Immediately after, both individuals were strongly pushed back by the shockwave. Yaun quickly regained his composure and focused on observing his opponent's every move, while his inner self vehemently declared, extreme divine martial arts is ineffective. Then the answer is to fight with a finishing move. In an instant he rapidly charged at his opponent with astonishing speed. Yaun slightly furrowed his brow and continuously came up with new conjectures. Among the heavenly demonic sword arts and extreme divine martial arts techniques, only two techniques can be performed with the right sword and left blade, but their aftermath is extremely powerful and cannot be used recklessly. So the most complex technique must be used. He was currently using the right black flame sword technique, and Yaun's sword emitted a powerful light. Seeing this scene performed with the left extreme blade, the white-haired young man was delighted and unconsciously scoffed and praised. Amazing, you can perform two different techniques with both hands, but now I've found out. Just like that, Yaun charged at his opponent with a murderous look without the slightest hesitation. Heavenly demonic sword art, extreme divine martial arts, he said seriously. I found the weakness of the right sword and left blade. Immediately after, a shocking explosion occurred here. This caused numerous dirt and stones to scatter everywhere. During that time the two streams of power continued to cling to each other without letting go. This phenomenon was not happening in just one place, but also in several nearby locations. Thus Yaun and the white-haired young man continuously engaged in a magical battle for a long time. At some point the white-haired young man appeared directly in front of him. A thought quickly flashed through Yaun's mind. He destroyed the right sword and left blade. Meanwhile the white-haired young man continuously wore a triumphant smile. He strongly slashed at his opponent without hesitation. Suddenly he opened his mouth. Demonic god, are you surprised? That person completed the 4 protective forms of the heavenly demonic sword art. At these words Yaun felt displeased. He unconsciously furrowed his brow and thought, he probably found out when the former supreme cult leader was being controlled. But if he doesn't know how to use chi, he can't learn the heavenly demonic sword art. He seems to have focused on destroying the techniques rather than reproducing them. Meanwhile the two men's swords were still firmly stuck together. Suddenly, the white-haired young man pushed him hard, sending him flying backward in the blink of an eye. The current scene made him laugh loudly with a satisfied smile. The white-haired young man stood arrogantly, and powerful electricity emanated from his entire body. He opened his mouth with an arrogant tone. Do you think you can fight me, the Gate Master, with your famous sword technique? This cave will soon collapse. You will no longer be able to use your boasted sky flash. Faced with this accusation, Yaun did not reply directly. Simply calmly gathered magic in his palm. Of course I can fight your sky flash now. Suddenly his opponent took a fighting stance and shouted loudly. Demonic god, in the blink of an eye the white-haired young man charged at Yaun. A strange smile now played on his face. He said this place would be his tomb. At this moment Yaun's eyebrows slightly furrowed, and he replied to his opponent with a voice full of surprise. You found a way to destroy it? Your delusion is too strong. In the blink of an eye he could split into several different bodies. This sight astonished the white-haired young man. What? He couldn't help but fall into confused thought. Each afterimage contains a different sword technique. Suddenly, the white-haired young man shouted loudly with a furious face. What are you doing now, demonic god? Do you think I, the Gate Master, won't be able to counterattack if you attack like this? However, Yaun did not reply to him. Skillfully moving through space and creating illusions for his opponent, this caused the white-haired young man to furrow his brow in displeasure, and his inner self vehemently declared, what? The afterimages have merged into one. Jet engines appeared on the soles of Yaun's shoes. Immediately after, he moved like a bullet through space. This action filled his opponent with fear. He gasped in admiration. Too fast. Before long the white-haired young man was severely injured, and his inner self unconsciously exclaimed, what? But, however, he quickly regained his composure and continuously slashed forward. All his actions now seemed meaningless. Cold sweat began to stream down the white-haired young man's face. He denied in astonishment, no, I can't keep up with his speed. Where is he? In the blink of an eye Yaun appeared behind the white-haired young man, and he felt a chill down his spine and muttered to himself. Where is he? However, with his swift movements he could easily counterattack and block. Unfortunately for the white-haired young man, his actions were a bit too slow due to the wound on his chest. He only has the heavenly demonic sword art. I just need to unleash techniques like before. He had to continuously endure Yaoun's fierce attacks. The white-haired young man now had to grit his teeth with a pained expression. He muttered to himself in astonishment, "What's happening? I clearly blocked it." Suddenly a black object with numerous slashes appeared rapidly. In the blink of an eye, Yaoun's power enveloped this entire space. This made the white-haired young man somewhat displeased at having to counterattack him. He gritted his teeth and thought, "This movement is only possible when performing extreme divine martial arts. This damned demonic god, he actually successfully fused extreme martial god and heavenly demonic sword art?" Suddenly, Yaoun smiled and opened his mouth with a scoffing demeanor. "Your wound seems to heal faster than that guy who absorbed the fire Keelin's core essence. Then try this too." As soon as he finished speaking, the white-haired young man's left arm detached from his body under his cold gaze. Yaoun gave a strange smile and slightly cleared his throat. "First I cut off one arm," the white-haired young man shouted angrily. "You damn bastard." After that, the white-haired young man unleashed immense power, pushing Yaoun backward. His arm fell into a pool of blood and he also vomited a large amount of blood, and a strange magic was contained in his wound. The white-haired young man grimaced and held his severed arm with trembling hands. "I heard that if you absorb it, it can regenerate strongly, but I didn't expect this." Although the wound healed, his arm could not return to its original state. He looked up at Yaoun's blurry figure in the distance. "You damn bastard." At this moment, his body was enhanced and filled with terrifying, killing intent. The white-haired young man speculated that he had reached the master realm. He recalled the moment Yaoun had fiercely charged. That movement just now was only possible when performing extreme divine martial arts. As everyone knows, extreme divine martial arts is a technique that transcends the limits of ordinary human muscles, and the heavenly demonic sword art is a sword technique whose correct chi manipulation method is unknown to anyone. Combining these two is tantamount to creating a completely new martial art, the white-haired young man thought with disbelief. Surely something is wrong. Is that person the demonic god we knew? No, the current facts and Sangdan's words are different. He is truly different from what I heard in that person's legacy. My long preparation, the Gate Masters, has begun to deviate from my plan. Anyway, I must survive to report to the Butcher Gate Master. In the bloodstains, lightning chi stimulated the surroundings. If I destroy this cave, a gap will open for me to escape, but if I forcefully absorb the remaining core essence now, my body definitely won't be able to withstand it. The white-haired young man plotted, gathering strength in his hands. If I do this, suddenly he opened his eyes wide in surprise. The lightning chi seems to react quite strongly with blood. The white-haired young man bared his teeth. Power suddenly exploded. Just now when I tried to cut off his head, he seemed to have paused by releasing a bit of lightning chi. It's probably because of that cult leader. Damn it, he gave a strange laugh. Realizing this, the white-haired young man transmitted lightning chi through blood and sent it towards Yaoun. "Now you come and take a hit." He arrogantly unleashed all his strength. "I will unleash all this lightning chi and deliver a very powerful blow to you." Yaoun approached leisurely, unaware of anything. His feet stepped into a pool of blood with powerful electricity flowing through it. As if waiting for this, the white-haired young man quickly activated his technique. "At this moment, this lightning chi will burn you to ashes." Yaoun still stood calmly in front of the attack and shouted loudly, "Demonic god," and he took that super powerful lightning god technique head-on, and its destructive power was immense, affecting an astonishing range. An explosion occurred and smoke and dust filled the air. At this moment, the white-haired young man was very surprised and his eyes rolled back and he laughed cruelly as if satisfied. He thought he had achieved a feat and cheered with joy, holding his forehead. "I, the Gate Master, won. I killed the demonic god." Just then, Yaoun darted forward and grabbed his neck, and the white-haired young man was stunned. He hadn't expected him to survive without any injuries. He tightly gripped his neck and asked, "Who is killing whom?" He was very surprised. "Demonic god, why are you?" the white-haired young man said, enduring the pain. "Are you a monster? Charging 250, charging 260. Some functions of the armor have been unlocked thanks to the lightning chi." Seeing this, Yaoun thought inwardly, "Indeed, Gatorium's efficiency is reliable." A cruel expression appeared on his face and he demanded, "Now quickly spit out what you took from me." As he spoke, he gripped his neck even harder, making him even spit out blood. The white-haired young man fiercely unleashed lightning chi. "Stop it, that's enough." Yaoun stared darkly. As expected, for some reason demonic chi can absorb true energy of different attributes. As his power was taken away, his entire body began to burn. "The lightning chi in my hand is now his lightning chi. I've made all the lightning chi absorbed from this guy my own. Let's see." Immediately after, he transmitted that energy into the white-haired young man's body, and his eye sockets and mouth were cruelly tortured by the electricity. In the end, Yaoun ended it by crushing his head. The white-haired young man's body turned to ash, exploding as he could no longer endure. "It seems I've completely absorbed the lightning chi. Now I just need to retrieve the remaining core essence and leave." After that, he leapt to another location to avoid the source of the violent lightning chi. Yaoun observed from outside, "It's bigger than I thought. It'll take some time to absorb this core essence." Suddenly, rocks began to break from the ceiling. He looked up at these cracks, wondering if they were due to the aftermath of the battle. "I need to get out quickly before the cave collapses. Nano, can you seal the core essence?" Yaoun held the lightning chi orb in his hand and Nano agreed to help. "Understood." Soon rocks began to break and fall. He flew with superhuman speed. One couldn't help but say that Yaun moved faster than Superman. He flew upwards, trying to escape the place as quickly as possible. The cave was indeed collapsing. Had the Six Swords unit already evacuated? He suddenly noticed something and looked down to see water pouring down furiously. Yaun was flustered. Why is there water here? He was swept away by the swirling current. The critical situation activated the armor's dive mode with 90 oxygen remaining. He was currently in a predicament, and if this continued it would be dangerous. Yaun struggled in the fierce current. The water is flowing too strongly. He tried to grab onto something. I need to find an escape route. It won't be easy in this situation though. Flames erupted from his heels. Nano, activate maximum speed. Accelerate as much as possible. This method proved effective, allowing Yaun to fly upward more easily. Oxygen remaining 80. He flew rapidly through the violently flowing water, and a sword suddenly appeared from somewhere. Is that a weapon of the extreme six-armed gate? No way. Then numerous swords floated in the water. Yaun speculated that the extreme six-armed gate's weapons were being swept away by the current. He had to pass through another array of obstacles. Dangerous. Yaun fiercely swung his sword to avoid injury. However, as everything grew increasingly difficult, he gathered an immense amount of power in his hand. Cave debris was also being swept away by the current, therefore he couldn't block everything. So Yaun decided to smash it with a powerful strike. I need to break through the cave ceiling to escape quickly. He was utterly astonished. Despite the powerful strike, only a small hole was created. Is the current reducing the attack power of the ice sword energy? Nevertheless, Yaun tried again with determination. One more time. Each time he performed a technique, oxygen rapidly decreased with 30 remaining. The attack efficiency was very dazzling with less than 20 oxygen remaining. He still persistently destroyed. One more time. Oxygen rapidly decreased to less than 15. Yaun did not give up. One more time. He poured all his internal energy once again. The cave ceiling still seemed almost unaffected, and oxygen rapidly decreased to less than 5. Yaun seemed to be trying to attack using lightning chi, and oxygen rapidly decreased to less than 4. Oxygen remaining was 3. Oxygen remaining was 1. Yaun gradually couldn't breathe, and water droplets continuously appeared. A massive rock rushed towards him, and Nano's voice rang out regularly. Oxygen deficiency, oxygen deficiency. The rock and Yaun sank together. The system coldly announced, user pulse unstable. User respiration decreased below average. Critical condition detected. The rock struck him with a deafening sound and rock fragments scattered everywhere. It seemed as if he would die then and ascend to the altar, but the mechanical sound rang out again. Oxygen supply resumed, groundwater flowing violently. Massive rock split in two by yellow light beam. With a loud explosion, the rock shattered into pieces. In the midst of danger, Yaun was still alive. Striking a cool pose, he calmly asked Nano, what happened? Didn't the oxygen already run out? The familiar mechanical voice replied. Extracting dissolved oxygen from surrounding water source, oxygen supply resumed approximately 35. Yaun sighed in relief and chided, what? If you could do that, you should have reported it earlier? At this, Nano said nothing more, and he said, all right. Then if I keep replenishing oxygen, I can find an escape route. The dull voice rang out again. The remaining oxygen in the surrounding water source is insufficient. Yaun was slightly worried. Then does that mean this is the maximum amount of oxygen I can replenish? Nano asserted. That is correct, he sighed, looking at the floating rock fragments. Then it'll probably be the same situation as before. It's difficult to get out amidst these floating rock fragments, and opening a path with ice sword energy won't work. Yaun tilted his head and looked into the distance. A colossal golden staff was embedded in the rock. What's that? An immense cold chi is emanating from that staff. I had never seen enemies use such a staff. The staff seemed to be intricately engraved with letters that Nano scanned and magnified. The system quickly opened the display panel, and a cold voice rang out. Scanned data replayed in augmented reality. He entered the system. Around him were various blue panels. Yaun was startled by the information on the screen before his eyes. Is this the Hanbing Chonggong? Could this staff be the lost sacred relic of the Beihai Ice Palace? He recalled a story he had heard long ago when the dragon turtle, one of the 5 spiritual beasts, appeared. The Beihai Ice Palace had to face a crisis of survival. Gon Seogang, the 5th palace lord of the Beihai Ice Palace, risked his life to confront the dragon turtle. He was the strongest master at the time, but he couldn't defeat the dragon turtle. In the end, Gon Seogang took extreme measures to protect his royal family. He lured the fierce dragon turtle into a secret room of the palace. The secret room was a massive cave made entirely of ice, and no matter how powerful a master was, once trapped, they couldn't escape. The ice rocks had the characteristic of becoming harder the more cold chi they absorbed, and could generate immense cold chi. So when gathered in one place, the ice walls became extremely robust. After trapping the dragon turtle, Gon Seogang successfully imprisoned it with the unlimited Dongui using the Hanbing Qiansel's secret manual. However, the result of this choice was the disappearance of all sacred relics and ice staffs stored in the Beihai Ice Palace basement, where the memorial tablets and martial arts manuals of the former palace lords of the Beihai Ice Palace were kept. Nano disassembled and analyzed the Hanbing Chonggong. It was divided into 5 stages. Upon reaching the 3rd stage, one could inject cold chi into solid matter to create ice crystal rocks. In the 4th stage, one could inject cold chi into iron to create cold iron. And in the final 5th stage, one could use extreme yin cold chi to create ice as hard as cold iron. He was slightly suspicious. If this story is true, then even without ordinary weapons, I could use ice swords to perform chi sword techniques or chi blade techniques. At this moment, water was pouring in through the hole Yaun had created earlier, but he was still lost in deep thought. An ice sword made with the cold chi of 9 yin severed meridians couldn't penetrate rock, but an ice sword as hard as cold iron could penetrate rock and get out. Yaun wore a victorious smile, and the system informed him that all techniques and incantations of the Hanbing Changgang could be instantly transmitted to his brain. Would you like to execute it now? He replied immediately. Of course, Nano. Yaun triumphantly raised both hands. Impart everything to me. Don't leave anything out. Elsewhere, a group of people had gathered on the desolate land. So he glanced worriedly at Yang Kong and softly called out, Lord Murung, he whispered. I didn't expect it to come to this, the dragon turtle asked worriedly. How are your internal injuries, my lord? The acting palace lord, Yuchan, closed his eyes and circulated his energy, but did not forget to offer words of comfort. It's all right, I can endure it. Ma Guillaume solemnly commanded, stop resisting and sit still. Then everyone will be safe. A group of people rushed forward quickly. Heobong shouted loudly, Great Protector. He was startled and turned his head towards the voice. Ma Guillaume's voice was full of doubt. Why are only you here? Where is the cult leader? He replied. The cave collapsed and he ordered us to leave first, but with the cult leader's light footwork he must have escaped faster than us. He was startled and looked behind the opponent. Wait, who is he carrying? Ma Guillaume said incredulously. The former supreme cult leader. The ground suddenly shook beneath everyone's feet. Without time to prepare, structures collapsed and dirt and stones cracked everywhere. He immediately ordered his subordinates, release the acupoints of the Martial Alliance and Beihai Ice Palace members and evacuate everyone to the high ground north of the Northern Ice Palace. The subordinate shouted loudly. Understood. Ma Guillaume quickly ordered Heo Bong, Vice Commander Heo, no matter what, you must protect him. He immediately obeyed. Understood, Great Protector. Soon the city collapsed and water was about to pour out from the cracks. Everyone shouted as loudly as they could, trying their best. Run, the ground is collapsing. A massive stream of water poured out from the cracks, gushing like a waterfall. Water began to swallow the structures above. Everyone couldn't believe their eyes. Had the Beihai Ice Palace been submerged in the sea in an instant? Heo Bong's eyes widened and his voice trembled. Master Wang, didn't you say he would come right up? Moon Gyu rushed forward and shouted loudly. Cult leader. Kwang Ho immediately grabbed her hand and pulled her back. Moon Gyu, where are you going? She cried out in desperation. Let go of me right now. I have to save the cult leader. The two struggled. He persuaded her in a hoarse voice. Calm down. How are you going to jump into the swirling water? The Martial Alliance faction immediately realized. So the demonic cult leader couldn't escape from that cave? Yang Kang's face grimaced into a fierce smile, and he thought inwardly, aha, such luck. The dragon turtle's core essence hasn't moved anywhere. Then our alliance will no longer have any problems. It turns out that even a demonic godlike figure must yield before a natural disaster. So he frowned and crossed her arms, clutching her blood-stained sword. That monster-like demonic cult leader couldn't escape from that place. I can't believe it. As a military advisor of the Martial Alliance, I should be happy, but strangely I feel sad. She recalled Yaun wielding his sword and fighting. Anyway, we survived because the demonic cult leader dealt with the dragon turtle and the extreme six-armed gate masters. And I have turned a blind eye to injustice many times for the benefit of the Martial Alliance. This time, the image of Yaun sitting with internal injuries and meditating came to Sohee's mind. For the sake of the Orthodox Martial Alliance, I convinced myself that it was justified. It seemed a crack had formed in Sohee's heart. She frowned in doubt. What exactly is the justice of the Orthodox faction? Yuchan frowned and glanced in surprise. He inwardly wondered, looking at the three people walking imposingly. The guards and Elder Council are directly controlled by the Palace Lord, and Baekhoon is the chairman of the Elder Council. Baekhoon waved his hand and shouted loudly, seize the traitors, capture Yuchan and his faction, destroy their dantians and imprison them. Immediately, a group of people surrounded them and shouted in unison, understood. The dragon turtle clenched its fist in anger, its veins bulging. Who are you calling traitors? You are the ones who violated the palace's laws and installed an unqualified young palace lord, causing this situation, the old man exclaimed incredulously. Oh, you brought in outsiders and drove the palace to its death, and you still have the audacity to speak. Elder Soul, truly disgusting. Who did you bring in as an outsider? Yuchan clenched his fist. Baekhoon, I tried not to dislike you because you are my nephew and disciple, but now those thoughts are gone. Yes, the main culprit of this incident is all because of him. My brother considered him the little palace lord. But if my brother hadn't, Baekhoon's jaw dropped in astonishment, watching what was happening, his face twisted. If you install an unqualified person as palace lord in this manner, do you think this palace and all its members will accept and follow you? At least for now, the laws of this palace must be re-established. Ambi and his subordinates frowned in surprise, and the old man, sweating, shouted loudly, Yuchan, what exactly are you trying to do? Admiration blossomed in Ambi's heart. Despite his internal injuries, his momentum is still incredible. I surrendered out of fear of the demonic cult leader, but Yuchan's entire body was engulfed in the flames of rage. The old man sighed inwardly, but that person is still the strongest expert in the North Sea, capable of facing the elders and guards alone. He wore a sacred smile, and his two eyes shone sharply. Elder Soul, you still haven't grasped the situation. I didn't surrender to the cult leader out of fear of them. Moreover, he is already dead, so should I surrender to you? At this moment, another strange phenomenon occurred on the ground. Someone asked in astonishment, "Another earthquake, is this place collapsing too?" Yu-chan tried to stand calmly amidst the pressure. "No, it's different from an earthquake. I clearly felt an immensely sharp momentum. This feeling is like a blue pillar of light soaring from underground to the sky." A fearful voice rang out. "That pillar of light is..." He also looked up at the sky in astonishment. Could that be the Tanjiam gang? The pierced cloud layer created a massive circle, and a figure appeared at the top of the water pillar. The figure wore black armor and a mask of the same color as his clothes, exuding a mysterious and overwhelming aura, and that figure was Yaun. Ice swords surrounded him. Everyone looked up, smiling with joy. The demonic cult members all shouted in unison. "Cult leader!" Baekun glanced contemptuously and chuckled. "Cult leader, how can he be?" He looked at the dignified figure in the distance in astonishment. "He's alive? That man is truly not human." Yu-chan's eyes widened and his pupils constricted. "That's definitely." The appearance of the staff in his hand was very familiar. Is that the 5 cold ice staff? Long ago, a meteor shower fell in the northern region of Yunnan province. Gan Yeong, the founder of the Beihai Ice Palace and a master of ice arts at the time, tried to forge weapons from that meteor. However, this meteor could not be melted. The only way to refine it was to mix it with pure gold. The unique weapon born from that process was the 5 cold ice staff. However, people did not consider the 5 cold ice staff as a mere weapon. They worshipped the 5 cold ice staff as a sacred relic. It was kept in the Beihai Ice Palace's memorial hall, where the memorial tablets of the former palace lords of the Beihai Ice Palace were enshrined. Legend has it that whoever possesses the 5 cold ice staff and its latent power will become the true master of the Beihai Ice Palace. Yu-chan frowned, recalling. It is currently in ruins, but it is the sacred relic held by the founder of the Beihai Ice Palace. An image very similar to this stands in the main hall of the Beihai Ice Palace. Looking back, the Dragon Turtle's revival was due to my senior brother. Then did the Palace Lord try to break the seal of that ice wall and find that sacred relic? Baekun asked excitedly and provocatively. "What are you calling the demonic cult leader?" He shouted loudly at Yaun with an angry face. "Demon cult leader." He glanced at the source of the shouting. He continued, "Demon cult leader, I have something to discuss with you right away." People wondered inwardly, what is it? What on earth is that guy trying to do? Why is he calling the cult leader so openly? The cult leader would never tolerate anyone coveting the Dragon Turtle's core essence. As Yu-chan was about to call out again, his figure vanished. Everyone stared blankly up at the sky. He inwardly admired. It's only natural for him to return to the cult since he's alive, but it's a huge relief. If the cult leader had died, everything would have ended. No matter what anyone said, his uncle was the strongest man in the North Sea. Ambi shouted at him, and immediate assent followed. Understood. As soon as he finished speaking, the group surrounded Yu-chan. They gnashed their teeth and rushed forward. His face was rigid with suppressed anger. Yu-chan waved his hand, sending everyone flying. "These arrogant fools!" The old man's eyes widened and his jaw dropped. "Dan Yu-chan, are you going to resist to the end?" Yu-chan growled with fiery eyes. "This old man talks too much, yet he can't even touch a hair on my head. When this is over, I'll settle accounts with all of you." Yu-chan inwardly scorned. "Just try to come closer. You'll know what death is. Now the Dragon Turtle's core essence is no longer important. This is an internal matter of the Beihai Ice Palace, and the cult leader must absolutely not interfere. If he just promises not to intervene, everything will be resolved." He rushed in another direction with a shout. "Dan Yu-chan," Ambi said urgently and worriedly. "Little Palace Lord, we must pursue him." He was looking for Baekun's eyes and saw Yu-chan escaping. There was anxiety in his eyes. "The sacred relic, I must seize it first. If it falls into Dan Baekun's hands, my legitimate claim will also vanish." Meanwhile, the cult members said joyfully, "Cult leader, you're really alive. We never doubted you for a moment." Tears streamed down Moon-gyu's eyes. "Cult leader, I told you not to scare us like that." She covered her face, her voice trembling. "If anything had happened to you..." Haobong's eyes were filled with tears. "Cult leader, Moon-gyu is right. Never forget that." Yaun couldn't help but smile. Everyone seemed very worried. He decided to endure their nagging for a while. The great protector drew attention to his hand. "Cult leader, that staff," he continued doubtfully. The Dragon Turtle's core essence was already incredibly powerful, but the cold energy emanating from that staff, which the cult leader is circulating and controlling, also seems formidable. Yaun calmly explained. "It seems to be the lost sacred relic of the Beihai Ice Palace." Everyone exclaimed, "Oh, a sacred relic." Manhwa was surprised, and Kwang Ho frowned. "Is this the sacred relic that Dan Baekun mentioned, the one the former palace lord was searching for?" Moon-gyu asked nervously and cautiously. "Cult leader, are you going to return it to the little palace lord then?" He looked at the staff and said, "I'm considering it, but this staff..." He rushed over, interrupting Yaun. The protector blocked Yu-chan. "Stop," he shouted urgently. "Let me see the demon cult leader." But he still didn't move. "Your life will be decided by the cult leader. I warned you to stop." Yu-chan's hand trembled with rage. "For the future of the Beihai Ice Palace, I have set aside everything. Pride means nothing." He knelt down with determination, and Yu-chan's eyes were firm. "I have something to say to the demon cult leader." He turned his head, implicitly asking for permission, and he lightly nodded in agreement. Yaun stepped forward and said, "What do you want to say?" He bowed his head. I wish to apologize for coveting the dragon turtle's core essence. The dragon turtle's core essence is a treasure of 1,000 years and an elixir, so I desired to reach a higher realm with it. However, it was the demon cult leader who defeated the dragon turtle, so my covetousness was utterly against reason, he continued, sweating. I know I insulted the cult leader, but please forgive me. As blood streamed from Yu Chan's forehead, he pleaded desperately. I know an apology is not enough. I will definitely give up the dragon turtle's corpse and core essence. If the cult leader wishes to seal off the Ice Palace, or for us to sever ties with the Martial Alliance and become an ally of the demonic cult, I will comply with all your wishes. If the cult leader grants my 2 requests, I will gladly offer whatever the cult leader desires, he scoffed. You dare to bargain with the cult leader? The others exchanged glances. Seal off the Ice Palace. Does that mean suspending all official activities of the Ice Palace, giving up its supremacy outside the North Sea? She and he frowned. He definitely has a purpose for abandoning his pride, but the survival of the Beihai Ice Palace now rests in the hands of our cult leader. He looked down and said, Interesting. What are your requests? Yu Chan said imposingly. First, please do not interfere in the internal affairs of the Beihai Ice Palace. Each sect has its own circumstances, so please understand, he continued. And my second request is, the staff you hold is a sacred relic of this palace, so please return it. Baekun and Ambi shouted. No, he knelt on one knee. The sacred relic must never fall into his hands. He just said the cult leader died in the cave, so there's no need to fear the heavenly demonic cultists. Yu Chan's eyes sharpened. He rushed forward and shouted, Who dares to interrupt when leaders are speaking? The great protector quickly stepped forward to save him, and Yu Chan's pupils constricted. King of Hell. The 2 energies clashed, causing a large explosion, and each quickly retreated. Yu Chan barely held on. He moved 1 beat slower than me, yet he blocked me. Indeed, his footwork is superior to mine, he gestured. Little Palace Lord, speak. Baekun agreed. He raised his voice and mocked. He just said there's no need to fear the demonic cultist because the cult leader isn't here. He immediately denied. Heavenly demonic cult leader, do not believe this young man's words. I also never said such a thing. I meant that they showed a very disrespectful attitude. If not for the cult leader's protection, they would have nothing to fear, he pointed at Baekun. You truly don't deserve the title of Little Palace Lord. Why do you ask an outsider like the heavenly demonic cult leader to resolve our affairs? He scoffed. Can you say that too? Heobong growled. Who brought in the extreme 6-armed gate and caused my father, the former cult leader, to die? Yu Chan was flustered and fell silent, and the 2 factions called out Little Palace Lord and cult leader in turn. Ambi remained silent, looking at the enemy camp, and Ambi's side was also in a bad situation. Yu Chan changed direction and said, Heavenly demonic cult leader, do you remember the offer I made earlier? If the cult leader does not interfere in the internal affairs of this palace and returns the sacred relic, then whatever your cult desires, Baekun interrupted. Heavenly demonic cult leader, we made a contract in Kaifeng. This palace and your cult will form an alliance, he retorted irritably. What? Who are you to make a contract on your own? You're acting as if you're the representative of this palace. He didn't back down either. You're not the representative of this palace either, are you? Yaun sighed, feeling a headache. Yu Chan thought everything was going according to plan. No matter how angry he is, he can't lay a hand on me in a place with so many Beihai Ice Palace members. He wore a sinister smile. Even if the demonic cult leader eliminates me, Dan Baekun will only incur public backlash. I must continuously prevent the demonic cult leader from interfering in our internal affairs. Having finished his thoughts, Yu Chan opened his mouth. Baekun, if you keep relying on outside forces, do you think these palace members will easily accept and follow you even if you obtain the sacred relic? Baekun shouted, sweating and nervous. Ridiculous. Then what about you, uncle? Why are you begging the heavenly cult leader to put down the sacred relic? Isn't it because you cannot disobey the investigation of the founder of this palace? Hearing his words, Yaun did not fully understand one phrase. Investigation order. Baekun frowned and explained seriously. It is the last instruction left by the founder of this palace. Only the one who obtains the sacred relic is recognized as the true master of this palace and its lord. Yu Chan suddenly interrupted loudly. Heavenly cult leader, please judge wisely. If the sacred relic becomes mine, this palace will fully assist your cult. As soon as he finished speaking, Baekun immediately countered, Heavenly cult leader, you must never listen to his words. Yaun was silent for a moment, then strangely curved his lips and asked, You just said that the one who obtains the sacred relic is the true master of the Beihai Ice Palace, right? And then he triumphantly held up the weapon in his hand and declared, That sacred relic is now in my hands. Everyone present's eyes widened in surprise. Yu Chan frowned and asked worriedly, What is it? What on earth is that guy's intention? Is he perhaps playing with the sacred relic? Kwang Ho watched them, thinking inwardly, the cult leader is not one to speak idly, so it seems he intends to take over the Beihai Ice Palace. Eun-gyu was also surprised by the situation unfolding before her eyes. The original plan was to form a separate alliance with the Beihai Ice Palace, and she worried that this would cause considerable backlash. After a moment of thought, Yu Chan clenched his fist and growled, Heavenly cult leader, what you just said is a bit excessive. That is a sacred relic of this palace, and it has nothing to do with the dragon turtle. At the same time, Baekun brought his hands forward and spoke sincerely. Heavenly cult leader, this palace is grateful for your help just now, But if an outsider becomes the palace lord merely by possessing the sacred relic, who in the world would not covet it? Yaun held up the sacred relic in his hand and asked with a smile, "Didn't you yourselves say it, that the one who obtains the sacred relic is the true master of the Beihai Ice Palace?" As soon as he finished speaking, Yu-chan immediately corrected him. "Heavenly Cult Leader, that is an investigation order passed down through our Dan family's bloodline. Not a universal statement," Baekhoon did not refute but rather agreed. "His words are not wrong." Yaun placed the sacred relic on the ground and said, "Interesting. As I recall, there wasn't a single word outsider in your statement." Baekhoon's face darkened and he asked, "What do you mean?" Yaun silently channeled his chi in his finger and unleashed a technique forward, surprising both Baekhoon and Yu-chan with a long-range attack. Long writing appeared on the ground where the technique had just been performed. "Only the one who obtains the 5 cold ice staff and the hidden power within it is qualified to be the true palace lord." Yaun calmly withdrew his hand and asked, "Isn't this the inscription on the statue of the founder in front of my pavilion?" Baekhoon, witnessing it, couldn't help but admire. He only glanced at it briefly, yet he remembers every single character so clearly. As they fell silent, Yaun continued to ask, "Do you think I obtained the sacred relic easily? If it was that easy, why haven't your ancestors and previous palace lords obtained it until now?" Ambi, watching everything from behind, evaluated inwardly. The little palace lord has legitimacy but lacks skill, unable to even master the ice-white divine art. Looking at Yu-chan, he thought. The vice palace lord, though a powerful figure in the north, conspired with outside forces to awaken the dragon turtle and even harmed the former palace lord, making him a traitor. At this moment, others also began to murmur, "Indeed, it's unbelievable." After hearing it, it was the heavenly cult leader who defeated the dragon turtle, which generations of palace lords couldn't do, and saved us. Furthermore, he found the sacred relic that was thought to be lost forever. Baekhoon, seeing this, worriedly asked himself, "Are these palace members starting to waver?" Faced with a difficult situation, Yu-chan used mental transmission to speak to him. "Do you understand what crime you've committed now? Anyway, you have to do something." He frowned worriedly. "If we don't overcome this situation, this palace will fall into the hands of the demonic cult. This is a completely different matter from an alliance. Even you wouldn't want such a thing to happen." Baekhoon still remained silent, bowing his head. Yu-chan continued to press. "You are also of the Dan family bloodline, so you know the secret hidden in the investigation order, don't you? The sacred relic, the 5 cold ice staff, chooses its rightful owner. Do you know what that qualification is?" Baekhoon finally realized something and exclaimed, "Ah," and then he replied firmly, "It is the Dan family bloodline." Immediately after, Yu-chan was confident. "That's right, even if it's the demonic cult leader, he cannot be recognized by the sacred relic. This is the key." Meanwhile, Yaun still stood there quietly waiting for their reaction. After a moment, Yu-chan shouted, "Heavenly cult leader, did you know? The sacred relic of this palace, the 5 cold ice staff, possesses a spiritual nature and chooses its own master." The people around heard that and were surprised. "Oh, so that's the spirit of the founder appearing?" Yaun asked with a cold expression. "And what about it?" At his cold reaction, Baekhoon hastily explained, "Heavenly cult leader, if you are not chosen by the sacred relic, you cannot be called its true master." He heard that and said with a laugh, "Then you mean you can prove you are the true master?" Yu-chan rejoiced inwardly. "He fell into my trap." He pounded his chest and declared, "Since that sacred relic was personally crafted by the founder of the Beihai Ice Palace, it can naturally prove the spiritual power of our ancestors." At this moment, the sacred relic embedded in the ground emitted a faint light, drawing people's attention. Yaun replied calmly, "Interesting. All right, let's see your proof." As he agreed, Baekhoon asked in surprise, "He's giving us the opportunity so easily?" Meanwhile, Yu-chan could not hide his triumph and smiled broadly. "That guy is so confident because he held the 5 cold ice staff himself. He will regret giving us this chance." The young demon cult leader. Having finished his thoughts, he gestured to Baekhoon to begin. Seeing this, he gnashed his teeth in displeasure. "Is he intentionally yielding because he thinks I'm unqualified? I'll shatter that arrogance." And then Baekhoon stepped forward, praying inwardly, "Father." His hand trembled as it reached for the sacred relic. Baekhoon prayed for the protection of the founder and successive palace lords. Baekhoon gripped the sacred relic tightly and muttered inwardly, "Please help this palace's sacred relic not fall into the hands of a traitor." The very next moment, a colossal surge of power pushed Baekhoon's body back, startling him. What is this?" It was an unimaginable cold energy. Truly, the energy was so powerful that even Ambi, who was behind, staggered. The old man shouted, reminding him, "Little palace lord, quickly circulate the ice-white divine art. You must endure it to be chosen by the sacred relic." But Baekhoon could now only groan and scream. In an instant he was flung away by the sacred relic. Ambi hurriedly supported Baekhoon and called out worriedly, "Little palace lord." The old man was astonished to see his frozen hand. He was repelled by the sacred relic as soon as he circulated his power. Did the little palace lord not get chosen by the sacred relic? Yu-chan stepped forward arrogantly. "Foolish Baekhoon, there's one fact you don't know." He turned back, a condescending smirk on his face. "The Dan family bloodline is a necessary condition, but there's something more important. It's what you just experienced. To become the master of the divine artifact, you need sufficient internal energy and cold chi to suppress it. It's an item you who has only mastered the 5th stage of ice-white divine art can only dream of. Baekhoon glared at Yu-chan with hateful eyes, but at this moment the old man had already opened his mouth and asked, "Heavenly cult leader, may I prove it now?" Yaun simply replied, "Do as you please." Yu-chan approached the divine artifact. He confidently laid his hand on it. "Finally, this moment has come. If the divine artifact chooses me, the elders and guards will no longer be able to object." Everyone around Yu-chan was frozen, but he still firmly grasped the divine artifact. "Now behold my skill, extreme ice-white divine art 8th stage. This technique indeed possessed an immense power that could truly astonish people, and even the surrounding dirt and stones were affected. The others struggled to stand their ground. Suddenly, Yu-chan opened his eyes wide in shock. He looked at his hand, which was gradually freezing. "Is the cold chi seeping deep into my palm? What is this now?" Yu-chan couldn't suppress his anger and kept asking himself. Even with extreme internal energy circulation, he couldn't suppress it, and there was even a strange recoil. Why is it rejecting me? In this situation, Ambi advised, "Vice Palace Lord, it's too dangerous. Please retreat quickly." Yu-chan still stubbornly scoffed. "Ridiculous." Blood began to flow from his hand, but he still loudly declared, "I am the foremost master of the North Sea's outer regions." However, before he could finish speaking, Yu-chan was swept away by the power of the divine artifact. Hearing Ambi's worried shout, "Vice Palace Lord." Only then did everyone fall silent. Yu-chan fortunately survived, and with his hands on the ground he barely managed to get up. Unbelievable. How can this be? His face was pale and he looked up. Yaun picked up the divine artifact. "You just personally touched the divine artifact, do you understand now?" He lightly draped the artifact over his shoulder and added a cool remark. "The meaning of I cannot hand over the staff to you." At this moment those looking down from below gasped in astonishment, sighing, "Unbelievable." Yang Kong frowned and continued unpleasantly. "Why does the worst possible situation always happen?" From Yang Gui's core essence to the ancient divine artifact, everything fell into his hands. Baekhoon's eyes widened, and he muttered slightly worriedly to himself. Didn't only those with the Palace Lord's family bloodline qualify for the divine artifact? It turns out he knew from the start that we would fail, which is why he gave us the opportunity. Was he perhaps using us to persuade all the palace members? Indeed, Yaun was inwardly speaking to Yu-chan. "Thank you for allowing me to possess this nominally," he burst out in anger. "Just kill me." The more Yu-chan spoke, the more his rage swelled. "I will absolutely never acknowledge you." A few other people nearby trembled in fear. "Acting Palace Lord, we will follow the acting Palace Lord." Only then did Yaun calmly ask back, "Cannot acknowledge? Do I need to prove it to you personally for you to believe?" As soon as he finished speaking, the aura emanating from his body became even more fierce, forcefully making those nearby bow their heads. They closed their eyes, gritted their teeth, and cried out in agony. My eyes." Yu-chan himself felt the same sensation. Time passed very quickly, and already half a month had gone by. A colossal iceberg now stood in the middle of this place. The core executives watched from a high vantage point as the ice palace's reconstruction progressed very smoothly. Baekhoon, standing at the forefront, quietly listened to the explanation of the person behind him. "There are still various large and small puddles here and there, but all the water has drained, so there are no difficulties in transporting materials. Everything is thanks to the Supreme Palace Lord Heavenly Cult Leader." They couldn't help but sigh as they looked at the towering iceberg before them. To freeze such a massive hole in an instant, Baekhoon's eyes grew more and more admiring the longer he gazed in one direction. "If I consistently cultivate the Hanbing Changgang, will I be able to do that?" After speaking, he turned back again. "Only my master, who is not of the Ice Palace's bloodline, could accomplish such a feat, couldn't he?" he continued. "An ordinary person cannot evaluate him." At this moment, another person also spoke, but fortunately, thanks to him, everything was resolved smoothly. "Palace Lord," Baekhoon nodded in agreement. "Yes, before realizing Master's true intentions, I also misunderstood him." He recalled his own astonished expression at the time. Unbelievable. They admired it when they first saw the massive ice pillar freeze in an instant. All the Ice Palace members knelt down in unison. They trembled in fear, crying out, "Master of the Divine Artifact!" They continued to exclaim, "Master of the Divine Artifact! Master of the Divine Artifact!" After that, they all bowed their heads in unison and said, "All prostrate yourselves and pay homage." Baekhoon continued to think. "At first I thought the demonic cult leader whom I sought help from was the one who would take everything from me. At that time I even thought it would be better to lose it to Gan Yu-chan," but he recalled Yaun's imposing words. "I will accept the little Palace Lord Baekhoon as my disciple and transmit the Hanbing Changgang to him. And I will step down as Supreme Palace Lord and hand over the position of Palace Lord to my disciple Baekhoon." Baekhoon slightly frowned and continued to analyze. Perhaps he had that intention from the start. Becoming a disciple is not much different from joining his sect. But the autonomy of the North Sea Ice Palace is still in my hands, so this is not necessarily a bad thing. At this moment, the person behind him asked again, "Palace Lord, is there no class today?" He turned his head and replied concisely, "I heard that person is being interrogated today." The man in the gloomy hat continued, "Or how about we suggest to the Supreme Palace Lord to execute that person? Some elders will object, but there will be no future troubles." The bespectacled man next to him eagerly agreed, "I think so too." Only then did Baekhoon completely turn around and address the person behind him. "If we execute him now, his former subordinates and elders will object vehemently. As soon as he finished speaking, the two men fell silent. He turned his head again and thought inwardly, but keeping him alive like this is very dangerous. Wouldn't it be better to execute him, even if some palace members object? Baekhoon's gaze extended further. Anyway, everything must be decided today, he recalled Yaun. Master also said today is the final interrogation. Ice was affected at this moment. Yu-chan continuously struck the iceberg before him with great force, and blood was already flowing from his hands. Yu-chan panted and calculated inwardly. No matter how hard I try, I can't melt or break it. It's as hard as cold iron. Indeed, it's the Hanbing Chonggang. I can't create such a hard ice wall with the ice-white divine palm. He gave up and entered the tent, continuing to calculate. Even if he acquired the divine art by chance, it's impossible to master it completely. Yet in that short time he reached the 5th stage of Hanbing divine art. And yet it's still not enough? Yu-chan sat on a chair with an exhausted body. Li Mok, the leader of the Northern Martial Alliance, is considered superior to me. But the difference isn't as great as between me and that guy. He's a monster. That's the most rational explanation. Having thought this far, he sighed. Rather than being trapped here waiting for death, it's better to fight one last battle and die. I regret it. The moment he thought this, the tense curtain was pulled aside, and upon seeing that the person who entered was none other than Yaun, Yu-chan's expression almost immediately tightened with tension. He gritted his teeth, sweating, and remained vigilant. I can't use internal energy, but I can clearly feel this oppressive heat, like the blazing sun approaching. He's completely different from 4 days ago. Did he absorb all the core essence? Reading the doubt in Yu-chan's eyes, cold chi immediately appeared in Yaun's hand. He said in a low voice, I found the corpse of Ice Palace Elder Osang-o and the corpse of a subordinate you don't know. If your words are true, the mystery of Yonggui's head is solved, so there's an answer now. Yu-chan frowned upon hearing that, thinking carefully. Only then did Yaun speak again. I unsealed your acupoint so you could speak, but why are you still not answering? He had no choice but to speak. Did I say it wasn't me? They were the ones who stole Yonggui's head. They were hiding in your faction. Yu-chan frowned again at the opponent's denial. No, he began to explain. It wasn't the Orthodox Martial Alliance. Yu-chan asked back in disbelief. What do you mean? Weren't there missing people in the Orthodox Martial Alliance? Hearing that, Yaun began to recount the events of 2 days prior. A part of the Black Dragon Unit commander's subordinate's corpse was found eaten by a beast in the plains 100 li southeast. Yu-chan cried out in shock. What did you say? He continued to explain. There were traces of extreme god's martial arts on the corpse. His eyes widened in astonishment. Unbelievable. Did they steal it? Located at an altitude of 1,200 feet, the Potala Palace White Palace is the second Mount Potala and the sacred site of Avalokiteshvara. Originally chanting resonated daily here, but now it had become ruins. Thousands of corpses were burning in the middle of it. A gloomy voice echoed. Truly unpleasant. An object rolled out of the flames and stopped at this person's feet. He picked it up and muttered, Do they think others don't know they are high monks? To leave behind so many sariras, I never thought I'd see such a sight in my lifetime. At this moment the person next to him spoke. When the Dalai Lama's body was cremated after being killed by the Slaughtergate Master, his sariras were equal to the combined sariras of 10 other people. Hearing that, he flicked the sarira bead in his hand and continued. That only proves his profound Buddhist nature. The smile on this person's lips grew more and more inhuman. Even the Dalai Lama couldn't withstand 3 strikes from the Gate Master. Anyway, the Gate Master had been in this Potala Palace White Palace's private meditation room for the Dalai Lama for 3 days. Their gaze was directed towards a door. How much longer until he can completely absorb it? At this moment, the shadow of a bird appeared in the sky. It quickly landed on his hand. This person skillfully took a scroll from the bird's leg and the bird flew away again as soon as he read the contents of the message. His face immediately took on an unreadable expression. What happened? This person's eyes widened, and then shocking news arrived. Both the Slaughter Unit and the Ghost Iron Unit are dead. Potala Palace White Palace, Dalai Lama's private chamber. In the quiet night, a person quietly entered. That person raised his hand and continuously knocked on the large door, and soon the door slowly opened. But the person who opened the door was not visible at all. The person who had just entered was completely wrapped in bandages, as was his entire face, with only one eye exposed, making it impossible to clearly see his face. He marveled inwardly. Such a massive iron door, yet he pushed it open with only internal energy. How profound is his internal energy? As soon as he entered the door, he immediately felt a cold air and his hand unconsciously trembled. He thought inwardly. Cold air like the wind blowing from the North Sea. His eyes glowed coldly, and he inwardly remained vigilant. Just his presence alone is infinitely vast. Legend has it that in the northern seas lived a giant fish named Kun, a great fish that had gathered spiritual energy and transformed. It was one of the 5 spirits. Suddenly, a bird with sharp talons descended. It had pristine white feathers and a powerful, majestic appearance. Its eyes shone brightly, and splendid feathers adorned its head. It startled him, crying out, Dapeng. Its owner was Sangdan. He growled angrily. Did I not tell you not to disturb me unless it was a matter of utmost importance? The descending Dapeng immediately pressed close to the ground, glaring at him with its owner, and he, startled, immediately knelt down and reported in a trembling voice, Gate Master, both the Slaughter Unit and the Ghost Iron Unit who were dispatched to the North Sea Ice Palace have been annihilated. Sangdan's eyes widened in shock. What did you say? He immediately kicked him hard, sending him flying far away, and he screamed in pain. Sangdan raised his hand and clutched his bandaged face. He groaned in his throat but couldn't say anything. He glared and said in an angry voice, "In the end everyone failed." The subordinate gritted his teeth, enduring the bone-chilling pain, and thought inwardly, "The Gate Master's body is emitting a terrible cold chi. He has almost absorbed all the core essence's spiritual energy in 2 days." After that, he stammered and continued, "Perhaps the demonic god intervened in the affairs of the North Sea Ice Palace," Sangdan asked back. "Demonic god?" And he immediately replied, "Yes, if not for him, we would have been able to retrieve Yonggui's core essence smoothly." He trembled and stammered. "It seems the little palace lord of the North Sea Ice Palace sought help from the demonic cult. Nevertheless, the Slaughter Gate Master was able to cut off one of Yonggui's heads before confronting him. Immediately, Sangdan swung his foot, sending another earth-shattering kick at the poor subordinate, and another powerful kick shattered the ground. Sangdan growled, "Demonic god." A bright white energy orb immediately appeared in his hand, and his eyes were filled with rage. Could he also be after the 5 spirits? Sangdan's mind was constantly filled with conjectures. Among the 3 great books, the Sanbaek Jingyung contains 108 heavens that record strange legends of the primordial era. The Book of Rites, one of the 5 classics of Confucianism, records the dragon scales, phoenix, dragon turtle, yinglong, and twin dragons, which are the 4 auspicious beasts Kirin, phoenix, dragon turtle, yinglong, and twin dragons. It was merely a legend with no evidence. However, the Sanbaek Jingyung mentions the 5 spirits, and the unknown author recorded them in detail as if he had personally witnessed them. The 5 spirits first appeared during the 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors era, and each time a Han dynasty declined, the 5 spirits reappeared. Ferocious species like the fire Qilin and Yongui massacred living beings, but there were also species that ascended to the immortal realm and accumulated only spiritual energy throughout their lives. The last of the 5 spirits in the Sanbaek Jingyung had a verse of obscure meaning, but most considered it absurd. However, some believed it to be true and shook the Central Plains. That person was Qin Shi Huang, who first unified the Central Plains. According to the records of the Grand Historian, to achieve Qin Shi Huang's great feat, his minister Shu Fu led thousands of young boys and girls to explore the entire Central Plains. After Shu Fu departed for the western heavens, he was never heard from again. Qin Shi Huang's great feat also vanished, but there is also a legend that Shu Fu found Dapeng, one of the 5 spirits. However, if he had followed Qin Shi Huang's tyrannical will even in his old age, he would have brought chaos to the world. So Shu Fu went into seclusion and buried that secret with him, the Dalai Lama's study. After a moment his anger seemed to subside. The subordinate slowly stood up, trembling with fear, thinking inwardly, "This heavy pressure crushing me. It wouldn't be strange if he killed me in this rage." He was sweating and his eyes were filled with fear. He had lost the fire Qilin's core essence from the imperial tomb, and now the dragon turtle's core essence from the Beihai Ice Palace. Sangdan spoke coldly. All the effort put into collecting ancient texts recording the whereabouts of the 5 spirits and preparing the grand scheme. He opened his eyes wide and shouted, "It was all in vain after all." Instantly his rage transformed into terrifying flames. He recognized it as samadhi, true fire. After weighing the pros and cons, Sangdan suppressed his anger and said, "I will give you one last chance. While I finish absorbing the core essence, you are to immediately head to Mount Changbai." The subordinate hesitated and replied, "Mount Changbai, you say?" Sangdan clenched his fist, cutting him off. "The core essence of the last 5 spirit." He stomped his foot and the floor cracked, sending dirt and stones flying everywhere. He shouted, "I must have it in my hands." He was astonished, thinking inwardly, the floor cracked, but Changbekdo is unharmed. The Gate Master has truly reached the pinnacle of internal energy manipulation. He then cautiously reported, "But Gate Master, the entrance to Mount Changbai is guarded by that person. You saw his martial arts directly about 20 years ago, so you must remember." Sangdan raised his voice, "Who told you to eliminate him?" The subordinate was startled and he explained, "If the demonic god has obtained 2 of the 5 spirits' core essences, it's proof that he also craves immortality." He stared intently at his subordinate and said, "Then he will also head to Mount Changbai. Do you understand my intention?" The subordinate looked at him in surprise, as if to confirm again, and asked, "Your intention, Gate Master, surely?" Meanwhile Yaun held the long staff, brimming with energy. The staff seemed to add a majestic aura to whoever wielded it. A powerful energy emanated from the staff, growing brighter and brighter until golden rings appeared, encircling the staff and spreading outwards. Yu-chan was greatly astonished by this sight. The golden rings grew stronger and stronger, transforming into a dazzling shield that enveloped Yaun's body. He smiled calmly. This process instantly formed protective armor around him. In the blink of an eye, the Hanbing staff disintegrated and completely transformed into a brilliantly shining golden armor. Yu-chan was astonished. "Is this the hidden power of the divine artifact?" Yaun nodded. "Indeed." Yu-chan couldn't believe it. He hardened his face in anger, trying to comprehend this illogical event. Impossible. The demonic cult leader obtaining the divine artifact Hanbing staff was merely a coincidence, and his becoming its master was just because he touched it first. But neither in the Palace Lord sagas nor in oral tradition have I ever heard of the divine artifact disassembling itself and transforming into armor. Does that mean none of the successive Palace Lords ever reached the true power left by the founding ancestor? Indeed, he himself had only thought that the hidden power lay in the secret manuals carved into the Hanbing staff. the Hanbing Changgang and the Hanbing Qianzhang methods. In the end, he helplessly collapsed to the ground, painfully banging his head. Could it be that the founding ancestor himself chose him? Oh, ancestor, why did you choose an outsider instead of your own bloodline? Yu-chan clenched his fist, suppressing his resentment, when he suddenly realized. No, perhaps seeing his own bloodline being murdered by an outsider, the ancestor's spirit was disappointed in his descendants and allowed today's tragedy to unfold. Is this not karmic retribution? Yaun looked at him and said calmly, if you continue to be stubborn and throw your life away, I will immediately behead you here, but before that I will give you one last chance, he continued. If you pledge allegiance to me and follow me, I will make you the Northern General Commander of our sect. Upon hearing those words, Yu-chan's eyes immediately lit up. Does Northern General Commander mean one who governs the entire Northern Martial world? Yaun swung the staff in his hand, emitting a powerful aura. Then he extended the staff towards Yu-chan. Finally, Yu-chan decided to let go of everything. He raised both hands to receive the staff, his hands trembling with joy. He thought happily to himself, the divine artifact no longer rejects me. Soon Yu-chan wore a triumphant smile, and a thought blossomed in his mind. The demonic god has ignited a fire in my heart, he admired inwardly. This person standing before me must be the only peerless master in the martial world. If I can leave my name in the martial history he will create, how could this not be the greatest honor? Having made up his mind, Yu-chan joyfully clasped his hands and knelt, expressing his gratitude. Good, I will establish a grand feat once again with this person. I will engrave the opportunity given by the demonic god into my bones and serve him. This humble one pledges my wholehearted loyalty. Yaun commanded coldly, from today I appoint you as the Northern Outer Territory General Commander and one of the 3 great elders of our sect. He accepted the order. I obey your command. Yu-chan was very satisfied with his new position, and thus a new chapter began. In this way, a pinnacle master on par with the 5 great masters joined Qianya-un's sect, and at this very moment Qianya-un first revealed his ambition to unify the martial world. In front of Yaun's imposing power, he was still an insignificant being. From this moment on, Yu-chan officially submitted to Yaun.